Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Snape became the father Harry needed. Here is short summary. As Snape becomes Harry's guardian, their bond grows into a genuine father-son relationship as both learn to trust and care for each other. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. So, Severus, you wished to speak with me. About Mr. Potter, I believe. Albus Dumbledore said encouragingly, proffering a dish of lemo drops. No, thank you, Headmaster, Snape replied, managing not to roll his eyes at the ubiquitous candy. Really? Even with magic, how did the man have a tooth left in his head? Anyone in doubt as to Dumbledore's magical prowess had only to compare his snacking habits with his dentition to confirm his enormous power. And yes, it is about Potter. You had ordered that I determine the appropriate substitute to those horrendous muggles whom you considered suitable guardians for the past decade. Albus sighed. I doubt I will ever be able to forgive myself. I am only glad that you were able to learn the truth of their abusive behavior so quickly after Harry's arrival here and to convince the boy to speak up. Snape allowed himself a small smirk. Of course, it wasn't as if it had been due to anything but his own blind luck and the boys completely misconstruing the situation, but he wasn't about to admit that. Clearly you have a special bond with the child, Dumbledore continued approvingly. Snape lost his smirk. The last thing he wanted was for anyone to think he cared about the brat. This was James Potter's spawn, for Merlin's sake. Already Minerva had contracted some wildly incorrect notion about his relationship with the boy, calling Snape his protector, of all things. He certainly did not want the headmaster to fall into the same trap and imagine that he felt anything but loathing for the little creep. After all, Harry Potter had already been the reason Dumbledore had actually levied a death threat against Severus and meant it. Snape suppressed a shudder. He could still feel the power of Albus, magic blasting past him as he issued the warning, the only warning Snape was likely to get on the topic. Obviously, his best strategy was to stay as far away from the brat as possible lest he do something stupid. Again, Snape forced away the surge of guilt that still accompanied the mere memory of the skinny, raven-haired child with the enormous green eyes. It wasn't as if he meant to strike the child well, yes. In fact he had, but he hadn't meant to strike him so hard. Well, actually, at the time he had, but he instantly regretted his actions. Now he was tortured not only by the fact that he had lost control of himself enough to injure a child, but also by his memory that at the time, he had actually wanted to do so. During all his time as a dedicated Death Eater, he had consoled himself with the thought that unlike many of the others, such as Lucius Malfoy or Voldemort himself, he had never taken pleasure in the torture and killing that accompanied their raids. Even before he lost faith and fled to Dumbledore, he had felt himself superior to the others for not sharing their perverse pleasures. When Dumbledore had saved him from Azkaban and encouraged him to spy on his former master, he had been able to do so knowing that his attendance at any future Death Eater revels would only serve to strengthen his commitment to the Order of the Phoenix and cement his revulsion for the dark. Lord, how then was he to square that image of himself with the one who deliberately slapped a small boy hard enough to throw him into a wall? Better not to think about it at all, and much better to avoid the boy in question as much as possible. No such bond exists, he said firmly, frowning at Dumbledore. The boy confided in me because I tricked him. As usual, Gryffindor naivete proved no match for Slytherin cunning. If you say so, my dear boy, the headmaster's tone made it clear he was humoring the potion master. Snape scowled more fiercely, but Dumbledore just twinkled back. As I was saying, Snape decided it was better to continue with the task he had come to discharge, rather than get immured in an argument he suspected he would not win. I am here to discuss where Potter is to be placed. Yes, Albus invited. Following extensive research into child psychology, proper child rearing practices, and best treatments for the victims of child abuse, Dumbledore briefly closed his eyes, the pain on his face making even Snape feel a twinge of pity. I have determined that Potter would be best served by a combination of environments. Having no experience with normal families, he requires exposure to typical family life. By immersing himself in a family, he will be able to observe a healthy parent-child dynamic as well as observing how siblings normally interact with each other. While he may have been raised alongside his Muggle cousin, it is clear that their relationship was anything but brotherly. Potter needs to learn about normal sibling rivalry as well as the closeness that I am told is possible. This will serve him well later in life, should he have children of his own, as well as assisting him in his interactions with classmates. This sounds very reasonable, Severus. Do you have any potential candidates for such a family? Potter has already befriended the latest Weasley, and since the parents were both Order members in the war, I assume they would be all too pleased to foster the boy who lived. What is more, with the size of their litter, an extra child will hardly be noticed. Noticing Dumbledore's frown, Snape lifted a defiant eyebrow. Besides, the always impecunious Weasleys could doubtless use the allowance which you had provided to the Muggles. There is no doubt in my mind but that despite their greater need, they would be infinitely more likely to actually use it for things that would benefit Potter as well as the Weasley whelps, rather than, as the Dursleys did, reserving it for the exclusive advantage of that walrus of a son of theirs. Dumbledore nodded gently. I quite like your idea, Severus. I have noticed how Ron and Harry have become close friends quite quickly, and I think Ron will benefit from Harry's presence in the family as well. He is a bit too tempting a target for the twins, being without a twin of his own for backup, and while his younger sister might ally with him, Ginny's status as the only Weasley girl in 7 generations tends to result in her being protected from the twins' more excessive pranks as well as causing her to overshadow Ron in her own right. I think having an ally his own age might be very good for him. I hardly consider the Weasley child's welfare to be an important factor in the decision, Snape objected forbiddingly. Yes, Severus, I know, Dumbledore's tone was reproving. That is why I had to consider it. Harry will hardly experience a harmonious and helpful family experience if his presence negatively impacts members of the family, particularly the one member with whom he is likely to bond most closely. I had not considered the matter in that light, Snape admitted reluctantly. Perhaps it was my own experience as an only child that made me less attuned to the complexities of inter-Weasley relationships. No matter, Dumbledore's beaming smile reappeared. After all, we are agreed that it will in fact be a good thing for both boys, and I also think that Molly and Arthur are very likely to agree to the arrangement. But I believe you mentioned something about a combination of environments. Does that mean you do not want the Weasleys to be named Harry's guardians? Snape shuddered at the thought of consigning anyone, even a Potter, to the exclusive mercies of the red-headed clan. Hardly, Headmaster. I envision the Weasleys to be a frequent destination for the boy but not, under any circumstance, his guardians. While it is important for Harry to experience normal family life, it is even more imperative that he have a guardian with whom he can develop a close, trusting relationship. Given his history, this will be difficult. He has been told for years now that he is worthless and freakish. He will require guardians who can work to overturn this conditioning. They will have to be dedicated to assisting him in this by focusing on his unique needs. The books make it clear that Potter may not himself know what he needs, let alone be able to request it. For this reason, his guardians will have to be able to give him their undivided attention. The Weasleys can hardly do that. I see your point. Perhaps some young couple. Snape frowned. Young couples breed, Headmaster. Did I not make myself clear? Potter must be their sole concern. I will not have his guardians distracted with their own mewling brats. Besides, Potter will likely require a firm hand. Snape colored at Dumbledore's sharp look. I do not mean that literally, Headmaster, he protested defensively. I meant simply that even under the best circumstance Potter must be considered a troubled child, and as such he will require his guardians to establish a clear structure for his life with appropriate consequences for misbehavior. Snape cleared his throat. He hadn't come up with a way to say this next bit without sounding all touchy-feely. They will also be required to provide Potter with something called positive reinforcement, which seems to refer to copious amounts of support, encouragement, and reassurance. In short, love. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with amusement, but he merely nodded sagely. So you think an older couple, with some parenting experience. That would of course be ideal, but we must be careful that they have done a good job in their past child rearing. And of course, the risk of grandchildren requiring attention would then be present. I am given to understand that grandchildren can be even more of a distraction than children. I am also concerned that an older couple might not have the energy to keep up with a small child, let alone understand the current concerns of adolescence. I do see what you mean. Perhaps the most important aspect beyond the willingness to devote their efforts to Potter's behalf is an understanding of what the boy has been through. It can be difficult for those with no personal experience of abuse to understand the behavior of survivors. That said, they must not pity the boy or excuse current misbehavior out of a misplaced desire to make up for the excessive discipline of the past. They will require great strength of character to stand up to Potter when he makes the sad puppy dog expressions that those manipulative little creatures employ. Dumbledore seemed to be fighting back a smile as he politely inquired, "Has Harry tried such tactics with you, Severus?" "Hardly, Headmaster," Snape retorted. "In fact, you have just proven my point about the need for Potter's guardians to be familiar with abusive situations. Potter has been trained, no doubt. Utali, to accept any sort of treatment, no matter how vicious, as his due. In his current condition, he is incapable of trying to weasel out of a justly deserved punishment or even an unfair one, for that matter." He couldn't help but remember how instantly accepting Harry had been when he thought Snape planned to cane him for poor handwriting. He shivered. That was a little too close to some of his own memories of Util childhood punishments. For some reason, such thoughts had been uncomfortably close to the surface of late. However, he resumed, pushing away such uncomfortable reminiscences, with appropriate treatment, as well as the Weasley spawn's inevitable encouragement and guidance, it is to be hoped that Potter will eventually reach the point where he will attempt such emotional blackmail. His guardians will have to have sufficient strength of character to treat such blatant manipulation with the scorn it deserves and to enforce previously stated consequences. I hope you are not suggesting Harry deserves a martinet. Surely compassion and caring should be the order of the day. Headmaster, providing Lemo drops and snuggles in the face of misbehavior will hardly give rise to a healthy adult, Snape said impatiently. Potter must learn what it means to be held accountable for his actions in an appropriate way, not beaten bloody for something his cousin did, but neither excused from all rules because of his own special status. And while I know your position on corporal punishment, let me state that if potential guardians wish to use appropriate physical chastisement on the boy, that is hardly grounds for their exclusion. Potter has been ferociously thrashed for alleged misbehavior for so many years that he may not even recognize anything but a swat as an attempted correction. What is more, he needs to learn to distinguish appropriate treatment from inappropriate, and a blanket ban on any and all violence against his person is unlikely to be helpful in the long term. If nothing else, he needs to get out of the habit of curling into a ball to protect his vital organs at the first sign of conflict, or worse, obediently holding still for anyone who wishes to injure him. You are suggesting that being struck will teach him not to hold still. Dumbledore blinked. I am suggesting that abused children have often been trained out of resisting punishment. It would be better for Harry to learn to complain, argue, protest, flee, squirm, and howl. I suspect any of the Weasleys will be well able to teach him, Snape added dryly. Once Potter learns that he does not have to hold still for anyone who wishes to beat him, and then realizes that not every smack will break bones, he will prove a much more adept student in the defense against the dark arts. Regardless of who's current whereabouts and likely return, Potter needs to learn to protect himself, and he is currently terrified to the point of catatonia by any hint of physical punishment. He merely stands there, Albus. I am not trying to excuse my own behavior, but he didn't even try to dodge the blow. Snape visibly reined in his emotions. Clearing his throat, he continued much more quietly. This is why the child requires a guardian who will be utterly committed to him. Someone must help the child, Brad, regain his sense of self-worth. Without it, he will be easy prey for who, one way or another, he added darkly. You do not have to remind me how seductive Voldemort can be for the wounded and unloved, Severus, Dumbledore sighed. I have failed many people in my long life, but perhaps none so badly as you and Harry. Please, Albus, no more self-condemnatory angst, Snape snapped. We are talking about the Potter brat, not me. Dumbledore pursed his lips thoughtfully. Now then, as I was saying, the ideal guardian will not only require a strong character to withstand the blandishments Potter will one day seek to use, but also strength of mind. After all, in his day the brat's father was able to talk virtually the whole of Hogwarts faculty into believing anything he said. He rescued himself and his little band of terrorists from their just deserts many times over. It is reasonable to assume that, once he is no longer beaten into a submissive state, this latest generation of Potter will prove just as facile with a credible explanation as his father, though I do hope that he never is in the position of arguing on behalf of a would-be murderer. Snape glared at the older man. You will recall that the elder Potter's glibness proved equal even to that task, a feat I still am unable to comprehend. The headmaster sighed again and reached for a lemo. Drop. As I have told you many times before, Severus, it was not James's pleading that caused me to show such leniency to Sirius after his actions against you. If you wish to blame someone for that decision, then the entire responsibility lies with me. I made the decision not to expel Sirius out of a desire to save the only other innocent person in the affair besides yourself, Remus. Snape snorted in contempt and the headmaster gave him a sad look. I know you disagree, my dear boy, but Remus was innocent. To this day, I believe that Sirius never intended to kill you. I am confident that his usual irresponsibility and lack of forethought convinced him that you would merely be frightened witless by Remus' werewolf form, thus preventing you from bothering them any longer and giving him the ability to taunt you about your fear. I am, however, equally confident that without James's intervention, you would have been killed, and even you must admit that Remus Lupin would never have desired that. Perhaps not my death, Severus admitted sullenly. But it's not as if Lupin were much better than the other three either. As you say, Dumbledore agreed. But when James did intervene and save you, then I had to determine whether expelling Sirius was worth Remus' life. For while I know you feel that my refusal to expel him indicated a lack of regard for you, the fact is that had I expelled Sirius, Remus would likely have been killed. If it had merely been a question of whether Sirius deserved to be expelled for putting your life at risk, I would have removed him from school by that evening. But I was well aware that, had I expelled the Black family heir, his parents would have demanded a full explanation. They may have been estranged from their son though they had not yet disowned him, but they certainly would not have accepted the disgrace of his expulsion without a fight. And that would mean that Remus' situation would have come to light. The Blacks would undoubtedly have demanded not merely his removal from Hogwarts but his prosecution for attempted murder. We both know that the fact that doing so would have devastated Sirius would have been merely another reason for them to have done it. Given the Ministry's view of werewolves, the Black family's influence at the time, and fears about Voldemort's rising power, it was extremely likely that Remus would have been tried and executed, and that especially because you had not been seriously harmed was what I was unwilling to permit. I am so terribly sorry that you felt I cared more for them than for you, my boy. I can only hope that my actions over the last several years have demonstrated to you how very dear you are to me and how much I care about you. Snape huffed and looked away, but in truth he rather liked hearing Dumbledore announce his feelings. Like that. It wasn't as if Snape would ever encourage such maudlin statements by murmuring sappy endearments of his own. But if Dumbledore admitted how he felt while apologizing, again, for one of the few incidents in which Severus was morally blameless, the younger man wasn't about to complain. Even adult survivors of child abuse tend to remain insecure about their own self-worth. Enough of this sentimental nonsense, he said loftily, waving one hand in dismissal. He chose to ignore the knowing twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes. We are getting off the topic at hand. Potter will require someone who is smart enough to avoid whatever blandishments the brat invents. That means they must be someone who will not be swayed by protestations of urgent need or heroic intent, which means his guardian should not be another Gryffindor. Do you agree? Well, Severus, you have certainly provided an excellent argument, Dumbledore replied noncommittally. He will already be spending a significant portion of his time with Gryffindors between his house and his time with the Weasleys. Gryffindors all. Potter should have some exposure to other houses and ways of thinking. I do understand your logic, Severus. Who were you thinking, then? A Hufflepuff family perhaps. Albus, have you not heard a word I've said? There were all too many idiot Hufflepuffs who were dim-witted enough to believe in you-know-who, then too loyal to disavow him even after his insanity became undeniable. You must first and foremost find someone who will pose no threat to the boy. It must be someone who fought against the Dark Lord. The war is over. Are you mad? Who knows when the Dark Lord will rise again? And even if he doesn't return during Harry's lifetime, have you forgotten the Longbottoms so easily? Even in you-know-who's absence, he still has loyal followers and the danger to Potter is ever present. He cannot be placed with anyone who has not proven where their loyalties truly lie. Yes, I see your point. Then you must also see that no Hufflepuff will have the strength of character to withstand the boy's first crocodile tear. They will smother the brat with hugs and presents and excuse any misconduct with sad noises about his past life. I will not allow it. Very well, Severus, if you feel that strongly about it. Perhaps a Ravenclaw would be better. After all, Lily was quite an adequate student, wasn't she? Albus, are you becoming senile? Snape snapped angrily. How dare the man insult Lily with such faint praise? She was one of the brightest in our class, though she never acted like an arrogant know-it-all. She excelled in both potions and charms, and she had Minerva eating out of the palm of her hand quite literally with her skill in transfigurations. How could you have forgotten her accomplishments? Dumbledore's smile held an element of mischief. Quite, my boy. Thank you for reminding me. Well, do you not think Harry might have inherited some of that formidable intelligence? Snape sneered. If you are asking whether James Potter's heritage is sufficiently strong to overpower that of Lily Evans, I would not hesitate to say no. The notion that Potter's only maternal inheritance is the color of his eyes is absurd. I am confident that Lily's influence will in fact overpower that idiot's, and the boy brat will resemble his mother a great deal, once his own personality begins to reveal itself. I am a bit concerned, then, Severus. We both know that Ravenclaws, for all their fearsome intellect, do tend to be overly influenced by logical arguments. If Harry is able to combine Lily's cleverness with James's persuasiveness, I wonder if there is a Ravenclaw alive who will be able to withstand Harry's arguments. Snape frowned. He hadn't thought of that. Well, Headmaster, there must be someone. It isn't as if we can look to Slytherin. There weren't many Slytherins in the Order during the war, and of those few of us, fewer still survived. Other than myself, I can only think of two, and Giles is in Australia while Jean is out of the question for no. No. Not on your life. Now, Severus, Albus said easily, you must admit that you yourself admirably fulfill the criteria you have identified. Absolutely not. I am not going to be that brat's guardian. Have you gone mad? Well, if you are so opposed, Dumbledore sighed. I am. And you must be insane to contemplate it. Especially after my actions of the other night. Do you imagine Minerva or Poppy would consent to having me named as Potter's guardian? Well, Minerva seems to think. She was clearly hallucinating. I have long believed that menopause did something to Minerva's mind, Snape snarled, too nonplussed by Dumbledore's ridiculous suggestion to consider the wisdom of making such a statement without instantly obliviating all within earshot, including himself. Very well, the headmaster said airily. Then let us think of who else might be suitable. It will obviously be important to find someone with whom Harry can form an attachment. After his deplorable treatment by the Dursleys, I wonder how difficult that might be. Severus snorted, highly relieved to have dissuaded the headmaster from his previous, highly inappropriate line of thought. I wouldn't worry too much, Albus. After all, the boy has already showed signs of having bonded to me. Too late, he saw the trap. No, wait, well, my boy. It does seem as if we keep coming back to the same place, no matter what route we take, Albus beamed. It would seem to be destined for you. No. Snape bolted to his feet, looking about wildly as if for an escape route. This is madness. I am wholly unsuitable. How so? Dumbledore interrupted genially. He completely ignored Snape's frantic head shaking and panicked pacing. You are certainly able to give Harry the attention he requires. You have no other family commitments nor plans for any. You have already done extensive research into the proper treatment of such a child. You understand all too well what being the victim of abuse is like. You are also better placed than anyone else to understand the dangers that Harry faces and will face from dark powers. You have sufficient strength of character to withstand any emotional manipulation, and your intellect will certainly demolish any spurious arguments, not to mention nipping overly Gryffindorish tendencies in the bud. I am certain that you will have no difficulty establishing a clear framework of rules and responsibilities, and while I suspect that you may need to work on demonstrating emotional openness and caring, I imagine that Harry will be able to help you in that regard. Headmaster, I will not. And your being here at Hogwarts is all the more convenient, as you will be able to provide Harry with support even during the school year. Of course, the strong wards here will keep him safe, even without the blood magic of the Dursleys. Yes, Severus, I think this is quite the best option. After all, whatever else may happen, I know you at least will never attack the child. The again was unspoken, as was the threat of what would happen if Dumbledore's faith was misplaced. Snape swallowed hard. The headmaster wasn't nearly as dotty as he liked to pretend, nor as oblivious. It was obvious, very, very obvious, that his own protests were going to be ignored, and to continue to fight could potentially lead to another display of Dumbledore's power. Was he prepared to keep remonstrating, when he might, in the end, still lose? Was, in all honesty, likely to do so. I can't. Even if I wanted to, I can't. If you know who does return and he finds out Potter is my ward, he'll expect me to turn him over immediately. If I don't, he'll know I no longer serve him. I won't be able to function as your spy anymore. True, Dumbledore agreed blandly, still smiling. I am not a nice person, Albus, Snape argued with increasing desperation. I cannot believe I am the best choice in the entire wizarding world to deal with an emotionally fragile, abused child. Molly Weasley will, I'm sure, be able to provide all the cuddles and hugs Harry could desire. And I suspect you will surprise yourself. In fact, I'm quite counting on it. At those words, Snape knew his fate was sealed. The whole conversation had been a sham, a way for Dumbledore to get him to agree, more or less, to what Dumbledore was going to make happen no matter what. All the time he thought he was lecturing the old man on what was needed, the infuriating old coot was just nodding and smiling and watching Snape dig himself deeper and deeper. How could he have missed it? He, of all people, should have spotted Dumbledore's manipulation from the start. How could he even call himself a Slytherin after having been played like this? He should replace Sprout as head of Hufflepuff. Now, my dear boy, don't be too hard on yourself, Dumbledore soothed, showing that uncanny ability to read the mind of even the foremost declumens at Hogwarts. You know you've always had a bit of a blind spot where Lily is concerned. Now by all means go back to your quarters and sulk about the indignity of it all, but then be sure to go and get the Weasleys' consent. I'd suggest you break the news to Harry this weekend. I know he's been worrying a bit. Snape was doing a very credible impression of a basilisk, but unfortunately Dumbledore appeared immune, perhaps because of extended exposure to Fawkes. He gently steered the younger, speechless wizard out the door, giving him a pat on the shoulder and a tin of lemo drops. As the door closed upon Snape's outraged expression, the last thing he saw was Dumbledore selecting a sherbet fizz with the unmistakable air of rewarding himself for a job well done. Severus remained in his quarters for the next few hours, thinking, not sulking. He was quick to tell himself, but in the end he knew he had to do what Dumbledore instructed. Much as he would like to fortify himself for the ordeal with a glass of fire whiskey, he suspected that the odor of alcohol on his breath would not go over well with the Weasleys. For a brief moment he considered showing up drunk, in the hopes that they would rush to Dumbledore, insisting he was an unfit guardian, but he reluctantly dismissed the idea. It would take no effort to convince the Weasleys of his unsuitability for the role, but Dumbledore was made of sterner stuff, and he would see right through Severus' plan. Snape gnashed his teeth. Just his luck. He went from serving a near-omnipotent, egomaniacal lunatic to serving a near-omniscient, manipulative old coot. Why couldn't he have ended up like all the other potion masters? He read their letters in the Journal of Potion Educators. The other potion masters complained about how their headmasters didn't provide them with enough room for their supplies or refused them funds for new cauldrons or were snippy about the occasional potion-related mishap. But no one else wrote in complaining about being compelled to adopt a prophesy-marked child or having to participate in setting up elaborate traps on school grounds for Dark Lords who were after a half-mythical treasure. Severus mentally composed his letter. Dear JPE, I would be interested to learn how other potion masters balance their time commitments. I find it challenging to create new lesson plans and prepare for laboratory sessions while simultaneously spying for the light. Does anyone have any helpful tips about combining Death Eater meetings with Newt's prep? No one else seemed to have these problems. Lucky him. He realized that the hour was getting late. He would have to do it now or explain his lapse to Dumbledore, and if he had to deal with one more Twinkle or Lemo drop, he would go stark, raving mad. Life in the bed next to the Longbottoms was looking more attractive by the day. He took a deep breath and activated the flow. Mrs. Weasley. He called out to the redhead bustling about the comfortably shabby living room. Yes. Why, Professor Snape. Molly's eyebrows rose in surprise, then drew down in a fearsome frown. What did they do this time? Surprisingly, I am not calling about the twins, Snape replied dryly. May I come through? Molly's look of surprise returned. Of course. No sooner had he entered the burrow than Molly Weasley had him ensconced in an armchair that was only slightly battered, with a cup of tea at his elbow. He struggled to hand back the plate of homemade biscuits. Thank you, no, he insisted as politely as he could through gritted teeth. Are you allergic to chocolate? Molly asked sympathetically. I have some peanut butter ones in the kitchen. Or would you prefer oatmeal raisin? Or shortbread? I could whip up some scones. No. He caught himself and forced himself to abandon his, start listening to me or you will blow up your cauldron and I will feed your internal organs to the squid, tone. This was a parent, not a student. An annoying parent, to be sure, but a parent nonetheless. I mean, nothing for me, thank you. I'm fine. Molly looked hurt. You don't like my cooking. Severus could feel his blood pressure rising as he grabbed a biscuit from the plate. Delicious, he snarled. Molly smiled and sat down. What can I do for you? I have something I would like to discuss with you and your husband. Is he available? Yes, he's just in the back with Ginny, denaming the garden. Can you give me some idea what this is about? I think it would be best to explain it to both of you at once. And perhaps your daughter could be sent away for an hour or so. He paused, thinking of how best to ensure her compliance without having to A. explain more or B. consume additional biscuits. I am here at the headmaster's request. More or less. It was obvious that Molly was afire with curiosity, but as an Old Order veteran, she responded predictably to Dumbledore's name. Of course. Within 5 minutes, Ginny had been dispatched to her grandmother's via the flow, and Arthur, Molly, and Severus were gathered in the living room. I apologize for disturbing you tonight and sending Miss Weasley away, but I felt it best for our discussion that there was no chance of being overheard. Now both Weasleys were wearing expressions of concern as well as curiosity. Is something wrong, Professor? Arthur asked, brow creasing. Are the boys all right? Your children are all fine, Snape assured him. I am here to ask if you would like one more. That didn't seem to come out properly. Now they were both staring at him with their mouths open. Not full time, he hastened to explain. More on a short-term lease. You're renting out children? Molly asked, her voice rising to a squeak. Arthur took her hand. I'm sure it's not what it sounds like, dear. Severus frowned. It wasn't that complicated. Honestly, leave it to a bunch of Gryffindors to need everything spelled out. He decided to take it very slowly. You have, I believe, met Mr. Potter. Harry. Molly exclaimed in surprise. That sweet little, bespectacled boy. My heavens, what a lovely child. Ron seems to have become friendly with him, Arthur agreed. And the twins and Percy also wrote, saying nice things. I understand he was sorted into Gryffindor. Of course, was politely withheld, given present company. Indeed, Snape said flatly. I discovered that Mr. Potter's home life is unacceptable, and so. What do you mean? Molly demanded. Didn't Dumbledore put him with family after James and Lily were killed? I remember there was a big fuss because he wouldn't tell anyone where Harry was, but he assured all of us that the child was safe and well. Severus smirked. Apparently not. Albus made the absurd assumption that ties of blood are synonymous with ties of affection. The boy was placed with Muggle relatives who were at the very least both neglectful and abusive. Molly's eyes grew wide. Abusive? No. That poor child. Arthur patted her shoulder, but he looked very grim. Does the Ministry know of this? He asked. Severus shrugged. You may take that up with Albus, if you wish. My concern lies with Mr. Potter's current situation, not why he was allowed to remain with unsuitable guardians for the last decade. So you want us to take Harry? Arthur asked. Beside him, Molly stopped sniffling long enough to look up excitedly. Take Harry. Of course we will. I told Dumbledore 10 years ago that we would be willing to. I am not here to ask you to adopt Harry, nor even to become his guardians. Rather, I would like you to consider providing him with a regular destination that he can visit for extended periods over his school holidays. Arthur glanced at his wife, then turned back to Severus. I suspect from Ron's letter that we'd be likely to do that anyway given how well the two boys are getting on. Molly frowned. Why can't we adopt Harry? You just said he needs a home. If we don't take him in, who will? The headmaster has another guardian in mind, Severus hedged. Who? Both Weasleys demanded. Me, he replied coldly, hoping to avoid the inevitable reaction. It was, as expected, inevitable. You. Molly recovered first. Ignoring Snape entirely, she turned to her husband. That's it. Dumbledore is senile. You'll have to alert the ministry in the morning. Arthur shot an apologetic glance at Snape. Now, Molly, let's not be hasty. I suppose that Professor Snape. Arthur. He was a Death Eater. And that's who Dumbledore wants to put in charge of Harry. The boy who lived. He was a spy, her husband pointed out. Dumbledore said so. Molly snorted. Eventually. Maybe. But he bears the dark mark. You think he got that deliberately, just so he could be a spy? Who are his people, anyway? I think he's one of the princes, isn't he? Arthur had by now followed Molly's lead and forgotten Severus completely. Well, what else do you need to know? The princes were all darker than pitch and even crazier than the blacks. Molly paused. Well, except for that one poor girl. What was her name? The one who was quite a few years ahead of us. Elizabeth. Elaine. That was my mother, Snape said with what he felt was admirable restraint. But there was something wrong even with her, Molly went on, tapping her chin. Let me see, what was it? What was it? Oh yes, she married that horrible muggle. That was my father, Snape pointed out. Yes, well, it would have been, wouldn't it? Molly agreed distractedly. Oh, Arthur, this is terrible. We can't possibly allow Dumbledore to do this. Harry needs love and family and Potter needs attention and consistency and guidance. Snape had had enough of being ignored. None of which he is likely to get in this household amongst your litter of children. Well, Molly glared at him. I like that. You have the nerve to come in here and insult us even as you ask for a favor. Arthur patted her hand. Let's hear him out, Molly. He's right that Harry may need more attention than he's likely to get in a big family like ours. Snape gave a jerky nod of formal thanks to Arthur. Exactly. I meant no offense to you, but while your home is well suited to model healthy family dynamics for Harry, he also will require someone whose sole focus is his welfare. Given his difficult background, Molly began to sniffle again. It would be unfair to place him in such a large family where his unique needs might be unmet. By having the burrow remain a special treat for him, he will learn its valuable lessons without having to give up the attention that he can receive as an only child in, he swallowed hard, my household. And why are you willing to take on this role? Arthur asked, giving Severus an odd look. My reasons are none of your concern, Snape snapped. Actually, they are, Arthur shot back, undaunted. You are asking us to in essence co-parent with you, and a child like Harry will have needs that are complicated not only by his background but also by his likely future. Snape frowned, but couldn't deny that Weasley's delicate implication of Death Eater interest in Harry was well-founded. We need to know what we are getting into. Seeing that Severus remained unconvinced, Arthur grinned. Besides, if we are going to play such a big role in Harry's life, then I'm sure we'll hear plenty about you. And since most of his comments will likely be couched as complaints, it would be helpful if we're in a position to defend you. Snape's face fell into a ferocious scowl. How dare Weasley suggest that Potter would have anything to complain about? Severus, Arthur said, highly amused. Every child complains about his parents. It's normal. But if we are all going to survive Harry's adolescence, then we will need to work together. Trust us on this. Snape didn't like it, but he had to admit the older man had a point. I agreed to do this reluctantly. Because I have a certain familiarity with what Potter has experienced. He glared at the couple, daring them to ask for details, but both were quiet. In addition, I was very close to Lily Evans. We grew up in the same neighborhood and were friends until near the end of our Hogwarts days. Oh dear, Molly said sympathetically. Did James come between you? Snape swallowed his emotions and looked away from her kind eyes. In a matter of speaking, I was extremely foolish. Our friendship never fully recovered. He took a deep breath. But I am willing to take on the guardianship of the boy. With your assistance as well as my own, I anticipate that he will be able to recover from his treatment by those muggles, he spat the word. Molly and Arthur exchanged a meaningful glance. Severus wasn't sure whether they took his venom as proof of his residual Death Eater sympathies or his apparent devotion to the child. Perhaps they were deciding that so long as he was devoted to the child, Some Death Eater tendencies were a good thing, particularly when dealing with the Muggles who had mistreated him. There is one other matter we must discuss, he added quickly, eager to change the topic of conversation. There will be a stipend associated with your agreeing to participate in this plan. As expected, both bridled. We don't need to be bribed to help Harry. Molly said indignantly. Snape sighed. Gryffindors were so predictable. It is not a bribe. It is a source of funds to defray the additional expenses that you will incur. We can mana. Harry will need to be clothed and fed. If you wish to go on family excursions, there will be the cost of his participation and travel to consider. We would never exclude. You will do Harry no favors if you treat him like a charity case, Snape said forbiddingly. This way, it is clear that there is a mutual benefit. He'll imagine that we're only doing it for the money. Molly argued. You will, unlike the Muggles, be expected to provide an accounting of the funds. It will be clear to Harry, should the issue arise, that you are not benefiting financially from his presence. You are merely not suffering additional hardship because of it. Arthur and Molly exchanged a long look. Snape tried his best not to roll his eyes in exasperation. Well, I suppose we could agree to accept a small allowance that would be spent on Harry. Or for his benefit, for example, it could be used towards your grocery budget or upkeep on the house as he will be staying here regularly, Snape pointed out, heroically refraining from mentioning several obvious areas where funds were sorely needed, starting with the lumpy armchair in which he was currently seated. And if you don't accept, I will find a different family. Molly sat bolt upright. You wouldn't. Snape just looked at her. She glanced worriedly at Arthur. All right, we agree, Arthur nodded. And we will need to strengthen the wards around the burrow, Snape said. I am aware that they are already quite strong, given your war records and eldest son's profession, but with the boy who lived in frequent residence. No arguments from us on that one, Arthur said promptly. Should we ask Bill and the goblins, or would Dumbledore prefer to do it himself? I will confer with the headmaster and let you know. I suspect he will prefer to handle it. I'll look forward to seeing him. Molly had a militant glint in her eye, and Snape fought down a snicker. Albus was in for a shock when he arrived. So you agree? He pressed, needing clear acceptance. Arthur glanced at Molly. We'd be happy to help you and Harry, Severus. I suggest that you bring Harry over here to give him a chance to spend some time with Molly and me. If that goes well, then we'll bring the boys home this weekend and have a family meeting and let them and Ginny know what's going to happen. After that, you and Harry can come to dinner, and then maybe Harry can sleep over Saturday night. What do you think of that? Severus was grudgingly impressed. Weasley had come up with a reasonable plan. After all, he and Harry had never met, and it would be prudent to ensure that Harry got along with the adult Weasleys as well as he appeared to get on with Hogwarts' current crop. Very well. I will be speaking with the boy in the next day or two. Why don't you bring Harry over for dinner tomorrow? Molly suggested. Flow over when you can. Arthur can come home early and we'll have the chance to get to know each other, just as he suggests. Your being here will reassure Harry. Snape nearly snorted. Reassure the boy. Considering his past treatment of the child, it was much more likely that he'd find Snape's presence unnerving, but Snape wasn't about to admit that to the Weasleys. Fine. They all stood, and Arthur and Severus shook hands. Molly smiled a bit uncertainly. It was clear she was still worried about the Prince family's reputation, but Arthur gave her a reassuring squeeze. Until Thursday, then, Arthur smiled. Until Thursday. Snape ducked back into the flow and headed straight for his fire whiskey. What on earth are you doing here? The fat lady demanded. Open up, Snape snarled at the portrait concealing the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower. Not likely, she replied haughtily. Run along, little Slytherin. I'm not a student any longer, you idiotic scrawl. I am the head of Slytherin House and the school's potion master, and I want to speak with one of my students. Now open up. Shan't, she retorted airily. Snape's eyes narrowed. Open up or I will. Just what Snape would have done was never made clear, as at that moment, the portrait opened and a third-year Gryffindor started to step out. Finding his way blocked by the looming form of everyone's least favorite professor, he squeaked in terror and fell backwards. A model Gryffindor, Snape sneered. Byerly, go fetch Potter. Aye, yes, sir. Byerly managed to gasp out, then raced away. The fat lady tried to close the entrance, but Snape seized hold of the portrait frame and held it open. In a very short time, what appeared to be half of Gryffindor Tower had hurried up. Professor Snape, sir, what can I do for you? Oliver Wood, Quidditch team captain, had apparently been nominated as their spokesperson. Produce Potter, he replied with both brevity and menace. Wood swallowed. What do you want him for, Professor? I mean, he quickly added, seeing Snape's expression, should I get Professor McGonagall? If Potter's in some kind of trouble, then she should be notified. I did not request your head of house, merely Potter, Snape pointed out, with rapidly dwindling patience. Kindly produce him. He's gonna make him into potions. Came a frightened whisper from the crowd. What if he's planning to hand him over to Death Eaters? Came another. Idiot. He is a Death Eater. Said another. We can't give Harry to him. Quick, hide him. I told you he was extra nasty to Potter. Has somebody gone for McGonagall? Get Harry back to his room. Does Harry have a detention with you? Wood asked uncertainly. 10 points from Gryffindor for nosiness, Snape snarled. His eye caught a movement at the back of the crowd as if someone were trying to push their way through and being rebuffed. And 5 points from anyone who blocks Potter's path. As if by magic, the crowd parted and a flushed Harry could be seen at the back. He colored even brighter, then hurried forward. Snape noted some of the students' worried looks turning suspicious as Harry came forward willingly. He seized Harry by the scruff of the neck the instant he was within reach, and intoned, 5 points from Gryffindor for dawdling, Potter. But, Professor, I wasn't. Potter's protest broke off with a squawk as Snape raised his arm, hoisting Harry onto his tiptoes and cutting off most of his air. He spun around and stormed away, dragging Harry with him. Behind him, as the portrait closed, he could hear several comments, most of them containing the term, "Git." Well, at least they were no longer angry with Potter. As soon as he turned the corner, he released his hold on the boy. Harry dragged at his collar and looked at Snape, wide-eyed. Do not argue when I am deducting points, you foolish child, Snape scolded. You will merely lose more for being rude. I'm sorry, sir, Harry gulped. But I wasn't trying to dawdle. Honest. I just couldn't get them to move. And you think I don't know that? Snape demanded, catching Harry by the shoulder and pulling him along. Don't I have eyes? But if you know that, then why did you take away points? Harry asked in bewilderment. Because your fellow Gryffindors were becoming suspicious of your compliance with my orders, Snape retorted. Your complacency in the face of their alarm was considered odd, and Gryffindors, being of little brain, do not like oddities. Harry pondered this as he trotted at Snape's side. Finally working out the meaning, he frowned. I don't think Gryffindors are of little brain. Hermione Granger's awfully smart. A veritable Ravenclaw in lion's skin, Snape said sarcastically. Harry chewed his lip. He couldn't figure out why Snape wanted to talk with him. He hadn't even had potions class that day. The last time he'd actually spoken to Snape had been the morning after his detention, when he was still in the infirmary. Snape had entered and promptly been pulled into Pomfrey's office. After a lengthy period, he had emerged with 2 bright spots of color on his cheekbones, while the Mediwitch appeared grimly triumphant. She had ushered him over to Harry's bedside and left the two of them with a final, "And I'll be watching you, Severus." Potter, Snape had growled. Yes, sir. Harry had been cautiously optimistic. Snape had made him a promise that he was fiercely hoping the man intended to keep. Just because he could hit as hard as Uncle Vernon didn't mean he wouldn't keep his promises, did it? Potter, I owe you an apology, Snape had said in a rather strangled tone. Harry's breath caught in his throat. An apology? From a grown-up? What for? What would Snape have to apologize to him for? Oh, no. Was he apologizing because he couldn't keep his promise? Was the headmaster determined to expel Harry after all? It was true that his handwriting was awful and he didn't really know any of the material like Granger did, nor even much about the wizarding world, like Ron did, but he was trying really, really hard. It had only been a few days. Surely they'd let him try a little longer before deciding he really was a worthless freak. But no, if Snape were apologizing then it must be because he couldn't do the things he had promised about not being expelling Harry or returning him to the Dursleys. That's okay, sir, he said around the enormous, hot lump that had suddenly appeared in his throat. It's not your fault. He blinked hard, forcing back his tears. No one liked a crybaby. He just hoped that Uncle Vernon wouldn't be too mad when he showed up again. Madame Pomfrey had just given him some awful-tasting medicine that had healed all the welts and bruises on his bum as well as the cuts and lump on his head. He really didn't want to get another thrashing now that he was finally feeling better. "What are you talking about, Potter?" the professor demanded angrily. Here he was, actually apologizing to a student, and the little idiot was only half listening. How dare he say it wasn't his fault? What was he suggesting, that Snape had been controlled by Voldemort's ghost? "Okay," Harry insisted, hastily wiping at his eyes when the traitorous tears leaked out. "I know you tried. My fault. I should have worked harder." Though in all honesty, he really didn't know how he could have. He was already staying up late every night trying to do all the reading and work on his handwriting and learn about Wizarding Society. "It'll be okay. They probably won't be that mad." After all, his uncle's last words to him had been, "They're not going to like you any more than we do, you little freak." Uncle Vernon would probably be pleased to have been proven right. That might save Harry from a beating for a day or two. Maybe longer, even, if he got right to work and painted the garden shed or something. Snape ground his teeth in anger. What was the little brat babbling about? Why couldn't he just accept the apology, gloat like his bastard father would have, and let him return to his dungeons? But no, now he was whimpering and sniveling and acting as if Snape had fired a stinging hex at him. Any second now Poppy would be storming over, and this time she probably would make good on her threat. Snape really didn't want to see what a talented Mediwitch considered an appropriate punishment for child abusers. How dare the little monster play up like this just to get Snape into more trouble? "Stop that whining at once, Potter." Then something the brat said caught his attention. "Who won't be mad?" Dumbledore and the other staff were already mad at him, as the little creep must very well know. Why else would Poppy have hauled him bodily into her office as soon as he crossed the infirmary's threshold? If he hadn't been so quick with a muffling spell, they would have heard her yelling at him all the way down in the Slytherin common room. "My relatives," Harry answered, surprised. Snape scowled horribly. Did the wretch think that he could threaten Snape with his Muggle relatives' displeasure? Would his dreadful uncle take exception to someone else using the boy as a punching bag? "What are you talking about? What do your relatives have to do with anything? When you send me back. They didn't think they'd have to see me again until next year." "I just meant that." "What? Who's sending you back to those Muggles?" Snape exploded. "Did the headmaster say that?" Bad move. As soon as he started yelling at the brat, Pomfrey flew out of her office. "Severus Snape, I warned you." Now, rather more alarmed by her determined expression than he wanted to admit, Snape hurriedly pointed at Potter. "He said Albus is going to send him back to the Muggles." That distracted Poppy all right. "What?" She was even louder and angrier than Snape. "He said what?" Harry looked from one to the other, panicked. No. Somehow everyone was all confused, and he had a sinking feeling it was all his fault. Things usually were. "Albus Dumbledore, get down here." Poppy stuck her head in the flow. A moment later, the twinkling headmaster appeared, only to be confronted by two irate staff members. "What do you mean, telling Harry he was going to return to his relatives?" Poppy demanded. Dumbledore blinked. "What?" Poppy turned to Snape, annoyed. "Isn't that what you told me?" Snape turned to confront the boy, only to find an empty bed behind him. "Where is that little monster?" he seethed. "Ahem." The headmaster pointed. Both Snape and Poppy crouched down and looked under the bed. In the far corner, Harry had curled into a small ball, only his frightened green eyes were visible above his knees. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Please don't be very mad. Potter, get out here." Snape snarled. Poppy punched him in the shoulder. Hard. "Shut up," she hissed. "Mr. Potter," she said in much sweeter tones, "come here. No one will hurt you." Harry's eyes flickered over to Snape and Poppy punched him again. "Get away." Affronted, Snape withdrew to nurse his sore shoulder. "Come on, Harry," she wheedled. "No one will hurt you. Come to Poppy." To Snape's secret delight, the witch's coaxing was completely ineffectual. After a few minutes, she gave up in defeat. What on earth is wrong with him? I promised him that he had nothing to fear. Albus twinkled at her. "Yes, my dear, but he had just seen you strike Severus twice, quite firmly. I imagine he might have assumed that if you would hit a fellow teacher, you would be even more likely to strike a student." Poppy's eyes grew wide with dismay. "Oh, I never thought of that. Albus, you try. The headmaster stooped. Harry, my boy, will you please come out here? No answer. Harry, please. Nothing. He straightened with a sigh. It appears I have yet to earn the boy's trust. Snape sneered. Considering that he has you to thank for his living conditions for the last 10 years, I think he shows remarkable perspicacity. Ignoring Poppy's scandalized look, he turned back to the bed. Potter, he said, once again crouching down. Are you going to come out of there? Or are you very angry? Potter gulped. I will be if you don't get out from under the bed, Snape retorted. Hurry up. To Poppy's shock, Potter crawled out from under the bed. He stood up, half flinching, but didn't jerk away when Snape picked him up and deposited him back on the bed. There. Snape couldn't resist sending a look of triumph at the disgruntled Mediwitch. Harry, she said, coming forward very slowly and tentatively. I promise I won't hurt you. Yes'm, Harry acknowledged nervously. That's what they all said, right? Well, not Snape. He'd never made such a ridiculous claim. That was why he could trust the man. When he was mad, he let you know it. He didn't lie or pretend. Harry was rather surprised Snape hadn't walloped him as soon as he'd emerged from under the bed, but hadn't the man come to apologize about having to send him back to the Dursleys? Maybe he felt badly enough that, this one time, he'd overlook Harry's hiding. Why did you tell everyone the headmaster was going to send you back to the Muggles? Poppy asked gently. Oh no, not again. If there was one thing Harry really hated, it was being asked why he had said or done something he hadn't. He knew better than to deny it, of course, but taking a punishment for something he hadn't done always made him that much angrier inside. Still, there was nothing he could do. He forced down his fury at the injustice of his life. Getting mad or talking back would just make things worse for himself. Sorry, ma'am. He shut his eyes tight and hunched his shoulders, waiting for the first blow. Potter. It was Snape again. He swallowed hard. He knew just how much a clout from the tall, dark man could hurt. Look at me. He didn't want to open his eyes, he really didn't, but he knew that he was just making them angrier. Uncle Vernon sometimes wanted you to see it coming, too. He forced his eyes open and glanced up warily through his fringe. The potions professor was glaring at him, but his arms were crossed over his chest. Harry blinked. How was he going to hit him from that position? Then Harry realized that Snape and the others had actually retreated a bit. No one was currently within arm's reach, and Harry sat a little straighter. Potter, Professor Snape was looking at him strangely. When I said I was sorry, you replied that it wasn't my fault. Both the headmaster and the Mediwitch looked at him in surprise. Is that correct? Harry nodded immediately. This was a lot better. He might still end up getting hit, but at least it would be something he'd actually said. What did you mean? Just that I know you tried, sir. You had said you would. So I don't blame you. For what? Snape pressed. There was something wrong here. Merlin, what was the boy talking about? For my getting expelled. Now both Snape and Pomfrey were staring at Dumbledore. You expelled him. The Mediwitch breathed. Even Snape was looking bewildered. There was no artifice in the boy. He truly believed he was expelled, and where would he have received such information but from the headmaster? But why on earth would Albus do such a thing? Yes, the old coot played a very deep game, but to expel the boy. To remove him from one of the few places where he was safe from harm. Harry, the headmaster stepped forward, and Harry flinched back. Okay, here it came. He still wasn't sure what he had done, but obviously he just kept doing it. Dumbledore held out his hand, and Harry tried not to cower. They hated when you cowered. Lemo. Drop. The headmaster offered, and to his amazement, Harry realized that the man was holding a tin of candy in his hand. As Harry watched, the headmaster took one and popped it into his mouth, smiling encouragingly. He glanced nervously at the headmaster and then at the other two. What was the right answer? But the old eyes were twinkling at him, and though they were sad, they seemed kind. Harry slowly reached forward, and when no one shouted at him or slapped his hand away, he carefully took one. Thank you, sir, he said politely. Even if they jeered at him and grabbed it back the next minute, he still had to be polite when anything was offered. Just as slowly, he moved the candy to his lips, waiting for the snarl or the cuff, but they didn't come, and then the delicious Lemo, white taste was filling his mouth. He couldn't suppress a smile, and the headmaster smiled back. Now then, Harry, I wonder if you can help me, Albus said easily. I'll try, sir, Harry agreed. He looked over to Snape. Was that okay? The potions master was just standing there, glowering, but he didn't seem any angrier than usual, which meant Harry probably hadn't done anything stupid. Yet, it seems that there is a little confusion here, the headmaster continued. What makes you think you have been expelled? You mean, I haven't? Harry asked, confused. Answer the headmaster's question, Potter. Snape snapped, and Harry jumped. Yes, sir. He gulped. Sorry, sir. He looked at the headmaster, and although the old man didn't look angry, he still scooted back just a bit. After all, Snape was pretty big and scary, but even he listened to the headmaster. That must mean that the headmaster was even more powerful, and hadn't he been the one to send Harry to the Dursleys in the first place? Obviously he wouldn't think twice about sending him back to them. You were telling me why you thought you had been expelled, Dumbledore prompted gently. Because Professor Snape apologized, sir, Harry explained. And that apology was because he couldn't keep his promise, sir. He had promised that I wouldn't be expelled, so Harry trailed off. He could tell that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Harry, did Professor Snape actually say that he couldn't keep that promise? And no, sir, Harry admitted. But what else would he have to apologize for? Poppy let out an odd noise, halfway between a sob and a snort, and left abruptly. Albus merely patted Harry's foot under the blanket for a few moments. I see. He patted some more. Harry looked from the headmaster to the professor. Snape was scowling as if he was about to explode, while the headmaster looked very old and sad. Sir, I'm sorry, he offered. He still had no idea what he'd done wrong, but an apology was usually a good idea. Potter, stop apologizing. Professor Snape snapped. Okay, maybe not such a good idea after all. Yes, sir, sorry, sir, Harry replied automatically, then realized what he had done. Sore, he cut himself off before he did it again. Dumbledore chuckled softly, though it didn't sound like he thought anything was very funny. I see you have your work cut out for you, my boy. He rose to his feet, gave Harry's foot one last pat, then placed the tin of lemo drops on the bed. For you, Harry. Then he was left alone again with Professor Snape. Sir, Harry thought better of apologizing again. What did I do wrong? He asked. He knew it wouldn't excuse him from punishment, but maybe if he knew what he'd done, he could avoid doing it in the future. Snape frowned at him. Be still, Potter. Just listen. Harry obediently straightened up and looked attentive. You are not being expelled, Potter. I meant what I said about you're not going back to those relatives. You will not live with them again. Ever. Harry's eyes flared with hope and Severus caught his breath. Lily looked out at him, and he had to fight to keep control of his voice. You are staying here at Hogwarts, and even if you were to do something so egregious as to require expulsion, which is hard to imagine, given the current headmaster, even then you would not return to those disgusting muggles. Do I make myself clear? Harry nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. He got to stay. He got to stay. My apology to you was for the injuries I caused you yesterday, Snape continued. I should not have struck you in that fashion, and I apologize. Now why was the child frowning at him? That had been a very nice apology, even Minerva would have been impressed. What? He demanded, aggrieved. Why are you apologizing for that? Harry asked blankly. He'd misbehaved in class, messed up his lines, and tried to leave detention early. Why was the professor apologizing for punishing him? Snape stared at him. Was the boy trying to be funny? But no, even without legilimency, it was clear that Harry genuinely saw nothing wrong with how he'd been treated. We will discuss that at a later time, he temporized. For now, you will merely accept my word that it was inappropriate. Yes, sir, Harry said obediently. Continue your recuperation, Snape instructed, his voice once again coldly formal. We will talk after you are feeling better. Yes, sir, Harry nodded. Thank you, sir. And now Snape had pulled him from his dorm, presumably to have that postponed talk. At least that's what Harry hoped. He didn't think he was in trouble, but then again, there were plenty of times when he'd made that mistake. Better to check. Sir, did I do something wrong? He asked, trying not to sound nervous. Do you know something I should? Severus asked dryly. No, sir, Harry assured him, shaking his head vigorously. Very well. Step through, Snape instructed, opening a portrait with a muttered password. Harry obeyed and found himself in a large sitting room. Tea and biscuits awaited on a low table. Sit down, Potter, Severus pointed to the couch, and Harry tentatively obeyed. This was a little odd. Why was he in what had to be the professor's private quarters? The next moment, the fireplace roared, and Professor McGonagall's head appeared in the flames. Severus, do you have awe? Mr. Potter, you are there. Yes'm, Harry answered obediently. Severus, perhaps you could explain why half my tower came rushing to my office to inform me that you had abducted Mr. Potter and were likely in the process of disemboweling him. Perhaps because your students are insolent, disrespectful idiots who have read too many heroic epics. Severus Snape, there is no call for such rudeness. Minerva, annoyingly, used the same tone on him as she did on her little lions, and Severus heard a muffled giggle behind him. He shot a look promising instant death to the brat on the couch, and Harry hastily hid behind his teacup. I went to fetch Potter and your students instantly assumed I was up to no good. Are they always this prone to paranoid fantasies? I had thought such ideation was largely confined to my house. She smirked back at him. Only where you were involved, Severus. I shall reassure them as to Mr. Potter's continued good health. You had also best award points to them for whatever euphemism you used to refer to mindless bravado masquerading as overprotectiveness, or Mr. Potter may be criticized for his part in bringing me to your doorstep, Snape added reluctantly. It hurt, oh, how it hurt. To even contemplate awarding points to Gryffindor, but he did not want the brat to get off to a bad start with his housemates. He knew too well what it was like to have to make it through 7 years at Hogwarts without the friendship and support of your house. Minerva was obviously taken aback, but then her gaze shifted to over his shoulder and her expression softened. You are a good man, Severus Snape, she said unexpectedly. Before Severus could comment acidly upon this new habit of spouting non-sequiturs, she returned her gaze to him. I think 20 points for protecting a housemate should do it. 15 would be more than sufficient. Snape retorted. 10, even, considering the rude comments that were made about my personal hygiene. That prompted another giggle behind him, quickly converted to a cough. Thank you for the suggestion, Severus. You'll see that Mr. Potter is returned safely. No, Minerva, he snapped. I will turn him loose to wander the corridors until he is either captured by Filch or eaten by Fluffy. Sarcasm is most unnecessary, she sniffed and, with a final nod to Harry, withdrew. Harry kept his eyes firmly focused on his tea. Maybe he would get away with the Snickers. Maybe Professor Snape hadn't actually heard him. Maybe. Did you find that amusing, Potter? He looked up, scared. Sorry, sir. But looking closely at the man, Harry realized Snape wasn't that upset. Oh, he was still scowling, but he was always scowling. His eyes weren't snapping, though. If anything, they almost looked a little, well, resigned. But that couldn't be right, could it? I'm sorry, sir. Snape rolled his eyes. Now what are you apologizing for, Potter? For being here. I brought you here, Potter. Did you forget that little fact? No, I meant for being here when Professor McGonagall said that stuff. She kinda treats you like a student sometimes, doesn't she? Snape growled, but Harry didn't think it was aimed at him. Never take a teaching position at your alma mater, Potter. Not unless there has been a complete staff changeover. Yes, sir, Harry agreed obediently. Poor Professor Snape, no wonder he had to be so snarky all the time. It wasn't just that students were likely to blow up half the castle if they didn't listen to him, it was that the other teachers didn't show him much respect either. Harry knew what it was like to be the odd man out. He gave Snape a sympathetic look. Snape frowned. What was that for? The brat's expression was almost friendly. How could this urchin feel anything for Snape but dread and loathing? Potter, we need to talk about your future, he announced sternly. Harry felt his stomach lurch. He trusted Snape that he wouldn't have to return to the Dursleys, but then where would he go? An orphanage. Could he still attend Hogwarts and just return to the orphanage during halls? He bit his lip anxiously. Snape frowned in thought as he sat down opposite the brat. He had had a brilliant idea after talking to the Weasleys. If Harry objected to Snape's nomination as his guardian, surely Dumbledore wouldn't insist. The old coot seemed genuinely distraught at the boy's past treatment, so if Harry threw a fit at the notion of Severus being his guardian, the headmaster couldn't possibly force yet another hated adult upon the boy. So all Severus had to do was to present the plan to Potter, wait for the brat to start screaming, and then summon Albus. Snape could hardly be blamed if the young Gryffindor didn't want the greasy git to be his guardian, and Albus would just have to reopen his search for an appropriate parent. He nearly smirked. Perhaps the headmaster would pick on Minerva. He could just see the old witch's expression the first time Potter hid under the bed. Or maybe Dumbledore would take the boy on himself. But no, Severus remembered with more than a hint of gratification. Harry had made it abundantly clear he didn't trust the headmaster. Potter, as I said before, you will not be returning to your Muggle relatives, Snape began, passing the boy the biscuits. Might as well start off slow and easy and let Dumbledore see that he had tried to ingratiate himself. It wasn't his fault if Harry was a Gryffindor through and would never accept a Slytherin's supervision. Thank you, sir. From the joy in the boy's eyes, Severus assumed he wasn't merely expressing appreciation for the food. Their treatment of you was unacceptable, and the brat started to speak but then obviously thought better of it. Snape sighed. This timidity would get old very quickly. Not that he wanted the boy to inherit his father's arrogant ways, but to see a Potter cringe was strangely upsetting. What is it, Potter? Ask your question. Well, I was just wondering what it was that they did that was wrong. Not that I want to go back. He added hastily. But, why am I being taken away now? Was it because of the letter? Snape frowned. What letter? The Hogwarts letter. Was it because they wouldn't let me answer it? Is interfering with the Owl Mail a really bad thing? Snape frowned at the boy's innocence. This was rather alarming. What was next? Excuse me, sir, but how do you know Death Eaters are evil? I mean, they don't actually wear signs that say so. Are we sure they mean to kill me? Maybe I should strike up a conversation with them when we meet, rather than put up a shield, just to be sure. Potter would have the life expectancy of a housefly if someone didn't teach him some simple facts of life. No, you absurd child. What they did wrong was to beat you and starve you and call you names and lie to you. They are disgusting, evil creatures who took out their own inadequacies on an innocent and helpless child. Harry blinked. But, what? This half starting a comment then biting it back would drive Snape mad. Good thing he wouldn't be dealing with the brat much longer. But they've been doing all that for forever. Harry burst out. So why didn't I get taken away sooner? Maybe he wasn't such an idiot after all. Severus considered. What should he say? He did feel a loyalty to Dumbledore, and he knew that Potter's mistrust hurt the old man deeply. On the other hand, he found it hard to believe that the ancient wizard's decision to place Potter with the Dursleys had been quite as innocent an error as it appeared. What if Dumbledore had known exactly what kind of home life Potter would have and yet still went ahead and placed him there for reasons of his own? If Snape knew one thing from his spying activities, it was that Dumbledore would put people in harm's way if he felt it was for the greater good. If he were convinced that having Harry grow up in an abusive, unloving home would make him a better weapon against Voldemort, would Albus have hesitated? Snape honestly didn't know. In the end, he said the only thing he knew to be true. As soon as I learned of your situation, Potter, I took steps to end it. Harry's eyes widened, and then he nodded. There was a look in his eye that Severus didn't recognize, but he dismissed it as unimportant and continued. As I have said, you will not be returning to the Muggles. However, you are obviously too young to be on your own, so a new home and guardian must be found for you. Could I go live with Ron? Harry asked, then quickly clapped his hand over his mouth. He knew better than to interrupt. Snape ignored the gesture. I have already spoken with Mr. Weasley's parents. They have invited us to dinner tomorrow to discuss your spending some time with them every holiday. Harry's eyes were shining with delight. I would suggest you not speak of this to your schoolmates yet, as it is not settled. You must first meet Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and see how you get along. Yes, sir. But even if all goes well, the Weasleys will not be adopting you. Snape felt a twinge as he watched Harry's face crumple. He was oddly compelled to explain quickly, almost as if he cared about the boy's distress, but that could hardly be the case. After all, he was the horrible, nasty, death-eating potion master. He didn't care if a student was in tears. But he still went on rapidly. The Weasleys have a large family. And are happy to extend it to encompass you. But you require more than a seat at a dinner table. You also need a family of your own. One that will not be distracted by the competing needs of other children. So you will have a guardian who will be focused on you, and you will also have the opportunity to spend time in a family setting with the Weasleys. Do you understand? Harry's sadness had magically evaporated. You mean I get 2 families? Snape considered. I suppose you could phrase it that way. Wow. Yes, well, Snape cleared his throat. With regards to who your guardian will be, here it came. He mentally prepared himself for the tantrum and made sure the flow powder was handy. He would need to contact Dumbledore while the brat was in full hysterics. Could it be you? Harry's voice was so soft Snape wasn't sure he had really spoken. What? Harry ducked his head. Stupid. He was so stupid. How could he have just blurted it out? He should have known better than to ask something like that. Now Professor Snape would be furious with him. Why would someone like Snape want a freak like Harry? It wasn't like Harry was a member of his house, even. He was just one of the professor's potions students, along with practically every other kid at Hogwarts. Harry peeked through his fringe and hurriedly dropped his gaze. Oh yeah, Snape was mad all right. He had that wide-eyed, maniacal expression that he'd had just before he'd clouted Harry last time. Harry surreptitiously curled his fingers around his seat cushion, hoping that it would help to anchor him if he got hit again. What did you say? Harry gulped. I'm sorry. It was really rude of me to ask that. What did you say? I asked if you could be my guardian, Harry said in the lowest voice he could manage and braced himself. He stared at the floor, preferring to be surprised by the blow rather than have to see the look of revulsion he was certain the professor wore. Snape blinked in utter shock. He couldn't remember the last time he had been this taken by surprise. Well, except for the night he'd learned about Harry's home life. Why was it that this annoying brat kept shocking him? He was supposed to be unshockable, unmovable, unfeeling. Yet this irritating child kept sneaking through his shields. Why would you want me to be your guardian? He demanded. He was pleased to note that the bewilderment came out sounding like anger. Harry wouldn't raise his gaze. He raised one shoulder in a half shrug. Answer my question, Snape commanded sharply. Harry wasn't sure if his not yet being hit or sneered at was a good sign or a bad one. He knew Snape wouldn't agree to his request. When was the last time Harry ever got something he had asked for? But he thought that maybe, just maybe, he could explain so that the man would at least feel a bit flattered, rather than repulsed. Why, you're nice. Potter. I am not nice. It was as if he had accused the man of some truly vile practice. You were nice to me, Harry said stubbornly. No one else is. Well, except for Hagrid or Ron. And you already said I'm going to spend time with the Weasleys, and Hagrid, well, I don't think he'd be a good guardian. He's a great friend and all, but I don't think he's really, you know. Snape smothered a snort of amusement. Well, the boy wasn't a complete dunce. He obviously had Hagrid figured out. Go on. And you haven't lied to me. And everyone says you're really smart. And no one ever picks on you, so maybe if you were my guardian, no one would pick on me, either. Harry's voice trailed off and he slumped in despair. Good one, Harry. Of all the things you could have said, you had to pick one that shows how needy and desperate you are. Of course he'll choose you now. Who wouldn't want such a useless, whiny little freak? Snape suddenly found it hard to swallow. The scrawny, dark-haired child, huddled so forlornly in the corner of the sofa, had brought back an unexpected surge of memories. Wanting desperately to belong, needing someone's protection or even just a scrap of concern, craving anyone's affection, and of course, receiving nothing but violence from all sides. His father, the Marauders, his housemates. So much for Hogwarts being a sanctuary. Yes, it had spared him the worst of his father's excesses, but it hadn't exactly offered safety, not when he was constantly ambushed and mocked. Little wonder he had fallen prey to the blandishments of the Dark Lord. Though of course, in the end, he turned out to be just another sadistic, violent tormentor. Snape forced down his emotions with brutal efficiency. This wasn't about him. It was about the Potter spawn, though he didn't really look like a spawn all huddled over like that. More like some pathetic, broken, stop right there. You are getting ridiculously sentimental, he told himself firmly. What difference is it to you if James Potter's son has had as awful a childhood as you did? Why should you care if? And then the child looked up, and Lily's eyes begged him. Yes. He nearly looked around to see who had spoken. That couldn't have been him, could it? Yes. He nearly looked around to see who had spoken. That couldn't have been him, could it? The boy's shining eyes told him that yes, it had been him. Before he could curse himself or obliviate the brat, Harry's body had rocketed into his, grabbing him about the waist. The entirely unexpected force of the boy's small but solid body knocked the wind out of Snape, and it was a moment before he could actually speak, or at least that's what he fiercely told himself. Yes, all right, he said testily, patting the brat gingerly on the shoulder. We're all children this, childish. Do you really mean it? Harry looked up at him, but maintained his tight hold around Snape's middle. This had the effect of digging the brat's pointy little chin into his solar plexus, and made Severus' words come out a tinge more breathlessly than usual. Well, that's how he explained it to himself. I said it, didn't I? He snapped. Are you accusing me of mere insincerity or outright deceit? No, no, Harry protested, eyes widening with horror. I just meant I didn't think. Obviously. Snape glared down at him. Somehow his hands were still around the little monster's shoulders, despite his very clear intention to have pushed him away well before now. Harry ducked his head and buried his head in Snape's robes, further jolting the man's midriff and forcing out a grunt. Thank you, the brat mumbled into his robes. You're welcome, he replied gruffly. Merlin, what have I done? Now how will I get rid of the brat? Am I doing this right? Harry asked uncertainly, still holding onto Snape as if he were never going to let go. Doing what right? Snape demanded irritably. Now what was the little horror on about? Was this how it was going to be? Never-ending questions. The need for constant reassurance. He himself had never been this needy. You never had anyone to whom you could express your need, a traitorous voice at the back of his mind pointed out. Hugging. Harry looked up again worriedly. I only did it once before, when Mrs. Weasley said goodbye to me and Ron at the station. She hugged him first and then she hugged me. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Ron pulled away, but that seemed rude, so I didn't, but I didn't know if I was supposed to do something else instead. That effectively ended any questions Snape might have had about how the Muggles treated the boy. Right. His homicidal fury, unable to be unleashed at the proper targets, found outlet in another direction. He pulled the boy off and set him back on the couch, pinning him with his eyes. You and I need to have a little talk. Harry immediately flinched back, eyes darkening with panic. Stupid. Uncle Vernon had had these talks with him before. He mentally kicked himself. How could he have been such an idiot? He knew better than to try to hug someone he'd been slapped around enough times for trying it with his relatives, and just because the professor was nice enough to help him avoid the orphanage didn't mean that he wanted to be touched by a freak like Harry. As soon as Snape agreed to be his guardian, Harry had gone and grabbed him. No wonder he was going to catch it. He could only hope the professor wouldn't change his mind about everything else. I'm really sorry, he gabbled. I won't do it again. I just got excited. I won't touch you again. Honest. Snape's eyes narrowed. So the precious little Gryffindor didn't want to touch the nasty Slytherin. And just what is wrong with me that you dare not soil yourself with my touch? He demanded menacingly. If the little brat thought that he was going to be able to insult him with impunity. Harry's face clouded with confusion. It's not you. It's me. I know I'm not supposed to touch normal people. Then he really panicked at Snape's expression. I'm sorry, he cried out, cringing back before the inevitable blow. Potter. Snape forced his fury down. He was so going to enjoy visiting those Muggles. Stop cowering and apologizing. Sore Harry caught himself. He watched Snape with frightened eyes. He couldn't understand why, given the man's obvious rage, he hadn't yet struck Harry. What was he waiting for? The professor took a deep breath and used all of his occlumency skills to calm himself. Potter, he said, in much more measured tones. Who, precisely, do you consider normal people? Harry blinked. You know, people who aren't freaks. And who exactly is a freak? Me, Harry spoke with an utter lack of self-consciousness. He could have been discussing the color of his hair. Snape ground his teeth. Those Muggles would pay for this. And why are you a freak? Well, because I'm different. You know, from normal people. Harry studied his professor with confusion. Why was he asking such simple, basic questions? He might as well ask why the sun was hot. Normal people being your relatives. Snape spat. Harry nodded. Then you are considered a freak for being different to the Muggles. Another nod. For being a wizard. Another nod. Then obviously you consider me to be a freak as well. Panicked, Harry started to shake his head. No, no, he hadn't meant to insult Professor Snape. And therefore you need not avoid touching me, as we are both freaks together, Snape continued inexorably, so caught up in his rage at the Dursleys that he was oblivious to the fact that he had just given the boy permission to hug him. In fact, you can hug anyone in the wizarding world, which includes everyone here at Hogwarts except Filch, and I cannot conceive of even you being desperate enough to hug that squib. Harry was staring at him, mouth agape. However, if you ever so much as contemplate hugging that walrus of an uncle of yours or any of the rest of those despicable Dursleys, I will have Madame Pomfrey confine you to the infirmary until the mind healers from St. Mungo's can collect you. Snape glowered at him. You idiotic child, how dare you imagine that you are the freak? Have you not yet realized that your horrible relatives are the unnatural monsters? Every word they spoke to you was either a deliberate misstatement or a blatant lie. The next time you quote them, I should wash out your mouth with soap. Their lies are filthier than any expletive could be. Harry blinked, stunned by this chain of logic. Yes, he'd known that his relatives hadn't been honest with him from the moment that Hagrid walked in blew in the door, but he still hadn't quite realized how all-encompassing their lies had been. It wasn't until Snape laid it out like that he realized his entire view of the world might be somewhat off. Do you remember those despicable Muggles' rules? Snape demanded. Harry gulped and nodded. Right, you are to forget them. Entirely. Harry goggled at him. Snape glared. The boy looked adenoidal with his mouth hanging open like that. What is so difficult to understand, Potter? I am now your guardian, and you will have a new set of rules. Yes, sir, Harry managed to stammer. That made sense, at least. You will naturally attend classes as previously arranged and live in your dorm with your housemates. However, I will arrange with the headmaster for another room to be added to my quarters for you so that. A room. A whole room. For me. Harry couldn't help himself, it just burst out. Snape rolled his eyes. Merlin save him from idiot Gryffindors. Why couldn't the boy at least have been a Ravenclaw? Yes, Potter. A room. For you. Where else would you sleep? A cupboard. To his astonishment, Harry merely nodded. An awful suspicion took root in Snape's mind. Potter, where exactly did you live in those bastard Muggles' home? Like it said on my Hogwarts letter, Harry explained, wondering why this was news to the professor. The cupboard under the stairs. Snape hadn't wanted to hex something this badly since Harry's father and godfather had tried to sabotage his Newt's potion. And what exactly was a typical day like in that house? Harry bit his lower lip, wondering why Snape was so curious. Then it dawned on him. He probably wanted to know what kind of chores Harry was good at, so he could assign him his new tasks. Harry sat up hopefully he could impress Snape with all the things he could do. The man wouldn't mind having adopted him once he realized how useful Harry could make himself. I'd get up first and make breakfast for everyone, he began obediently. Then after serving everyone and cleaning the kitchen, I'd do my morning chores. If it wasn't a school day, then I'd usually do the garden first, then the house, and on Sundays I always washed the car. After making lunch I usually got to have a sandwich or some leftovers before starting on my afternoon chores. If Aunt Petunia had her garden club or bridge club or book club or something coming over, then I'd get the living room all set for them before making tea. I'd usually finish any outside chores before making dinner. Uncle Vernon liked me to repaint the garden shed and fence anytime they looked dingy, so I did that a lot. After my relatives finished dinner, if I was allowed to eat, I'd do that before cleaning the kitchen and washing the floor, and then I'd go to sleep. He paused, thinking, oh, and I'm a good cook. Even the bridge club ladies said so. And I can paint things really well, without drip marks or anything. I've done a lot of gardening, from planting things to mowing the lawns to weeding to pruning the hedges. And I can clean the bathroom really quickly, so I don't get in the way. I know to be careful about fingerprints and stuff, so you don't have to worry. Snape was staring at him. That idiotic old coot had turned Harry into the boy who lived to be a house elf for Muggles. Even Snape's own father, for all his utility, hadn't expected such a level of servitude. What had Dumbledore been thinking to allow those hideous Muggles to mistreat this child so badly? Do you really imagine I agreed to be your guardian? Because I am in need of a house elf. At Harry's blank look, Snape remembered that the boy was new to all things magical. A South. Avenue. Harry frowned. How else am I going to earn my food, sir? Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. This was getting thoroughly depressing. Let me guess. Another rule at the Dursleys was no work, no food. Harry nodded. If I don't do a good job, I don't deserve to eat, and I get punished. Snape's eyes narrowed. Punished how? In addition to starvation, I mean, he added sarcastically. Harry's eyes dropped. He guessed it was only fair that his new guardian knew how his relatives had punished him, but he really hoped that the professor might not be quite as strict as Uncle Vernon. Of course, he reminded himself consolingly, while he was attending Hogwarts, there were 3 meals a day, so whatever other punishments he got, he probably wouldn't go without food. Unless the professor decided to order him to skip meals. Well, Snape's harsh voice broke in on his musing, and Harry hurried to answer. Mostly just a slap or a smacking and being locked up in my cupboard, Harry explained. But if I got in real trouble, like at school or for doing, he shot a quick glance at the professor freaky stuff, then I'd get the belt. What about restriction of privileges? Withholding treats or toys? Extra chores? At Harry's blank look, Snape rolled his eyes. Of course the boy would be puzzled. How could you withhold privileges or toys from a child who never got any in the first place? And it sounded like there were no extra chores for the boy to do, because he was already doing them all. Out of curiosity, Potter, how did they punish that whale of a cousin of yours? Did they strike him as well? Dudley? Harry asked in surprise. I don't think they ever punished Dudley. And you see nothing wrong with such an inequitable situation. Harry guessed what inequitable meant. Well, they wanted him. They were just stuck with me. Potter, you will drive me mad with your lack of insight, Snape scolded. You were a child. You are a child. It is an adult's responsibility to treat any child in their care appropriately. Children are to be fed and housed and clothed and protected from harm. They are. Harry looked over at Snape worriedly. That sounded like a lot of work. What if the professor decided Harry would be too much trouble? Please, sir, I'll be good. I won't be any bother, and I'll do whatever work you want me to do, and... Snape interrupted this pathetic litany before his blood pressure could rise any higher. Shut up, Potter. I've already agreed, you need not try to convince me further. Harry relaxed with a sigh of relief. The professor was really nice. Maybe he wasn't going to be hit for the hug after all. Maybe this talk was to be just that. Snape scowled. He really didn't want to open this next topic, but he knew he had to do it. Potter, in the infirmary, you said you didn't understand why my actions to you at your detention were inappropriate. You thought my treatment of you was justified. Yes, sir. It was not. Faculty at Hogwarts do not strike students. What is more, my blow was excessively harsh. No child should be treated in that fashion. He paused. That is a rule. Harry tried hard to understand what the professor was saying. But, if teachers don't punish students like that, he said slowly, thinking it out, then why did you hit me? Snape fought not to squirm. Trust the irritating brat to ask the one question he really didn't want to answer. But he owed the little monster the truth. I wasn't hitting you, Potter, he retorted. At Harry's look of complete bewilderment, he forced himself to elaborate. Yes, of course, I hit you, but I wasn't really aiming at you. He broke off in frustration and decided to try a different approach. You strongly resemble your father, Potter, he began. The boy sat up straighter at his words. I do. Snape glared at him. Of course you do. Haven't you seen pictures? Oh, of course not. Not in that household. Even as the thought occurred to him, Harry shook his head. My aunt and uncle said they didn't want to have any pictures of worthless drunks in the house. I haven't seen any pictures of my parents, and he colored, as if confessing a grievous sin. I don't really remember them. Snape fought back pity. Naturally you don't, you foolish brat. You were little more than a year old when they were killed. Shouldn't he? In the end, he said what he knew Lily would have wanted. I have some pictures of your mother. I'll show them to you at some point. For a moment he thought the brat would hurl himself at him again, and he braced for the onslaught of the bony little frame, but Harry restrained himself, though his glowing expression of gratitude spoke volumes. Snape cleared his throat. Yes, well, I suspect there will also be pictures of your father somewhere around the school. He was always attracting attention to himself, he spat. I will speak with the other faculty and see if they have any photos that could be copied. Thank you, Harry managed to gulp out around the enormous lump in his throat. Snape might call him names and snap at him, but the man's kind actions belied his snarky tone. HMF. Snape huffed, highly uncomfortable with both the boy's thanks and the worshipful look that was growing on Potter's countenance. As I was saying, he forcibly dragged the conversation back on course. You resemble your father and… Again the boy interrupted him. Don't I look like my mum at all? He asked plaintively. You have her eyes, Snape admitted reluctantly, then stifled a snort as the boy practically crossed his eyes trying to see his own features. With a glower at the delay, he conjured up a hand mirror and handed it to the troublesome creature. Harry stared at his face as if he had never seen it before, trying to feel some connection with his dead parents. Snape felt his throat start to tighten in pity, and he hurriedly transformed the mirror back to its original form. If you are quite done interrupting me, he snapped at the boy, and Harry meekly nodded. You are very nearly a carbon copy of your father, as he appeared when I first met him. We did not get on. During your detention, your appearance made me think of your father, and when I misunderstood something you were saying, Snape felt himself lost control of my temper. I struck you quite brutally while thinking of your father, and for that I have apologized. To his complete shock, Harry leaned forward and patted him on the arm. I sometimes get confused too, he whispered confidingly. Like when my teacher would lean over my desk and I'd think it was Uncle Vernon about to hit me. Marvelous. The brat had flashbacks, as if Snape needed further confirmation of how awful Potter's home life had been. It was amazing the child wasn't catatonic, and yet Albus thought Snape was the best person to look after this broken, damaged child. The headmaster really was delusional. Perhaps he and Potter could get a group rate at the Mind Healers. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Yes, well, those memories will likely start to fade now that you are away from that dreadful environment, he explained, and since you will no longer be treated in that fashion. Harry stared at him. You mean I'm not going to get hit? At all. This was sounding perilously close to the meaningless words the other teachers had mouthed. He gave Snape a distrustful look. You will not be hit by your instructors, Snape replied, relieved that they were getting away from the specifics of his own transgressions and into more general topics. That is against school policy. If anyone were to try to harm you, I expect you to defend yourself. Harry looked as if he had suddenly started to spout gibberish, and he supposed that, to the boy, he had. Potter, when your uncle struck you, you were obliged to remain still and silent, correct? The boy nodded. Those were his rules. Harry nodded. And what did I tell you about those rules? Harry's eyes widened. You said to forget them. Then you mean, I don't have to hold still. Didn't I just explicitly tell you not to do that? Snape demanded. Yes, but Harry trailed off. He hadn't really thought the man was serious. When I tell you to do something, I expect you to do it. Snape admonished him severely. This was much better. He was good at this sort of thing. Do you imagine I speak merely for my own benefit? No, sir. Harry shook his head vigorously. Sorry, sir. Snape paused, thinking, how much should he tell the boy? Would it be better to put him on notice now about Voldemort and Death Eaters and the fact that to many in the wizarding world, Harry was an irresistible target? Should he explain that Harry would require special tutelage in defense and dueling? He looked over to the small boy, so recently released from one form of bondage and slated to another kind of indenture, this time to the entire wizarding world. He decided not to reveal everything just yet. First, Harry had to become accustomed to not being a punching bag. There was plenty of time to explain that he was still a target. You are my ward, Snape decided upon his tack. As such, your discipline is my responsibility. The other teachers may assign you punishments or dock points, but none of them is to lift a finger to you. If they do, he tried hard not to think about Quirrell in particular, you are to defend yourself and prevent them from harming you. That is also true of your classmates. If any of them seek to harm you, you are to defend yourself. Vigorously. He was the most hated professor at Hogwarts for good reason, and it wasn't inconceivable that some of the more foolish students might try to get even with Snape by attacking his ward. Harry would need to demonstrate that he was far from easy prey in order to dissuade assaults, though hopefully Snape's position in Slytherin and Harry's sorting into Gryffindor would reduce the likelihood of such attacks. Assuming the Lions and Snakes wouldn't attack him, that only left Ravenclaws or Hufflepuffs, and Snape wasn't all that worried about those houses. Besides, making Harry an honorary Weasley should provide him with plenty of backup. Merlin help you if you start a fight, he continued, giving Harry a menacing glare, but if another little dunderhead is foolish enough to try something with my ward, you had better demonstrate that you are well able to protect yourself. I will not have my reputation diminished, do you understand? That Harry could understand perfectly. The Dursleys were very concerned about their reputation too. It made sense that Professor Snape wouldn't want Harry to seem weak or stupid, now that he was going to be responsible for him. This is also why I will expect you to succeed academically, Snape continued firmly. I will not be embarrassed by poor marks. Harry bit his lip. But I'm not good at school stuff. Who told you that? Snape demanded. My aunt said. And what did I say about your quoting them? Snape interrupted before Harry had even finished speaking. He was half tempted to make good on his earlier threat. Why, you said they were liars and I shouldn't. Harry offered nervously, his mind going down on a similar track as Snape's. Exactly. Shall I have you write that 500 times in order to remember it? Snape threatened. Or do you prefer the soap? Harry tried to distract the dour man. But I've never gotten good grades, sir. I got in trouble for falling asleep in class and the teachers were always yelling at me. Potter, Snape managed to gain control of his temper. At this rate he was going to have an ulcer before the week was out. Do you not see that some of that was due to your relatives' treatment of you? Can your tiny mind comprehend that being undernourished and overworked impaired your scholastic performance? Your parents were accomplished wizards and excellent students, and I expect no less from you. It pained him to admit that about Potter, but it was undeniably true. But my uncle said that freaks were stupid and my parents were worthless drunks who couldn't hold down an honest job, Harry protested. He didn't want the professor to think that he was smart and be disappointed later. That's why I had to learn how to earn my keep by doing chores. Your relatives are appalling creatures who mistreated you since you were a toddler. You are a child. You do not have to earn your keep. It is the adults who are obligated to care for you, not the other way around. You are obliged to attend your classes and obey the rules. I am responsible for feeding you, clothing you, housing you, caring for your emotional and physical maturation, and otherwise ensuring your welfare and safety. Do you understand? There. That was clearly stated in small words. Even a Potter should follow that. Naturally, the boy looked confused. But Uncle Vernon said, that did it. 500 lines, Potter. I told you not to pay attention to that lard-filled balloon. Harry flinched at the tone, but couldn't restrain a giggle at Snape's description of his uncle. Yes, sir. I'll try to get good marks. But I really don't know very much. Snape rolled his eyes in exasperation. I realize you are your father's son, Potter, but perhaps you might consider studying or doing homework. Perhaps reading a book once in a while. I'm allowed. Harry asked cautiously. I'm not supposed to read or do homework in case I get better grades than Dudley. And who told you that? Snape asked silkily. He would give the brat another 500 lines and wash his mouth out with soap if he uttered that Muggle's name, he swore he would. Harry caught himself and actually grinned. Oh, right. Snape glared at him another moment before continuing. From what you tell me, it is obvious that you will require remedial tutoring. I shall speak with your head of house. If, as I suspect, Gryffindor is lacking in suitable tutors, you will report to my quarters several times a week until I am satisfied with your performance. Snape gloomily bade farewell to his peaceful evenings free of horrible, mewling brats. At least Death Eater meetings were adults only. So I just have to go to class and follow the rules. Harry said in tones of dazed happiness. That's all. That was too much for your father, Snape sneered. I trust you have not inherited his talent for mischief or you will not like the consequences. You will find me, at least, difficult to manipulate. Harry's brow furrowed. He really wanted to hear more about his dad, though Snape's tone was far from encouraging, but he was more worried about those threatened consequences. I'll be good, sir. He promised. You'd better be, Snape retorted, though he wondered what he would do if the boy misbehaved. Well, aside from verbally filleting him, he was reluctant to do anything that smacked of the boy's previous life, and cleaning cauldrons or being confined to his room were uncomfortably close to what the Dursleys had done. Oh, Harry wouldn't make it through Hogwarts without having a few detentions with Filch, but Snape wanted such punishments to be related to his student status. It was one thing to be punished the same way as his classmates, another to be treated again like a house elf or prisoner by his guardian. So what did that leave? The boy had no trinkets or hobbies which could be temporarily forbidden. Lines and essays might work, Snape mused, but he would need to make a foray to the toy stores of Diagon Alley to find some things that the child liked. Only in order to withhold them as punishment, he reassured himself hastily. It wasn't as if he were desperate to make Potter happy, for Merlin's sake. Then again, considering how abysmally ignorant the brat was about all of wizarding society, he probably should take him on regular outings to various wizard destinations, such as Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Then, when the little monster misbehaved, he could be denied the excursion. That should be worth a few tears. Snape smirked in satisfaction. Never let it be said he couldn't find ways to torture a Potter, even if it did mean a further curtailment of his own free time. Honest, sir. Harry gulped. You won't need to belt me hardly at all. Did you not hear what I said before? Snape exclaimed angrily. Irritating child. You will learn to pay attention to me. But Harry gazed at him in confusion. What did I do? I told you that I will not mistreat you. Again, Snape silently added. You will not be beaten with a belt, Potter. Oddly, Harry did not look reassured. Please, sir, not the cane. Oh, for Merlin's sake. He really needed to get the boy some adequate spectacles. Come with me, Snape ordered, yanking Harry up and pulling him down the corridor to the door into his classroom. Harry's heart thudded wildly. Why had he even bothered to ask such a ridiculous thing? After the professor had been nice enough to promise that no one else would hit him, and that he could run and duck and even protect himself from bullies, what had Harry done? Had he thanked Snape? Or promised to make him proud? No, he had sniveled about not wanting to be whacked with the cane. It would serve him right if the professor walloped him for his ingratitude and cheek. In fact, Harry saw with a sinking feeling, that was precisely what was about to happen. They had come through a hidden door and were now standing in the professor's classroom, right next to his desk. This was just where Harry had nearly been caned a few nights ago. This time he doubted he'd have the same miraculous escape. Well, you'll just have to take it, he told himself stoutly. At least he no longer had to worry about holding still and keeping quiet. The professor was a lot nicer than Uncle Vernon in that regard. Snape dug under his workstation and pulled out his polished cedar cauldron stirrer. Come here, Potter, he ordered. Harry forced himself to move forward, trying not to look at the cane clutched in the professor's hand. Do you know what this is? Snape demanded. Yes, sir, Harry gulped, eyes averted. S.A. cane, sir. Idiot. Do you think canes have inscriptions on them, commending me for winning the 143rd annual All-Counties potion-making competition? Snape demanded, brandishing the stirrer under the little simpleton's nose. This is a charmed cauldron stirrer, Potter. It is both rare and expensive and is not to be abused by bringing it into contact with annoying children's posteriors. Harry blinked and squinted at the stirrer. But you mean? He looked up at Snape, an incredulous grin breaking over his face. You're not going to hit me with it. The professor rolled his eyes. No, Potter, Snape drawled sarcastically, I went to all the trouble of winning this award just so I could break it across your impervious backside. Harry snickered. The professor was kind of funny, once you got used to his sense of humor. Great. Now the little brat thought he was a comedian. Stop that ridiculous sniggering, Potter. It wasn't that funny. Yes, sir, Harry replied cheerfully. Snape glowered at him. So with the threat of the cane removed, suddenly the boy was all smiles, was he? It would do him no harm to realize that he wasn't completely immune to the only form of discipline he'd ever known. You will find that I have no need to rely on vicious beatings to punish you, Potter. Since when does any Slytherin worth his salt have to rely on brute force? But you will feel my hand if you violate my two most important rules. He paused impressively. You will not, he paused. What was the little wretch supremely unlikely to do? The last thing Snape wanted was to have to carry out the threat he was about to make. He eyed the now apprehensive child in front of him. Deliberately disobey me, that should work. The boy had been beaten into complete submission by the Muggles. Or place yourself in jeopardy, that was another good one. The boy was timid to the point of catatonia, he wasn't about to put himself in harm's way. But now Snape had gone on the record as placing a high value on the brat's life, thereby helping to overcome the decades' worth of disparagement and undermining from the Dursleys and their penchant for the term, worthless freak. Harry's eyes were wide. I won't, he swore. No kidding. See that you don't, Snape said darkly, or your backside will regret it. But those are the only things I'll get hit for. Harry asked uncertainly. Not for other stuff, such as, Harry shrugged, not doing well on my homework, being cheeky, breaking something, not listening. You may think I have nothing better to do with my time than obsess over your petty misdeeds, Potter, but I assure you I do, Snape said austerely. I have no intention of spending every waking moment stalking you, watching for minor indiscretions, and then striking you for them. I have already told you what actions are sufficiently egregious for me to resort to corporal punishment. See that you avoid those actions and you need not worry. He pretended not to see the boy's expression of incredulous joy. And if someone tries to hurt me, I can hurt them. Harry sought clarification. You are not only permitted to do so, Potter. I expect you to do so. You are absolutely forbidden from sitting there like a lump waiting for someone else, probably me, to come rescue you. I have enough to do, thank you very much. If someone is trying to hurt you, then get off your lazy bum and stop them. Need I make it any clearer to you? Snape's Slytherin instincts were abuzz. If and when Voldemort returned, he would surely go after this child. By that time, Snape wanted Harry to be completely comfortable with the idea of fighting back or even launching a preemptive strike. Harry grinned wolfishly, and Snape was strangely heartened to see a glimpse of his father. Of course, the last time he'd seen that expression, Potter Sr. and Black had been stalking him. What are you thinking? He asked the child, curious. Just that I'd really like to go back and visit my cousin, sir, Harry replied with a glint in his eye. I told you were not to start anything, Snape cautioned him, but he was relieved to learn that the boy's spirit had not been entirely quashed. Oh, that's okay. As soon as he sees me, Dudley's sure to try something, Harry said confidently. Then his face fell. But he'd probably have a bunch of his friends with him. He usually did for Harry hunting. Snape's eyes narrowed at the term, and any thoughts he might have had of sparing the Dursley whelp from his vengeance went out the window. So they would gang up on you. Harry nodded despondently. There were usually 3 or 4. I couldn't hope to fight them all at once. Dear Lord Voldemort, Snape's mind busily penned an imaginary letter, I am writing on behalf of the boy who lived. Would you please be kind enough to refrain from sending more than one Death Eater at a time after him? It is quite unsporting of you to gang up on the boy. Potter, he said sternly, you must learn to defend yourself against superior odds. To do anything else is foolishly unrealistic. That's Harry caught himself. Snape raised an eyebrow. What? Easy for me to say. Harry nodded, shamefaced. I will have you know, Potter, that when I was a student here, I was routinely set upon by a gang of 4 bullies, and more often than not I was able to hold my own against them. Harry's eyes were shining. Really? Could you teach me how? Snape preened a bit. I suppose, he allowed, with seeming reluctance. Suddenly Harry's eyes clouded. Sir. Snape frowned at the abrupt change in demeanor. What is it? Sir, was one of the 4 he broke off and tried again. Was my father? Is that why you didn't get along? Because my dad was one of the 4 bullies. Harry stared anxiously at the professor. Snape's shield snapped up, just in time to prevent his shock from showing. Now that had been an impressively quick feat of deduction. But what in Merlin's name was he supposed to reply? If he told the truth, the boy would likely decide that his dead, sainted father knew best and promptly reject Snape's guardianship, but to lie was unsupportable. There were too many people around Hogwarts who knew the truth, the boy would learn it sooner or later. Besides, he scolded himself, why was he acting as if the brats renouncing him would be a bad thing? Hadn't he started this conversation desperate for a way out of the guardianship? He ignored the sudden hammering of his heart and said, with all the cool disdain he could muster, yes, Potter. Your father was one of them. The brat's eyes fell. Here it came the look of contempt or revulsion. The demand to know what Snape had done to incur the elder Potter's enmity. The implication or perhaps explicit statement that such feelings must have been deserved, and therefore Snape was obviously an inappropriate guardian for James Potter's only son. But instead, when they slowly rose, Harry's eyes were wet with unshed tears. I'm really sorry, Professor. I'm sorry my dad was a bully. He must have been awful, just like my cousin, to pick on you like that. There was a roaring in Snape's ears. It was incredible. Unbelievable. If anyone had asked the younger Severus Snape for his fondest wish, it would have been for James Potter and Sirius Black to beg his forgiveness on bended knee. But suddenly Snape saw that for the dross it would have been. How much better, how much more ineffably sweet, to have the man's only son apologize on his behalf, repudiating his father in the bargain. Now this was truly a Slytherin's revenge, and to make matters even better, he hadn't even had to manipulate the brat to extract it. He had, if anything, taken the moral high road. And still he got his apology. Truly, nothing that could possibly top this moment. He reveled in the inexpressible satisfaction of the moment, the unutterable sweetness of his revenge, before managing to veil his emotions and nod briefly to the boy. Apology accepted, Mr. Potter. He even managed to add, do not think too harshly of your father, boys do foolish things. You didn't. Snape choked and nearly swallowed his own tongue. What? You didn't gang up on anybody when you were at Hogwarts, Harry said angrily. You didn't bully anyone. You don't have to pretend my father was something better than he was. Potter, Snape struggled awkwardly for words. Suddenly he didn't feel so morally superior. He was, after all, the one who allowed some childish bullying to drive him into the arms of the Dark Lord and commit atrocities 1,000 times worse than anything Potter and Black had done to him. We all do foolish things. Some more foolish than others. You just need to try not to harm others by your actions. Harry's eyes held both tears and fierceness. I would never hurt anyone like that. I'm going to protect people from bullies, not become one. Snape felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. And so it begins. Harry's eyes held both tears and fierceness. I would never hurt anyone like that. I'm going to protect people from bullies, not become one. Snape felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. And so it begins. Snape dismissed the boy back to his tower not long after that declaration. Anything else would be anticlimactic. He had informed Potter that after his last class on the following day, he was to report to the dungeons so that the two of them could join Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for dinner. Wear your best clothes, Potter, he had instructed. You need to make a good impression. Just because he knew that nothing short of a rabid hippogriff would keep Molly Weasley from fostering the child was no reason for Potter to be complacent. The boy had nodded obediently to that, as well as to the repeated command not to mention anything to any of the Weasley boys. It would be up to the parents to decide what and how to tell their brood, and Snape wasn't about to have Potter spill the news prematurely. The next day, his own classes ended early after a third-year Hufflepuff managed to produce a cloud of poisonous gas instead of the blood replenishment potion he had assigned. He still wasn't certain exactly what the idiotic girl had done, but he suspected that she'd been too busy eyeing the Ravenclaw boy at the next bench to actually select the right ingredients, let alone combine them in the proper order. No matter, the fumigation spells would clear the air by morning, and only 3 of the students had ended up at Poppy's. Snape used the unexpected leisure time to lurk about the Quidditch pitch. The Gryffindor and Slytherin first years were having their first flying lesson with Madam Hooch, and Snape was eager to see if there was any new talent for the house team. The Potter brats being there was merely a coincidence, he told himself. The fact that Potter had been raised by muggles and would likely fall off the broom and break something had nothing to do with him. Just because he was now the boy's guardian didn't mean he was expected to, well, guard the boy. Hooch was in charge of teaching flying, and it was her responsibility to ensure that none of her students were injured. Not that she did a very good job, Snape reminded himself darkly, but that was Potter's problem, not his. He was there to look for Slytherin talent, not to protect some Gryffindor brat. The fact that he had his wand in his hand and a cushioning charm on his lips was merely coincidence. Sure enough, the lesson had barely begun when that plump nitwit Longbottom promptly broke something. Obviously his ineptitude for potions was the rule, not the exception. And Voldemort insisted that purebloods were superior. Obviously the Dark Lord needed to spend some time teaching at a magical boarding school. That would cause him to revise his theory of eugenics pretty quickly. Hooch hustled the crying boy off to the infirmary, ordering the remaining students to wait quietly for her return. Ah yes, that was likely to happen, Snape sneered. Take a class full of young dunderheads, give them some broomsticks, remove all adult supervision, and expect them to sit politely. How rational. And the headmaster rebuked him for his methods of maintaining classroom order. Maybe if Hooch had beaten a few of them with their own broomsticks before departing, she might have had a hope of being obeyed, but Snape rather doubted it. Sure enough, it took just a few seconds for hostilities to break out, and perhaps unsurprisingly it was Malfoy who started it. Snape's eyebrows drew together. That spoiled little horror. The first day, after the feast, he had delivered his usual lecture to his entire house about not embarrassing the Slytherin name. He directed his usual, particularly menacing glares at the first years, but at the time, he'd suspected that Draco's arrogance would cause him to require additional persuasion that the rules did in fact apply to him. Now, here was the proof. The only surprising aspect was that Malfoy's opponent in the conflict was Potter. Snape would have expected it to be Weasley who better for a pureblood to taunt than an alleged blood traitor, but perhaps Draco couldn't resist taking on the famous boy who lived. Snape was too far away to hear what the argument was about, but it was obvious that for all his timidity and past abuse, Potter was holding his own against the blonde Slytherin. Then, abruptly, the argument escalated and suddenly Draco was airborne and, no. That disobedient little brat. Potter was somehow in the air beside him. More than that, he was keeping up. Snape blinked. To his certain knowledge, Draco Malfoy had been receiving special tutelage in flying since his 6th birthday, and now Potter, in what had to be his first time ever on a broomstick, was matching him. Damn. Snape hated to admit it, but perhaps the brat had inherited something worthwhile from that prat Potter after all. What's more, if he enjoyed flying, then that was one more thing that could be withheld for punishment. Snape smirked at the thought of having another hold over the boy. Obviously, though, he would need to purchase the brat a broom, and given his obvious talent, it had better be a good one, because unless Harry had a broom of his own, how could Snape confiscate it? Snape smiled to himself at the thought of all the tears that would doubtless be shed, though the image of a radiant Harry unwrapping his new broom kept intruding. Snape irritably shoved such thoughts out of his head. He wasn't interested in pleasing the child, just in finding ways to torment him when he misbehaved. But then Draco shouted at Harry and hurled something away from him. A snitch. A rock. Whatever it was, Harry instantly shot after it, and Snape surged forward in horror. That little fool. He was surely going to crash into the castle wall. He couldn't pull up at that speed. He was going to, and then Potter did the impossible. Somehow, he managed to snatch the item and simultaneously twist around a mere instant before he should have smashed himself to paste against the stone walls of Hogwarts. Snape found himself storming towards the Quidditch pitch, absolutely incandescent with rage. He had almost reached the students, who were busily twittering about a proudly beaming Potter, when he was nearly run into by an equally incoherent McGonagall. "Severus, did you? I couldn't, never in all my years. I can't believe that boy." She sputtered at him. "I completely agree, Minerva," he said grimly. "Wait until I get my hands on him." "Oh, no," she said abruptly. "He's mine. He's in my house. And he is my ward," he retorted furiously. "That is irrelevant," she said, her voice uncharacteristically shrill. "He was sorted into Gryffindor. That makes him mine." By now, their raised voices had attracted the children's attention, and suddenly Potter was looking apprehensive. Snape fought down his ire. What were they arguing over, anyway? Obviously Minerva was as angry with the boy as he was. If they coordinated his punishment, it would probably be better for Potter anyway. That way, he would see the adults presenting a united front. "All right, Minerva," he said, lowering his voice so that the students couldn't overhear. "There is no need for us to be at odds over this. It will probably be best if we share." "Absolutely not," Minerva declared. "Don't think you can get around this one, Severus. The rules are unequivocal. It makes no difference if a parent works at the school or not. A student's house allegiance is exclusively based on where the Sorting Hat placed him. Harry is a Gryffindor and will play only for Gryffindor." Snape blinked at her. "Play for what are you talking about, you daft woman?" McGonagall looked smug. "Quidditch, you idiotic bat. The boy will play for my team, not yours." Snape gave serious thought to strangling the older witch. Potter had come within millimeters of death, flying an unfamiliar broom at unconscionably high speed directly at a stone wall, and the only thing his head of house was thinking of was her chances for the house cup. No wonder she and the headmaster got along so well. They shared the same priorities. "You seem to have forgotten the other rule, Minerva," he purred. "The one that says that first years do not go out for Quidditch." She made a rude noise. "With his talent, I'm sure the headmaster will make an exception for Harry. Which his guardian can override, Snape pointed out silkily. He watched with satisfaction as Minerva's eyes widened in horror as she realized the truth in his words. There was a distinct pause, then McGonagall spoke again, her tone suddenly honeyed. Severus, surely you wouldn't deny the boy an opportunity to enhance his popularity within his house. He has a talent that should be nurtured and save it, McGonagall, Snape said rudely. Your dreams of Quidditch glory are based on my ward's reckless endangerment of his life, not to mention his complete disregard of Madame Hooch's orders. Aren't you the least concerned with that? McGonagall cleared her throat. Yes. Yes, of course. And I was going to speak with Potter very firmly about that. Very firmly indeed. But, about the Quidditch team. Before Snape could hex the witch in an effort to derail her one-track mind, Madame Hooch came hurrying up. What's all this, What's going on? She demanded. Potter. Malfoy. Get over here. Snape thundered, and, looking scared, the two boys hurried up. These two miscreants, Snape told Hooch, glaring at the now trembling children, deliberately disobeyed you and went flying in your absence. Did they now? Hooch scowled at them. Young blighters. And Potter displayed flying talent that we have not seen in a generation, McGonagall put in slyly. Hooch's eyes lit up. Did he now? Really? A chip off the old block, Even better, Minerva said with a conspiratorial wink. Really? Hooch rubbed her hands together with gusto. Well, Snape gnashed his teeth. Merlin save him from Quidditch addicts. Malfoy, Potter go wait for me at the castle entrance. The boys fled. His tone alone told them that they were about to be very, very sorry for their impromptu flying. Now then, if you two could kindly focus on the children's well-being instead of your pathetic desires to vicariously live your own Quidditch dreams through your students, Snape began, ignoring the affronted huffs from both women, I would be interested in learning what penalty you are planning to assign the boys for their abysmal behavior. Well, I didn't actually see anything, Hooch began, but at Snape's expression, hastily changed her mind. How about 5 points from each for failing to obey instructions? Please, professors, the Gryffindor know-it-all had to stick her nose in. Harry just wanted to rescue Neville's remember all. He dropped it when he fell. Malfoy took it and was going to smash it against the wall, that's why Harry had to go after it. Snape's fury surged anew. A blasted remember all. The boy had nearly killed himself over some silly trinket. Worse, he saw McGonagall nodding in approval. Protecting a housemate, how very noble of him. 5 points to Mr. Potter. Snape nearly choked on his own anger. The silly witch was rewarding the brat for risking his neck over some easily replaced bauble, which knowing Longbottom he was likely to lose within the next 12 hours anyway. How exactly was that supposed to teach Harry that his life had value and was not to be risked needlessly? Idiot Gryffindors. Always bleating about heroism and nobility, but never bothering to look at the big picture. No wonder the Weasleys bred like rabbits. Gryffindors had the survival instincts of a brick. If you will excuse me, he ground out, I will go see to my ward and my student. Minerva trailed after him anxiously. But Severus, you won't really oppose Harry joining the house Quidditch team, will you? It would be such a wonderful way for him to honor his FA, she abruptly broke off. Gryffindor she might be, but Minerva wasn't stupid, and she knew that invoking James Potter would not help her cause. It would give him something to talk to the other children about, help introduce him to Wizarding Society. He interrupted before she could ramble on any longer. If I support you in this, I assume I will have your full support in my dealings with Potter, even over the headmaster's objections. McGonagall paused, eyeing him shrewdly, then, deal. He nodded, grimly triumphant. He was quite certain that Albus, meddling in Potter's life was far from over, and he wanted to ensure that he had plenty of allies in the inevitable battles. He also wanted to be sure that he didn't have to worry about Minerva quibbling with him about his handling of the boy. Harry's placement in Gryffindor gave her a certain responsibility for the boy, though Snape couldn't see that she had been particularly vigilant in evaluating and providing for his needs, and he didn't want her second-guessing him at every turn. She left him as they drew near the boys. I'll fetch Wood and meet you in your office, she called as she headed through the doorway. He nodded, then turned to the boys. So, he turned his fiercest glare upon them and had the satisfaction of watching them quail. You decided to ignore Madame Hooch's instructions and lost each of your houses 5 points. Potter gulped. Sorry, sir. Oh, you will be, Potter. Go to my office and wait for me there. With only the briefest glance back at the Quidditch pitch, Harry obeyed, leaving Snape and Malfoy alone. Mr. Malfoy, you have barely arrived here at school and you are already losing our house points. Don't worry, I'll make it up in another class. Draco tried to emulate his father's sneer, but failed miserably. That isn't the point, Mr. Malfoy, Snape said, his voice low and curiously hypnotic. You were warned about embarrassing the house. You were told not to bring disgrace upon the name of Slytherin, and yet what do? In one of your first classes, you blatantly disobey your instructor. It's just flying. Draco tried desperately to bluster his way out of it. No, Mr. Malfoy, it is not. By your actions, you not only demonstrated disrespect towards Madame Hooch and her orders to your class, but also towards me and my orders to our house, Snape gently pointed out. Draco paled further. I do not treat disrespect lightly, Mr. Malfoy. I am surprised you appear unaware of this. Draco tried to speak but no sound came out. You will return to your dormitory where you will spend the rest of the afternoon writing. I apologize for my disrespectful actions 500 times. He ignored Draco's dismayed expression. This weekend, while your classmates enjoy their free time, you will serve 2 detentions with Mr. Filch, paying for your misbehavior by scrubbing the Ollery floor with a toothbrush. If I hear even a hint of complaint from you or Mr. Filch, I will owl your father about my dissatisfaction with your conduct. Need I point out the likely consequences of that action? Draco was now a light green in color and was shaking his head vehemently. You are not only an arrogant and foolish little boy, Mr. Malfoy, Snape continued in the same quiet, dangerous voice, but you are also an extremely ill-informed one. Mr. Potter has come under my protection. Draco's jaw dropped. He is now my ward, and any action against him will be considered an action against me. He is to be thought of as a Slytherin and treated accordingly. If I see you arguing with him in public, I will take it as a deliberate violation of our house code. Slytherins united, one against the world. Do you understand? Why yes, sir, Draco managed shakily. Then I suggest you start those 500 lines. If I do not have them by breakfast tomorrow, we will make it 2 weekends of detention, and I promise you that the second weekend's task will make the first ones appear a garden of delight. Do you understand me? Draco nodded jerkily. Good. And do pass on my warning about Mr. Potter to the rest of the house, will you? I will be very displeased with you if someone repeats your error. Yes, sir. The blonde stammered and fled. By nightfall, Snape mused, the Ollery will likely be empty as every Slytherin writes home about this news. It would be very interesting to see what happens next. Meanwhile, outside Snape's office, Harry was waiting with a deepening sense of dread. The look on the professor's face, he shivered. Snape often snapped and snarled, but he didn't really feel angry. This time, the anger was radiating off of him in nearly palpable waves. Harry thought he might sick up if he had to wait much longer. He didn't know what Snape was going to do to him, but he was utterly terrified that the man would change his mind now that he had seen how much trouble Harry could be. Snape swept up behind him, robes billowing, and opened the door with a wave of his wand. Harry scuttled in and stood before the desk, head down and eyes on the toes of his shoes. Potter, I am prepared to hear whatever excuses you may have to offer for your behavior, Snape said coldly, standing next to him, arms folded. No excuses, sir, Harry whispered, feeling his stomach clench. Then perhaps you can explain what you were thinking. I just got mad when Malfoy took Neville's Remember All. He's been awful to Neville, really mean and nasty, and when he tried to break it, I just didn't want to let him do it. So you allowed Malfoy to manipulate you into breaking the rules and losing points for your house. Had he led you by the nose, it would hardly have been any less deliberate, Snape said bitingly. Harry winced. Are you always so easily controlled, Potter? Are you completely incapable of thinking for yourself? Of deducing another person's intentions? I knew Malfoy was trying to get me in trouble, Harry protested, eyes welling with tears, but I didn't want Neville to lose his Remember All. I'm sorry about disobeying but Potter. Snape's voice cut like a lash. You moronic child. Why do you think I am so angry with you? Because I didn't listen to Madame Hooch. At Snape's contemptuous snort, Harry was surprised enough to look up. Then what? Snape was in front of him in an instant, and had him by the shoulders. Stooping down so that he looked directly into the child's eyes, Snape punctuated each word with a little shake. You could have killed yourself with that stunt. How dare you fly at the castle like that? Harry's eyes were wide. I didn't even really see the wall. I was just after the ball, he gulped. If anything, that just made the professor angrier. Do you think so little of your own life, of your parents' sacrifice, that you don't even consider the consequences of your actions? Snape demanded furiously. Harry felt a warm glow begin deep in his belly. The professor wasn't mad because he had disobeyed. The professor was mad because he might have gotten hurt. This was the first time Harry could remember where anyone had ever worried about him. When he was ill or hurt back at the Dursleys, they had only cared what it meant for his ability to do his chores and make their food. Occasionally they might worry about what the neighbors would think, but they never, ever cared about Harry for his own sake. Yet here was Professor Snape, absolutely furious over the fact that Harry might have been hurt. He didn't even care that Harry hadn't been hurt. He was still mad that Harry might have been. The butterflies in Harry's stomach were gone, replaced by a warm, happy feeling. He risked a quick glance up at the professor's livid face and quickly dropped his gaze again. Ooh, Snape was angry. Harry fought to keep the tiny smile off his face. The professor cared. He really cared. The insufferable brat, Snape fumed, grinning over his harebrained stunt like it was something to be proud of. Obviously it would take sterner measures to communicate his message. Potter, he said dangerously, do you remember what I said I would do if you were foolish enough to place yourself in jeopardy? Harry's eyes widened. That had wiped the smirk off the little snot's face. Why yes, sir, he stuttered. And what did I say I would do if you deliberately disobeyed? The same thing, sir. Obviously you didn't believe me, Snape said coldly. Harry looked up at that. No, sir, I believed you. I just. Since you obviously require a reminder of how seriously I take such behavior, I am happy to provide you with one. Or two, as the case may be. Snape spun Potter by the shoulder until the boy stood at right angles to him. You are not to put yourself in jeopardy. He gave the boy a sharp swat on the seat. You are not to disobey your instructors without a very good reason, he added cautiously, then administered a second brisk smack. This one wrung a little yelp out of the brat. I trust I have made my position clear, he said sternly, turning the boy back to face him. If the little brat thought he wouldn't make good on his promises, he had just been disabused of that idea. Harry's expression of shock was almost comical. Snape fought down an unfamiliar feeling of guilt. The brat had deserved it. He'd been warned, and he'd gone ahead anyway, then had the temerity to snicker at his scolding. Well, if it took a stinging backside to get the boy to take him seriously, then he would accommodate him. Potter, do you remember what I said I would do if you were foolish enough to place yourself in jeopardy? Harry's heart sank. He remembered all too well. Why yes, sir. He hung his head. He hadn't even been the man's responsibility for a full day and already he'd earned his first whipping. Although, Harry remembered hopefully, the professor had said he wouldn't use a belt. Or a cane. So maybe, he'd just get walloped with a hairbrush. It wouldn't be much fun, but at least he'd be able to keep any marks hidden from the other boys. The professor sounded awfully disappointed in him. That was bad, but Harry couldn't help feeling just a little bit happy. Even if he was getting smacked, for the first time it was because someone was worried about him. Harry decided that wasn't such a bad thing to get whacked for. Harry was sorry to have been foolhardy. Professor Snape was so smart, he would have known what to do in that situation. Harry just blundered ahead without thinking. No wonder the man was annoyed with him, but the fact he was annoyed sort of proved that he thought Harry should have come up with a better plan. And that meant he thought Harry was at least a little smart. Uncle Vernon would never have whacked Harry for doing something stupid. He was always pointing out how dumb Harry was. He'd have been only too glad if Harry did something foolish. But Professor Snape had higher expectations of him. He expected Harry to use his brain, and he was disappointed when he didn't. Harry straightened up a little. It didn't feel nearly so awful to be punished for not living up to your potential. He rather liked the idea that Professor Snape expected a lot from him. No one else ever had. And what did I say I would do if you deliberately disobeyed? The same thing, sir, Harry spoke up more strongly. It had just occurred to him that the professor was keeping his promise about the punishment, and that meant he was likely to keep his other promises. Like the one about being Harry's guardian. Besides, he wouldn't go to the bother of smacking Harry if he weren't planning to stick around, right? Obviously you didn't believe me. Harry was startled. He hadn't doubted Professor Snape for a second. No, sir. I believed you. I just he trailed off, not having the words to describe how he felt. He just didn't think in terms of his own safety. He'd never had any reason to do so. No one in his life had ever cared enough to get annoyed with him if he'd put himself at risk, so he'd never learned to consider his safety. But now he had Professor Snape. And the professor was making it very clear that he did care about Harry, and he wasn't going to allow him to do stupid stuff anymore. That realization was worth a month of spankings, as far as Harry was concerned. Since you obviously require a reminder of how seriously I take such behavior, I am happy to provide you with one. Or two, as the case may be. Harry gulped. 2 hairbrush smackings. This was going to hurt a lot, but he guessed he deserved it. And Snape had warned him. When the professor put his hands on his shoulders and moved him about a quarter turn to the right, Harry wasn't sure what was happening. When was Snape going to have him drop his trousers and bend over? Or lie across his lap? But the professor was speaking again. You are not to put yourself in jeopardy. Almost before he knew what had happened, Snape had landed a swift whack on Harry's bum. Harry jumped, more in astonishment than pain. The professor hadn't even pulled Harry's robe aside, let alone had him lower his trousers. You are not to disobey your instructors without a very good reason. A second slap fell on the same spot, and Harry was so befuddled he actually let out a yip. Was this the promised smacking? But it barely stung. Before he could sort out his whirling thoughts, he'd been pulled back around to face the professor. I trust I have made my position clear. Snape asked sternly. Harry could only gape at him, eyes wide and mouth in an "oh" of shock. Snape struggled with himself. He would not apologize. He had told Potter what to expect and he had followed through with the consequence. The fact that the boy had been abused by his Muggle relatives didn't earn him a free pass on all future behavior. All the books had been most explicit about setting consequences and enforcing limits. But when the child was staring at you with such a look of shock and betrayal, it was hard to obey the bloody books. Well, what is it, Potter? Snape's patience ran out. If the boy was going to howl or protest, he should just do it. That was it, Harry stammered. But you said. Snape scowled. I was perfectly clear, Potter. I told you that if you disobeyed me in this, your backside would feel my hand. And you did. You got one swat from my hand on your clothed backside for putting yourself in jeopardy, and another one for disobeying. In future, if you don't want 2 swats, then don't break both rules at once. But it didn't really hurt, Harry blurted out. His hands had automatically flown to cover his rear, but what little sting there had been was fading fast. Snape rolled his eyes. Potter, don't be a dolt. First off, if my goal was to hurt you, I would hardly use Muggle methods. There are dark curses that will leave you screaming in agony for days on end. Harry's eyes widened, and Snape abruptly remembered he was supposed to be reassuring the brat. I am your guardian, it's my job to protect you, not hurt you. It was only because those bastard Muggle relatives of yours have such a beaked views of the world that you think adults are supposed to cause you pain and misery. We are actually here to try to ensure you don't experience those things. At least that's how it's supposed to be, Snape thought. You and I both got stuck with atrocious childhoods, but it wasn't either of our faults. I told you that if you were foolish enough to break the 2 most important rules about keeping yourself safe and following the rules, then you could expect a special punishment, and that is why you were smacked, Potter, to show that I am very unhappy with you. But that's all the swats do. If I were to want you to truly suffer, I have many other, more efficient ways to do that. And he gave him a very Slytherin glare. And that was all it took for Harry to burst into noisy tears. Snape froze. What the bloody hell? Harry hadn't cried when Snape had bounced him off the walls, but 2 little whacks on the behind and he collapsed into a puddle. No one was going to believe that. He wasn't sure he believed it himself. Oh, Merlin, I'm dead. Neither Albus nor Minerva would ever accept that he hadn't done something awful to the little creep, not after Snape's track record. And Potter really did look pathetic, standing there with tears pouring down his cheeks and snot dripping from his nose. The second anyone saw the child, they'd assume that Snape had hexed him bloody, then quickly healed him before anyone could see the evidence. How on earth was he going to get out of this alive? Had Potter been unhinged by that last threat? But he'd been so careful to tell the brat that he wasn't going to hurt him. He'd even been sure to use small words, appropriate for a Gryffindor. And those whacks were mere love taps compared to the hellish beatings Potter's horrible uncle had regularly put him through. So why all the tears? Was the brat having a flashback? Well, if a light swat was enough to bring back the demons, then how was he ever supposed to teach the child to duel? The instant he felt even a mild stinging hex, he'd be wailing under the nearest desk. The child obviously required professional help, despite what Albus might want to believe. Potter, he began tentatively, taking an uncertain step forward. Why did this sort of thing always happen to him? He didn't see Sprout having to deal with emotionally unstable students, and she was the bloody Hufflepuff. Looking back on it, the step forward had been a mistake. The second he approached the brat, Potter moved, but to Snape's surprise, rather than bolting for the farthest corner of the room, the boy grabbed onto him and started bawling into his robes. His nice, fresh, clean robes. Snape didn't know what to do with his hands. He really didn't want to touch the slimy, snotty child, but he could hardly stand there with his hands in the air either. He decided that the child's back was probably the driest surface available and put his hands there. The fact that to the uninitiated observer it might look as if Snape were actually hugging the brat simply showed that appearances could be misleading. Now what? Stand here until the brat cried himself into a dehydrated state and passed out. Weren't you supposed to slap someone who was hysterical? But slapping the little monster is what got him into this problem in the first place. He could call Poppy, but the Mediwitch would doubtless just punch him again. Of all the times not to have a calming draft in his pocket. Snape cursed his lack of forethought. Potter, what's wrong? He finally burst out, from sheer frustration. Nothing's wrong. I'm happy. Potter wept into his chest. Snape blinked. Then blinked again. What? The brat was destroying his robes and taking years off his life because he was happy. He grabbed the boy by the upper arms and yanked him out to arm's length. Potter, do you mean to tell me all this fuss and nonsense is because you're happy? The boy sniveled and nodded. You're so nice to me. No one's ever been so nice to me before. The nice man fought down an urge to slap Potter's head off his shoulders. Stop this outburst at once, Potter. I mean it. In 30 seconds, if you are not calm and quiet, I will conjure up a bucket of ice water and stick your head in it. The brat had the temerity to laugh at the threat. But before Snape could shake off his shock and conjure up the bucket to drown the little fiend, Potter had managed to hiccup and sniffle his way to a somewhat sodden state of calm. Sorry, Harry managed to gulp. He really didn't understand why he had bawled like that, but all at once he had just felt safe. Like some horrible danger that he didn't even recognize any longer was finally over. The final straw had been realizing that he would never again have to worry about being whipped until he couldn't walk. All of a sudden, it had sunk in that Snape was going to care for him and protect him and make sure no one at all ever hurt him again. It was that realization, that for the first time since his parents died he was no longer alone, that had completely undone him, and he had broken down in a way he never had before. It was sheer, unmitigated relief, and he couldn't have stopped it if he'd wanted to. Which, frankly, he didn't. It had felt so good just to cry and cry. Though now, of course, he felt like a complete Wally. He dragged his eyes up to meet the professor's. Sorry, he offered. His gaze fell on the slimy spot on the man's robes, and he winced. Really, was he 11 or 1? Had he actually wiped his nose on the man's chest? Snape's eyes followed his, and he prepared to tell the horrible brat just what he thought of overemotional little fiends who couldn't be bothered to use a handkerchief, but before he could begin, there was a knock at the door. McGonagall called out, Severus. I have wood. Wait a minute, he shouted back, annoyed. St. Mungo's really needed to study how it was that otherwise rational people could be driven insane by Quidditch. Perhaps McGonagall had suffered one too many bludgers to the head during her playing days. He turned back to the boy and was startled to find Harry's eyes upon him, wide with fear. Please, sir, don't let her. You said they wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Snape demanded. Great Merlin, the child was worse than one of those muggle yo-yos. Would these infernal mood swings never end? Inwardly, he marveled that Harry would still turn to him for help, even when it was clear he was irate with the boy. How had Potter come to view him with such trust? Cane me. You said the staff didn't hit students. Snape frowned down at the frightened boy. What are you talking about, silly child? Your head of house isn't going to cane you. Harry looked slightly less worried. Wood isn't a cane. Snape rolled his eyes and gave Potter's shoulder a little shake. It was an exasperated shake, not a reassuring squeeze. Definitely not. Wood is a student, not a cane, you little idiot. Oliver Wood. He is the captain of your house Quidditch team. Oh. The tension left Harry's shoulders, as Severus could feel, since his hand was inexplicably still resting there. He quickly removed it. I know Oliver. Ron pointed him out. Ron really likes Quidditch, the boy explained. And you? Harry shrugged, wiping the last of the tears from his cheeks. I don't really know much about it. Ron thinks it's great, so I guess I like it. Snape snorted at this further proof of the boy's inability to think for himself. Professor McGonagall would like you to try out for the team. She believes that, based on your flying today, you might be suitable. Harry's eyes widened. Really? Yes. Of course, I pointed out that as your guardian, I was certainly not going to reward you for endangering yourself, not to mention disobeying an instructor. Harry's face fell. However, since being on the team would provide you with sorely needed instruction on how to fly safely, I have agreed with Professor McGonagall that you may meet with Wood and try out for the team. You will still be punished for today's actions, however, and if I see any further signs of such reckless behavior, with or without a broom, I will not hesitate to pull you from the team. Once again his breath was knocked out when Harry hurtled into him. Really, did the child need to launch himself in such an uncouth fashion? Thank you, Harry said over and over. Snape finally managed to pry himself loose. Yes, well, you will not feel like thanking me once you hear your punishment, Mr. Potter. I expect 200 lines of, I shall not take unnecessary risks with my health and welfare, and don't think I have forgotten the 500 lines you owe me for quoting your uncle the other night. Harry looked guilty. And you will spend 2 nights next week in my quarters, writing an essay about the need to think before foolishly rushing into action. He frowned forbiddingly at the boy, but Harry was surprisingly unsquelched. Yes, sir, the brat chirped happily. Snape glared at him. What did the wretch have to look so pleased about? Hadn't he just lost several nights of free time and been harshly scolded? He'd been called a moronic child. He'd even been spanked. So why was Potter eyeing him so thoughtfully? What? He demanded defensively. Did the boy expect another cuddle? Well, if so, he was in for a long wait. Severus Snape, Death Eater and spy, did not cuddle disobedient, headstrong brats. I was just thinking about what to call you, Harry explained guilelessly. Outside of class, I mean. When it's just the two of us. What? Snape squawked. Well, I don't much want to call you Uncle Severus, Harry explained, oblivious to the way Snape's eyes bugged at his use of the appellation, "'cause that reminds me too much of my unwell, you-know-who. But I don't really think I should call you Dad either." Now Snape was truly incapable of speech. Only his certain, delicious knowledge that James Potter was spinning in his grave allowed him to remain conscious. Harry thought a moment longer, then shrugged. I'll just have to keep thinking, I guess. Thanks, Professor. I'll go meet Oliver and Professor McGonagall, and as soon as I'm done I'll come back so we can go to the Weasleys. He paused, then grinned impudently. Guess I won't be able to start on my lines until tomorrow. While Snape continued to fight for air, Harry headed to the door. Then, just before he reached it, he turned and darted back. The breath that Snape had nearly managed to regain was knocked out of him anew as Harry flew into him. Thank you. I'm sorry I was bad and you had to smack me, he mumbled, squeezing his professor as tight as he could. And I'm really glad you're my guardian. And then he was gone, sprinting through the door to the loud welcomes of the other Gryffindors, leaving behind a breathless and very, very pensive Snape. Snape had mostly managed to regain his composure by the time Harry returned to his quarters late that afternoon. Hearing a Potter contemplate calling him, Uncle, or Merlin help us, the world was wobbling on its axis, Dad, had been enough to require 2 calming drafts and a cold cloth on his forehead. Even if Voldemort hadn't existed and James and Lily were alive, it was unlikely that Snape would have been a welcome visitor to Potter's home, let alone on friendly terms with their offspring. Harry's artless comments had shaken him to the core. A man who had, since childhood, avoided nearly all close friendships was all too easily undone by a child's naive words. Snape had barely emerged from the trauma of losing Lily's friendship when he had taken the Dark Mark. His service to Voldemort and the war in which they were engaged had then occupied all his time and efforts, and he was certainly not inclined to build friendships amongst those ranks. To the purebloods, he was a lesser creature, tolerated because his skill with potions had made him one of the Dark Lord's favorites, but certainly not someone you would befriend. Snape himself was still an awkward adolescent when it came to relationships, and knowing how badly he had botched his friendship with Lily made him more reluctant to risk being hurt again. When he had become a spy for the Light, it was too dangerous to become close to anyone, whether in terms of their learning his secret or by placing someone he cared about in danger. Then had come that awful Halloween, and Severus felt his life had ended. He had retreated into a dark, bitter, bleak world from which that no one, least of all himself, cared enough to coax him. Albus had tried, but he had been distracted by all his other duties, and Severus had fought him tooth and nail. In the end, the headmaster had sadly resigned himself to waiting the Saturnine man out. By the time the rawness of his emotions had begun to ease, Snape had created a life for himself as the evil bat of the dungeons, the quintessential Slytherin whose caustic tongue blighted scores of childhoods. How could he even think of seeking normal friendships when his sole experience with such a thing had been with a red-headed witch nearly 2 decades previous? He had no idea how to get along with people, only how to intimidate, alienate, or otherwise push them away. If it weren't for Dumbledore, he would literally go months without having a civil conversation with another human. He'd burned any and all bridges with the other faculty within weeks of his arrival as a staff member, and the persistent rumors suitably embellished by years of Hogwarts students about his literally dark past hardly made him anyone's idea of a suitable date, or even someone with whom to have a few pints at the Leaky Cauldron. So, perhaps it was no surprise that Harry's simple words had rocked the foundation of Severus' world. In many ways, despite, or perhaps because of, the lonely, angry years, he was still that awkward adolescent, desperately seeking love and affection. And the unconditional, unwavering love of a child was very, very seductive. On principle he was a Slytherin after all. Snape expected the worst, so he assumed that the brat's attitude towards him would change the instant Harry found himself among the Weasleys. After all, they were the archetypical parents. Their children patently adored them and showed a fierce loyalty despite the family's limited means. Molly and Arthur probably knew how to handle all sorts of crises and didn't call their children derogatory names, let alone backhand them into a wall. Threadbare they might be, but you could practically feel the love oozing off the walls at the Burrow. Snape had always claimed it was Molly's diabetes-inducing biscuits that made him nauseous on his infrequent visits there, usually related to the twins' extracurricular activities, but if truth be told, it was the palpable feeling of home that always unnerved him. Harry would doubtless blossom under their care and forget all about the snarky loner who dwelt in the dungeons and hadn't the faintest idea how to be kind to a child. Terrorized children, oh yes. In that Snape was unparalleled. Even his Slytherins didn't like him. They respected him, appreciated his fierce protectiveness, honored his loyalty, and avoided him like the plague. No matter how much they might miss their parents, homesick Slytherin first years invariably decided to seek comfort from a prefect rather than their head of house. And yet, despite his spiky temper, his acerbic put-downs, his utter lack of gentleness or indulgence, somehow Snape had impressed Harry as nice. Without even trying. In fact, while trying very hard not to. But Harry hadn't been driven away by Snape's efforts. Instead, he'd somehow misconstrued them to the point where he openly preferred the potion master to the headmaster's grandfatherly approach, the Mediwitch's blandishments and sweets, and even his own head of house's Quidditch-obsessed adultation. Snape's Slytherin heart rejoiced at the thought of how much this state of affairs must irritate his colleagues, but his past history convinced him that it would be short-lived. Gloating now would only lead to pain later, once Harry renounced him and the others had their chance to take revenge. Snape sat up, flinging the compress off his eyes and savagely stalking through his quarters. What was wrong with him? Acting as if he cared if the brat lived or died. Well, all right, he did care about that. But only because of his unbreakable vow. It wasn't as if he cared two nuts for the little monster. Disloyal brat that he doubtless was. Let's see how long it took for the Weasleys to win him over. Snape dressed in yet another of his relentlessly black outfits. With a rare show of sensitivity, he chose a set of robes that, while entirely presentable, were far from new. He would still show his respect to his hosts, but without highlighting the difference between his own resources and theirs. He glanced at the clock and cursed. Where was that little snot-nosed? A knock interrupted him before he could get a really good rant going. A flick of the wand opened the door and Harry tumbled in, flushed and breathless. "I'm sorry," he exclaimed before Snape could snarl at him for his tardiness. "Professor McGonagall and Oliver kept me forever. They kept making me catch that little golden thing. Over and over and over till I thought my fingers would fall off. They just kept getting more excited and saying, 'Once more.' I don't know what was so special about it. Do you?" Snape glared at the urchin. So much for his house's chances at the cup. Given how the little idiot was so blithely prattling on about capturing the snitch, over and over, Gryffindor would be nearly impossible to beat. Undaunted by his guardian's lack of response, Harry swung his book bag off his shoulder and squirmed, stretching out his back muscles and rubbing his bum. "Sitting on a broom for that long hurts, you know. I had no idea that Quidditch was such hard work. I'm going to be sore tomorrow. It feels like when I had to weed all of Aunt Petunia's flower beds." Snape scowled harder at this reminder of how those muggles had pressed a wizarding child into servitude. In one pace he was at Harry's shoulder, ignoring both the boy's reflexive flinch and subsequent embarrassed flush. "Where does it hurt?" he demanded, probing along the boy's back and shoulders. Harry blissfully closed his eyes, wriggling in delight at the impromptu massage. Right there. Between my shoulder blades. And lower down my back." Snape frowned at the knots along the boy's back. His trapezius was wildly overstressed and his lumbar area had been wrenched by all the acrobatics. "Where else?" Well, lower," Harry admitted, coloring. "You know, where you sit." Ignoring Harry's embarrassed squeaks, Snape bent him over and continued his examination. Yes, Harry's gluteus maximus muscles had been abused by too much exercise, and his backside and thighs were likely chafed and sore from gripping the broomstick through numerous dives and twists. McGonagall was a complete fanatic, Snape snarled to himself, irate that the witch would encourage his ward to overstress his body in this way. Hadn't she realized that the boy's muscles were exhausted? A few more minutes and his strength would have failed, most likely just as he was risking his full neck on some absurd stunt those idiots encouraged. "Ow! Ouch!" Harry protested as Severus' strong fingers kneaded his tender back and bum, but he had to admit he felt a lot better after the muscles were forced out of their spasm. Snape released the boy and achioed a potion and jar from his storeroom. Harry watched curiously. "Drink this," the professor ordered. Harry wrinkled his nose. He might be new to the wizarding world, but he'd already learned how foul the vast majority of potions tasted. He sneaked a glacé at the professor, hoping he might be able to wheedle his way out of it, but one look at the man's stern face and he knew better. He sighed and accepted the vial. Holding his nose with one hand, he tossed the contents down his throat with the other. "Ah!" he exclaimed, shuddering violently. "That tastes worse than dirty socks." "As you might expect, considering they are the main ingredient," Snape said dryly. Harry stared at him. "Really?" he whispered, more than a little nauseated. "Idiot. Of course not." Snape rolled his eyes. "Gryffindors. I can see that remedial potions will figure prominently in your future, Mr. Potter. Before our next class, you will present me with 12 inches on the actual ingredients of a healing potion." Harry laughed out loud. "You got me," he admitted cheerfully, much to Snape's confusion. He had just insulted the brat and assigned him rather unfairly for a first year in his first week of classes a punishment essay, and Harry thought it was a good joke. Harry stretched happily. Professor Snape just kept on taking care of him. Even though as Professor McGonagall had taken pains to explain Harry would be playing against Snape's own house Quidditch team, the man had been interested in his tryouts. What was more, the instant Harry had so much as mentioned not feeling well, he'd been all over him, figuring out what was wrong and making it better. Harry hadn't really meant anything by the mild complaint about soreness. The Dursleys had liked hearing him groan, feeling it showed that he was working hard, so he had gotten into the habit of moaning a bit. Not enough to be guilty of whinging, mind you, just enough to indicate he wasn't slacking. But never in a million years would his aunt or uncle have rubbed his back or bum to make it feel better, let alone given him medicine. Harry squirmed in sheer happiness. The professor took really good care of him. He was funny too, pretending that Harry was really drinking dirty socks. Harry grinned. That was a pretty good one. He'd have to see if he could get any of the other kids to believe it. And giving him permission to study ahead. That was another sign of how nice Professor Snape was. The Dursleys would never even let him do his assigned homework, lest he make Dudley look even dumber than he was, and most of his teachers therefore decided he was as lazy and stupid as his cousin. Any questions Harry might have had about his schoolwork were answered briefly and simply, since such a slow student couldn't possibly understand complex concepts. Yet Professor Snape not only expected him to know the answers, he also wanted Harry to try to figure things out for himself when he didn't. Harry liked reading at the Dursleys. It had been his only escape, so being told to look something up was a welcome reason to spend time with his books. And knowing that the professor was willing to take the time to look over what he found, and tell him if he was right or wrong, well, that was more effort than anyone else had ever been willing to spend on Harry. "How do you feel now?" Snape asked, wondering if the potion had unexpectedly combined with the toxins from the overstressed muscles to create a paradoxical giddiness. Why else would the boy Brad be grinning to himself in such a peculiar way? "Better," Harry answered instantly. He gave his bottom a last rub. "Still a bit sore, sir, but lots better than before." "That potion is brilliant, even if it does taste awful." Snape scowled, more out of principle than anything else, and handed the boy the small jar. "Rub this salve into your backside and thighs before bedtime and again in the morning. Those muscles are particularly strained, as you have not flown before. You will need to build them up gradually over the next several weeks." He paused as a thought struck him. "Did Wood show you how to stretch before and after your workout?" Harry shook his head blankly. "No, sir. You stretch the broom, idiot." Snape shook his head in annoyance. "You stretch your muscles in order to avoid the very difficulties you have just experienced." His eyes narrowed as he contemplated how he would exact revenge on the Gryffindor captain. He would teach Wood to ignore the welfare of a first year in his mindless excitement over finding a new seeker. "Sir." Harry's voice roused him from pleasant fantasies of Wood whimpering as he started scrubbing out his 15th cauldron of the night. Oh, he'd show the twit what a sore back felt like. "What?" he demanded. "Shouldn't we be going to the Weasleys, sir?" Harry asked tentatively. He wouldn't have been surprised to learn that the Weasleys had changed their mind. After all, the professor was a great guardian, and he was already taking better care of Harry than he'd ever dared hope. Having a second family on top of that, well, it almost felt greedy. Harry would have understood if the Weasleys had decided they had enough kids to keep them busy and didn't need a worthless Frio. Harry caught himself in mid-thought and looked guiltily at the professor. Given the man's other talents, Harry wouldn't have been surprised to learn that he could read minds as well. If Snape heard Harry referring to himself as a freak again, Harry figured he'd be lucky to end up with another set of lines. The professor had made it clear that he did not like Harry using that term, though Harry wasn't sure if he believed the man would actually deliver on the threatened mouth soaping. The professor had been, by and large, unexpectedly, amazingly gentle. For all his snap and snarl, and despite Harry's giving him plenty of provocation, he'd not yet given Harry a clout like the one that first night. Harry wasn't sure why. Yes, Snape had said that it had been inappropriate, but Harry knew perfectly well that sometimes he was really, really bad, like when he disobeyed Madame Hooch. And if he'd learned one thing at the Dursleys, it was that bad behavior was punished. But Snape, while far from over-indulgent, didn't seem to grasp the concept of punishment. Instead of hauling off and really slapping Harry a good one, he did things like assign him lines, which would actually give him lots of needed practice in using a quill. Or have him write essays that would teach him something. Or insist that he had to come and spend time with the professor. Harry frowned. Professor Snape seemed to have the whole reward and punishment thing confused. Harry knew that punishments were supposed to hurt, but even Snape's spankings didn't. Not really, they were little more than an admonitory tap on the bum. Of course, knowing that the professor was upset with him did hurt. A lot. More than any of the Dursleys' beatings, in fact. Feeling that he'd disappointed the man or let him down made Harry's heart ache more than his backside ever had, and that pain didn't fade nearly as quickly. Harry wrinked his brow in thought. Maybe the professor did know something about punishment after all. Snape stifled a sigh. He couldn't put it off any longer. They had to go to the Burrow and dine with the Weasleys. He growled to himself, wondering if Molly would reprise her objections to his guardianship in front of the boy. Well, fine. Let her. If the brat chose to spend all his time with that clan of red-headed simps, let him. It wasn't as if Snape gave a damn. He looked the boy over. He'd obviously washed up after Quidditch. That messy mop he called hair was damp and even more unruly than usual. Come here, he ordered, crooking a finger to where the boy was frowning to himself, obviously lost in a daydream. Probably wondering what they'd have for pudding tonight, Snape sneered. Harry obediently walked over to the professor and stood, transfixed with shock, as the man caught up each hand to inspect his fingernails, then checked behind his ears. What? Snape demanded, catching sight of the boy's expression. Do you imagine I would let you embarrass both of us by arriving poorly groomed? And no, sir, Harry gulped. It's just that no one ever I hadn't, he broke off, unsure how to explain that Aunt Petunia never cared if he looked like a complete ragamuffin, so long as he didn't walk too close to her family. He'd never had anyone go to the trouble of ensuring he looked appropriate. Usually he had to rely on the other kids at school laughing at him to figure out things like what, inside out, meant or that he'd buttoned his shirt wrong. Snape snorted in derision at this further example of the brat's inarticulateness. Unable to find fault with the boy's hygiene, he turned his attention to his clothes. Why are you in your school uniform? He demanded. Didn't I tell you to dress in your best so that you would make a good impression? Do you think I was talking to myself? Harry snickered at the mental image of Professor Snape having a pleasant conversation with himself, but hastily swallowed his mirth when Snape's eyes narrowed. No, sir, he said, bending over to retrieve his satchel. It felt good to be able to turn his back on someone without worrying that they'd take the opportunity to wallop him or worse. He'd learned never to turn his back on Uncle Vernon or Dudley, not after the last time when a kick in the bum had not only lifted him off his feet but also sent him flying halfway across the living room. Yes, Harry mused, it was a great feeling to be able to trust Professor Snape. And to know he had the man's permission to defend himself if anyone else tried to hurt him. He wondered if the professor knew how good it felt to no longer have to worry about a blow coming out of nowhere. Snape stared at the bag in disbelief. The little monster really did plan on moving in with the Weasleys. What in Merlin's name are you doing with that, you atrocious brat? The boy tugged out some stained rags. Well, I know you didn't want me wearing my school uniform, but my other clothes aren't very nice. I thought I'd bring them and you could decide. Snape wrinkled his nose and plucked the offensive garments from the boy's hands using as few fingers as possible. These cannot possibly be your best clothes, he hissed, glaring at the brat. The cheap t-shirt and jeans were grimy and enormous. They would hang off Potter's slight frame like a clown's costume. Harry flushed. I'm sorry, he said miserably. I guess I should have gotten some regular clothes when Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, but they weren't on the list. Snape incendioed the rags, wishing he were doing so to the Dursleys themselves. So they clothed Lily's child in poorly fitting cast-offs that no self-respecting charity would accept, and then made the boy feel it was his fault that he hadn't a pair of underwear to call his own. Rage made his voice even harsher than usual. Of course they weren't, you moronic child. Normal parents and guardians provide suitable clothing for their children, and it is therefore unnecessary to specify it on the school's list. You had the misfortune to be placed with disgusting creatures whose freakishness is apparently limitless. You and I will go shopping in the near future. I intend to break, once and for all, the lingering legacy of your relatives' awfulness. Harry gulped. The professor looked awfully fierce, but instead of soundly scolding Harry for his lack of foresight, he had instead promised him a shopping excursion. Harry was getting awfully confused. Professor Snape really must be new to this whole parenting thing to have punishments and rewards so mixed up. Oh, maybe that was why they were going to the Weasleys. So that Ron's parents could explain things to the professor, like how children should be disciplined and how many hours a day they should spend on chores and stuff. Professor Snape obviously didn't really understand how things were supposed to be, and the Weasleys, with all their kids, would be able to set him straight. Harry gulped. He wondered how strict the Weasleys were. Ron had said his mum was famous around Hogwarts for her howlings. Harry didn't think he would like the professor to howl at him, though he guessed it still was better than getting slapped around by the Dursleys. Still, his stomach gave a little jump at the thought of having the professor scream at him the way his relatives used to do. Very well, Potter. You will wear your school uniform. Now come along. Snape led the way to the flow, wondering why his stomach felt so leaden. Of course the boy would prefer the Weasleys to him. That was a given. And that had been the whole point, hadn't it? To give him over to a real family so that he could be snuggled and pampered by those red-headed nitwits. Potter, predictably, stopped dead at the fireplace. What are you doing? He gulped. Have you never flewed? Snape said impatiently, then rolled his eyes. Of course he hadn't. A horrible thought struck him and he bent to stare directly at the boy. Did your relatives ever burn you? In the fireplace or with the stove? If that were the case, then the child might be truly incapable of using the flow network. Harry blinked. No, he answered honestly. As awful as the Dursleys had been, they hadn't been that depraved. Swats and smacks and beltings, insults and neglect and expressions of disgust all that had come his way, but his relatives hadn't been sadistic. They had had an unwelcome, freakishly dangerous child forced upon them, and they had made sure he was aware of that fact every moment of his life, but they hadn't hurt him just for the sake of hurting him. Mostly, they were just mean, you know, with what they said and what they called me and how they looked at me, but even when they hit me, it was usually just with their hand. Of course, Uncle Vernon's hand hurt rather a lot, as did Aunt Petunia's, but it was clear that they didn't really want to touch him. I got the hairbrush or the belt sometimes, but usually they'd just yell and smack me. It was more that I never knew when it would happen than that it was all that bad. Usually, he amended, remembering those times when it really had been pretty awful. It's not like they broke bones or burned me or drowned me or anything, he added, mildly indignant. Snape let out a snort that was half relief that the Muggles' distaste for magic had led them to be more neglectful towards the boy than abusive, and half irritation that they could be so arrogant and insular in their thinking. Stupid Muggles. All right, then come along. But the boy still hesitated, watching the licking flames with dread. Snape exhaled in frustration and snatched the boy up in his arms. Startled, Harry instinctively wrapped himself around the professor's body, and as Snape marched steadily towards the fire, he gasped in fear and buried his face in the man's neck. Snape exhaled in frustration and snatched the boy up in his arms. Startled, Harry instinctively wrapped himself around the professor's body, and as Snape marched steadily towards the fire, he gasped in fear and buried his face in the man's neck. Harry heard the professor snap out the burrow, but the rush of heat that he expected never came. Instead, there was a weird rushing noise and then suddenly the professor was walking forward again, then halting. Harry cautiously peeked out and saw two red-headed adults staring at him, expressions of utter shock on their faces. Encouraged, Harry straightened up and saw that they were now in a cozy living room, with magical toys and books scattered throughout the room, along with a multitude of family pictures. Wicked. He grinned. That was amazing, Professor. Snape cleared his throat. What in Merlin's name was the boy still doing in his arms? He'd run out of patience at the boy's dithering, understandable though it might be to someone who was so new to the wizarding world and had snatched him up so that they might make it to the Weasleys sometime before Voldemort rose again. It hadn't been out of a desire to protect or reassure the brat, but simply that the boy was still small enough to be bodily picked up and forced into compliance. When Potter had clung to him like a bloody primate, he had been too nonplussed to remonstrate with him. Besides, it had prevented the brat from inhaling soot and then sicking up all over Snape's clean robes. Their arrival at the burrow had created quite a stir. Snape would treasure forever the look on Molly Weasley's face as he materialized through the fire with the Potter brat snuggled into his arms like some infant. Arthur recovered. First. Welcome to the burrow, Severus, Harry, he said, only a faint tremor in his voice revealing his astonishment at the sight in front of him. Snape would have liked to have sneered, but realizing he was acting in the capacity as a role model, he forced himself to reply civilly. Thank you, Arthur. We appreciate your kind invitation. Harry, he prompted sharply. Why isn't he standing on his own 2 feet? Say hello to the Weasleys. Lo, sir, ma'am, Harry said shyly. He knew perfectly well that he was behaving like a toddler. Any self-respecting 11-year-old would have scrambled out of the professor's arms at the first opportunity, mortified at being treated like a small child. But Harry had never been treated like a small child, even when he was 1, and he found he really rather liked the sensation of security provided by being carried in an adult's arms. What's more, he knew that once the Weasleys had a chance to talk to Professor Snape, they'd make it clear that 11-year-olds were much too old for such coddling, so he figured this was his one and only opportunity to get treated like this. Besides, there were no other children around to witness his embarrassing regression, so to hell with it. He was staying put until Snape pried his fingers from around his neck. Severus tried to put the boy down, but the little brat merely tightened his grip around his neck and clung harder with his legs. "Potter," he hissed in the brat's ear. "Get down." To his intense irritation, the boy gave him a sidelong glance, then ignored him entirely. What on earth had gotten into the brat? He'd not shown signs of intense shyness before, but then it wasn't as if Snape knew him that well either. Shall we sit down?" Molly suggested, as the seconds dragged on and it became clear to the adults that Harry wasn't going to get down voluntarily. "Why don't you take this chair? It's the most comfortable one," Arthur invited, indicating the lumpy armchair that Snape recalled all too well from his previous visit. "Thank you," Snape managed to get out from between gritted teeth. He sank into the chair, managing to maneuver the boy so that he was sitting in Snape's lap. A Potter. Sitting in his lap. His lap. Snape would never live this down. Harry beamed, leaning back against the professor's broad chest. He couldn't believe that Snape hadn't shoved him away. He'd never sat in anyone's lap before, not even the department store Santas, since the Dursleys explained that Santa didn't bring gifts for little freaks. He squirmed, finding a comfortable spot. The professor had rather bony knees and looked around with interest. Arthur Weasley had gotten over his original surprise and was now trying hard to suppress his mirth. He knew Severus Snape mostly from his work as the Order's spy in the Last War and as his son's teacher. In neither incarnation had the man been anything other than menacing and grim. To see him now, awkwardly settling a child on his lap, Arthur wondered if the apocalypse were upon them. Molly blinked and kept blinking. It just didn't make sense. The Severus Snape she knew or thought she knew, she admitted silently would have no patience for a clingy child. Molly would have expected Snape either to brush him off with a stinging slap or, at best, to put the boy in his place with a few vicious insults. Instead, he had tolerated the boy's blatant defiance. Molly had excellent hearing, and was even now rubbing the boy's back reassuringly. Severus fidgeted nervously. He hated social evenings. He was terrible at them, not to mention wholly inexperienced. Dumbledore had forced him to attend a few, parent-teacher, social events early in his tenure, but after he had reduced several parents to tears with his cutting remarks about their children's scholastic prowess, upbringing, and likely career path, even Albus had given up. Snape was given special dispensation to avoid all events that were likely to bring him into direct contact with parents, and so his social calendar for the past decade had been largely confined to Death Eater meetings. Spying and socializing were a poor mix, and even his fellow Death Eaters had quickly learned not to invite him over for dinner. As a result, he felt like a gauche teenager at these things. What was he supposed to do? Was it his role as guest to make conversation, or the Weasleys as his hosts? Once again, he envied Lucius Malfoy's effortless savoir-faire. Say what you would about pureblood bigots, at least they all had exceptional manners. Not that they often chose to use them, but at least they could. Dear Pureblood Monthly, he thought, what advice would you have for a half-blood Death Eater retired who is invited to dinner at the home of blood traders and finds himself with the boy who lived glued to his knee? Do I use a fish, butter, or steak knife to surgically remove the brat? Is it considered poor form to cut my own throat rather than suffer through such an excruciating evening? If not, which knife do I use? Is suicide considered more or less of a faux pas if you wait until after the meal has been served? Snape cleared his throat. He had to say something. Anything. He glanced wildly about the room, seeking inspiration, and realized to his horror that in his nervousness, he had absently been patting the little monster. Harry relaxed with a happy sigh as the professor gently rubbed his back. His muscles were still sore from all the Quidditch, and then he had tensed up again, worrying about the Weasleys. It was awfully nice of the professor to realize this and help calm him down. And he was doing it in front of the Weasleys, even. He wasn't hiding how he felt or pretending one thing in public and doing something else in private. Wow, Harry was really lucky. So, Harry, how are you enjoying Hogwarts? Mr. Weasley asked, realizing that his normally voluble wife was, for once, shocked speechless by the sight in front of her. It's brilliant, Harry replied, smiling broadly. What's been your favorite part so far? Harry glanced over his shoulder. Meeting Professor Snape, he answered honestly, turning back to his best mate's dad. Arthur did his best to ignore the choking noises which emanated from both his wife and guest at Harry's reply. Really? And why is that? He continued, feeling that he was dropping ever further down the rabbit hole into some topsy-turvy alternate universe. "'Cause he's been really great," Harry explained. "He's taking care of me now, you know." "Harry, love, wouldn't you like it if we took care of you?" Molly asked feebly. She kept her eyes on Harry's face, ignoring both the deadly glare from Snape and the disapproving frown from Arthur. Harry shrank back against Professor Snape's chest. He wasn't sure how to answer. He didn't want to insult his best mate's family, and he did want to visit them a lot probably, but he didn't want to lose Professor Snape either. Even if the Weasleys explained to the professor how the whole parenting thing should work, and stopped him from being so lenient, Harry still liked having someone so big and scary looking out for him. Molly shook herself. Harry's body language said it all, and, Merlin help her, Severus Snape had bristled with protectiveness for the boy from the moment he'd come through the flow. Obviously her preconceptions had been wrong. Harry was amazingly enough happy with the dour man, and she'd be damned if she would permit anyone, even herself, to interfere with his choice. Of course, if it ever changed, then she'd be the first one to snatch the boy away, but for now, it was clear that Harry was where he needed to be. "Well," she forced herself to inject cheer into her voice, "even if you don't want us to take care of you all the time, maybe you'll still be willing to visit us part of the time." She looked at him hopefully. "And of course, Professor Snape can come along whenever he wishes." Harry looked back at the professor again, seeking reassurance. If Snape was there too, that was different. He smiled at Molly. "That'd be nice." She sighed in relief, then gasped, "My starters." She bolted for the kitchen. "Harry, other than potions," Arthur said with a wink, "what have been your most favorite and least favorite classes so far?" "I think Transfiguration is really hard," Harry admitted, "even if it is taught by Professor McGonagall." "She doesn't give her own house any special treatment," he said, glancing slyly at Professor Snape. Arthur laughed, well aware from his sons of Snape's preferential treatment of Slytherins. "Do you think that having your child in your class will be easy or hard, Severus?" Snape choked again. His child. Had Weasley actually said that? He wasn't so far gone as to miss how Harry straightened up proudly at the question. The brat was now eyeing him with good grief. A downright proprietary air. "I have already put Mr. Potter on notice that I expect a high standard of behavioral and scholastic excellence from my ward," he finally managed to get out, though his usual sneer was marred by the tremor in his voice. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. "He's awfully strict," he told Arthur, leaning forward and lowering his voice confidingly. "I already owe him like 700 lines, and it hasn't even been a whole week of school yet. I'm sitting right here." Snape poked the little brat irritably. How dare he refer to him in the third person? To his further annoyance, Harry giggled and Arthur chuckled. Obviously he needed to poke harder. Or maybe a good strong pinch. "So what's your favorite class?" Arthur continued, pleased at how Harry was relaxing. At least raising 6 boys made it easy to strike up a conversation with one. "I like flying. We had our first class this afternoon," Harry answered, his eyes shining. Molly, who had just entered with small plates of savories, smiled as she saw his animation. She put down one plate in front of the child, just as he explained, with a guilty look at Snape, "I got into trouble though." "What happened?" she asked consolingly. "Did you fly too high?" Harry squirmed. He hadn't meant to admit this to the Weasleys. He didn't want them to think he was a troublemaker or anything. "Madam Hooch had to take Neville to the infirmary, and she told us to stay on the ground, and I sort of didn't listen." "Harry James Potter," Molly scolded in a voice that even Harry recognized as a mum's, "you were in big trouble, young man," tone. That was very dangerous, particularly when he nearly smashed himself against the castle wall in an effort to rescue a silly trinket. A silky voice put in from behind him, and Harry turned to look reproachfully at his professor. Snape smirked. That would show the Weasleys that Prince Potter wasn't such a little angel. Sure enough, Molly looked even more concerned. "Harry, wasn't that your first time on a broom? What if you hadn't been able to stop in time? You could have been hurt. Promise me you won't do anything so foolish again, or I won't be able to stop worrying about you." Harry hung his head, but inwardly he was exultant. All of these people were worried about him. Even as they were scolding him, it was because they were frightened he might have been hurt. This was great. I promise, he said as Molly reached out a gentle hand and tipped his chin up. He smiled into her anxious eyes. She really liked him. I won't do it again, honest, he said, trying to reassure her. Professor Snape saw and he was really angry. He smacked me and everything. Abruptly the temperature in the room dropped several degrees, as both Weasleys leveled angry glares at Snape. He glared right back. He wasn't about to explain himself. Let them go yell at Dumbledore if they wanted to challenge his guardianship. HMF, Molly huffed, giving Snape the evil eye. Harry, love, would you like to help me bring in the drinks? Butterbeer tends to fizz if it's a Cheode. Harry nodded agreeably and hopped off Snape's lap. Mrs. Weasley was as nice as he remembered, and Mr. Weasley seemed kind too. Maybe they wouldn't tell Professor Snape to be too hard on him. I see he's gotten into trouble already, Arthur said quietly once Harry had left the room. Are you having second thoughts? Snape wasn't about to admit anything to a Weasley. I hardly expected an 11-year-old child to be a model of perfect decorum. It sounds as if you've made that clear to Harry as well, the older man commented neutrally. Harry and Molly returned at that moment with the drinks, and conversation resumed, mostly about the elder Weasley's memories of Hogwarts and their adventures there. Harry listened happily, delighted to learn more about his new school, while Severus glared at his butterbeer and longed for the evening to end. When they moved to the dinner table, groaning beneath enough food to feed an army or the entire Weasley clan, Harry hung back. Snape glared at him, but when the boy didn't join them at the table, he stepped over to him. Whatever is the matter? He demanded impatiently, keeping his voice down. Do you need the loo? Harry shook his head. Where should I go? He whispered. Snape frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Do I go into the kitchen? I could start washing the pots if I do, or do the Weasleys want me to wait in the living room? Or maybe Ron's room? What are you talking about? Harry sighed. Sometimes grown-ups, even Professor Snape, could be really slow. While you're eating, what do I do? Back at the Dursleys, I always was sent to my cupboard when there were guests over for dinner, but I don't know where to go here. Should I go to Ron's room to wait, or do you think I should start cleaning the kitchen? You are to join us at the table, Snape said, too taken aback even to insult the child. You were invited to dinner, not to watch the adults eat while you act like a house elf. But, you mean, I get to eat with you? Together. Harry's jaw dropped. He'd been surprised and pleased when he'd been allowed to join the adults for butterbeer and nibbles. He'd never imagined that he'd actually get to sit at the table for the meal. By now, their whispered tete-a-tete had captured the Weasleys' attention. Everything all right, Severus? Arthur asked, while Molly eyed Snape distrustfully. Harry's offhanded comment about the spanking had rekindled all her doubts. Yes, Severus replied in a tone that dared them to challenge him. He dropped a hand to Harry's shoulder and pulled him along, speaking quietly. You are to sit at the table and comport yourself like a gentleman. Watch me or the Weasleys if you are uncertain how to hold your utensils, and do not bolt your food like a ravenous beast. Snape added that last, having remembered what Ron looked like at the Gryffindor table. Harry dazedly took the indicated chair. This was unprecedented. He cast an uncertain look at the Weasleys, more than half convinced that Severus had made a mistake and they would send him from the table. But Arthur was smiling at him, and Molly was already passing him the basket of rolls. Harry took one and his resulting radiant smile brought tears to Molly's eyes. Harry did quite well, all things considered. He watched Snape carefully, and the professor slowed down his movements, making it easy for the child to mimic him. The Weasleys immediately spotted what was going on, and even Molly began to think she'd been mistaken about Snape. Then Harry tried to lift the platter of roast beef and winced. Are you all right, love? Molly asked worriedly. That's too heavy. Arthur, help him with it. Thank you, Harry said politely, spearing a piece of meat as he'd seen Professor Snape do. Are you all right? Yeah, Harry said cheerfully. At his side, Snape stifled a groan, knowing what was coming next. I'm just still a little sore from this afternoon. Sore, Molly repeated with a rising inflection, her eyes fixed furiously on Severus. Naturally enough, having heard that Harry had been smacked earlier in the day, she leapt to the conclusion that he was referring to the aftermath of that punishment. You're still sore? Yeah, Harry agreed, completely oblivious to the currents swirling around him. Professor Snape says it'll take a while until I'm used to it. He gave me some balm for my backside though. That hurts even more than my back and arms. Arthur took one look at his wife's face and was on his feet, pulling her into the kitchen. Severus, would you give us a hand? Just keep eating, Harry, he instructed calmly, we'll be right back. Yeah, Harry said cheerfully. At his side, Snape stifled a groan, knowing what was coming next. I'm just still a little sore. Sore, Molly repeated with a rising inflection, her eyes fixed furiously on Severus. Naturally enough, having heard that Harry had been punished earlier in the day, she leapt to the conclusion that he was referring to the aftermath of that punishment. You're still sore. Yeah, Harry agreed, completely oblivious to the currents swirling around him. Professor Snape says it'll take a while until I'm used to it. He gave me some balm for my backside though. That hurts even more than my back and arms. Arthur took one look at his wife's face and was on his feet, pulling her into the kitchen. Severus, would you give us a hand? Just keep eating, Harry, he instructed calmly, we'll be right back. The instant the kitchen door closed behind the adults, Arthur cast a silencing spell over the room. He was just in time. Used to it. You expect him to get used to it. That's it. I'm calling Dumbledore right now. Snape rubbed his forehead. Theoretically, if this were happening to someone else, it would be quite amusing. Given his role in the drama, however, he found it more than a little annoying. You have misunderstood the situation, he told Molly, not really expecting her to listen. To his surprise, she paused. How so? She demanded. Are you saying you didn't strike that child? That poor, defenseless child. That poor, defenseless child nearly dashed his minuscule brains out against the castle walls. He deserved to be punished. Then let his head of house punish him with lines or points or detention. What do you mean by intervening and then punishing him so that he is still sore hours later? What in Merlin's name did you do to him? His back, his arms, his bum. If Albus doesn't call the Aurors, I will. He's not sore from my punishment, you silly witch. Snape snarled. He's sore from Quidditch. Minerva McGonagall saw his flying and promptly claimed him for her house team. She subjected him to a 2-hour tryout, and that is why he is in pain. That is the most ridiculous excuse I have ever heard. Molly retorted. Have you forgotten that I have 7 Quidditch-obsessed children? I know perfectly well that first years don't play on house teams. Do you have any idea how many complaints about that rule I have heard over the years? Including this year. Madam, you may think me capable of utilizing a child, but do you really imagine I would be stupid enough to beat the boy and then bring him here to tell you about it? To his mingled gratification and offense, that made her pause. Well, no. Actually, that doesn't make any sense, Molly admitted. In your behavior when you arrived, but I am not taking any more chances with that child's well-being. You told me yourself that Dumbledore placed him with abusive muggles for the last 10 years, so why should I believe that he's done better this time? Snape was annoyed to realize that he actually had common ground with a Weasley. Worse, she was a formidable opponent and one that could come in very handy in his future battles with Dumbledore and McGonagall over the boy's upbringing. His Slytherin instincts kicked in. Obviously he had to co-opt her to his side. Answer a question for me, he said abruptly, startling both Weasleys by the change in subject. If Ronald had disobeyed Madame Hooch and engaged in life-threatening aerobatics, but also displayed remarkable flying ability, what would you have done? The Weasleys exchanged a glance. Scolded him until his ears rang, sent him to bed without supper, confiscated his broom for a week, and then tried to find the money to get him extra flying lessons, Arthur answered for both of them. Would you have permitted him to join his house team, assuming an exception was granted by the headmaster? Yes, Arthur nodded. Would you have permitted him to join his house team without punishing him? I should say not. Molly huffed. Severus nodded. They would do. Very well. I believe this co-parenting idea may work. I beg your pardon. Molly interrupted hotly. I was about to call the Aurors. You are operating under a misapprehension, Severus snapped. Neither he nor Molly noticed Arthur slipping away. After Potter's stunt, Minerva ignored everything except the boy's flying prowess. She considered a token chastisement, but all her attention was on Potter's potential as a seeker. I made it clear that that was an unacceptable response to his behavior, and I took him in hand myself. I did not, however, he added hastily, injure the boy. He received a mere 2 swats to his backside, one for disobedience and one for putting himself in danger, as well as lines in an essay. He then went to the tryout and was pummeled mercilessly. Of course he is sore. They kept him on an unfamiliar broom for 2 hours, forcing him to catch the snitch over and over. Molly frowned, considering his words. She still had a suspicious look on her face. You expect me to believe that Minerva McGonagall was willing to overlook deliberate disobedience in one of her lions? Have you seen her expression when she looks at the house cup? Snape asked wearily. Well, yes. Molly hesitated. But what about your treatment of the boy, Severus? I'll not have him pay the price for his father's treatment of you. Snape flushed. How dare this witch sit in judgment of him? Oh, and you're not trying to atone for your own disregard of him for the past 10 years. I thought you were so close to the Potters, yet you were obviously too busy with your own children to spare a thought to the welfare of their orphan. Molly gasped. That's a terrible thing to say. Snape smirked. A little truth hurts. You greasy-haired bat. You fertility goddess wannabe. Once he had felt reasonably certain that Molly and Severus would not hex each other into oblivion, Arthur let himself out of the kitchen and rejoined Harry at the table. Did I do something wrong? Harry asked worriedly, looking over to the quiet kitchen. Only in flying class, from what you tell me, Arthur replied easily, reseating himself and putting a few more vegetables on Harry's plate. The boy made a face but obediently started eating them. Harry, I don't think I quite followed what you were saying before. Why are you sore? Harry looked up in surprise, broccoli dangling from his fork. Didn't I say I made the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Arthur's eyebrows rose in surprise. As a first year? You're joking. No, honest. Arthur looked at him, then asked a shrewd question. Is Ron chuffed for you, or green with envy? Harry had to laugh. A little of both, I think. I didn't have much time to explain stuff to him, because I had to hurry to come here. It's been a very long time since a first year was allowed on a house team, Harry. You must be very good. Had you flown much before coming to Hogwarts? Harry proudly shook his head. Not at all. Oliver Wood, he's our captain. He and Professor McGonagall tested me for like 2 hours this afternoon. They had me fly and chase stuff over and over and over. But at the end, they said I could be on the team, and Professor Snape had already given his permission. When I finally was able to get off the broom, I felt like I'd gotten walloped with the world's biggest hairbrush. I'd never been on a broom before, see. My relatives, he looked awkward, they don't like magic. Some muggles are like that, Arthur said comfortably, and Harry relaxed again. Well, that explains why you're so sore. I think if I had just spent the afternoon in Quidditch tryouts, I'd be lying on the couch moaning. Harry laughed. Professor Snape gave me a potion. It tasted awful, but it made me feel better right away. And he even rubbed my sore muscles until they didn't feel so bad. He looked anxiously at Arthur, all his fears arising anew. What are you going to tell him? Who? Severus. Arthur didn't understand. About what? About how to raise me. He does a lot of stuff he shouldn't, Harry admitted unhappily. Are you going to tell him to stop? Arthur threw a glance at the kitchen door. No sign that they were about to be disturbed. I could tell him to stop, he agreed carefully, lowering his voice and leaning towards Harry. What does he do that he shouldn't? Harry gulped, feeling tears gather. He knew it wasn't fair of him to take advantage of the professor's ignorance, but he dreaded the thought of losing the gentle touch, the cuddling, and the light swats in favor of more orthodox shouting and whacking and being told to act his age. Harry. Arthur's voice was soft. What should the professor stop doing? I guess you should tell him about real punishments, Harry choked out, wiping away a tear. He doesn't really get that. What do you mean? How did he punish you earlier today? Harry looked at Arthur fearfully. The man seemed nice, but would he punish Harry all over again? This time for the disobedience towards Madame Hooch. Harry. Arthur's voice was gentle but insistent. He just said I had to write some lines in an essay, he admitted, lowering his gaze. But that's just going to help me practice my handwriting. And I'm supposed to write the essay in his quarters, so I get to spend extra time with him too. He doesn't realize that punishments are supposed to hurt. He sniffled back more tears. I'm sorry that I didn't tell him. Please don't be too mad. Or are you going to have him punish me again, but show him how to do it right this time? He waited bleakly for Mr. Weasley's stern agreement. Arthur sat there and blinked. Harry was worried that Severus Snape, whose name alone was enough to make several years of Hogwarts, students past and present wet themselves, was unfamiliar with fearsome punishments. That he, Arthur Weasley, was going to teach Severus how to really instill fear into a child. His own kids were more scared of Snape than they were of him. Even Ginny, who had never even met the man, was leery of Snape through the tales of her brothers, but viewed her own father's furious scoldings with maddening calm or artful penitence. But Harry, I thought you said he spanked you. Harry sighed. He might as well tell Mr. Weasley everything. He doesn't even smack right, he confessed. He thinks it's not supposed to hurt, just show me that he's really mad. He says that if he wanted to hurt me, he'd use magic, but then he said he'd never do that, so that means he'll never really hurt me, not even if I've been really bad. He forced himself to look at Arthur. I know you have to teach him how to really smack, you know, so it hurts and all, but please, could it not be too hard? I mean, I know Professor Snape can hit as hard as Uncle Vernon, but he thinks that's wrong and he said he won't ever do it again. So maybe you could just tell him to hit harder than he does now, but not as hard as he could. Please, let me be sure I understand this, Arthur said, once again feeling like he was in an alternate reality. Severus has told you he won't use magic to hurt you. Soberly, Harry nodded. Did he talk about anything specific, like stinging hexes or crucio? Or did he say he wouldn't use any magic at all? Harry frowned. He just said if he wanted to hurt me there were spells that would hurt an awful lot more than any smack, but that's not what adults are supposed to do. He sighed. He really doesn't understand. Every time I do something bad, he does something nice. Like when I told him I hadn't known to buy good clothes when I was in Diagon Alley, he said he'd take me shopping instead of punishing me for being stupid. And when Draco and I disobeyed Madam Hooch, he was angrier about me maybe getting hurt than about my not listening to a teacher. Harry bit his lip as he watched Mr. Weasley's expression. The man's face was all twisted up in bemusement. He must not have realized how much help Professor Snape needed. So Severus said he won't hurt you with magic. Any magic. And he also said he won't hit you very hard. Harry nodded again. When he swatted your bum today, it didn't hurt at all. He didn't even put me over his knee or anything. He just sort of reached around and gave me a little slap, Harry acknowledged sadly, wishing he didn't have to betray the professor's ineptitude. Poor Professor Snape. Mr. Weasley would think he was a real no-hoper. You're worried that I'm going to tell him that he's supposed to smack you a lot harder. I know you have to teach him how to be a dad, Harry explained, trying not to cry. But I like that he lets me hug him and he didn't even yell when I got snot all over him from crying. And he lets me act like a real baby sometimes without telling me off. Like when he carried me through the flow thingy, he didn't make fun of me or anything. I know you've got to tell him to stop all that, but... Harry. Arthur interrupted. Is there anything that Severus does that you wish he didn't do? Anything that makes you sad or hurts your feelings or makes you uncomfortable? No, sir. He doesn't say anything strange or touch you in certain places or have secret games that you're not allowed to tell anyone about. Harry frowned in bewilderment. No, sir. He doesn't harm you in any way. Your only worry is that he's too nice to you, too indulgent, and I'm going to tell him to stop. Yes, sir. And he doesn't hurt you or insult you or make you feel stupid or unsafe. No, he makes me feel safe, Harry protested. And he said if anyone tries to hurt me, even an adult, I can protect myself. A half-smile tugged at his lips. I guess you'll need to tell him that you and Mrs. Weasley see and whack me. Harry, I think you're confused about something, Arthur said slowly. It's not Severus who has the wrong idea about being a dad. It's you. Harry looked at him in bewilderment. Dads aren't supposed to hurt their children. If you ask Ron, I think he'll tell you that he's not scared of me or his mum. That we don't hurt him. That we don't allow anyone to attack him. All these things that Severus has told you, they're true. He is being a good dad. There's nothing I have to teach him. In fact, it's probably true that he can teach me a few things, because there have been times when I have lost my temper with Ron and the others. I probably have given them swats that hurt longer than a few seconds or said something that hurt their feelings or made some other kind of mistake. And Harry, it's likely that as Severus takes care of you, he'll make a few mistakes too. But I imagine that if you remember that he's doing his best to be a good father, and you keep trying to be a good son, then the two of you will do just fine. Harry's mouth was open in shock. You mean it? He's doing it right. But Uncle Vernon said, he gasped, and both hands flew to cover his mouth. Don't tell Professor Snape I said that. He begged. He'll go spare. Arthur couldn't help but smile at Harry's agitation. Will he really? Harry nodded vehemently. He's really mad at the Dursleys, and he says the stuff they told me is worse than any bad word I could say. I've already got to write 500 lines about them being stupid liars, and he said if I quote them again, he'll wash my mouth out with soap. He glanced over his shoulder at the kitchen door and lowered his voice. I don't think he did it, but I don't want to find out. Just then the kitchen door flew open, and Molly and Severus stormed out. Arthur was pleased to see that both were still standing and no blood was visible. Harry, taken aback at the sudden resumption of noise as the silencing spell was voided, jerked in surprise, and his hand knocked over his glass of pumpkin juice. Molly reached over his head to grab it, and Harry flinched violently. Everyone froze. I'm such an idiot, Harry thought miserably. He knew well, he was pretty sure that Molly hadn't been going to hit him. Now they're going to think I'm AFR, that I'm weird. Arthur and Molly exchanged shocked looks. The Dursleys' treatment of Harry had to have been worse than they imagined for him to have developed such ingrained reactions. Then the silence was broken by a calm voice. Excellent reflexes, Mr. Potter. As I told you, I expect you not to just sit there and let someone harm you. You moved out of the way quite speedily. I'm glad you are following my instructions so well. Next we will work on distinguishing friend from foe, but I'm certain Mrs. Weasley was impressed by your ability. And with that, Snape reseated himself. Yes, Harry, dear, Molly agreed. That was very well done. She slowly moved to right the glass, and a quick wave of her wand vanished the spilled juice. Harry straightened up and sent a look of gratitude to Severus. Leave it to the professor to save the day. Now the Weasleys wouldn't think he was weird or stupid, they'd understand that he was just practicing. He smiled up at Mrs. Weasley. Dinner was really great, he told her. She cupped his chin in her palm and looked deep into his eyes. I'm very glad you enjoyed it, Harry. She planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Did you save room for pudding? He grinned. Yes, ma'am. Let me help you with that, Arthur said, and the two vanished back into the kitchen. Harry looked after them thoughtfully. Adult wizards certainly seemed to like spending time in the kitchen. Sir, he said to Snape. Snape was prodding his cold dinner with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. I like the Weasleys. HMF. Snape did his best to ignore the cold chill the words sent up his spine. As if the brat's feelings mattered to him. Do you think they like me? I'm quite certain they do, he replied with as much disinterest as he could muster. Harry beamed. Good. Now that he didn't have to worry about Arthur turning the professor into Uncle Vernon, he was enjoying the visit a lot more. Sir. What? Snape snarled. Will we be able to go soon? What? This time, Snape didn't sound impatient, he sounded stunned. I like it here, Harry hastily explained, but I just thought if we could leave soon, then maybe I could stay in your quarters for a while. Before going up to the tower, he glanced at the professor from under his fringe, assessing the man's reaction. I could do some of my lines, he offered. You can do those in the Gryffindor tower, Snape pointed out, eyeing the boy. What did the little brat want? Why on earth was he willing to leave the burrow in order to linger with Snape in the dank and clammy dungeons? Harry pouted. I want to have some time where it's just us, he admitted. Unless you're still mad at me. Snape decided that the warm feeling in his chest must be heartburn from Molly's cooking. Yes, the Bloody Witch was probably trying to poison him, he told himself, though it did seem that the two had reached a somewhat tentative truce earlier, not that Snape understood how it had come about. After several minutes of hurling insults at each other, she had abruptly burst into laughter, hugged him, and said, I begin to understand what Lily saw in you, Severus. There aren't many men who can hold their own against a red-headed witch. He had no idea what a woman's hair color had to do with his own parenting ability, but it seemed that she had decided that he was in fact treating Harry well. She had even accepted his word that he hadn't beaten Potter to a jelly in her place. He would have insisted on physically examining the boy, but she hadn't even suggested it. Instead, she muttered something about Harry's body language and dropped the subject. Heartened by her unexpectedly conciliatory attitude, he had rather uncomfortably explained the situation with Harry's wardrobe and inquired as to what a normal 11-year-old boy should have in his closet. She had promised to owl him a list by the following morning, and when she heard of his plans to take the boy on a shopping spree, she had begun to grin. Tell me again how much of a burden you consider Harry, Severus. Do not project your maudlin sentimentality onto me, he had snapped. I am merely ensuring that the brat's material needs are adequately addressed. So you're not planning to stop by a Quidditch shop then? He colored. I fail to see what relevance that question has to the issue of the boy's clothing. If I choose to purchase some additional items for the child, it is merely to ensure that he does not get up to mischief while he is in my quarters. I will not have him idle and looking for trouble. Ah, that sounds quite plausible. Keep practicing, she smirked, and he had stormed out of the room. After all this stress, it was no wonder that the food was upsetting his stomach. Though the warmth wasn't actually uncomfortable. Quite the opposite, in fact. No, I am not still mad at you for your dunderheaded stunt, Snape told the brat. You have been punished, have you not? Sort of. I mean, I still owe you the lines and essay, Harry pointed out. Then perhaps it is appropriate for you to stay in my quarters until curfew and get started on your punishment, Snape consented austerely. After all, the little fiend was certain to need constant supervision or he'd never do his assignment. Harry grinned down at his plate. He'd gotten Snape to agree. You'll be there, right? He said, suddenly panicked as a thought occurred to him. You're not going to go away to do a potion or anything. Potter, you do not do a potion. Potions are brewed, and if you think I will leave you to roam my quarters unsupervised, you are sadly mistaken. You will remain in my immediate presence until I am confident that you know how to behave yourself to my satisfaction. Will you show me how to hold a quill? Harry pressed. I mean, if you're going to have to read all the lines, you should help me learn to write good. Right well, Potter, Snape growled. What did muggles teach in their schools these days? Well, will you? Harry begged. Please. Oh, all right, Potter. If only to stop your incessant whining. Severus grumpily downed the last of his pumpkin juice. Just as he had feared, his free time was being entirely subsumed by this annoying brat. Where was he supposed to find the time to plan their shopping excursion, let alone grade his students' essays? Molly and Arthur emerged at that point. Both looked very happy and rather amused, much to Harry's bewilderment and Severus' annoyance. Harry demolished 3 helpings of chocolate pudding and only declined a 4th when Severus gave him a glare combined with a sharp tap on the ankle. So, Harry, would you and Severus like to come back for dinner on Saturday? We'll have all the kids home at that point, and we can talk about making you both honorary members of the family, Arthur announced. Harry perked up happily, but Snape choked on his last bite of pudding. Me. The potion master finally managed to wheeze. And hun. Well, of course we're talking about both of you, Molly said, an evil glint in her eye. You're a package deal, aren't you? Yes, Harry agreed quickly. Right, Professor. Snape subsided into incoherent splutterings which the rest of the table optimistically took as agreement. Don't mention anything to the boys, Harry, Molly instructed. We'll be bringing them all home tomorrow night to explain everything, then you two can come on Saturday and perhaps you'd like to stay overnight with Ron and the others. Like a slumber party? Harry asked hopefully. He'd never been to one, but he'd heard kids at school talking about them. Yes, love, Molly agreed. Just like that. Harry looked over to where Severus looked like he was strangling his napkin and decided now might not be the best time to ask permission. I'd like that, he said honestly. Thank you. We'll be glad to have you here, Harry, Molly said softly. Before you leave, do you want to take a wander around the house? Harry glanced at Severus and receiving a nod, he shot off. I suspect that Fred and George may find they've met their match in Harry and Ron, Arthur said, hoping to change the subject to something that was less likely to infuriate their guest. I understand from Harry that you've made it clear he's not to be bullied or picked on. Snape nodded, looking grim. His muggle cousin used to do something called Harry hunting, and his parents prevented any retribution. I have made it clear that he is no longer bound by those rules. Arthur looked weary for a moment. Considering that there are wizards out there who truly are Harry hunting, that is a lesson he needs to learn quickly and well. Molly looked at the two men. Do you think it's starting up again? We've had 10 years of near silence. Snape raised an eyebrow. Silence doesn't necessarily mean there's nothing out there. I know. But he's such a small boy, teach him well. Severus. I intend to, he retorted shortly, but without his usual snarl. As you can see, however, there is much work to be done. His relatives were appalling. He has not felt physically safe for most of his childhood. I'd say he's beginning to feel that way now, Arthur smiled. He tells me that you said no other adult has the right to touch him. He sounded very impressed. Snape fought back a desire to preen. That is quite correct. And that is true for his time here as well. If he misbehaves, he is to be returned to me for punishment. Molly raised her eyebrows. If he misbehaves in any way. You do remember he's an 11-year-old boy, correct? Severus scowled. Over the past 10 years he has been beaten, starved, locked up, and used as South Avenue labor. It is important that no current punishments remind him of life with his horrible relatives. How about this? Arthur suggested. We certainly won't strike him or deprive him of meals, but if he gets into minor trouble with our kids, then Harry will face it alongside our bunch. If he and Ron get sent to bed early, for example, or have to denome the garden, will that bring back bad memories for him? If he's being punished right alongside Ron, wouldn't that be a way for him to see that he's part of the family? Snape grudgingly agreed that might be acceptable. Molly and Arthur shared a not very well hidden grin. Should we? Molly's question was interrupted by an almighty crash from the stairwell. The adults rose as one and rushed to find a guilty-looking Harry struggling to his feet. "I'm sorry," he blurted as soon as they appeared. "What happened, Harry?" Molly asked, hurrying over to check him for injuries. He shrank back. "I tripped on my way down the stairs. I'm really sorry. I think I might have broken the banister." He hesitatingly pointed to one of the battered spindles that ran along the stairs, but he kept a wary eye on both Weasleys and tried to sidle closer to Severus. "That's all right, Harry. We're just concerned you might have broken you," Arthur said. "Did you get hurt?" "No, sir," Harry said quickly. "I'm fine." "Harry, your leg." Molly pointed to a rip in his trousers. "I'm sorry," he said nervously, looking at Severus. "I can fix it, honest." "Harry, you're bleeding," Molly persisted. "It's okay," Harry protested, but Severus already had his wand out and was casting a diagnostic charm. "Mr. Potter," he snapped a moment later. Harry flinched at the tone. "I believe I have indicated my intolerance for falsehoods." Harry gulped and nodded. "But it wasn't a real lie, sir. I just—" "Mr. Potter," Snape leaned over to make eye contact, "is this one of the Dursleys' rules? No admitting when you are injured?" Harry trembled as he gazed into his professor's angry eyes, but he was unable to look away. "Why, yes, sir," he finally admitted. "And what did I tell you about their rules? To forget them." Harry's voice was very small and apologetic. The professor snorted. "If you are injured or distressed in any way, I expect you to tell me about it," Snape said sternly. "I will consider failure to do so as not only a lie but also an example of your putting yourself in jeopardy. Do you understand?" he asked pointedly. Harry unconsciously covered his bum. "Yes, sir." "Then perhaps you would like to answer Mr. Weasley's question again." Harry nodded hastily. "Yes, sir. My wrist and my leg hurt, sir." "Your wrist is strained. I will give you a potion when we return to Hogwarts. As for the cut on your leg, leave that to me," Molly invited. She took Harry's hand and smiled at him encouragingly. "After 7 accident-prone children, I'm practically a certified healer." She led Harry over to the living room couch. "I'm not as flexible or as slim as I used to be," she explained to Harry, "so rather than making me bend over to see your knee, why don't we both sit on the couch?" She sat down, had Harry sit next to her, then helped him swivel around so his back was against the armrest and his bent knees lay across her lap. She gently raised his trouser leg and tutted over the small cut. Harry watched, amazed and delighted, as she gently scourgified the wound, removing all the blood, then magically sealed the laceration with a murmured spell, tracing the tip of her wand over his injury. "How's that, love?" she asked. "Great," he beamed. "That would sure have come in handy plenty of times in the past." Another spell and his trousers were cleaned and mended, and Harry was even more sold on magic than he had been. "That's brilliant, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you." He started to get up, only to be gently pushed down. "Oh no, Harry. We're not done yet." Arthur grinned and nudged Severus. At Harry's puzzled look, Molly explained, "In this house, if you get hurt, you have to sit still for a few minutes and let the healing spells take effect, and there's a rule that when you get hurt, you get cuddled." "Is that all right?" Harry blinked. Ron's mum was willing to give him a cuddle. But wasn't she only supposed to do that with her own kids? And wasn't he too old anyway? She must have seen the indecision in his eyes, for Molly leaned over and whispered, "Don't tell him I told you," but Ron twisted his ankle 2 days before going to Hogwarts, and he didn't mind the cuddle. Harry felt his heart start to beat faster. He was finally going to see what it felt like to get hugged by a mum. Of course, it was someone else's, not his own, but that was almost as good, especially since he was practically an honorary Weasley. "Well," he said carefully, "if it's a rule." Molly grinned and held out her arms. A moment later, Harry was cuddled against her and she was rocking him, crooning in his ear. Snape thought he might sick up at all the sentimentality, but an odd feeling of envy was also making itself felt deep in his chest. He could have done that. Not that he would have wanted to, but he could have. Harry felt wrapped up in clouds of love. He hadn't known that it was so nice to be hugged like this. When he had hugged Snape, he had felt safe and warm, but this was different. This was softer. After several minutes, he heard Professor Snape clear his throat, and he dutifully looked up. To his surprise, Molly's face was wet with tears as she smiled down at him. "You're such a good boy, Harry," she said, and she keyed him. Harry decided that he might have to fall down the burrow stairs on a semi-regular basis. As Harry got up and crossed over to join an impatient Snape, Molly let out an exclamation. "Oh, I nearly forgot." She hurried over to a small cabinet and lifted out a flat box. "I have something for Harry." Harry didn't move closer. "It's not my birthday, Mrs. Weasley," he said, mystified. She laughed. "I've been saving this for you for a very long time, Harry. We can count it as a birthday present you've just not picked up, okay?" She seated herself back on the couch and patted her lap. Obediently, Harry went over to her. She pulled him onto her lap, so that his back was against her front, and she brought the box around to sit in his lap. "Close your eyes," she instructed. Harry glanced at Professor Snape. Severus frowned and drew closer. Not that he didn't trust Molly Weasley, but he wasn't about to take chances either. He stopped about a foot away, his hand resting inconspicuously on his wand. "Go ahead." He nodded once. Harry closed his eyes tight. Molly whispered a spell and took the lid off the box, holding it up so it was just beneath Harry's nose. "What do you smell, love?" she asked, softly. Harry sniffed. A fragrance rose to meet him and his heart lurched. Somehow, on a level too deep for conscious thought, he recognized the sweet, citrusy smell. His whole body tensed, and he dragged in another, deeper breath. His throat tightened. "Mummy," he whispered, tears beginning to seep from beneath his closed lids. Snape froze. It couldn't be. Molly's brimming eyes met his, and she lowered the box enough for him to see. A sweater, carefully folded, lay in the box. "Open your eyes, Harry, love," she whispered. "This belonged to your mummy. I've been keeping it for you." Harry reached out a single finger and with gentleness approaching reverence, lightly brushed the blue wool. How did you get it?" he asked, his voice thick with tears. "Your parents were in the order with us," she began. "What's the order?" Harry interrupted, glancing up from where he had been staring at the sweater as if it were a holy icon. Molly caught Severus' headshake. "It was a group that we were all in, Harry. Your parents, Severus, Arthur and we were all members. And your mum and I were friends. We were both pregnant at the same time, although I was a few months farther along than she was, and before your parents went into," she broke off abruptly. "Before your parents went away, she would often come over to the burrow. On one of her last visits, she left her sweater behind. I was planning to give it back to her, but I never got the chance. When I heard that she had died, but you had survived, I put the sweater away with a stasis spell so that you would have it when you were older." Harry choked back a sob. Somehow, being able to smell his mother, a scent that he had completely forgotten at a conscious level, suddenly made him miss her 1,000 times more. It was as if she had just stepped away and could come back any second, except he knew she never would. It made it infinitely worse and immeasurably better, all at once. It was as if she were there in some way, but not in the way he wanted. But it made her real, in a way she hadn't been to him, not since he was a baby. For the first time in a very, very long time, Harry Potter desperately wanted his mother. "Mum," he gasped out, and then he had twisted around and buried his head into Molly's chest, letting the tears come. Molly instantly pushed the box out at Severus and folded Harry into her arms, rocking and murmuring to him as he wept. Arthur took Snape, now holding the precious box like a religious relic, into the kitchen. He took one look at Severus' face and left, returning a moment later with a tumbler of fire whiskey. He put the glass at Severus' elbow and left him alone. Snape delicately stroked the fine wool in much the same way Harry had. Lowering his face to just above the box, he inhaled deeply and let Lily's fragrance fill his mind. Memories overpowered him. The Muggle-born child who had first befriended him, the teenaged Lily of their Hogwarts days, the young woman he caught an occasional glimpse of at an order meeting, she was here and yet she wasn't. Her eyes lived on, and her compassion, her boundless capacity for love, they all lived on in Harry. Her child, her son who, he abruptly knew, was now the most important thing in his life. Lily's presence pressed upon him, and suddenly, although far from a spiritual man, Snape was convinced that she was there with him. Watching. Waiting. I promise, Lily. I promise I will care for him as you would have. I promise. As he made his second unbreakable vow, he could swear her fragrance intensified. He closed his eyes, desperate to see her one last time, even if only in his mind's eye. He felt something brush his cheek, but when his eyes flew open, he was alone, Lily's sweater sitting beside him in the box. It was. Some time before Snape left the kitchen, his eyes reddened, the sweater safely returned to its box and stasis spell, and the fire whiskey still burning his throat. He found Arthur and Molly sitting quietly in the living room, Harry fast asleep in Molly's arms. He cried himself to sleep, Molly explained in a whisper. It's been such an emotional day for him. Indeed, Snape said stiffly. He held the box out to Molly but she shook her head. It's Harry's, Severus, and I know no one will safeguard it for him better than you. He fought down an uncharacteristic lump in his throat. This was very thoughtful of you. To know Lily was to love her, Severus, but I think you, Harry, and James knew that better than anyone. He automatically bristled to hear his name linked in any way with James Potter, but he couldn't find the energy to sustain his outrage. He nodded and shrank the box to fit it in his pocket. He reached down and scooped Harry up into his arms. The boy lolled bonelessly and he maneuvered him around until Harry's head lay against his chest. Thank you for your hospitality, Severus said formally. It was our pleasure. We'll see you again this weekend, Arthur said. Molly waved as Arthur threw the flow powder into the fire for him. Severus stepped out into his quarters and contemplated the small child in his arms. He knew the proper thing, the Snape-like thing, to do would be to shake him awake and send him up to his dormitory. The boy was 11, after all, and long day or no, he was old enough to put himself to bed. So why on earth was Snape laying him down carefully on his couch and tucking him in with a heavy Afghan? Severus scowled as he pulled off the brat's glasses and placed them on the adjacent table. He was not going soft. It was just that it was nearly curfew and he had no intention of hearing McGonagall complain about his keeping her students out after hours. Besides, he was the boy's guardian, so it was nobody's business if he chose to keep the brat here. Better to do that than run the risk of the Weasley brats interrogating him on where he had been. Yes, that was it. He was keeping the boy here so as to prevent him from having to face awkward questions from his housemates. Perfect. That was it. It had nothing to do with a blue sweater and a raft of memories. Nothing at all. Severus groaned in torment, longing for the blessed escape of death. He couldn't believe he'd been stupid enough to be captured in this fashion. He should have known better. He did know better. But somehow he'd been distracted, let down his guard, and this was the result. Severus had survived the tortures of his father, his housemates, the Marauders, and Voldemort. He had suffered under the Cruciatus more times than he wanted to remember, to say nothing of the lesser but still excruciating dark curses, humiliating and painful hexes, and of course, the Muggles' favorite, brute force. He probably had endured more punishment than any other living wizard, except for those who enjoyed that sort of thing, and his pain tolerance was remarkably high. But not high enough. Not for this. He bit back a whimper of anguish. He would not beg. He would not scream aloud. He would not give his tormentor that satisfaction. Even when he had writhed under Voldemort's wand, he had not wept for mercy, and he would not start now. Surely he would slip from consciousness soon. The only thing that remained for him now was vengeance. It was what kept him clinging to life, what prevented him from actively seeking the release of suicide. This was all the fault of that wretched brat Potter, and if it was the last thing he did on this earth, Severus vowed to exact bloody retribution from the little fiend. He saw his torturer approaching, an eager gleam in his eye, and he prayed for deliverance. Please, please no more. Please a portkey. A massive aneurysm. The return of the Dark Lord. Anything to rescue me from this agony. Severus. Albus Dumbledore exclaimed happily. Look, they have a version of wizard's chess, only with Quidditch. Harry will love it. Do you want to give it a try? Severus still couldn't believe he hadn't been smart enough to lie when the headmaster had noticed him leaving the castle that morning and asked where he was going. He should have known that Dumbledore would insist on accompanying him on the shopping expedition to outfit Harry's new room, and he should have expected that the crazy old coot would turn what should have been a brief, efficient mission into endless, hellish hours. No store was omitted. Why Dumbledore thought they needed to examine kitchenware had entirely escaped Snape. Did he imagine Potter was going to participate in the 83rd annual Supernatural Sweets Bake-Off? They had actually spent over an hour in a bloody linen store, debating whether Harry would prefer animated dragons or hippogriffs on his bedsheets. Or rather, Albus debated about the sheets and Severus debated bludgeoning himself unconscious. And after the dotty old man had finally decided on hippogriffs, then they had to start all over again on the color of the draperies. Severus had pointed out with the last threads of his self-control that he lived in a dungeon. A windowless dungeon, but that had only deflected Albus from draperies to carpeting. At the magical body shop, Snape had at first thought it might sell some kind of wizarding pornography, and he had been about to argue with Albus that while Harry might be a growing boy with a natural, healthy curiosity, Snape was not about to encourage that sort of thing. But then he had realized to his infinitely greater horror that it was a sort of fancy toiletry shop in which no self-respecting man, wizard or muggle, should be caught dead. Amidst what appeared to be a million different soaps, lotions, shampoos, creams, powders, and cosmetics, not to mention vaguely obscene-looking gadgets whose functions Severus did not want to think about, Albus began a lengthy dialogue with the witch behind the counter. Severus hid as best he could amongst the cluttered, aromatic merchandise. The store made Ollivanders look empty and hoped for an attack by Death Eaters. While Severus endured the curious stares of the other customers, all female, of course, Albus discussed proper skin care for pre-teens with more concentration than he normally brought to meetings of the Wizengamot. After the headmaster had purchased a bag full of products that the witch insisted would guarantee Harry a spot-free adolescence, Severus made a beeline for the door, only to be dragged back by Albus. Magic. Mortified beyond words, that spell was used by mothers on wayward toddlers. Snape had opened his mouth to tell the headmaster just what he thought of his behavior, but he'd been shocked into speechlessness by the realization that Albus and the shop witch were now discussing hair care. Specifically, the care of his hair. All of his protests, shouts, arguments, and fuming were blithely ignored, and he was kept at the counter under threat of a sticking hex as his scalp and hair were meticulously examined. To his intense dismay, several of the customers joined in the resultant discussion, offering their own remedies and advice, and it was a good 20 minutes before he was finally allowed to escape, with an even larger bag of supplies than the one intended for Harry. His afternoon had gone downhill from there. In the clothing store, he had actually threatened to Avada Dumbledore if he didn't stop selecting the most extreme examples of psychedelic clothing. At the bookstore, Albus was only prevented from purchasing Harry a private library equal to Snape's and Dumbledore's combined volumes by urgent reminders that Madame Pants would surely take such an action as a personal insult and retire to the stacks in tears. At the pet store, the headmaster had wanted to purchase Harry a familiar, but Snape managed to persuade him that Hedwig was unlikely to welcome the intrusion of a Kneazle or Krupp. But it was at the toy store predictably that Albus had gone insane, and now Severus was rapidly following. No more toys. Albus, Snape managed to snarl between clenched teeth. The pile of toys at the counter was already more appropriate for a new satellite shop location than the small bedroom of a single wizarding child. The headmaster's face fell. Oh, but Severus, they have. No more. Seeing the older wizard was about to argue, Severus turned crafty. What will you get him for Christmas if you buy out the store now? He asked, refusing to imagine what Christmas with the brat would be like. All tinsel and ho-ho-hoing and enough holiday cheer to make Snape nauseous for a month. You do have a point, Albus finally agreed, and Snape wasted no time in hustling him out of the shop. Ooh, wait. Quidditch, Albus said, pointing, as Snape tried to drag him along to the apparition point. While you were busy dithering over the best material for Potter's dress robes, I went to the Quidditch shop, Snape informed him, callously ignoring Dumbledore's disappointed expression. Maybe you forgot something, he suggested hopefully. Christmas, Albus. It's only a few months away, Severus retorted, not easing his pull on the older man's arm. Dumbledore sighed, then brightened. I can't wait to see the look on Harry's face when. No, Albus, you are not going to turn this into an excuse for a surprise party. I will not have my private quarters invaded by half of Gryffindor Tower, to say nothing of assorted moronic faculty members like Trelawney. Perhaps just a few of Harry's closest friends. Albus began. Can you imagine the havoc Hagrid would wreak if he stumbled into my potion supplies? No. The headmaster sighed in defeat. Very well, my boy. But I may require you to show me Harry's expression via pensieve. The brat is still working through his punishment for the flying incident, Snape said coldly. I have not yet decided when he might be allowed one or two of the smaller items. Dumbledore sighed again. You shouldn't be so strict, Severus. Was it not you who emphasized the importance of positive reinforcement? Snape glared. If you do not like the job I am doing, you should not have forced it upon me. I would remind you that this was not my idea. It was intensely gratifying to see Albus meek nod, though the sensation lasted only until Albus' next words. Very true, my boy. So it is all the more satisfying to see you embracing it with such dedication. I understand from Molly and Arthur that they were impressed with your handling of Harry over dinner last night. They said you were quite a natural, Albus smirked. Severus gnashed his teeth. Bloody, overtalkative Gryffindors. He managed to get some of his own back by refusing to allow Albus help him arrange Harry's new room, though in retrospect he wished it had been the headmaster who had to deal with the house elves. When they learned the new room was intended for Master Harry Potter, sir, the little creatures went mad with excitement and about 30 popped into existence, dashing about the room and readying it for its new occupant. Snape had to intercede in innumerable arguments amongst the high-strung little creatures, and it took all his Slytherin cunning to prevent them from carrying out mass self-punishments. When they decided a piece of furniture would look better on the other side of the room after all. By the time the room met with their unanimous satisfaction, he was convinced that it would have been easier by far to do it himself the Muggle way. When he'd roused the boy that morning from where he had slumbered on Snape's couch, Harry had been alternately embarrassed and delighted to find he'd been allowed to stay in the professor's private quarters. Thanks for letting me sleep here, he mumbled, pink. He propped himself up on one elbow and scrubbed at his eyes. While the professor had let him sleep on his good couch and everything. Yes, well, it was very late and I had better things to do than walk you all the way back to the tower, Snape sniffed. He tugged the boy up by his ear, lest the brat think he was getting soft. Get washed and dressed, or you will miss your breakfast, he threatened darkly, though he had no intention of releasing the too skinny brat without a full, nutritious meal in his stomach. The house elves are waiting to send it up. That's okay, Harry assured the professor, even as he obediently headed down the corridor to the bathroom. He didn't want the man to go to any trouble on his behalf. I see, and just grab a sweet roll and eat it on the way to class. Eep. He broke off as the professor's strong fingers closed again on his ear and dragged him around him to face the man. He blinked in surprise. The grip on his ear didn't hurt exactly, but Harry knew better than to resist it. Potter, if I see you stuffing your face with unhealthy sugary treats, I will order the house elves to spoon-feed you your meals for the next month, Snape threatened furiously. I expect you to eat 3 balanced meals a day, and to limit your intake of sweets. How do you expect to add muscle and height to your scrawny frame if you don't eat properly? Chocolate frogs and sweet rolls and 3 helpings of pudding are going to make you as white as your whale of a cousin. Do you understand? Wide-eyed, Harry nodded. His relatives barely gave him enough food, let alone cared if it was nutritionally balanced or not. We shall discuss this in greater length later, Snape promised sternly. For now, though, you should get in the habit of following Miss Granger. She appears to eat quite sensibly. Harry wrinked his nose. She always takes lots of vegetables and green stuff, he protested. She eats like a girl. And Mr. Weasley eats like a bottomless pit, and you, young man, are well on your way to a spotty and unhealthy adolescence. Now do as I say or you will regret it. He sent the boy towards the bathroom with a glare. Really? Such insolence, and so early in the morning too. Harry hurried to the bathroom and performed his morning ablutions. His heart was singing. Merlin, Professor Snape worried about him. It wasn't enough for him that Harry ate, he insisted that Harry ate the right foods. And he was even going to teach him what they were, just so Harry would grow up to be strong and healthy. Harry grinned at his reflection. He guessed that if the professor had anything to say about it, Harry would be taller than Ron by the end of the school year. It would be a nice change from always being the runt of the class. Scrubbed pink, Harry slid into his seat at the small table in Snape's kitchen, under the professor's stern glance. "Good morning, sir," Harry said, remembering his manners a bit belatedly. "Good morning," the professor replied. A plate of eggs, toast, and fruit appeared with a pop, and Harry smiled happily. "You will be sure to finish your milk, Mr. Potter, and this vial of dietary supplementation as well. It will make up for some of the nutritional inadequacies of your previous life." Harry gave the potion a dubious look, but he figured it was safer not to protest. He remembered how Mr. Weasley had given him extra vegetables last night, and he decided it was a dad thing. "You will take a daily dose of this potion," Snape continued, pleased that Harry was too busy forking eggs into his mouth to protest, "until Madame Pomfrey informs me that you have caught up to your age group on the growth charts." "Does it taste awful?" Harry inquired with a sigh. "Undoubtedly." Snape smirked as the boy groaned. This was quite fun. It wasn't even his first class and he had already tormented a child. "As I am certain you have not so much as begun the lines you owe me." Harry's guilty blush confirmed his suspicions. "You will report for detention with me this afternoon, immediately after your last class." "Ah," Harry protested. "It's Friday. And you have detention," Snape informed him heartlessly. "Would you care to try for Saturday detention as well?" Harry grumped and stabbed moodily at his fruit. "And just what thrilling plans did you have for the afternoon?" Snape sneered, irritated at the boy's sulking. Harry shrugged. "I dunno. I just figured Ron and me would." "Idiot. Have you forgotten that Mr. Weasley and his brothers are being summoned to the Burrow immediately after classes?" "Oh." Harry thought for a moment. If Ron weren't around, there really wasn't much to do. Granger would probably try to convince him to study with her, and though Dean and Seamus might include him in their plans, it was just as likely that they wouldn't. He really did need to work on the lines, and it would be better to do it here where he could get the professor's help with his handwriting than back in the common room where everyone would see he was being punished. Given Ron's absence, the professor was right. This really was the best time to do the assigned lines, when he wouldn't be missing out on anything else. Harry glanced over at the professor. Here the man had selected the perfect opportunity for Harry to get his punishment over with, when he wouldn't have to forego other, more enjoyable activities, and Harry was whining at him. What's more, Professor Snape had been awfully nice about his not finishing the lines quickly. Plenty of other teachers would have gotten cross if he hadn't handed them in the very next day. "I'm sorry," he mumbled guiltily. "HMF." Snape, still scowling, didn't even look up from where he was perusing a potions journal as he sipped his morning coffee. Harry drooped in his chair. Now the professor was mad at him, and properly so. He poked at the last of his fruit, his appetite abruptly gone. "Finish your breakfast, you horrible brat," Snape ordered sharply. "Classes will start shortly." He reached over and fixed the little monster's collar where it was twisted at the back. Honestly, couldn't he even dress himself? Harry looked up hopefully through his fringe. Maybe the professor wasn't all that mad if he were fixing Harry's shirt. "I said, eat." Snape gave the defiant child a cuff on the side of the head. It was definitely a cuff, not a pat. And certainly not a tousle of the brat's wild hair. It wasn't his fault if his fingers got caught in the rat's nest. Reassured, Harry grinned and demolished the rest of his breakfast. "Weisier," he mumbled around the last of his milk. "And don't talk with your mouth full." Snape snapped, but the rebuke went unnoticed as the brat slipped from his chair and, snatching up his book bag, ran for the door. "See you this afternoon, Professor." Harry shouted over his shoulder. "It's a detention, Potter." Snape yelled angrily. "Not a party." "Ooh," he seethed, he'd teach that little wretch to fear his detentions. Chirp a happy farewell, would he? When facing an afternoon of punishment. He'd have that brat writing lines until his fingers fell off, and then he'd really make him suffer. By the time classes ended, Snape had regained his good humor by reducing 4 Newt students to tears and awarding Oliver Wood a detention guaranteed to have the boy begging for mercy. By the time he was done bending over to scrub a decade's worth of potion splatters off the legs of Snape's classroom desks, Wood's back would be in spasm for days. Or at least until he managed to limp up to the infirmary. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain had apologized and groveled while Snape verbally flayed him for not showing Harry proper warm-up and cool-down exercises before the tryout, but what had really made his eyes fill with horrified tears was Snape's threat to switch the boy to the Slytherin team if the Gryffindor team didn't take proper care of its players. Wood had gabbled out panicked promises and offered to let Snape take any further injuries that Harry suffered out of his own hide. "Why, Mr. Wood," Snape had silkily replied, "I was already planning to do so." After all the threats, the actual punishment was a welcome relief to the twitching Wood, and Snape left him scrubbing away as Harry entered the room. "Lo, sir," Harry said politely, quickly stuffing the chocolate frog he'd been munching into a robe pocket. Snape took his chin in a firm grip and, taking out a clean white handkerchief, he scrubbed the urchin's face. He asked menacingly, showing the brat the smears of chocolate that had, until a moment ago, decorated his countenance. It's the Potter twins' birthday," Harry explained pleadingly. "They were giving frogs to everyone. It would have been rude to refuse. No dessert tonight," Snape pronounced in tones that brooked no argument. Harry sighed. "Sir. See and I at least finish my frog then?" he asked hopefully. "No." Snape extended his palm, and Harry mournfully deposited the half-eaten frog upon it. It was rather linty after its stay in his pocket, he admitted to himself. Snape regarded it with loathing and vanished the treat. He took Harry by the shoulder and moved him briskly down the aisle to a seat in the front row. "Hi, Oliver," Harry said as he was dragged past the older Gryffindor. "Hello, kid," Wood grinned up at him from where he was bent over the tall desk, scouring the legs with a stiff bristled brush. "This is not a tea party, Potter," Snape snapped. "Sit down and begin your lines." "Yes, sir," Harry said obediently, drawing parchment and quill out of his bag. He'd been assigned the lines about his relatives first, but it would be easier to finish the ones about the flying incident, since there were only 200 of them. He decided that it would be better to finish at least one part of his punishment as quickly as possible and determined to work on the 200-line assignment. His stomach gave a rumble and he thought longingly of the frog before focusing his attention on the work before him. Now what was it that Snape had told him to write? Oh, right. Harry bent to his task. He jumped in amazement as a glass of milk and plate of sliced apples appeared on the desk in front of him. Looking up at the professor, he saw Snape glaring at him. "Get to work, you lazy brat." "Sir," Wood protested from the back of the room, and Harry twisted around in surprise. "You shouldn't call him that. Mind your own business, Mr. Wood, or would you care to clean the chairs as well as the desks?" Snape threatened. Wood ducked back to work, muttering rebelliously, while Harry nibbled an apple slice and wondered what all the fuss was about. He'd finished most of the apple and all of his milk when Snape dragged up a chair beside him. "How do you expect me to read this chicken scratch?" the professor scolded, glancing over the dozen or so lines Harry had written. "Sorry, sir," Harry said meekly. "Look here. This is the proper way to hold a quill, and, where did you get such a pathetic excuse for a quill, Mr. Potter?" They were on sale in Diagon Alley, sir. Obviously priced that way because otherwise no one would be foolish enough to purchase such appallingly poor quality items," Snape sniffed contemptuously. "Here. This is a self-inking leak-proof quill. I will have no more of your whining excuses about your quill being the cause of your atrocious handwriting." Harry was going to point out he hadn't offered any excuses, whiny or otherwise, but he figured that it would be rude to argue when he'd just been given a present. "Thank you, sir." Snape scowled horribly. "Stop chattering and try again." No, hold it like so." By the end of 15 minutes, Harry's penmanship was markedly improved, and Snape returned to his own desk. "And if you don't have 50 lines done by the next time I check, Potter, you will find yourself hexed to that chair until curfew." "Bloody bat," came floating from the back of the room. "Did you say something, Mr. Wood?" Snape purred. "No, sir," Oliver replied meekly. "Straighten up and face me when you address me, Mr. Wood." The whimpers that Oliver emitted as he painfully stood brought a smirk of pure pleasure to Snape's face. Wood groaned pitifully as his back agonizingly protested the previous 2 hours. Dear, Mr. Wood. I suppose I should have let you stretch out a bit before setting you to scrub the undersides of all those desks, Snape said happily. Your back muscles must be in knots. Yes, sir, Oliver winced. He had to admit, sore as he was, that there was some poetic justice to this detention. He sent an apologetic look over to where Harry was sneaking a peek over his shoulder. He really hadn't meant to overwork the little kid like that, but it was just so exciting to see him dart in and grab the snitch time after time after time. There is still an hour and a half until dinner, Snape mused, enjoying the way the Gryffindor captain paled at the thought of another 90 minutes of such back-breaking labor. Please sir, Wood tried, the tryouts were only 2 hours. And you are older, stronger, and allegedly wiser than an 11-year-old, Mr. Wood. He sighed. Yes sir. Wood started to bend over again, but was halted by the potion master's cold tones. You may spend the remainder of the afternoon considering the lesson you have just learned. Wood looked uncertainly at Professor Snape. What did that mean? Was he about to be sent to a corner like a 4-year-old? The greasy git was capable of almost anything, so long as it was humiliating, painful, and likely to make grown men weep. Snape rolled his eyes. Little words. Gryffindors need little words and clear directions, he reminded himself. I assume you can contemplate your actions without being engaged in manual labor, Mr. Wood. Oh, yes, sir, Oliver nodded quickly, scenting a reprieve. Then you are dismissed. I expect 2 feet on the responsibilities of leadership on my desk by Monday, along with another 12 inches on the prevention of back injuries. He smirked. I imagine you can interview Madame Pomfrey on the latter topic while you are consulting her professionally. If both essays do not meet with my approval, you will provide another 2 feet on sports injury incidents and prevention. Do we understand one another? Yes, sir, Wood agreed miserably. 2 extra essays. So much for his plans to practice his flying this weekend. And if he knew Snape, he'd probably end up doing the 3rd essay as well. Wood's shoulders slumped in dejection, and he immediately flinched at the hot, knife-like pain that the movement caused. At least, Snape had pretty much just given him permission to see the Medi Witch. He had expected to have been prohibited from using any kind of magical pain relief, and it was a pleasant surprise to realize that not even Snape was that evil. Besides, it could have been much worse. The Git might have made good on his threat to turn Potter into a flying snake. He winked at Potter, and the kid grinned back. Wood felt a little bad leaving the first year alone, at the mercy of the evil bat, but on the other hand, it wasn't as if his presence had been much help to the kid. Snape had still snapped and snarked at him the whole time, coming down on him for his handwriting, for Merlin's sake. What business of his was it if the kid's handwriting was awful? You wouldn't catch Professor McGonagall sticking her nose in like that. She respected her students and didn't treat them like a bunch of babies. Wood had heard that Snape even assigned bedtimes to his Slytherin first year's Merlin. What was the point of being away at school if you couldn't stay up late when you felt like it? Wood waved at Harry and turned to go. Thank you, Professor, he called out, figuring it was a lot safer to be polite. What part of dismissed was unclear to you, Mr. Wood? The professor's snarky retort floated back to him as he escaped through the door. Snape kept one eye on the brat and the other eye on the time. Newly equipped with the rudiments of proper penmanship and a functional quill, Harry managed to demonstrate substantial improvement by the end of his 200 lines, which he finished shortly before dinner. Here, Professor, Harry said happily. I counted twice to be sure I got them all. He flourished the parchment with pride. Normally at this point, Snape incendioed the parchment to demonstrate to the miscreant just how pointless the punishment had been. All that time and effort spent on something completely without meaning or value even to the man who'd required it. More than once, this casual act of cruelty had reduced students to helpless tears, as they realized just how heartless and mean their potions professor really was. But somehow, looking at the satisfaction with which Harry regarded his 200 lines, the product of an entire afternoon of laborious, tongue-biting effort, Snape couldn't do it. HMF, he scanned the parchment. Not quite as atrocious as it might have been, he said grudgingly. So instead of chicken scratch, maybe it's monkey scribble? Harry asked cheekily. Snape narrowed his eyes. Your handwriting has not yet reached the evolutionary level of primates, Mr. Potter. Turkey scratch. Owl scrapings. Penguin, Harry was having too much fun with this line of thought, and Snape brought his hand down on his desk with a resounding crash. Potter, you are being punished. Oh, Harry said guiltily. He did his best to look repentant. The professor shouldn't have had to remind him of that. Now the man probably felt like he hadn't done a very good job of disciplining Harry. Poor Professor Snape. Harry knew what it was like to be made to feel as if you hadn't done a very good job, despite trying your best. He didn't want to make the professor feel that way. Despite what Mr. Weasley had said, it was clear to Harry that the professor simply didn't have it in him to be terribly strict. Still, just because Snape really didn't understand this whole punishment thing didn't mean Harry should make him feel bad about his shortcomings. Sorry, sir. He thought hard. What could he say that would make his professor believe the punishment had been effective? I'm really very sorry about taking risks with my safety. I've learned my lesson, honest. He watched the professor worriedly. Would that work? He really hadn't meant to make Professor Snape feel inadequate. Snape eyed the brat narrowly. That was more like it. He looked anxious now, and he was biting his lip nervously. Obviously Snape's outburst had frightened the little menace. His relatives probably shouted at him quite a lot. Snape shifted uncomfortably as an unfamiliar feeling of guilt settled in his chest. Harry was much more fragile than the average horrible Hogwarts student. He had to remember that and not be his usual snarky self, lest the brat be reminded of those unnatural muggles. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Potter, he said, his voice still stern but more quiet. Your welfare is too important for you to treat it casually or place yourself at unnecessary risk. I will not relax my position on this, so unless you wish to spend more afternoons copying lines, writing essays, and nursing a sore backside, I suggest you demonstrate more caution in your daily activities. It took Harry a few moments to puzzle out all the big words, but once he had, his face lit up with a beaming smile. Professor Snape had just said Harry mattered. He'd said that Harry's health and safety were important. That Harry couldn't just do any old silly thing that might get him hurt, because he was important. That was almost like saying Snape cared. Better almost, because lots of times people said they cared, but they didn't do anything to back it up. But Snape did more than that. He'd said that if Harry put himself at risk, he, Snape, would stop him. He'd even threatened him with another smacking. Not that his light taps actually left Harry with a sore backside, but it was obvious that Professor Snape believed they did. Still, his threat showed how serious he was, because he only used smackings for the most serious misbehavior. Wow, that was almost like saying that nothing was more important than Harry. Harry blinked. This was a thought so revolutionary that he had to test it. Sir. What? Snape frowned. The boy was still looking pinched around the mouth. What was upsetting him so much? The threat of more swats. The scolding. Had Snape's tone still been too harsh? Would you smack me for talking back to you? Harry asked cautiously. Backtalk had always been a major sin in the Dursley household. For Harry, anyway. Dudley was of course permitted to say anything he wanted and to throw tantrums over trivialities. Snape blinked. What an odd question. What could Potter be up to? He gave the brat his, since you are obviously finding life as a human too challenging, let's see if you are more useful to society as potion ingredients. Glarin growled, no, Mr. Potter, though I will ensure through other methods that you are unlikely to engage in that behavior more than once. Harry thought about that. Maybe talking back wasn't such a big deal here. He'd heard some of the other kids like Ron say things to the professors that he would never have said to Uncle Vernon, not unless he wanted his backside to be bruised in all the colors of the rainbow. Maybe he should ask about something else. Would you smack me for punching someone? Like Draco, say. Harry guessed that getting in a fight with a member of Snape's house would be sure to land Harry with the most severe punishment possible. Snape eyed the boy narrowly. On the one hand, he was encouraged that the boy would contemplate striking someone, rather than always being the passive victim that the Dursleys had trained him to be. On the other hand, he wasn't pleased at this sign of pre-adolescent male aggression. And why was the little idiot even asking such a question? Was he actually stupid enough to inform Snape of his plans for future mischief, albeit in this roundabout way? No, Potter, because the resulting loss of house points and numerous detentions you would receive would adequately demonstrate the folly of your actions. Harry blinked. Wow. So the professor did think that punching Draco was a lesser sin than putting himself in jeopardy. That was amazing. He knew he should stop, but he felt compelled to push his luck and try one more thing. Surely this would outweigh all other crimes, at least here at a school. Wouldn't you smack me for cheating? Harry barely breathed the last word. He figured that to a teacher, cheating had to be the ultimate sin. After all, besides fighting and cheekiness, what else did students do that made teachers furious beyond words? The little monster. What was he plotting? Snape reached out and, seizing Harry by the shoulder, dragged him close. Potter, he said, glaring at the brat, cheating at Hogwarts is one of the few actions which are dealt with by Professor Dumbledore himself. Do you really want him upset with you? Harry paled and shook his head violently. Good. Snape paused. But to answer your question, no. I would not smack you for that. I have told you repeatedly that you will only be struck for violating my two most important rules, both of which have to do with preserving your safety. He scowled menacingly. Do you need to copy this statement a few hundred times in order for it to sink into your thick skull? No, sir, Harry said quickly. His fingers were already sore from gripping the quill for the 200 lines, and he still had another 500 to do. But despite Snape's threat, he couldn't restrain the blinding happiness surging through him. He was right, incredible though it might seem. Snape was in fact saying that Harry's health and welfare were more important to him than anything else. Considering how often Harry had burnt himself preparing the Dursleys' food or hurt himself working in their garden, it was downright strange that Snape put so much emphasis on his well-being. The Dursleys had always insisted that everything about Harry, including his health, took a distant second place to their slightest whim. They wouldn't inconvenience themselves even for something of critical importance to Harry, and for most of his life, Harry had just had to accept that Dudley's most trivial desire outweighed his own deepest need. Until now. Now Professor Snape was standing the world on its head, and saying that the most important thing to him was Harry. Harry's health. Harry's safety. And he was willing to back up his words with actions, up to and including a swatting which he obviously considered a very severe punishment indeed. The warm feeling inside Harry intensified. Professor Snape very clearly had no idea how to spank a kid. But the fact that he was still willing to give it a try, just to make sure Harry understood how serious Snape was about his staying safe, meant the man was willing to go to a lot of trouble on Harry's behalf, something no one else had ever done for as long as Harry could remember. Harry wished there was something he could do for Professor Snape to show him how much he appreciated what the professor was doing for him. Sir, he said tentatively. What is it now, Potter? Snape demanded in irritation. Why was the brat just standing there, frowning in thought? And suddenly the little monster had him in a stranglehold. Snape nearly drew his wand before he realized Harry wasn't attacking him. It was a hug completely incomprehensible given the circumstances. The wretch was in detention. He'd just had to copy the same lengthy sentence 200 mind-numbing times. He'd been threatened with additional punishments, up to and including physical chastisement, and it had been made explicitly clear to him that Snape would cut him no slack, show him no favoritism should he get into trouble. He'd quickly destroyed any hopes the brat might have had. That his misdemeanors would be overlooked. He had finally deduced that Harry was bringing up some typical school-based misbehavior in the hopes that his guardian would promise to use his faculty status to let him off with a warning. Instead, Snape had made it clear that Harry would be punished most unpleasantly for even minor transgressions. Why on earth had this prompted a grateful hug? Snape wondered if the boy were even more confused than he had originally thought. It had been obvious from that first detention that Harry had no idea about what constituted appropriate punishments, let alone rewards, but now Severus wondered if he were so befuddled that anything short of a.b.-util thrashing was seen as incredible leniency. Potter, that's quite enough, he said, disentangling the whelp from his neck. He glowered at the brat, who was smiling mistily at him, but somehow the hands that were holding Potter at arm's length were much gentler than they should have been. He had intended to give the boy a good shake, lest he think that such maudlin displays of emotion would be welcome, but instead he found himself patting the skinny shoulders. Really? What was he doing? Just because he'd agreed to look after the boy didn't mean he had to display such appalling sappiness himself. Time to change the subject. Potter, come with me. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and rose to his feet. Harry trotted along beside him as Snape led the way to his personal quarters. Snape argued with himself the whole way, but in the end he decided that it made sense to get it over with here and now, if for no other reason than he didn't want Albus to pester him about it over dinner. "Go in," he ordered, opening the door to Harry's new room. The brat, disobedient in this as in all things, gave him an uncertain look and peered in warily. "Go in," Snape repeated. He brought his hand forward smartly, intending to propel the little monster into the room with a firm shove. The admonitory push didn't work out quite as Snape had intended, because the next thing he knew, the brat had seized his hand and was clutching it as he ventured forward. The way he was hesitating, you would have thought that a live dragon lay in wait within the dim room. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, Potter!" Snape stepped forward, pulling the boy with him. He waved his wand, illuminating their surroundings, and Harry's jaw dropped. They stood in the middle of a fair-sized room, with magical windows providing a view of the Quidditch pitch. A curtained bed stood, blazing with, in Snape's view, garish Gryffindor colors, while around the room bookcases held both textbooks and pleasure reading, not to mention many of the toys and activities that Albus had insisted upon purchasing. A desk in the corner, much too close to the window, in Snape's view, the brat's microscopic attention span would be constantly distracted, had a few basic reference materials, age-appropriate quill set, leak-proof, magically refilling, and charmed to recognize misspellings, and a stack of parchments of various lengths. Snape saw the boy's eye had been caught by the animated hippogriffs on the bedsheets and once again rolled his eyes at Albus' fancy. Surely Potter was too old for such babyish nonsense. Wicked, the boy breathed. Well, apparently not. Harry's eyes roamed over the room. It was like a dream bedroom, filled with even more amazing toys than Dudley's had been. There was an easel with paints in one corner, something that looked like an animated, miniaturized game of Quidditch in another, more books than he had ever seen outside a library, even something as prosaic as the bed had magical sheets, and he could see through a half-open door that the attached bathroom was large and contained a bathtub as well as a sink and toilet. Whoever lived here was amazingly lucky. Harry wondered why he would ever leave this marvelous room. If Harry had had a room even a fraction as nice as this, the Dursleys would never have had to lock him away. He would have been all too happy to stay there, out of sight. Harry looked around, wondering whose room it was. He hadn't thought that Professor Snape had children, but obviously he'd been wrong. Harry felt a sharp pang of loss, and was that jealousy in his chest. Stupid, he told himself fiercely. Just because he's been kind to you doesn't mean you're anything special to him. He's just nice, that's all. Harry fought down a feeling of bitter disappointment, which he recognized as being both unhelpful to him and unfair to the professor. He knew all too well what it was like to be second best, and he had briefly hoped that for once he would be the primary focus of an adult's attention. But obviously that wasn't to be. And really, Professor Snape would be a lot better than the Dursleys. Hadn't he already been kinder to Harry than they had ever been? Even if he had his own child whom he'd naturally care more about, he'd probably still be nice to Harry, and besides, Harry also had the Weasleys. Oh, now Harry understood his visits to the Weasleys in a new light. Obviously he was to be sent to the Weasleys whenever Professor Snape wanted to spend time with his real son. Well, that was a lot better than being exiled to a cupboard. Harry tried to smile. See, he told himself. Professor Snape is being awfully nice and thinking about me. That was the thing about being an orphan. You couldn't really expect anybody else to want you once your parents were dead. Everyone else was busy enough with their own kids, and being stuck with another one was, well, inconvenient. Harry had had that concept drummed into him from a very early age, and he knew he should be grateful for any small kindnesses that came his way. And he was. Really. It was just that for some stupid, foolish, babyish reason he had imagined that Professor Snape was his. And it hurt an astonishing amount to realize otherwise. He forced back his traitorous tears. It would never do for the professor, who had been so nice to him, even giving him a present in the middle of detention, to guess how presumptuous Harry had been. Yes, sir. He struggled to sound as natural as possible. He looked around the room again. Why were they here? Perhaps Snape wanted him to clean the room. Or was he going to warn him, as the Dursleys had with both of Dudley's bedrooms, that this room was off limits to him? As if he'd be stupid enough to touch someone else's things. Dudley had cured him of that before he was 4 years old. Snape frowned at the boy. He hadn't expected transports of joy. Well, actually he had, but for as emotional a little creature as Potter was, this poker-faced surveying of the room was infuriating. The little ingrate was apparently too proud even to offer up a token, "Thank you," and he had gazed around the room with a distinct expression of acute disappointment. So all of his efforts, not to mention the house elves, had been wasted, had they? Snape cursed himself for even bothering to try to please the unappreciative whelp. Why had he ever expected a Potter to show gratitude? Naturally, the boy felt that any bedroom in a dungeon was inappropriate for the Prince of Gryffindor. Snape ground his teeth, forcing back the snarls of invective that he could feel rising to his lips. They would reveal too much of his own emotional state. No, better to match the boy's disinterested, faintly contemptuous attitude. He had never let the father know how much hurt his actions had caused. He wasn't about to start now with the son. When Harry turned to him with an expectant look and question, Snape returned the look with his own scowl. "What is it, Potter?" He'd be damned if he were going to prompt the boy for token and obviously insincere thanks. Why are we here, sir?" The effrontery of the boy. As if the room were beneath his notice. Irrelevant to him. "Fine, two could play at that game. I thought you might like to see where you will sleep when you stay with me," he sneered. Most civilized people do wish to have some knowledge of their accommodations. Oh no. This was a very bad idea. Harry looked around the enchanted room with something closely akin to dread. It was one thing not to have much. It was another thing to have your nose rubbed in it. Being surrounded by all these wonderful things that he could never, ever hope to touch, let alone own, would be much, much worse than being stuck in a small, dusty, spider-filled cupboard. At least in the cupboard, Harry could surround himself with wonders from his imagination. They might not be real, but at least they were his. And what about the owner of the room? He wouldn't be pleased to have some interloper staying in his bed, possibly playing with his toys. Even if he weren't like Dudley, who seemed to feel that his things were soiled beyond repair if Harry so much as glanced at them, he was unlikely to want someone else to be living in his room, with his things. And if he were like Dudley, some of Harry's worst punishments had come after Dudley had claimed that Harry had broken, touched, or played with his toys. It didn't matter if Harry had been in another room entirely when it happened, his aunt and uncle had always taken Dudley's words at face value. Harry hoped that Professor Snape might be a little more fair if such a thing happened here, at least waiting to hear Harry's side of the story before automatically punishing him, but it would be much, much better to avoid the problem in the first place. "Please, sir," Harry gulped. He didn't want to seem ungrateful. Ungrateful people were the very worst, and they often didn't get fed for a long, long time. "Couldn't I just sleep on the couch like I did last night? It was really comfortable. I don't need a bed." Snape couldn't believe the brat. Was he really so spiteful that he'd prefer to sleep on a couch than a bed, just to show how utterly disdainful he was of Snape's efforts to please him? "And if I don't wish to have a snoring urchin in my living room?" he snarled, barely managing to restrain his temper. Only the thought of Albus' reaction if he bodily flung the little wretch from his quarters prevented him from doing so. Oh, of course. Harry felt stupid. Like anyone would want an orphan smack in the middle of their quarters. Well, I really don't need a room like this," he said, fidgeting. "I mean, if you've got a storage room or clo." He never got to finish the sentence, because Snape grabbed him by the shoulders and gave him a shake. "Closet," the professor demanded furiously. "Were you about to say closet?" At Harry's wide-eyed nod, the professor shook him again. "How dare you suggest that I am like those dreadful relatives of yours, Potter? Do you actually imagine I would lock a child away like some disused cleaning supplies?" Snape couldn't remember the last time he had been this angry. Even the Weasley twins sabotaging the Slytherin Tower's showers, turning his entire house green, paled by comparison. This little brat was informing him that he preferred those muggles cupboard over Snape's best attempt at a lavish bedroom. Such outrageous disrespect was, positively Slytherin. Harry stared at Professor Snape in shock. He was almost as mad as when Harry had gone after the Remembrow. But what had Harry done? All he had said he had suggested that a closet was good enough for him. The professor had made it very clear that the Dursleys were awful people because they hadn't treated Harry properly. Harry deserved better. And yet here he was, acting like it was okay if he were shoved in a closet. The Dursleys would never have treated Dudley like that, and Professor Snape had said that Harry deserved to be treated at least as well as Dudley. At least. The professor must think he was awfully dumb. He kept forgetting. He kept acting like what the Dursleys had told him was right, even though Professor Snape must have told him otherwise about a million times. No wonder he was angry. Of course, this also meant that the professor still cared about him. Oh, obviously not as much as he cared about his real boy, the one to whom this magnificent room belonged, but quite a lot all the same. Harry's heart leapt a little. He really liked that the professor got so furious whenever Harry acted as if he didn't matter. It was such a clear indication that Harry did matter. To him. At least a little bit. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, casting down his eyes to hide the relief in them. "I just didn't want to get in trouble for touching anything." Snape's ire was checked as the words penetrated. "What? Why would you get in trouble for that?" Harry kept his eyes down and lifted one shoulder in a shrug, a habit Snape had already learned to detest. "He might not like me touching his things." "Who? Your son?" Snape's legs nearly gave out from under him. What? Was the brat delusional? Did he have a split personality to speak of himself in the third person? "Potter, what in Merlin's name are you talking about?" Harry looked up at him in confusion. "Your son. The boy whose room this is. Or is it your nephew? I just think he probably wouldn't want me to stay here. I mean, it's got all his stuff, and he might not like it. I wouldn't touch anything," he added swiftly, "but he might think I had. Like if I moved something while I was cleaning. And then he might get mad," he ended, swallowing hard. Snape stared at the boy. As usual, Harry's emotions were written large upon his features. Longing, envy, lost hope, dread, apprehension. He had obviously been accused of touching something in the past at the Muggles, clearly, and the outcome had scarred him. Probably literally. Snape ground his teeth again, but now the rage was no longer directed at the boy in front of him, but at those bloody Muggles to whom a visit was long overdue. For now, though, he had several misconceptions to clear up. "Potter, I do not have a son, nor a nephew, nor a cousin, nor any other type of blood relative. I have a ward." "You," he pointed out. The boy was a Gryffindor, after all. Harry stared at the man in confusion. So the professor was alone, as Harry had somehow guessed. But then why was this brilliant room here? "This room," Snape went on, ignoring the guilt that stabbed at him for his earlier misconceptions, "is yours. I created it with the help of the house elves," he added grudgingly, "for you. It has never belonged to anyone else. It is yours." He repeated that point, as the boy's shocked expression suggested he was having trouble with the concept. "The things in this room all belong to you. No one else. You are supposed to touch them." But now the boy was shaking his head desperately, and his hands were tightly clenched before him, as if he were frightened that they would betray him in some way. "No, sir. No. They're not mine. I never even saw them before. You must have made a mistake, sir. Maybe they belong to one of the other boys in the dorm. Please, sir, I never touched them." Great. The brat was becoming hysterical. Idiot Gryffindor. Unable to make the slightest deduction and panicking at the thought of Snape having furnished his room with unwittingly stolen goods. Snape pulled the boy over to the bed with him and sat down, ignoring the magical hippogriff's annoyed roars. He positioned the trembling boy between his knees and looked him straight in the eye. "Potter, I will say this slowly, so try to follow," he snapped, squirming internally at what he was about to reveal. "The things in this room are yours. They stop shaking your head, you foolish child. Belong to you, because I purchased them for you." Harry froze. He couldn't possibly have heard that correctly. "Yes," Snape continued. "I created this room for you and I purchased these things for you. A boy should have his own things. The fact that those unnatural relatives didn't provide you with the basic necessities of life like food and clothing, let alone things appropriate for a growing boy such as books and educational toys to stimulate the mind, in no way informs my behavior. You saw the Weasleys' home. You saw all the things their children have, despite their extremely limited means. Did you imagine that I would treat you as poorly as those Muggles did? You are my ward, Potter. You will be treated as the important, deserving child that you are. Children are to be treasured, Potter. Your treatment here will reflect that." Oh, Merlin, if Albus ever heard him say such nauseating pap he would never hear the end of it. He'd be head of Hufflepuff by the end of the day if he kept this up, but the boy needed to hear it. The books all said so. Indeed, the child was now staring at Snape as if he were some alien creature, mouthing gibberish. Snape growled in frustration, then decided that so long as no one was around to witness it and since he had already outdone a Hufflepuff for sheer emotional gooiness he might as well take a page from Molly Weasley's book. He lifted the boy onto his lap. What was he thinking? And patted him awkwardly. It is all right, Potter. You deserve these things. You deserve to be treated well. You are a good boy. He couldn't suppress a grimace as he said that last. It was so totally foreign to his nature, but he still forced the words out. There was a roaring in Harry's ears as he tried to process the completely impossible statements that had just come out of Snape's mouth. All this was for him. The professor had gone out and bought them for him. With his own money. But why would the professor do such a thing? He'd already done so much for Harry. Why would he spend so much more time and effort and money on him? But why? Harry finally managed to stutter. Potter, weren't you listening? Snape admonished, tightening his grip around the boy's thin shoulders. Good, he had a reason to scold. He was much better at that. I told you. You are now my ward. It is my responsibility to ensure you have the things a young wizard needs. But all this, Harry squeaked, waving an arm at the enormous, wonderful, magical, literally, room. I don't need all this. Snape scowled even more fiercely. Of course you do, you ridiculous child. Just because you have been treated like an illegitimate house elf for most of your life is no reason for such a state of affairs to continue. Do you imagine I will behave like those horrible muggles? You deserve and are entitled to the same things that any other wizarding child has, and it is my responsibility to see that you have them. Harry's eyes dropped. But you already gave me a dad, he whispered, one hand playing with Snape's sleeve. You don't need to get me anything else. It took a moment for Harry's words to sink in, and when they did, they were immediately followed by a roaring so loud that Snape wondered if someone was using the flow. Only the odd, squeezing feeling in his chest told him that the noise came from within. Had that impertinent, unfathomable, unpredictable child just said that? Had he really referred to Snape as a father, his father? Snape wondered if the flying pigs that must surely have invaded Hogwarts were interfering with Quidditch practice. He tried to speak and found it necessary to clear his throat first. Yes, well. What was he supposed to say in response to such a ridiculous, inaccurate statement? Well, yes. He needed to clear this up once and for all. He couldn't have the brat running around Hogwarts spreading such ridiculous ideas. It was one thing for him to reluctantly serve as the brat's temporary guardian until Albus finally came to his senses and replaced him with someone appropriate, and quite another for anyone, particularly the spawn of his nemesis, to imagine him in some kind of paternal role. He could only imagine the howls of incredulity and derision with which such a notion would be greeted. And that would just be the faculty's reaction. No, better to set the little menace straight once and for all. Make it clear that no self-respecting Snape would ever affiliate himself with an urchin, let alone a Potter. Just because he may have vowed to look after the boy didn't mean he had to deal with anything beyond his material well-being. Even the Dursleys had done that more or less. Well, rather less, if truth be told. He opened his mouth to tell the brat, once and for all, that he was never to use that term again. That he was Snape's ward by order of the headmaster. That Snape would look after him because that was the man's duty, nothing more. But before he could, Harry glanced up from where he had appeared mesmerized by his gentle tracing of Snape's sleeve, and Lily's eyes once again pinned his soul. In the recesses of his mind, he dimly noted that to his surprise Harry wasn't tentative or worried. Rather his eyes held quiet contentment and peace. As if whatever else might happen in the world, he had found his place of safety. He was shy, but not frightened. Snape cleared his throat again. You sound like a simpleton, Potter. Being in, that sort of position makes it all the more likely that I would provide these items. Now if you don't like the room or the toys, then. No, Harry yelped. No, they're brilliant. I love them. Snape sniffed disapprovingly. Well, since you have yet to say thank you, naturally I assumed. And once again the boy flung himself against the professor, hard enough to drive the breath from the man's body. Thank you, he whispered into Snape's chest, squeezing as hard as he could. The exquisite pain in his chest was obviously caused by Potter driving his pointy skull against his Eastbone, Snape told himself. Yes, well, there had better not be any more of those ridiculous tears, Potter. I have no intention of letting yet another of my robes be spoiled by your inability to reliably use a handkerchief." There was a suspicious snuffling sound from the area of his chest, and Snape muffled a sigh. "You have 20 minutes before dinner time. I suggest you use it exploring your room, though if you insist, you may instead spend it weeping helplessly upon my shoulder." "I don't weep helplessly," Harry retorted indignantly, drawing back and looking up at the professor through eyes that were suspiciously shiny. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Of course not," he agreed sardonically. He lifted the boy off his lap and deposited him on the bed. "I will summon you when it is time to go to the Great Hall." He left the boy to his explorations. Hopefully the little idiot would be able to bring himself to touch the things in his room if he were unobserved for a while, and to be fair, he wasn't sure if he could bear to remain in the room much longer. Dumbledore would doubtless have remained behind, demonstrating every game and toy, but Snape found he was having an unexpectedly difficult time maintaining his cool demeanor. Every time the little brat expressed shock at the most mundane civility, Snape was seized by an almost uncontrollable desire to apparate to the Dursleys and demonstrate some Death Eater party tricks. He wondered if he could borrow Bellatrix Lestrange from Azkaban for a few hours, and maybe a Dementor or two. Harry gazed about the room, his room, he swiftly corrected himself, and everywhere he looked, he saw new wonders to explore. He stroked the sheets on which he sat, and the hippogriffs on the sheets squawked and fluttered their wings in welcome. Dudley didn't have sheets like these. He'd never even seen sheets like these. And his room wasn't this big, either. Even if you put his 2 bedrooms together, this room, Harry's room, was still bigger. And Dudley's toys didn't do anything. Harry's toys, did all sorts of amazing things. He knew he should probably be walking around and looking at the different toys and stuff, but right then, all he wanted to do was to sit and stare. He had a room. A real room, that was all his own. And it was filled practically to the brim. With toys and books and all sorts of wonderful things. But the very best part, the part that was making Harry so happy that it hurt, in an odd, marvelous sort of way, was that Professor Snape had done it. For him. He had created the room and bought all the stuff just for Harry. Harry looked around the room, and his eyes didn't see objects, they saw love. Tangible, concrete examples of love and kindness and caring. Harry thought, a bit breathlessly, that his heart might explode if he were any happier. He flung himself down on the bed and stared up at the canopy and wondered if any other boy in the entire history of the world had ever been this happy. And that's how Snape found him 20 minutes later, lying flat on his back on the bed, an odd, blissful look on his face. "Potter," Snape scolded, pulling him off the bed and smacking, not patting, him on the rear. After all the sentimentality earlier, he'd better send a strong message that Harry shouldn't expect all hearts and flowers and cuddles from him. "Don't lie on the bed with your shoes on, thoughtless child. Aren't you ready? Have you washed your face and hands? Didn't I tell you it was almost time for dinner?" The boy must have stumbled as he got to his feet, because suddenly his arms were around Snape's waist and he was hanging onto him for support. Snape's traitorous arms gave him a little squeeze even as he steadied the brat and set him firmly upright. Harry gave Snape a hug as the man helped him up and was delighted when he got a brief embrace in return. It was nice to have a grown-up whose gentle hands lifted you, complete with a playful tap on the bum. Before Hogwarts, Harry had never had an adult lay hands laid upon him other than in anger, and he found that he really liked the professor's affectionate touch. It wasn't soft like Mrs. Weasley's nor Madame Pomfrey's, he mused, it was more manly than that. It wasn't hard enough to be roughhousing, but it wasn't babyish or girly either. Harry grinned. It was what a dad was supposed to do. Not too gentle, not too rough, just right. And now the professor was guiding him towards the bathroom, ordering him to get washed up, making sure that Harry was fresh and neat before he went out. It was so nice to have someone looking after him like that, making sure he didn't disgrace himself, ensuring that he got to meals on time. Harry sighed happily. Snape rolled his eyes at the boy's histrionic noises. Oh, for Merlin's sake. Such sighs and lamentations, all because he had commanded the brat to wash up for dinner. What a melodramatic monster. Hurry up, he snapped. The boy was too skinny. He needed to eat his fill at meals, but given the appetites of his housemates, if the boy didn't get to the table on time, he'd be lucky if Longbottom and those other bottomless pits left him any scraps. If you dawdle, you'll have to take an extra nutritive potion, he threatened darkly. Harry dried his face and hands and hurried out. It was so nice of his professor to think of things like nutritive potions, let alone brew them for him. Maybe if he asked very nicely, after finishing all his punishment lines and essays, the professor would let him help prepare them. Come along, Snape pulled Harry along in his wake as he strode towards the Great Hall. Harry noted several Slytherins watching and whispering as they made their way through the dungeons, and he smiled and waved. After all, he'd need to get along with members of his professor's house. Oddly, his friendly greeting seemed to prompt even more furious whispers. Then they were moving through the main corridors, and it was Gryffindors doing the watching and whispering. Harry didn't mind. He was used to being whispered about. Dudley had always made sure that all the other kids at school thought he was weird and stupid. It was nice to have people whispering about him for good reasons, like having a new guardian. He figured not too many other professors had children at the school, so he'd be the center of attention for a while, but that was okay. Like when the professor scolded him for putting himself in danger, it was okay for a not-so-nice thing to happen, like scolding or whispering, so long as the underlying reason for it was good, like being cared about or sort of adopted. Go join your house, and remember to eat a balanced meal, Snape ordered as they entered the hall. Harry nodded and hurried to join his housemates. Oi, Harry, Oliver Wood intercepted him. Harry noticed that Oliver was moving a lot more easily than when he had left Snape's classroom. Are you okay? I'm fine, he assured the older boy. Are you? Did Madame Pomfrey get you some potions? Wood sighed heavily. Yeah, and she did help me with the essay too, but first I got a right good ticking off from her too. I'm really sorry about leaving you sore like that, Harry. It wasn't so bad, Harry reassured him hurriedly. He didn't want the team captain to think he was a crybaby. Oliver gave him a dubious look. Right. Well, anyway, from now on, we'll start and end all practices and games with stretches. Be sure you're that is, can you make sure Professor Snape knows that? Sure, Harry agreed. He sat next to Oliver and several other team members and was quickly immersed in a loud discussion of Quidditch's finer points. At the staff table, Snape watched the disobedient brat as he completely ignored the vegetables in favor of meat and potatoes. Worse, he filled up on rolls and pumpkin juice while waiting for the main course to appear. He leveled a glare so scorching that the Gryffindors on either side of him felt it and flinched. Katie Bell hastily nudged Potter and whispered in his ear. The little monster started, glanced quickly at the staff table, then blushed violently. A moment later he was scooping vegetables onto his plate, much to Katie and Oliver's amusement. I see Harry's eating habits are undergoing a dramatic change, McGonagall murmured in his ear. Would that be your influence, Severus? He gave her a lofty stare. As his head of house, I would have expected you to exert your influence and explain that chocolate frogs are not an appropriate form of sustenance. She sighed. Oh, Severus, he's had so few treats in his life. Surely a frog or two. He tuned her out. Typical bloody Gryffindor. Just as he told Albus too focused on the boy's tragic past to help him build a strong and healthy future. Well, if he had to be the evil bat, so be it, but Potter would not grow up to be the boy who lived to ignore green vegetables if he had anything to say about it. When the pudding came around, Harry virtuously ignored it, after casting a hopeful eye at the staff table. What he read in Snape's face was sufficient to convince him not to even try sneaking a taste. Oliver caught the interaction. He told you no pudding, didn't he? He whispered to Harry. Harry sighed and nodded. Want me to try to pass you some under the table? Better not. Harry shook his head, remembering the professor's threat to have the house elves spoon-feed him. He still wasn't entirely sure what house elves were, but he figured that having anything spoon-feed him in the Great Hall would be mortifying beyond his wildest dreams. Oliver glanced at the staff table and shivered. Yeah, probably best not to risk it. He glanced at the table. Bet he wouldn't mind if you had some fruit, he said, nodding at the fruit bowls that dotted the long tables. Harry bit his lip. Really? Yeah, they're practically like vegetables. Harry remembered how the professor had given him an apple for a snack earlier, after confiscating the chocolate frog. He reached out a cautious hand towards the fruit, watching the staff table closely. At his professor's nod, he relaxed and took a banana and some grapes. Thanks. He told Wood. No worries, kid, the older boy grinned. Gotta keep our seeker in top form. After dinner, Harry returned to the dorm with Neville, Dean, and Seamus, the older students having headed off to study. As they reached the portrait, they were intercepted by McGonagall. "Mr. Potter," she called, "Professor Snape asked me to remind you that you are to report to his office tomorrow morning at 10. She looked at him closely. "It is not marked down as a detention in my records, Mr. Potter, so you need not attend if you don't wish it. Would you like me to speak with Professor Snape about releasing you from the meeting, or are you all right?" He smiled at her. "I'm fine, Professor." "Hey, Neville, maybe you want to come along too." Longbottom choked and paled. "What? Why? You can see my room, it's brilliant, and I'm going to ask Professor Snape to let me brew with him. Maybe if you come, you'll get some tips to help you in class." McGonagall was staring at him with her mouth agape. "You what but Severus eh?" She stared after the boys as they climbed through the portrait, Harry still enthusiastically trying to convince Neville. She had started the conversation feeling quite anxious about how Harry was faring with Severus. But now, witnessing Harry's behavior, she found herself rather more worried about how this new situation was going to affect Snape. Poor Severus. She suspected he had no idea what he was in for. Breakfast the next morning began as the usual Saturday morning meal, early in the new school term. The Gryffindor table was unusually quiet, thanks to the absence of the Weasley clan, but the excited buzzing at the Slytherin table more than made up for it. As Snape had predicted, the school orrery had seen a great deal of use over the last few days, as the revelation over Harry Potter's new guardianship made its way through the Slytherin parents' grapevine. Dumbledore had been slightly surprised that the news had not yet been blazoned across the Daily Prophet or even the Quibbler, but Snape had expected no less. Slytherin parents like their offspring tended to think long and hard about the effects of their actions, rather than leaping before they looked. Those who, like the Malfoys, had been Voldemort's supporters were doubtless wondering if Snape's actions were part of some elaborate Death Eater plot, carried out under the headmaster's nose. Those who had opposed the Dark Lord, openly or otherwise, were equally unlikely to speak up and betray their allegiances until and unless it would be to their advantage. Snape was under no illusion that if the news had been leaked to Gryffindors, he, Dumbledore, and McGonagall would doubtless have been submerged in howlers and reporters as an apoplectic wizarding world demanded to know how a Slytherin, let alone a former Death Eater, could be entrusted with the welfare of the boy who lived. While he was certain that that day would come, until then, Snape was determined to enjoy a peaceful breakfast. At least that had been his plan. He was a trifle late that morning, thanks to two sixth-year Hufflepuffs who had mistaken the quiet corridor near his quarters. Really, for a good place for an early morning snog. Having decidedly disabused them of that notion, Snape was in an unexpectedly good mood. He wondered idly if he had been likely to cause them long-term performance issues, having interrupted them at a particularly awkward moment, but decided anything that acted as a check on rampaging adolescent hormones could only be a good thing. He noted that the rest of the staff had already taken their seats and were passing around the food platters as he claimed the sole remaining chair. It happened to be by Albus, and he greeted the headmaster with his usual formality. He then turned to his right to wish Minerva a good morning, only to find her staring at him with an expression of utter shock. "What?" he asked, instantly assuming that one of the little monsters had managed to hit him with an appearance-altering hex. Though with the Weasley twins back at the Burrow, he'd be hard-pressed to name the next most likely suspect. You, the elderly witch seemed incapable of speech. Snape looked past her, hoping the other faculty would be more coherent. Pomona Sprout had frozen in the act of spooning scrambled eggs on her plate, and the contents of the serving spoon had ended up in her lap. She had yet to notice, her eyes being fixed on Severus' countenance. Phileas Snape began hopefully. Flitwick looked up from his omelette with a smile, lost both his smile and his balance as his eyes met Snape's, and fell off his elevated chair with a squeak. Now more unnerved than he cared to admit, Snape turned to his left. Albus continued to eat calmly, but he was twinkling madly at his plate. Beyond him, Hagrid had missed his mouth entirely and stuck a forkful of bacon into his beard. He too stared at Snape in astonishment, as did Madame Hooch beside him. Quirrell for once appeared to be too surprised even to twitch and stammer, while beyond him Trelawney let out a shriek. "It's a sign of the apocalypse." Naturally, this captured the students' attention, and they all looked at the staff table to see what had unhinged their loony divination teacher even more than usual. One by one, conversations around the hall petered out, as all eyes turned to Snape and widened. "Albus!" Snape hissed, fighting down an almost overwhelming urge to flee. What on earth is going on? I have no idea, my dear boy, the elderly wizard said politely, clearly lying through his teeth. Would you like some marmalade? Minerva. Snape was ready to slap the witch if that's what it took to get the dazed expression off her face. What in Merlin's name is the matter with you? Severus, she tried to speak, failed, swallowed hard, and tried again. You look. What? He demanded, clenching his hands into fists to prevent himself from trying to feel his own face. Your hair, Phileas gasped, clambering to his feet. It's gorgeous, blurted Pomona Sprout. What? Of all the adjectives Snape was expecting, that wasn't one of them. What did you do? It's so long and silky, Pomona gasped. Snape stared at her. Were they all under some odd form of imperious? Severus, you look quite different, Minerva finally gulped. Rather one of the fifth-year Ravenclaws squealed to her neighbor. I never realized he's so hot. Snape paled as this seemed to open the floodgates. To his intense horror, in the ensuing babble, he even overheard some fifth-year Gryffindors arguing over whether his tall, dark, and handsome look proved that he was actually intense and brooding, rather than unfair and malevolent. Most of the boys in the hall were looking either bewildered or furious, though Snape did spot more than one, including several he had not expected, eyeing him with frank speculation. Severus, have you been under a disillusionment charm all this time? Phileas demanded, still gaping at him. All that lovely hair and height, why, you look rather like Sirius Black did in his last year here. Hooch squawked with unsurprisingly a complete lack of tact. Even worse, she trailed off dreamily, makes a girl just want to climb up your body and run her hands down your. Panicked, Snape hissed at the flying instructor who was his senior by more than 3 decades, sweet Merlin, woman. Get a hold of yourself. Oh, I think I'll have to, Hooch replied meaningfully. Snape blushed, something he would have sworn he had forgotten how to do, and sputtered incoherently. Finally deciding that his youngest faculty member had been tortured enough, the headmaster cleared his throat. If a mere change in shampoo can cause such an uproar, I shudder to think what all of you will do if Severus ever decides to augment his wardrobe, he said reprovingly. Just a change in shampoo? Minerva said wonderingly. She absently raised a hand and would have stroked Severus' locks if he hadn't jerked his head away with a wordless growl. McGonagall, you're making a fool of yourself. He snarled, feeling as hunted as the time the Marauders had trapped him in a 5th-floor lavatory. Between the students and his colleagues, Snape was beginning to feel like a snitch at the Quidditch World Cup. You look amazing, Sprout choked out. Phileas laughed, his high voice sounding alarmingly like a childish giggle. Oh dear, Severus, I suspect you'll need to change your lesson plans for the next few weeks. At the younger man's confused expression, he elaborated, you'd best have no potions that can explode on your syllabus. Between the girls who will be too moonstruck to follow instructions and those who will deliberately seek detentions in the hopes of being alone with you, you stand a good chance of seeing more explosions in the coming days than in the past 5 years. This is all your fault. Snape hissed at Albus, though in truth there was way down deep below all the humiliation a rather pleasant sensation in his chest. He'd never before been complimented on his appearance, quite the reverse in fact. He'd been a skinny, awkward adolescent with a defensively hunched posture and second-hand clothes, and he had never realized that he'd emerged from the chrysalis of gawky teen into a lean, wiry adult. He had always assumed his oft-broken-nosed courtesy of first his father, then the Marauders, and finally Voldemort, and crooked teeth ditto translated to an appalling homeliness. Merlin knew his father had called him a disgusting, ugly little goblin enough times for him to believe it. The greasy hair simply topped off what was, he thought, the long list of his unattractive features. To be considered hot had just turned his self-image upside down. Now that his hair was shiny and framed his face with gentle waves, rather than hanging straight down in greasy locks, his smoldering eyes, strong chin, and high cheekbones could be appreciated for the first time in years. Coupled with his commanding presence, it was no surprise that he had struck the female population of Hogwarts, and some of the males as well, like a thunderbolt. Well, my boy, you could always decide to go back to your previous look, Albus pointed out gently, ignoring the gasps of dismay from the female faculty on either side. Snape considered that option for about a second and a half before dismissing it with the snort of contempt that it deserved. Make life easy for the students and staff. What would be the fun in that? Much more enjoyable to torment them. He tossed his head, surprised and delighted by the low mo, and that the action caused among the female students, and said in the most supercilious tones he could manage, "I cannot imagine why my personal grooming should be the topic of breakfast conversation. Please pass the toast." Eventually, the novelty of his appearance wore off. Sprout cleaned the eggs off her lap, Hagrid removed the pork products from his beard, and Trelawney stopped moaning about Ragnarok. By that time, however, Snape had discovered a previously undetected strain of vanity in his nature. He had known that he was justifiably proud of his prowess as a potion master, but for the first time, he began to understand how that Pratt Black must have felt, with girls swooning over him all the time. What's more, Snape found, he liked it. He really, really liked it. Happily, his talent for occlumency permitted him to suppress such base emotions. By the time Potter knocked on his door at 10, Snape had recovered himself enough to greet him with a glower. He had rather hoped the brat would be late and he would therefore have no reason to go ahead with his plan, but the little wretch's promptness prevented him from using that excuse. "Potter, I had you come here so." "Here, sir." Potter not only had the temerity to interrupt him, but he also shoved a rather well-worn roll of parchment at him. Fortunately for the boy, Snape was looking for a distraction. "What is it?" he demanded, unrolling the slightly sticky scroll. "It's my essay on healing potions," Harry explained happily. He knew the professor would be pleased with him for using his time well. "Remember, you told me to write 12 inches after I thought that you used dirty socks too." "I remember, Potter." Snape cut the urchin off. He scanned the document and was grudgingly impressed. The boy had not only included the relevant information, but he had also written it out more neatly than any of his previous work. Apparently the lessons of his last detention had sunk in. Oh, and here's more. Before he could chastise the brat for the mysterious stickiness of the parchment, not to mention its battered appearance, 2 more scrolls were thrust at him. What on earth? A quick glance confirmed these were in different handwriting than Potter's. "Well, I asked Hermione Granger to look over my essay to make sure it was okay, and so then she wanted to write one for extra credit," Harry explained guilelessly. "What is extra credit?" Snape demanded. It sounded suspiciously like extra work for him. "You know," Harry said, surprised. "It's when students do extra things that you didn't assign and it helps their grade. We are not even in the second week of classes, and Miss Granger has already established herself as an insufferable know-it-all. Why in Merlin's name would she imagine she needed to do extra work?" Snape demanded. Harry shrugged. "That's Hermione. Anyway, while she and I were working on our essays, Neville came along, and Hermione bullied suggested that he should do one 'cause then maybe he wouldn't be so confused and scared in class. Potter, the only extra work in my class is that which I assign as punishment." Snape snapped. "Do you imagine that I have nothing better to do than to correct additional essays by know-nothing Gryffindors? Do you expect me to read 3 derivative essays on healing potions?" Harry grinned. "I knew you'd say that." Snape blinked, nonplussed. "I told Hermione that she couldn't write an essay on the same topic as me, so she decided to write one on Polyjuice Potion. She'd read about it in one of her books and thought it sounded neat. And then she told Neville to write one about the potion from last week that he blew up, so you'd see that he really did understand it." Snape plastered a sneer on his face and started to inform the little fiend that he had no intention of reviewing any unsolicited essays, let alone providing extra credit for them, when Harry looked up at him. The trust in those green eyes had an unexpected effect on his vocal cords and he found himself having to clear his throat instead. "I even got started on my 500 lines, Harry told him proudly. He had decided that a way to reassure Professor Snape that he was a good disciplinarian was to show him that Harry took his punishments seriously. He had written the first 100 last night in the Gryffindor common room and, after the first dozen or so, some of the other students had come over to ask what he was working on. Although at first put off by the information that he was writing lines for Snape, the other Gryffindors had become intrigued by what he had been assigned to write. Quickly his, I will not quote my appalling relatives, had given way to, my relatives are stupid liars, my relatives are lard-filled balloons. His housemates had really enjoyed learning what Snape had called his uncle, and, I will pay no attention to anything that my fat, stupid relatives ever said, among other, more inventive, suggestions from his fellow Gryffindors. Harry hoped that the professor wouldn't mind that the 500 lines weren't identical, but he figured that if nothing else, the variety would make more interesting reading for Snape. HMF, Snape grumbled, deciding that just this once, he would permit the outlandish, Muggle notion of extra credit to be used in his class. He was a bit curious to see what a Muggle-born first year would make of as complicated a potion as Polyjuice, and frankly anything that made Longbottom less likely to melt his cauldron could only be a good thing. He would just have to explain to Harry later in very stern language that this sort of thing was not to occur again. The nerve of the little brat. Thinking that he could speak on behalf of one of his professors. He should banish the arrogant whelp to his room, but the notion of what the boy would find there decided him against that course of action. "Potter, come with me," he snapped, leading the way to the boy's bedroom. Harry followed obediently. He was highly pleased with himself. Imagine, he'd been able to teach the professor about extra credit. "Did you see I had oatmeal and fruit for breakfast?" he piped up, trotting behind the tall man. Hermione said that was very nutritious. "I hope you are not dim-witted enough to expect showers of praise and presents every time you do what you are told," Snape said repressively. Just because the books said to notice and reward good behavior, rather than simply pointing out and punishing bad behavior, didn't mean he was planning to simper around the little brat, cooing whenever he managed to wipe his own nose. "Get in." He shoved the bedroom door open and pointed. Harry couldn't suppress a smile as he entered his room, though it faltered a bit as he saw a broom lying on the bed. "'Es, sir." Memories of being dragged from the cupboard under the stairs and presented with a mop and bucket rushed through his head, though he reminded himself stoutly it was only fair if the professor expected him to do some chores around the place. "Do you want me to clean your quarters?" he asked, hoping he didn't sound whiny. He didn't mind cleaning, not after all the wonderful things Snape had showered upon him, but he had just thought that maybe Snape might not be quite so brutal about it as his aunt and uncle had been. Being handed a mop or broom or bottle of dishwashing detergent had been a regular occurrence at the Dursleys and had served to drive home the fact that the only thing they valued about Harry was his ability to do housework. Snape stared at the boy and fought down a desire to bang his head against the wall. Of course, one afternoon at Hogwarts was hardly going to overcome years of servitude among Muggles. "Potter," he said quietly, "you are a wizard, not a Muggle." "Why yes, sir," Potter agreed nervously. He wasn't sure what the professor meant. Was he about to get into trouble for doing something that wizards didn't like? Snape took him by the shoulder and steered him over to the bed. "Wizards do not use brooms for cleaning, Potter. They use them for flying." He left the boy looking down at the Nimbus 2000. Harry's face turned a fiery red. He was such an idiot. Not only had he forgotten about flying on brooms, but he had been rude enough to imagine again that Professor Snape would act like his relatives. He kept forgetting, despite the professor reassuring him over and over that he wouldn't be treated like that anymore. Professor Snape must think that Harry was a complete moron. And of course, the professor probably felt like Harry was insulting him each time he expected him to act like Uncle Vernon. A hot lump grew in his throat and nearly choked Harry. Here Professor Snape had just bought him yet another present, and Harry's response was to lump him with his horrible relatives. He felt awful. He wished Snape would take back the broom and whack him with it. He was a stupid, ungrateful brat who. Snape watched Harry's anguished face with increasing guilt. Of course Muggle cleaning appliances would have brought up dreadful memories for the boy. Harry had already revealed that he suffered from flashbacks, and here he was ostensibly an informed, responsible adult triggering them. He reached out an awkward hand and patted the boy on the shoulder, half expecting Potter to flinch away from him. Instead, Potter twisted around and buried his face in Snape's robes. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. "I'm sorry. Potter, you need not apologize with every other breath," he began. "But I do." Harry clung tighter to the man. "I forgot. I didn't mean it. I just forgot. You are new to the wizarding world," Snape pointed out. "It is natural that you would revert to the habits of a lifetime." "But I should have known better," Harry said miserably, looking up at him. "I mean, you're so much nicer to me than the Dursleys, and—" "That's hardly saying much, Potter," Snape interrupted dryly. "Are you really mad?" Harry worried, sniffling. "I don't want you to feel bad. It's all my fault, you know, not yours." "Potter, It will take you time to recover from your relatives' appalling treatment of you, let alone become familiar with the wizarding world. I am well aware of the enormous adjustment you are making, and I am quite pleased with your progress. There. That was positive reinforcement. Harry dragged in a deep breath, reassured by the professor's words. It was true. In the space of a few short weeks he had gone from his lonely existence as the Dursleys' detested servant to this new world. New school, new culture, new friends, new guardian. Maybe he wasn't such an idiot after all. Snape had said he was making good progress, and he hadn't sounded hurt or offended. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the tall, dark professor. How many other people would be so forgiving and patient with such a whiny freak? He hugged Snape again. It felt like all the bad luck he'd had over the last 10 years was finally being balanced out. He was so lucky to have such a brilliant guardian. Potter, Snape interrupted before the emotional little creature could drive himself into hysterics again. I will be angry with you if you don't quickly display better manners than an illiterate baboon. You have just received a gift. What are you supposed to do? Harry looked up, puzzled, and wiped his nose on his sleeve. Aren't all baboons illiterate? Potter, do not be cheeky. He achioed a handkerchief and held it out to the brat, glaring. Harry frowned, oblivious to the handkerchief. I wasn't being cheeky, he protested. But baboons at least in the Muggle world can't read. Then, for the first time, he really looked at the broomstick and all thoughts of baboons, Dursleys, and misunderstandings flew out of his head. This is a racing broom. He blurted out. Ron showed me pictures in his Quidditch magazine. Snape rolled his eyes. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. You have now graduated to stating the blindingly obvious. But this is the kind of broom that professional Quidditch players use, Harry continued, trying to make the professor understand why he was so excited. All the dinnertime conversation with the Quidditch team came back to him. Oliver has one, and so does a girl in Ravenclaw, but no one else. He broke off with an audible gasp. Is this for me? He whispered, eyes huge as he stared at his professor. I realize you are a Gryffindor, Potter, but the fact that it is on your bed, in your room, might lead you to that conclusion, Snape retorted, highly uncomfortable with the adulation that was fast growing in the boy's expression. Surely even you have had time to realize that a seeker must have an adequate broom in order to perform his assigned task. Did you imagine I would have you use an old school broom during your games? But you mean, you bought this for me. Snape scowled, hideously embarrassed and furious that the brat was making him state it openly. He briefly considered a highly sarcastic response, but given the little idiot's near-complete ignorance of the wizarding world, not to mention his Gryffindorish gullibility, it was too likely that he would believe any statement, no matter how far-fetched. Yes. Harry beamed like a supernova and grabbed him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Snape struggled to breathe. If Potter kept doing this, he would have a permanent bruise in his midriff. Perhaps some sort of body armor might be prudent. He would have to ask Charlie Weasley at dinner tonight. Surely those who worked with dragons would have some kind of personal protective equipment to protect themselves from blunt force trauma. Dear Dragon Handlers Monthly, careful research has proven that the pointy forehead of an underfed 11-year-old human can deliver a blow with the same force as the talon of a full-grown horntail. What protective gear would you recommend, given that preemptive stunning is frowned upon in the scholastic environment? Potter. He managed to wheeze. Kindly desist from this undignified squawking at once. A simple expression of gratitude and description of how you will use the gift will more than suffice. Harry grinned. Poor Professor Snape. He always got so pink around the ears when Harry thanked him. He had noticed how, even during the detention, the professor hadn't liked Harry to call attention to the nice things he did, like giving Harry a snack or helping him with his handwriting. Professor Snape was like one of those people that Harry had seen on the telly, heard about from the confines of his cupboard, anyway, who preferred to do things quietly rather than getting a lot of attention. They were called something like anonymous benefactors, and the telly had talked about how one such person had just donated a lot of money to a hospital that needed a new piece of equipment, and another had given some computers to a school in a poor section of London. Professor Snape was like that. He couldn't be completely unknown, of course, but he didn't like Harry to make a fuss. Especially since he was still trying to get Harry to think that he deserved to be treated so well. Harry might be slowly coming to terms with the understanding that the Dursleys hadn't treated him properly, but he wasn't foolish enough to imagine that Professor Snape's kindness to him wasn't equally exceptional. Didn't his own housemates exclaim in awe and envy when he'd told them about his room? Harry knew the professor was one of the nicest, kindest men he'd ever met, and he wasn't about to forget that. Not again. Thank you, sir. I really like the broom. It'll make me the best seeker ever. Harry exclaimed, running his hand along the broomstick. It even felt fast. HMF, Snape sniffed, rather pleased with himself. The boy was obviously thrilled with the present, and if he was foolish enough to link his Quidditch performance to the broomstick, then when Snape confiscated it as punishment for some misdeed, it would be an even more devastating blow. It was worth every galleon he'd spent on the broom to know that he at last had a highly effective punishment to use on the little monster. Well, what are you waiting for? He demanded. You have Quidditch practice in less than an hour. Go spend some time on your new broom. Harry's face lit up. Yes sir, and be here by 5:30 this evening so that we can go to the burrow. Snape yelled after the boy as he pelted away. Really? Such appalling manners. Snape straightened his robe around his shoulders and headed to his desk to correct 3 additional essays. Harry was early that evening, a good thing since it allowed Severus to insist that he change into some of his new clothes. Unfortunately, their timeliness didn't last, because Severus found that between his new desire to fix his hair, and Harry's fascination with his sartorially resplendent reflection, it took them rather longer to get ready than he had planned. Potter, get in here, or else. Snape finally shouted, a handful of flow powder trickling through his fingers. I'm right here, Harry protested, hurrying into the living room. He tugged at his new robes one last time. Do you think you can manage the flow on your own this time, or would you like me to carry you again? Snape smirked. I can do it, Harry replied hastily. Knowing that the Weasley children would all be there eradicated any desire for the professor to carry him. Very well. Keep your eyes and mouth shut. Do not inhale, and move briskly away from the fireplace as soon as you arrive, as I will be right behind you. Yes sir. Harry gulped and squeezed his eyes shut as Snape flung the powder into the grate and shouted, the burrow. He felt the professor's firm hand pushing him forward, and then he was through the cool flames and emerging into the Weasleys' living room. Molly caught him as he stumbled and pulled him to the side, brushing off a few stray flakes of soot. Harry cracked one eyelid open, and seeing he had safely arrived, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Was that your first time flowing on your own, love? Molly asked incredulously. You did wonderfully. Harry grinned, just in time to see Severus stride majestically out of the fireplace. Severus, how nice to Molly's voice trailed off as she got her first good look at Snape. After the morning's reactions, Snape merely smirked. Good evening, Molly, he replied. After the morning's reactions, Snape merely smirked. Good evening, Molly, he replied. Kids, they're here, Arthur shouted over his shoulder, as he entered the living room. He came forward, hand extended to Severus. Hello, Sev, a flood of redheads shoved through the doorway, knocking him aside. Harry, you're here, Ron yelled, leading the pack. Why didn't you tell us the news, mate? Yeah, Harry, the twins had arrived. What were you thinking not to share the plans with us and Professor? Now that you'll be one of us, does this mean we can't ask you for help with our potions? I hardly imagine a Hogwarts professor will help you with your unauthorized experiments, Percy scoffed, pushing into the room. Ah, come on, Perce, a huge redhead with a dragon's tooth around his neck ruffled the prefect's hair, much to Percy's annoyance. Professor Snape might see supervising the twins as a necessary health and safety measure. Yet another tall red-headed man entered the living room, this one with a girl riding piggyback on him. Harry began to feel a little claustrophobic, and he backed up a pace, getting nearer to Snape. An instant later he felt the professor's hand upon his shoulder. If you are trying to drive us back to Hogwarts, Snape said silkily, kindly permit us to take some flow powder before you push us into the fireplace. Honestly, such manners. What will Harry and Professor Snape think of us? Molly exclaimed, shooing everyone back. They haven't even had a chance to say hello to your father yet. Arthur finally managed to shake Snape's hand and ruffle Harry's hair. How are you, Harry? Fine, sir. Thank you, Harry said politely, careful to avoid the appearance of an illiterate baboon. Severus, I know you need no introductions to our sons, but Harry, while you know our 4 youngest boys, These are our oldest too. Bill the tall redhead grinned at him, and Harry noticed the man's earring and Charlie. Hello, Harry. The muscular young man engulfed Harry's hand with his own large, calloused one, but his grip was gentle. Harry smiled up at him, liking him immediately. And I don't believe either of you have met our daughter, Ginny. Bill pivoted so that the girl on his back could be seen. She colored under their regard and squeaked out a, "Low." Ron rolled his eyes and whispered to Harry, "I dunno if she's being shy 'cause she's heard so many stories about Snape or 'cause she's got a crush on you, well, on the boy who lived," he amended, as he saw Harry's eyebrows soar. "Either way, don't be fooled. Normally Ginny's like Mum, only louder." Harry grinned. "Mum," Ron called, "can we take Harry and go play?" "Of course, dear," Molly called back. Harry shot a glance at Severus and, receiving an austere nod, hurried off with the others. Ginny squirmed down from Bill's broad back and joined them, leaving Snape with Bill, Charlie, Molly, and Arthur. Arthur sighed at the sudden quiet. "I'd forgotten what silence sounds like," he said nostalgically. "Mating dragons are quieter than our lot," Charlie said, with what Snape was disquieted to realize was undisguised pride. What on earth was he thinking, to let polite, quiet Harry carouse with these hellions? "Have a seat," Molly urged Severus towards "Oh no, not again" the lumpy armchair, and he surrendered to his fate with resignation. Meanwhile, Harry had been hastily bundled away to the farthest reaches of the wards by the younger Weasleys. "Right," Ron said, determinedly. "What did he use on you?" "Crucio. Imperius." Harry blinked. "What? Who?" "Snape," Ron said impatiently. "What's he using to get you to agree to this? Or is it that you haven't been given any choice? Just say the word, mate. We'll figure out some way to get you away from that greasy git." "He's not greasy," Ginny chimed in unexpectedly. "You always call him that, but he isn't." "Well, no," Ron admitted slowly. "He does kinda look different today. Very unsnappish in fact. Probably part of the plot. Trying to lull the parents into a false sense of security. They're sold on him," Ron said, shaking his head. "I can't believe Mum fell for it. I mean, Dad hasn't heard all the stories, but Mum has. He nearly strangled us. That time we improved the coloration of his house. And never thanked us for it. Just made sure Mum paid a visit to Hogwarts with her wooden spoon. He practically insisted on watching too. The greasy git. He's not greasy," Ginny argued, only to be ignored. "You two deserved every smack you got for that prank," Percy said repressively. "I'm surprised that Professor Snape didn't have you expelled. How would you like it if some Slytherins had turned all of us red?" "Wicked," the twins exclaimed in unison, much to Percy's disgust. "Look, Harry," Ron ignored his siblings. "I've heard all my brothers, even Percy, talk about how awful Snape is. He's mean and nasty, and I don't care what any of the adults say, you shouldn't have to live with him." Harry was touched. What a great best mate he had. Ron and his whole family just wanted to be sure Harry was being treated well. "Thanks, Ron, but honest, Snape isn't mean at all." He ignored the snorts of derision from the twins and even Percy's more restrained mutter of disagreement. "Really, he's been just brilliant. He gave me my own room, and filled it with stuff, wait, till you see it. And he's been helping me with my handwriting, and he didn't let the headmaster expel me and—" Ron's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Didn't he give you detention? And lines? And didn't you say he whacked you after the flying lesson with Madam Hooch?" "Well, yeah," Harry admitted. "But it's not like it really hurt or anything. And even in the detention he gave me a new quill to use for my lines, and he let me have a snack. So he didn't actually starve you. And the beating wasn't too awful. Harry, this isn't sounding good. To us." "Yes, Harry," Percy said, a bit pompously. "You need to be aware that there are rules that govern the treatment of minors in Wizarding Society. If Professor Snape has violated these rules, then—" "Stow it, Percy," Ron put in, ducking his older brother's irritated clout. "Mate, I just dunno. I mean, I'm glad you like him and all, but there's gotta be better guardians out there." Harry sighed. This was getting annoying. "Really, Ron, he's brilliant. He doesn't yell or hurt me or—" he broke off as he realized what might convince the Quidditch-crazed Weasleys. "He's not only letting me play as Gryffindor's Seeker, but he also got me a new broom for it." The twins perked up. A new broom? For the Gryffindor Seeker? Compliments of the Slytherin head of house. Must be sabotaged. Or some old splinter-filled antique. It's a brand new Nimbus 2000, Harry informed them coolly. But if you think it's sabotaged, then you don't have to borrow it. A Nimbus? Even Ginny was astounded. Ron sat there, blinking. Snape bought you a Nimbus. A Nimbus 2000. Harry nodded smugly. I got to use it at practice today. It's brilliant, he said, enthusiasm replacing his pique. You should see how it handles. Katie showed me this new move, a Ronski something, and it's a snap with the new broom. He paused. Don't you want to try it out when we get back to school? Ron nodded so fast Harry thought his neck might be wrenched. You bet. Come on, Harry. You wouldn't really keep us from trying it too, would you? Wow. A Nimbus 2000. I've only imagined what flying one would be like. Can I try? Can I try? Ginny begged. Harry took pity on her. Next time I visit, I'll ask Professor Snape if I can bring it with me, okay? You have someplace to fly around here, right? Come see our pitch. Ron invited. Remember, we're not to go flying before dinner, Percy cautioned, hurrying after the others. How about if we try out that Muggle toy Dad brought us? Maybe Harry will know what to do with it. After what was not nearly as interminable a period as Snape had feared, Molly indicated that dinner was close to ready. Much to his surprise, Bill Weasley, whom Snape dimly remembered as an atrocious potions pupil, had grown into a charming, witty raconteur. He told amusing stories of working with goblins, and Charlie chimed in with his own tales of life among the dragons. Between the two of them, Snape didn't have to do much talking at all, and he found he rather enjoyed the interlude, though he had no intention of admitting that to anyone. Molly called to the children, and all too quickly the youngest members of the tribe barreled through the house in a sea of red heads surrounding one dark mop. They had some kind of Muggle football that they were playing with and swept through the living room in a noisy blur. Don't play with that thing in the house. Molly shouted at them. You hear me? Not indoors. The furor passed into a more distant part of the house, and Arthur and Severus exchanged a look. I don't know how you manage to put up with a school full of children day in and day out, Arthur said, shaking his head. Yeah, Charlie echoed. I mean, we're awful enough, and at least Mum and Dad chose to have us around. Don't you ever feel like taking up some other, quieter job, like Chief Curse Tester or St. Mungo's doorman? Bill grinned. Frequently, Snape said dryly. Come sit down, Molly instructed from the doorway. I'll call the children again. The men took their seats around the table, as Molly shouted again for the others. The noise level began to rise, and Bill said, I can hear them coming now. The dead can hear that lot coming, Charlie pointed out. Before any of the children put in an appearance, however, the Muggle football did. It entered the room at speed, traversing a graceful arc that ended when it bounced jarringly off Arthur's head, careened into the wall, ricocheted off a credenza, smashing a garishly colored vase in the process, and landed with a resounding splat in the large tureen of mushy peas. Dead silence, for once, ensued. Severus and Bill had managed to cast Protegas in time, but Charlie and a still-dazed Arthur were now liberally spattered with green mush, as were the tablecloth, surrounding place settings, and two walls. The younger children clustered, wide-eyed, in the doorway, wordlessly surveying the ruin. Molly appeared at the kitchen door and broke the silence with a shriek. Everyone flinched as she spun on the children with a glint in her eye. Who did this? There was a moment more of utter stillness, then, me. Ron exclaimed, just as the twins said, us. And even Percy offered, me. A beat later, Ginny insisted, it was me. The five adults exchanged a long glance, even as the lone brunette slowly pushed himself forward. It was me, Harry confessed miserably, shoulders slumped. No, it wasn't, Ron insisted, trying to shove Harry behind the others again. Mum, it wasn't. Harry managed a weak grin for his friend. It's okay, Ron. Thanks. He dragged his eyes up to meet Snape's. It was me. Snape touched his pristine napkin to his lips and dropped it on his plate. If you would be so kind as to excuse us for a few moments, he said to the others, taking Harry by the shoulder. Arthur, may I use your study? Thank you. He hustled Harry into the small, book-lined room and latched the door behind them. For a moment he toyed with the idea of casting a silencing spell, but in the end decided against it. In addition to being a gross violation of wizarding etiquette, such a spell was hardly necessary in the burrow where the ambient noise level precluded successful eavesdropping. So, He folded his arms and looked down upon his ward, wearing his most forbidding glower. "What do you have to say for yourself? Perhaps you didn't hear Mrs. Weasley's instruction not to play with the ball inside." Harry wished he had fallen off his broom at Quidditch practice and broken his arm like Neville had. Then he wouldn't have come to the Burrow and disgraced himself and by extension, Professor Snape in so awful a manner. He had never done something so horrible before. Even at the Dursleys, his most heinous crimes had been for things he now recognized as accidental magic that had been beyond his control. He had never knowingly, deliberately done something like this. He could only imagine what his aunt or uncle would have done to him if he had destroyed one of their dinner parties the way he had just done to Mrs. Weasley's. She would never let him return to the Burrow now. In fact, she'd probably tell Ron and the others to stay far away from him. It was one thing to be a freak and unintentionally do weird stuff. It was another to disobey and create utter havoc as a consequence. He couldn't even bring himself to look at Snape. The man had given him the most brilliant broom just a few hours previous, making him the envy of the entire Quidditch team, and how did Harry repay him? By coming to the Burrow and behaving like some uncivilized lout, the very thing that Snape most loathed. He was pretty sure that Snape wouldn't drop him like a hot rock, the way he assumed the Weasleys would, but he also figured that Snape was going to make his displeasure very, very clear. He knew that Snape could, when pressed, hit as hard as Uncle Vernon, and he figured he'd be lucky if he got off with just a single clout to the head like at that first detention. Or was the professor just going to start things off and then let Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have a chance to give him some licks too? He wouldn't blame them if they did. After what Harry had done to their dinner table, he was only surprised that Snape had marched him in here for some privacy at least to start with. "Well, Potter," the professor demanded, stepping closer to him, and Harry couldn't help it, he flinched. Snape stopped dead. The boy had seemed mesmerized by his own feat, ignoring Snape's demand for an explanation, so it was only natural that Snape had moved towards him, intent upon shaking some sense into the arrogant brat. But no sooner had he moved than the boy cowered away, as if he were expecting some truly brutal punishment. "Harry," Snape said, forcing his voice into slightly less harsh tones. "Are you expecting me to punish you?" The boy nodded, his eyes tightly shut, hands clenched by his sides. "By hitting you?" He nodded again, visibly bracing himself. Snape glared at him. "Idiot. Didn't I clearly explain my use of corporal punishment to you?" The boy's eyes flew open in surprise. "But those are rules for school, sir," he gulped. "This isn't Hogwarts. I mean, those rules are for, everyday stuff. What I did here was really bad. Didn't you see Mrs. Weasley's table?" "Foolish child, I was sitting right there." Snape pointed out testily. "Gryffindor dunce. And just what do you mean by school rules? Do you honestly imagine I have nothing better to do than to come up with new rules for every eventuality? What do you expect? Rules for the Burrow, rules for Hogwarts, rules for the Leaky Cauldron, rules for Knockturn Alley." "What's Harry?" began timidly. Snape ignored him. "Rules for you when you're 11, rules for when you're 12, rules for when you're wearing trainers, rules for alternate Tuesdays, rules for months with an R in them." As the professor ranted on, Harry began to relax a little. As snarky as Snape was sounding, Harry hadn't missed the fact that the professor was explaining that his rules about punishment weren't just for Hogwarts. "Why, you mean you're not going to belt me?" Harry managed to gulp. "Or let the Weasleys? I mean, they've got to be really mad." Snape just scowled more fiercely. "You are my ward, Potter. I don't care if you set their bloody house on fire, no one but me is ever to lay a finger on you. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, eyes wide. "And as for belting you already know the answer to that, do you not?" Harry swallowed and nodded, a shy smile breaking out over his face. "Then kindly do not attempt to distract me from your appalling behavior by asking foolish questions. You are well aware that you have behaved atrociously, and you will be punished, but you will not be physically harmed by me or anyone else." Snape loomed over the brat menacingly. "In fact, what are you to do if someone, such as Mrs. Weasley, were to attempt to strike you?" Defend myself," Harry answered uncertainly, only half believing that the answer wouldn't earn him a slap. "Exactly," Snape frowned at him for another moment. "Now, as to your uncouth behavior, what do you have to say for yourself, you impossible brat?" Harry sighed as he felt the last of the terror leave him. He knew Snape was still angry with him, and that was the only thing that prevented him from hugging the man in sheer relief and gratitude. He couldn't believe how lucky he was. Had this sort of thing happened even 2 weeks ago, he'd have been thrashed so mercilessly that the resulting welts and bruises would have lasted for weeks. Snape was really, really nice. On the other hand, that made Harry feel even worse about disappointing the man. He forced back a sniffle. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, hanging his head. "Did you not hear Mrs. Weasley?" "I heard her," Harry admitted. "And yet you disobeyed her." Harry's shoulders hunched even more. "It's just that everyone else was ignoring her," so he sniffled again. "Are you not a guest in this house?" Harry nodded. "Yet you feel no obligation to respect your hostess." Harry squirmed in shame. "After all the kindness Mrs. Weasley has shown you, you cannot do her the courtesy of obeying her in such a simple thing." Harry felt the first tear slip down his cheek. "I'm sorry," he whispered again. "Oh, you will be, Potter," Snape promised grimly. "Why do you think Mrs. Weasley made the rule about no football in the house? So nothing would get broken. And so no one would get hurt. What if the ball had struck Mr. Weasley in the face?" Snape forced down an errant snigger at the memory of Arthur's expression when the ball had smacked into his skull. He frowned more fearsomely at the sniveling brat. "What then?" "I'm sorry." Harry wiped away more tears. "And what if Mrs. Weasley had already put out the cake she made for you? The cake, and all of Molly's hard work, could have been destroyed." "Mrs. Weasley made a cake? For me?" Harry was so astonished he stopped crying. He stared at Snape incredulously. Someone had actually gone to the trouble of baking a cake in his honor. Dudley always got a fancy cake on his birthday, but today wasn't even Harry's birthday, and yet Mrs. Weasley had made him a cake. "Yes, and she went to great effort to do so," Snape scolded, mentally rolling his eyes at the memory of Molly's blow-by-blow description. There had been an unfortunate lull between Bill's stories of breaking an ancient Transylvanian curse and Charlie's experiences trying to establish a breeding colony of Norwegian dragons, and Molly had filled it by describing, in excruciating detail, the cake she had made, for little Harry. "How do you think she would have felt if your carelessness had destroyed all her hard work?" "She made a cake for me," Harry repeated, happily amazed. "Potter." Growling, Snape shook him by the shoulder, making Harry jump. "Pay attention." Harry forced down his warm fuzzy feelings and composed his features into a penitent expression. Professor Snape was telling him off, and he didn't want the poor man to realize he was pants at it. Especially not here at the Burrow, with Mr. Weasley so close by. Harry needed to help Professor Snape look good, and grinning like a maniac during a stern dressing down was not the way to do that. "Sorry," he repeated remorsefully, hugging to himself the delicious knowledge that not only had Mrs. Weasley made a cake for him, but also even in the midst of a tongue-lashing Professor Snape had made sure he was aware of it. Snape wondered if he'd done the right thing by shaking the boy. He had only wanted to refocus the little monster when it was clear his attention was wandering, but now the boy looked devastated. Still, Snape told himself, the boy had earned the reprimand with his heedless actions. "Just because the Weasleys behave badly is no excuse for you to do the same," he continued firmly. "You are not some idiot to follow others blindly. I expect you to teach the Weasley children to behave with more wit and maturity, not to become corrupted yourself by their hooligan-like tendencies. Do you understand?" "Sir," Harry said meekly. Wow. Professor Snape had high expectations of him. That was nice. Different but nice. Uncle Vernon had always said Harry was bound to end up as a worthless drunk in the gutter. Now Professor Snape was expecting him to teach other kids, older kids, how to behave. And even if they did throw or kick the ball to you, why didn't you have the good sense to catch it and end the game, or insist that you would only throw it to someone who goes outside? Or at least kick it in the other direction. Didn't you realize what would happen if no one caught the ball? You are certainly bright enough to be able to calculate a spheroid's trajectory, you thoughtless brat. Failure to do so simply demonstrates your complete disregard for the rules of the house. You must use that brain of yours, Potter, Snape said angrily, giving Harry a little rap on the head with his knuckles. You should be thinking ahead, not blundering about like some mindless beast. You are the ward of a Slytherin, young man. Gryffindor or no, you will learn to think before you act. Sir. Wow. Professor Snape actually thought he was smart. The professor was mad because he felt Harry was too clever to behave so stupidly, and that was the same as a compliment, wasn't it? He did his best not to beam at Professor Snape, recognizing that a sober, contrite mien was expected of him. Snape considered his next move. The boy was obviously repentant. He'd had him in or near tears on several occasions during the harangue, and Snape was well aware that the brat, for all his mischief, really hadn't meant any harm. In fact, the professor mused dourly, it was all the fault of those Weasleys. They were the ones who had enticed Harry to disobey, though it was of course the brat's luck that he was the one who actually caused the damage. Still, at least the other children had tried to shield Harry. That boded well for the boy's long-term future, when he would need such loyal allies against Voldemort's forces. Snape eyed the boy. What next? He knew the boy had technically earned a swat for disobedience, but considering how fragile Harry had seemed earlier, perhaps it would be better to pretend he hadn't realized it. It wasn't as if the boy himself would remind him. Harry eyed the professor. What next? He knew that he deserved a swat, but he also suspected the professor would be too nice to administer it, and that might make Mr. Weasley think the professor was a rotten guardian. I disobeyed, Harry pointed out quickly. You're supposed to smack me. Snape hid his surprise behind a thunderous scowl. Do you think I hadn't realized that? Good grief. The boy had no sense of self-preservation. Obviously those bastard muggles had beaten it out of him. He would have to hope exposure to the Weasleys, especially the twins, improved Harry's survival instincts. At this rate, upon learning of Voldemort's plans for him, the boy would march up and challenge the Dark Lord to an arm wrestling match or some other equally idiotic and Gryffindorish duel. He'd probably even take it upon himself to explain to Voldemort what spells and counters he had yet to learn, in the naive assumption the Dark Lord would thereupon avoid using them. Snape could just hear the brat now. Yoo-hoo, Lord Voldemort. I'm over here. Is all the fog from the battle making it hard for you to see me? Aim a little more to your left. Obviously he had a great deal of re-education to do. For now, though, the little idiot had brought this upon himself. Snape reached out and turned the boy away from him. He noted that the child had removed his robes to play with that absurd muggle toy and reminded himself to lighten the smack accordingly. Harry helpfully bent over and braced himself, wondering if, given the magnitude of the crime, Snape might decide that 2 or more swats were appropriate. Snape's hand slapped square across his bum, sounding a lot worse than it felt as the noisy whack reverberated around the small room, but only a mild sting resulted. Harry waited for another smack, face screwed up in anticipation, but the seconds ticked by and nothing happened. Oh. He straightened and looked over to where Snape waited, frowning at him. Ouch, he said belatedly, trying to sound appropriately chastened. He brought his hands back to give his rear a good rub. I won't do that again, he promised, grimacing as if the residual tingle was acutely painful. See that you don't, the professor snapped automatically, but he appeared concerned about something. You need not hold still or remain silent when you are being punished, Snape finally reminded him, his brow still creased. Was the boy still so terrified by corporal punishment that he couldn't bring himself to resist in even such small ways? He had to be careful not to be too rough with Harry. After all, the slap was merely intended to communicate his displeasure, not to inflict significant pain. I know, Harry replied, trying to think of a reason why he hadn't squirmed or howled. The truth that the single spank didn't hurt enough to bother was obviously unacceptable. But since I'm sure you'll still whack my bum, there doesn't seem to be much point in trying. That appeared to be a good answer. The frown lines faded and Snape smirked at him. Let it be a challenge to you. Harry continued holding his backside for the sake of appearances, but the sting was already gone. Although he could still tell where the slap had landed, no unpleasant warmth lingered, the swat had imparted no lasting discomfort. Sir, he asked, reassured that Snape had done his paternal duty and wouldn't get into any trouble with Mr. Weasley or the headmaster for not addressing Harry's bad behavior, what should I do while the rest of you are eating? Snape's awful frown returned. The brat appeared to have the memory of a flobberworm. Hadn't they been over this the last time they visited the burrow? Potter, you will be at the table eating with us. Surely you cannot have forgotten your last meal here so quickly. Harry blinked in genuine amazement. You mean, I'm still allowed to have dinner? Even after what I did? Although you may have started on your 500 lines, it appears that you have not yet come to believe the words you are copying, Snape reproved him. Your relatives' habit of barring you from the table and starving you is inhuman. You are of course going to sit down with the rest of the family. You have been scolded and smacked, your punishment is now over. Do you understand? Harry beamed at him. Sir. Having said that, you are not to wait and fill up on cake, even if it was made in your honor. You are also upon pain of disobeying me, Snape said warningly. Harry nodded vigorously to show his understanding, to eat the rest of the food as well, particularly the vegetables. Harry wrinkled his nose but sighed resignedly. Sir. Snape paused. You may, however, skip the mushy peas. Harry snorted in amusement, and just for a moment Snape's normal severe expression lightened a bit. Ready. I still expect you to apologize to our hosts for your appalling conduct, Snape said sternly, turning towards the door. Harry nodded, and Snape pulled the door open, causing a tidal wave of redheads to fall into the room from where they'd been leaning against the door, listening. Harry gaped at the Weasleys, while Snape narrowed his eyes and merely watched, arms folded, as the family tried to disentangle themselves. Jareth. I can't breathe. Jareth. Ginny squeaked breathlessly from the bottom of the pile, while Molly and Arthur blushingly picked themselves off the top of the heap. Excuse us, we just checking, not really worried, dinner go check, excuse me. Molly babbled incoherently and escaped to the kitchen. Yes what she said, Arthur echoed, face flaming to match his hair. He fled after his wife. Well, sorry about that, Bill grinned, irrepressible as always. Just had to make sure you weren't murdering the boy who lived. He grabbed a blushing, speechless Percy and headed back to the dining room. Charlie picked up Ginny and, red-faced, mumbled an apology as he made a hasty exit. Sorry about that. Professor, we just didn't quite believe that you weren't going to string Harry up by his thumbs. And as you can see, we have terrible role models. On that characteristically cheeky note, the twins departed, leaving Ron as the last representative of the family to face Snape's wrath. Before the professor could deliver a blistering reproof which, to be fair, should probably be directed at the boy's parents, Ron had demanded of Harry. Is that it? Harry blinked. What? Is that all the punishment you're going to get? I mean, nothing else when you get back home. Harry glanced at Snape for confirmation, then nodded. But he didn't yell at you or ground you or even hit you that hard. Ron paused. Did he? Harry was unsure how to answer. He didn't want to admit the truth and make Snape feel like he hadn't done a good job, but he didn't want to lie to his best mate either. It wasn't that bad, he finally said. Right, that's what I thought. Ron nodded once, decisively. Okay, when we get in trouble at school, I want your dad to punish us both. Harry darted a worried look at the thunderstruck Snape. He's not really my dad, he started, uncertain as to whether or not Snape would take offense at Ron's words. Ron waved a dismissive hand. Guardian, whatever. But, Ron, Harry protested, you've got your own family that. Yeah, Ron said disgustedly. I've got a whole bunch of older brothers who think they can all yell at me and whack me just 'cause they're bigger than me, and Percy's the worst of the lot, especially now that he's a prefect. And my mum, well, you haven't heard a howler yet, Harry, but I've watched my mum getting them ready to send to Charlie and the twins, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of one in the Great Hall. I mean, it's bad enough when mum screams at you in person, but to have it happen in front of everyone in the school. No thanks. I'd rather your dad Professor just took care of it, is that okay? He asked, suddenly uncertain. You don't mind, do you? I just figured that since we were like brothers now and Professor Snape is a Weasley, it would be okay like having an uncle yell at you if your dad's not around. But if you want to keep him to yourself. No, that's okay. Harry reassured his friend. He felt rather proud that Ron preferred Harry's guardian to his whole, real family. Didn't that just prove how great Professor Snape was? I don't mind sharing. You can use him too. Snape opened and closed his mouth, but he couldn't seem to get any words to emerge. How dare these two presumptuous whelps speak of him as if he weren't present, let alone make plans as if he were some pet they were going to share. While he understood why the youngest Weasley boy would seek to avoid both fraternally administered wallops and Molly's ear-splitting harangues, he had no intention of being lumbered with the supervision of two brats instead of one. And then the Weasley spawn had referred to him as a Weasley and an uncle, for Merlin's sake. He was in no way, shape, or form going to serve as an uncle to this red-headed band of maniacs. Worse, the youngest Weasley male had even said, when, not if, he and Harry got into trouble, so it was clear that he wasn't just speaking theoretically. Snape needed to make it indelibly clear to these two hellions, not to mention the rest of the Weasley clan, that he was not going to. Boys, dinner, Molly bellowed. To Snape's shock and horror, Harry and Ron each grabbed one of his hands and started dragging him towards the table. Come on, Professor, Harry panted. It's rude to keep them waiting. This had to be some horrendous nightmare, perhaps brought on by an extended bout of cruciatus, Snape thought desperately. He must be hallucinating. Surely he was nice and safe and being tortured by the Dark Lord, and not sitting down to a meal as the newest member of the Weasley family. But his feeble hopes were dashed when Molly smiled and handed him the bread basket. No matter how long he was crucioed, even his most fevered imaginings couldn't have come up with the hand-embroidered doily, festooned with happy house elves, that covered the rolls. Albus, Snape vowed to himself, as Ron and Harry happily settled themselves in chairs on either side of him, I will get you back for this if it's the last thing I do. Mercifully, the rest of the meal passed without incident. For the first time, Snape had reason to appreciate the self-absorbed nature of children, as the Weasley brood prattled on artlessly about trivialities, thereby relieving him of the need to speak. Incredibly, Arthur and Molly seemed to enjoy the noise and insanity, and by the end of the meal, Harry was laughing and babbling along with the rest. Snape wearily noted that remedial lessons in table manners, particularly about not talking with your mouth full, would be needed after visits to the burrow. Then at last he could decently make his excuses. Harry, suddenly shy, came over as he stood by the flow, impatient to leave. Snape looked him over. You will behave yourself. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded obediently. Yes, sir. I will see you back at Hogwarts tomorrow evening. Do not forget to finish your homework. Snape reached for some flow powder, to make his escape, but Harry grabbed him around the middle before he could complete the motion. Damn, that solid little forehead always knocked the breath out of him. An instant later, Harry had released him and darted away, tossing a, see you tomorrow, over his shoulder as he pelted off to rejoin the Weasley children. Snape massaged his abdomen and glared after the brat. Molly and Arthur hid their smiles. Thank you again for coming, Arthur said. I hope we can make this a regular occurrence. Snape raised an eyebrow. All of tonight's events. Arthur had the grace to blush. Molly, however, recovered from embarrassment much more quickly. To his outrage, she dragged Severus into an embrace. Now least said, soonest mended. She completed her assault on his person with a loud key, on his cheek, which only the rigid self-control learned under Voldemort's Crucio prevented him from wiping away. Indeed, he said as chillingly as he could manage. Good night. He fled hastened through the flow and relaxed with a sigh of relief as he entered his own quarters. To his relief he realized that, although it had felt like an eternity, he had only been at the Weasleys for a few hours. It was still early enough to carry out his plan. He stuck his head back into the flow network and called Albus. A moment later, the headmaster stepped through the hearth and into Snape's quarters. Well, my boy, and how was your evening? Snape glared up at him from where he lay sprawled in one of his chairs. How do you think, old man? I have been surrounded by Weasleys, subjected to the architectural inadequacies of the burrow, and forced to eat Molly's cooking. I'm sure you and Harry had a lovely evening, Dumbledore said comfortably, blithely ignoring both the content and tone of Snape's reply. Snape rolled his eyes. Your precious Gryffindor prince is safely ensconced among the red-headed menaces. Both Bill and Charlie are there tonight, so you need hardly worry about any Death Eater attack overcoming the family, let alone the wards, and I am going to drown myself in dreamless sleep in the hopes of forgetting this day ever happened. It will serve you right if, during my absence from my nightly patrolling, the students take over this asylum. Albus chuckled and patted the younger man on the shoulder. There. I will have a word with Argus to ensure that the students get up to no more mischief than usual, and I shall even take a few strolls about the castle myself, if that will make you feel better. Success. Snape masked his triumph with a grumble and heaved himself out of the chair. I'm sure you can see yourself out, he snapped, heading for his bedroom. The roar of the flow drowned out Albus' good night wishes, and Snape grinned wolfishly. He'd wait another 10 minutes, just in case Dumbledore remembered something and came back. Any longer than that, and he'd assume Severus was unconscious from the potion and he'd know better than to return. Then, with Dumbledore distracted and his own alibi neatly secured, Snape would be free to carry out his real plans for the night. Perhaps the only good thing about being Tobias Snape's son was that by the time he was 8, Severus was, through his father, well acquainted with the seamier side of life. Whether he was sending his son to place a bet or buy him more liquor, Tobias had no qualms about exposing Severus to society's rougher elements. Even after he started at Hogwarts, Severus had maintained a few ties to the Muggle underworld. Initially this was so that, during visits home, he could still carry out Tobias' errands, but his connections had also proven useful during his years as a Death Eater, not because Voldemort would ever consider an alliance with Muggles, but because it gave Severus an understanding of Muggle law enforcement that the Dark Lord could exploit. Tonight Snape was planning to visit an old childhood acquaintance who was now a well-established member of the Muggle criminal elite. He transfigured his clothing into garments that would raise no eyebrows and apparated to the appointed location, a pub close to where he had grown up. Within minutes, he was seated in a dark corner, opposite the man he had come to meet. "Oi, looks like life's been kind to you, Severus," John Marvin noted, lifting his glass in a silent toast. "Your father'd be pleased," Snape sneered. "My father would have been most displeased, and you know it. He loathed me, and the feeling was entirely mutual." Marvin shrugged. "Yeah, true. So you're obviously not here to talk about old times. What do you want?" Snape leaned back. "I have a task for you and your organization." Interested. In the almost 2 weeks since he had first learned of the Dursleys' treatment of Harry, Snape had done a lot of thinking about how best to repay them for their mistreatment of a wizarding child. Unfortunately, he was somewhat limited in his options by the fact that Albus had assigned him the task and would therefore expect a report. Since the elderly wizard was surprisingly squeamish about physical violence though not about deliberately manipulating others, whether for their own alleged benefit or the greater good, Snape knew that he would have to avoid unforgivables or, indeed, anything too dark. If his treatment of the Dursleys exceeded whatever Dumbledore thought was deserved, the elderly wizard might well send him to Azkaban, deciding that he was too dangerous an influence on Harry. The unspoken subtext in everything dealing with the boy was the fear that Harry would grow up to join, not oppose, Voldemort, and if Dumbledore felt that Snape was somehow encouraging such behavior, well, Severus already knew the headmaster was willing to sacrifice him if necessary. He'd do it reluctantly and with great sadness, but he would do it. Snape was determined not to give him any reason for such a course of action. The old man's inappropriate, in Snape's opinion, mercy towards undeserving wizards was why so many Death Eaters including Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and of course Snape himself were still around. Dumbledore insisted that the Order of the Phoenix use non-lethal means whenever possible, and Snape was confident that he would therefore reject anything that seemed too cruel to the poor Muggles. Dumbledore obviously held out hope that Harry's relatives could be made to see the error of their ways. Snape would rather they saw their own entrails. He sighed. Since that wasn't going to happen, he could at least come up with the next best thing. He had thought long and hard about this and had rather quickly ruled out using any kind of charm or curse on the Muggles. Dumbledore was sure to object to the ones he wanted to use, as they would inevitably lead to slow, excruciating deaths, and Snape had no desire to let the Dursleys off with the equivalent of a stern lecture. In the end, he decided on a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, the one he would tell Albus about, it seemed appropriate to use Muggle methods to punish Muggles. He was confident that John Marvin would, with proper motivation, be able to destroy both the Dursleys' quality of life and their peace of mind. "There is a family in Surrey," he began, steepling his fingers, "who have offended me. I wish to ensure that they are made to suffer." Marvin nodded slowly. "You always were a vindictive little sod. What did you have in mind?" Snape shrugged. "I'm certain you can be more inventive than I. Surely there are ways to ensure that they are harassed by all the various bureaucratic agencies." Marvin grinned. "It's amazing what you can do with computers these days. Phony arrest warrants, cancelled driver's licenses, and of course once you get on the wrong side of the tax boys, your life's as good as over." Snape waved a negligible hand. Yes, by all means, make use of your confusers. The goal is to make each and every day of their lives a misery." Marvin was busy scribbling on the back of a paper napkin. Right. This isn't nearly as unusual a request as you might think. Always happy to oblige a friend." And I would also like you to make use of more orthodox methods of intimidation. Put the frighteners on 'em. Easy enough. You have any ideas? The odd assault as they collect their vehicle at a parking structure. Perhaps have someone break into the house while they're out and move things around just to unnerve them. It might also be amusing to have them awaken to realize intruders are standing around their bed, Snape mused. No permanent damage, though I don't want the game to end too quickly. Right. More a war of nerves than brute force. Again, we get a lot of these requests, though usually it's just for one or t'other, Marvin kept writing. Blimey, what did these people do to you anyway? Does it matter? Not just curious. They abused a child in their care, though I don't wish your employees to speak of it. Much better for them to have no idea why they are being targeted. The Muggle whistled. Well, good to see you haven't changed much, Sev. Once an evil bastard, always an evil bastard. How many in the family? I might have to charge you extra if there are too many. 3. 2 parents, 1 child, age 11. You want the kid left alone. Snape stroked his chin. No, I wouldn't say that. While you need not show him the same level of attention as the adults, like them, he should be made to feel helpless and preyed upon. Any idea where the little bugger goes to school? Snape shook his head. No matter. It'll be easy enough to suss out. Why? Every school has its share of bullying toe rags. Easy to slip them a few quid and tell them who to target. They'll make the kids' school days a real hell. Excellent, Snape purred. So glad to see we understand each other. I'll expect reports twice a month. Separate reports for the bureaucratic harassment and those with the more personal touch, if you would be so kind. Quote. Marvin nodded. You know the terms. So long as your money turns up in my bank account, you'll get the results you're after. Thank you. Here are their particulars. Snape passed Marvin a slip of paper with the Dursleys' names and address. Good evening. As he apparated away, he allowed himself a smirk of satisfaction. Albus would be pleased with the bloodless bureaucratic persecution, and if he found Snape's vengeance too restrained to be believable, then the headmaster could be allowed to discover the additional intimidation as well. He might lecture Severus about excessiveness, but since it was Muggle-on-Muggle violence, the Aurors would not be called and Azkaban would not be a potentia outcome. And speaking of Azkaban, when Snape had decided not to be satisfied with the minor torments that were all that Albus would allow him to use on the Dursleys, he had spent a great deal of time determining how else to make them pay. The obvious solution was to enlist the help of someone else, someone Albus knew nothing about, and who would have no obvious reason to know about Harry's relatives, let alone target them. In this way, they could operate with impunity, unnoticed by Dumbledore or the Ministry. That left only one difficulty. Whom did he know who was both well able to torture Muggles and likely to welcome the chance? Obviously his own duties at Hogwarts would make it impossible to spend the necessary amount of time overseeing activities at Privet Drive, and to be fair, he had never been particularly sought after during Death Eater revels. Despite what his students might believe, Snape was not in fact a sadist, and he had never gotten any degree of pleasure from participating in attacks with Voldemort. There were, however, many Death Eaters who found such activities downright entertaining, and it was their skills that he had decided to utilize with the Dursleys. Lucius Malfoy would have been perfect for the role, of course, but since barely escaping Azkaban after the Dark Lord's defeat, he had devoted himself to re-establishing his family's political and social influence. Especially now that his heir was getting closer to his majority, Lucius was being careful to keep his nose and other body parts squeaky clean. Bellatrix Black Lestrange brought new meaning to the term, sadist, not to mention, insane. Even the Dark Lord had, on occasion, been taken aback by her enthusiasm. By comparison to Bella, Voldemort was a picture of mental health after all. He only wanted to rule the world, a not completely unreasonable goal. Bella was just plain barmy. Still, Bellatrix could always be relied upon to develop ever new and more inventive tortures, and she despised Muggles with a single-minded passion, both traits that would assist her in persecuting the Dursleys. As attractive as that made her, though, Snape had regretfully decided that her lunacy made her too unpredictable to work with on this project. He sighed. He had really hoped it wouldn't come to this, but who else was left? He needed a Muggle-hating Death Eater with a proven track record of killing, torture, betrayal, and other dark activities. Like it or not, there was only one obvious candidate left. Leaving the dark pub far behind, he apparated to a foggy, deserted stretch of sand. That you?" a hoarse voice demanded. Snape rolled his eyes. "Of course. Have you made the necessary arrangements?" The other wizard emerged from the fog. "Yeah, got the potions." Snape held up one green, glowing vial. "Here's one. I'll summon the other upon my safe return." The other man snorted in amusement and contempt. "Don't you trust me?" "Of course I do," Snape replied silkily. "For you know as well as I do that only my continued good health will prevent certain proofs of your past activities from reaching the Aurors. And naturally you wouldn't want anything to happen to me, or where would you get your enhancement potions? Can't have you disappointing your wife, can we? Isn't that the problem with Velas, they're never fully satisfied. I satisfy her just fine." The other man flared, but he reached out to snatch the potion all the same. Snape smirked. "Of course you do. Shall we go over?" "It really wasn't that hard to break into Azkaban," Snape mused. "Naturally enough, all the efforts were spent on preventing wizards from leaving. So long as you had a well-placed and highly motivated confederate on the inside, getting in unobserved was rather a dawdle. And say what you might about the downsides of being a Death Eater, you couldn't deny that it guaranteed you a well-rounded acquaintance with all the dodgy elements of wizarding society, not to mention providing a great deal of extortion-appropriate information about them. As a result, identifying an easily bribable guard had been so easy that Snape nearly felt disappointed. Of course the fact that Voldemort had been gone for nearly a decade and Death Eater activity was now all but non-existent did tend to lull the Aurors and guards into a state of complacency. Snape sighed. There were times when he rather missed the excitement of the old days. Matching wits against students, even the Weasley twins, just wasn't the same as serving as a double agent, caught between the two most powerful wizards of the age. Snape sighed. There were times when he did rather miss the excitement of the old days. Matching wits against students, even the Weasley twins, just wasn't the same as serving as a double agent, caught between the two most powerful wizards of the age. Then again, Snape noted, coming to a halt before a barred iron door. There were some memories of the old days that he could do without. So much for nostalgia. He gestured impatiently and the other Azkaban guard reluctantly unlocked the door. "He's dangerous, this one. Kill you as soon as look at you," he warned. "I know that better than you." Snape shoved past him and entered the dank cell. Behind him, the guard grumbled resentfully but walked away. "Damn, it's actually a bit warmer than my dungeons. I really need to get some new warming spells." He crossed to the low, narrow bunk and gave the recumbent figure a vigorous kick in the side. "Wake up, you bastard." Who the bleary eyes blinked, fought to focus, and finally widened. "Snivelus." Snape sighed. Well, there went one of his long-cherished hopes. The creep wasn't completely insane yet. On the other hand, it did mean that he might be able to play the role that Snape had in mind. It had taken him days to figure it out, but in the end it had made an awful kind of sense. Snape wanted to torture the Dursleys, and not merely for a few days or weeks as Lucius or Bellatrix might. Who knew how to make someone's life a true misery for years on end? Who but the Marauders? Unfortunately for Snape's plan, both Potter and Pettigrew were dead and the mangy werewolf had been the most law-abiding of the bunch. On the other hand, Black wasn't dead, just exiled to Azkaban. He might well be insane after so many years in that environment, but if he weren't, who knew better than Sirius Black how to make someone's existence utterly wretched? And who knew this better than Severus Snape? So Snape had overcome his loathing and come to Azkaban to pick Black's brain about the best ways to torment the Dursleys. It was an inspired plan, Snape congratulated himself. No one would ever assume that he of all people would come within 20 miles of Sirius Black, let alone seek his assistance. This was one plot he was confident Dumbledore would never anticipate. What the bloody hell? Black was shivering and close to incoherent. Snape used a sticking hex to fasten him to the bunk, disoriented he might be, but Black was still a powerful wizard even without his wand and forced chocolate and pepper-up potions down the man's throat. After a surprisingly short time, he could detect the return of sanity to Black's eyes. "Come to gloat, Snivelus." Black snarled, then yelped as a stinging hex caught him in the chest. "Mind your manners, Black," Snape drawled lazily. "You may have noticed a distinct lack of other marauders to hide behind." "Bastow." The second hex hurt even more than the first, and Sirius broke off with a glare. My, I am surprised," Snape said mockingly. Did it only take 2 hexes to teach you to hold your tongue? Your IQ must have risen sharply in the last 10 years. Azkaban really has been good for you. What do you want? Sirius spat. Snape twirled his wand idly. So many choices. To pay you back for all your kind attention during our school days, perhaps. He smirked as Black paled at his words. I see you haven't lost all your memories to the Dementors. Can you think of a few things I might like to do? Fine, get your sick thrills, you bloody Death Eater. Let's not play the pot and the kettle, Black. Snape snapped back, then grimaced at his involuntary pun. You were the one who turned on your best friends and killed a dozen muggles in the process. You would have made Voldemort very proud if he'd still been around to appreciate it. What? Sirius shook his head, confusion once again clouding his eyes. Snape snarled in frustration and shoved more chocolate down the man's throat. When Black seemed to have recovered, he started over. Black, if you had a Muggle family to torture, how would you go about it? Black stared at him for a moment, then spat directly in his face. Snape leapt backwards, bringing up his wand. Do it. Kill me. Curse me. Black shouted, his face distorted with rage. But don't expect me to help you harm innocents, you Slytherin bastard. Snape scourgified the spittle from his face, but the Gryffindor's odd words prevented the immediate retaliation he longed to launch. Feeling remorse for all the muggles you killed? He taunted. Isn't it a bit late to reprise the role of noble hero? Black stared at him. I thought I was the insane one, Snivellus. What are you talking about? Trying to pretend it was all a bad dream, Black. Pettigrew, the muggles, the Potters, you killed them all. Deny it if you can. Sirius shook his head as if trying to clear it. What? No, Voldemort killed James and Lily. Snape tried to hide his flinch at the Dark Lord's name. After you betrayed them by revealing their location. And then when that poor idiot Pettigrew tried to capture you, you killed him and blew up a city block full of muggles in the process. That's not true, Sirius argued, eyes focused inwards as he tried to dredge up the memories. Prolonged exposure to Dementors had a detrimental effect on rational thought. Pettigrew Peter was the traitor. I tried to capture him. He was the one who caused the explosion, killed everyone, and then I woke up here. He looked up at Snape. What are you these days, Snivellus? Minister of Magic? Or did Malfoy snag that for himself after Voldemort vanished? Do you gloat every day about your glorious victories? Snape frowned. What victories? The ones that let Voldemort's supporters seize control even after that bastard was dead, Sirius snarled. Proud of yourself, you greasy bastard. He blinked and looked at Snape again. Hey, what happened to your hair? Fudge's minister, Dumbledore still heads the Wizengamot, and the Dark Lord's supporters were rounded up and imprisoned after he fell, Snape informed Black, ignoring the question about his hair. Why would you think that Malfoy and the Death Eaters won? Sirius' eyes grew even more confused. But if they didn't, if Dumbledore is still alive, then what am I doing here? His countenance grew even more stricken. Oh Merlin, what happened to Harry? If the Death Eaters didn't come to power and kill him, that did it. Snape had had enough of this double talk. On the one hand, he suspected that Black was merely delusional, but he had to be sure. Lifting his wand, he snapped, Legilimens. And an instant later he was in Black's mind. Emotions, images, and sounds flashed past him in a dizzying blur. He had always known Black was a chaotic, emotional mess, and Azkaban hadn't helped in that regard, but he definitely wasn't insane. Yet, Snape pieced together enough scraps and tatters of memory to become appalled. Even his undiminished hatred for the man couldn't suppress the feelings of horror and pity as he realized what had happened. He pulled out and stared at the prisoner, aghast. Black believed that he was here on Azkaban because the Dark Lord had won, that Pettigrew had betrayed James and Lily, that in the ensuing chaos, Harry and the remaining Order of the Phoenix members had been killed and the war lost. Prove it, Snape fought to keep his voice from trembling. Prove what you're thinking is true. Sirius squinted up at him, his head racked with pain from Snape's mental assault. Get stuffed. I don't take orders from death-eating bastards. Snape ignored Black's words and unstuck him from the bed, though he kept the other man at one point. Your memories showed you all had animagus forms. Prove that this is more than the ramblings of a broken mind. Sirius got painfully to his feet. Fine. Whatever makes you happy, you Slytherin she. Before he could finish the word, a large, skeletal black dog stood where the gaunt man had been. Only Snape's iron control permitted him to keep his feet. It was true then. Pettigrew had been the secret keeper and had betrayed the other marauders. It was because of him that James and Lily had died and Sirius was framed for a crime he didn't commit. But why hadn't Dumbledore? Snape forced himself away from that line of thought. It would not be a question he could answer here and now, and in fact he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Either the headmaster was a great deal more fallible than anyone had dreamed, or he was much more ruthlessly manipulating than anyone had feared. Neither option was particularly welcome, and Snape couldn't afford to be distracted just then. Sirius shifted back to his human form. "So, satisfied yet, Death Eater?" he asked snidely, reseating himself on the bunk. Apparently spending time in animal form was rather restful. He seemed better, more centered, than he had before. "Eat this," Snape ordered, passing him more chocolate. "You'll need it." "So why are you here?" Black demanded. "If your side lost, how come you're not in the next cell over?" "I was Dumbledore's spy, you idiot," Snape snapped. "How do you think he knew the Dark Lord was after Lily and James?" Black blinked. "After the war, Dumbledore spoke on my behalf and took me back to Hogwarts. I'm the head of Slytherin and the potions professor." "Oh, Merlin," Black breathed. "Dumbledore turned you loose on poor defenseless children." Snape threw him a dirty look. "Shut up, mutt. What about Harry? What happened to him? Without James and Lily and with me locked up here?" "Dumbledore placed him with Lily's sister." Sirius paled. "Not Petunia. Yes. And her husband is worse." Snape glared at him. "And here I had imagined you might actually prove useful for once in your misbegotten life." "What are you talking about?" Snape waved a hand in frustration. "I was hoping you might have some innovative ideas on how to repay the Dursleys for making Harry's childhood miserable, but that was back when I imagined you were a secret Death Eater. Obviously, though, you're as useless as ever," he ended, feeling rather depressed. All he had managed to do was to prove the innocence of his boyhood nemesis and raise some very troubling concerns about his mentor's behavior. "What a rotten night. Don't get your knickers in a twist, Snivellus," Black chided. "I may not be a murderer, but I'm still a marauder. Of course I'll have good ideas." Then all of Snape's words finally registered. "Wait, what do you mean, they made Harry unhappy?" Snape shrugged, elaborately casual. "Oh, does it matter to you? Well, let's see. They forced him to live in a cupboard, barely fed him, and used him as a house elf even as they pampered their own little horror. Oh, and they thrashed him on a regular basis. He arrived at Hogwarts too welted to sit down properly." The look in Black's eye made Snape back up a step, raising his wand. It was only when he realized the other man's rage wasn't directed at him that he felt his heart rate start to slow. "They did that to my godson." Black's voice was a low growl. "Indeed. And Albus is making them pay." Snape rolled his eyes. "And they said Hufflepuffs were the loyal ones. Albus, the man who has done nothing to extricate you from your unjust incarceration, has left both the Dursleys' punishment and Harry's guardianship in my hands." Black came off the bed in a leap and Snape only barely managed to get his wand up in time. He flung Black back onto the bunk and stuck him down again. "You bastard. You must be delighted now you can revenge yourself on all of us by taking it out on Harry. Albus must be bloody insane. Calm yourself, mutt." Snape spat. "I would remind you that I wasn't the bully during our school days, picking on classmates when I had a 4-to-1 advantage. The boy will come to no harm at my hands, though I can hardly say the same thing about his own relatives." Black panted, but he had no strength to sustain his rage and the fury that had overtaken him rapidly ebbed. "You won't harm Harry. You swear it?" He sounded almost plaintive. "Yes, of course," Snape said testily, forcing down unexpected pity for the other man. "He's a horrible, needy little brat, but he's too scared of his own shadow thanks to those appalling muggles to remind me of either you or James." "Well, not after that first night," he thought uncomfortably. Black stared at him for another moment, as if to evaluate whether he could believe him, before dropping his gaze to the floor. There was a long silence, then, "I apologize." Snape hid his shock and even managed an airy wave. "What's one more insult from you, Black? I barely even notice anymore." "No, I meant that I apologize for what we did to you at school." Now Snape was truly speechless. Black kept his eyes on the floor, but he continued speaking. "We James and Remus and I mostly James and I were prats. And it was me more than James, especially once he started seeing Lily and she insisted we leave you be. I treated you like shite and I'm sorry. These last 10 years, I've learned what it feels like to be trapped and tortured. We should never have treated you like that. I just assumed that considering how awful we'd been, you would have taken it out on Harry. I apologize for thinking that, too. What do you want, Black? Severus managed to find his voice. Black actually smiled, though it was only a ghost of his old cheeky grin. Ever the Slytherin, Well, I wouldn't say no to more of that chocolate, but I wasn't apologizing only to get on your good side, Snape. It just seemed the least I could do, considering that you're taking care of my godson after the rest of us made a bollocks of it. There's not much else I can do for you from here. No, Snape agreed sourly, regaining his composure. What a surprise. Don't whinge, Snape, Black chided. I swear you're disappointed I wasn't a Death Eater. Just what do you have planned for Harry's relatives anyway? Snape shrugged mentally and shared his plans, emphasizing the difficulty that Black's uselessness would now create for him. Maybe I still have time to drop in on Bellatrix. Sirius regarded him with a mixture of exasperation and tentative hope. Snape, you bloody idiot. I may not have been one of Voldemort's little toadies, but have you forgotten who made your life a living hell all those years? Get me out of here, and I'll drive the Dursleys insane within the year. I'll make them pay for harming Harry. Severus considered the offer. There was no doubt that Black could be an implacable and all too inventive adversary. Once provided with a new wand, he would be able to torture the Dursleys with everything from boils to termite infestations, and while his escape would undoubtedly kick off a massive manhunt, no one would ever assume Snape had anything to do with it. Snape reluctantly acknowledged that, if handled properly, Black's escape might also help to raise some questions about his imprisonment, such as why he had received no trial, why Veritaserum hadn't been used, and so on. While the last thing he wanted was Sirius Black back in his life, not to mention the fact that the werewolf would not be far behind once Black was exonerated in the coming years, Harry would need all the protectors he could get. And if Dumbledore were playing some kind of deep game, then having allies beyond Hogwarts could be more than helpful. They might be desperately needed. Oh, all right, Snape growled at last. You're sure no one knows about your being an animagus? I don't know if Peter told anyone, but I assume Remus didn't say a word or they would have had anti-transfiguration wards in here all this time. Being able to spend most of my time as a dog is the only thing that's kept me sane. Black ignored Snape's smirk. I know Dumbledore and McGonagall never knew or they would have insisted we register. HMF. Snape gave Black one last threatening look. Try anything and I'll turn you into a rug, you flea-bitten hound. He unstuck the man, then conjured a simulacrum on the bed in his place. It won't last more than a few days, but I assume you don't get much company who might spot the difference, he said snarkily. Not to worry. You want me in canine form. So long as you're housebroken. The big black dog sat down and held up one paw politely. Don't even think about it, Snape told him coldly, then cast an invisibility spell on the animal. Stay close to me. If you get left behind, I'm not coming back. He felt the big animal press against his legs and rolled his eyes. He really hoped that his use of the term, flea-bitten, would not prove to be literally true. Once they were safely back on the mainland, Snape handed over the second potion to the helpfully dishonest prison guard and set off for Surrey with a still invisible Black by his side. They apparated to the Dursley home, and Snape briefed Sirius on the family. He finished speaking, then cast a baleful eye over the now visible dog. You're in no shape to embark on a campaign of terror, he announced disgustedly. You're emaciated and your hair is all matted. The neighbors will take one look at you and summon the dog warden. We'd better get you somewhere so you can recover a bit first. Then you might be able to pass yourself off as a family pet. Sirius transformed again. I don't exactly have a place to stay, he argued wearily. It was obvious that he was close to collapse. The years at Azkaban had taken their toll. And within a few hours, days at the most, they'll figure out I'm gone and then they'll plaster my face all over the country, Muggle and Wizard locations alike. I can't just check into a hotel and hope no one notices that they're rooming next to an escaped murderer. I did think of that, you idiot. Then what's your brilliant plan? I don't have the energy to maintain a glamour, Black snapped back, though it was clear that it hurt his pride to have to admit to such weakness. I know you're the potion master, but can you really make me enough polyjuice to maintain a disguise for weeks on end? No. Snape gloomily regarded the other man. Why him? Why was it always up to him? Come on. Where are we going? Predictably, the idiot Gryffindor held back. Snape pointed his wand threateningly. You're going wherever I say, though I'll be happy to stun and drag you there. I can see your disposition hasn't improved with age, Black muttered rebelliously, even as he took Snape's arm for the apparition. Here. Snape shook off the Gryffindor's hand as soon as he could. This is one of my mother's family homes. It's unplottable and I'm the secret keeper, so unless you irritate me, you should be safe. Ignoring the other's mutter of, I'm doomed, Snape continued. There are 2 house elves who will look after you. Don't leave the property, there are books to occupy your time and even some old brooms out back. If you fall off and kill yourself, be good enough to do it somewhere your corpse won't ruin the landscaping. A few rooms are warded. If you go in them, I'll kill you if the wards don't. Snape glared at his very unwelcome house guest. This next was going to be very hard to say, but the only alternative was even worse. Since I have better things to do than nurse you back to health so that you can keep your end of the bargain about the Dursleys, I can. He forced himself to say the words, go ahead and contact the werewolf if you want. Black's eyes widened. You'd contact Remus for me. No, I was planning on sending Fenrir Greyback. Of course I'm talking about Lupin, you half-wit. Do you think he'll believe your story, or will he try to ingratiate himself with the Ministry by turning you in? Black bit back his initial angry retort and actually thought for a moment. I think he'll want to see me, especially if you tell him that you believe me. You can risk it. Snape shrugged. You're the one who's at risk. If they capture you before your name is cleared, you're sure to be key, Ed. Still trust the werewolf? Black glared at him. Yes. Unlike you, I have friends that I trust. Like Peter Pettigrew. Snape was quite surprised when Black didn't attempt to punch him for that remark. Obviously the man was even weaker than he was letting on. Come along. He introduced Black to the house elves, made sure he was reasonably well settled, and departed for Hogwarts. While he had no doubts as to Black's ability to wreak vengeance on the Dursleys, he was more than a little annoyed with himself for actually helping the man. First the Potter brat, then Black, and now he was going to contact the werewolf. What was happening to him? Any minute now, he'd be patting Longbottom on the head and helping Hagrid spoon-feed orphaned Neasels. This was clearly all that Brat's fault. Even tucked away safely at the Burrow, Potter was still causing him no end of trouble. Snape returned to his quarters and checked the time. 3:30. He smirked to himself. At least he'd have the pleasure of waking up the werewolf. After confirming that they were indeed 2 weeks away from the full moon, Snape once again entered the flow. He had made a point of keeping track of the werewolf's location ever since Dumbledore had first floated the idea of hiring him for the Dada position, yet further proof of the headmaster's increasing dottiness. Having a werewolf prowling around the student body, there was a brilliant idea. Sometimes Snape was amazed that Dumbledore hadn't yet been strung up by a mob of parents, irate over his faculty appointments. Ignoring Snape's own checkered past, there was the disgraced giant, the incompetent seer, the twitching current Dada instructor. Actually, a werewolf probably would fit right in. Still, he had so far managed to dissuade Dumbledore whenever the idea of employing Lupin came up, though he wondered how much longer his screaming tantrums and threats to resign would work. The old man could be annoyingly persistent when he chose to be. It was handy that Lupin had given him his flow password after Snape had grudgingly, after much pressure from Dumbledore, agreed to provide him with his monthly dose of Wolfsbane potion. Knowing that the werewolf wouldn't accidentally bite him wasn't that much comfort to Snape, and he had repeatedly told Albus so. As usual, the headmaster merely smiled and nodded. On the other hand, it did make striding into Lupin's bedroom in the wee hours of the morning rather easy. Get up, Snape snarled, kicking the bed. To his disappointment though not his surprise, Lupin was alone. Was it? Who's there? Lupin thrashed about, tangled in the covers. Aguamenti. Lupin fought free of his duvet just in time for Snape's jet of cold water to catch him in the face. As the werewolf coughed and spluttered, Snape smirked. Oh, dear. Do forgive me, Lupin. I thought you might need some assistance rousing yourself. Severus. What are you doing here? Remus wiped the water from his eyes and frowned at Snape worriedly. Did Albus send you? Is something wrong? Snape glowered. The werewolf was no fun. Black would have foamed and cursed him, but Remus simply ignored the pranks and insults. It depends on whether you think incorrectly imprisoning someone on Azkaban for 10 years constitutes something wrong. Remus stiffened. Sirius. You're talking about Sirius. No, Lupin. I'm talking about Bellatrix Lestrange. Of course I'm talking about Black, you cretin. Why didn't you tell the authorities he was an animagus? Lupin swallowed hard. How did you find that out? Snape just smirked at him. Is he hurt? Did he try to escape and get recaptured? What happened? Is he? Lupin's voice trailed off. Dead. Snape offered helpfully. Lupin's amber eyes widened in horror, and for a moment, Snape was certain he saw a yellow glow appear in them. Suddenly, teasing a werewolf didn't seem like such a good idea. No, he's not dead, he said hastily. Calm down, Wolf. He's perfectly all right, last time I checked. What difference does it make to you, anyway? Didn't he kill your best friends? Lupin buried his head in his hands, oblivious to the soggy sheets that were still draped around him. I know. I keep telling myself that, but I can't stop worrying about him. It's just so hard to believe. Yet you did. Lupin looked up. What do you mean, Severus? I did what? You did believe the story that he betrayed the Potters, killed Pettigrew and all those muggles. Well, the evidence was so overwhelming. Again Lupin trailed off. What evidence? Snape asked. What? Well, I hardly need evidence to believe the worst of Black, but what did it take to convince you of your best friend's treachery? The werewolf sat up straighter. Severus, what are you talking about? It was all over the paper. The Ministry and the Aurors explained what had happened. Dumbledore and the rest of the Order didn't lift a hand to help him. What else was I to believe? And why dredge up ancient history now anyway? Because it appears the mutt didn't do it, Snape said irritably. Lupin stared at him, incredulous hope dawning on his face. Really? Are you sure? Did Dumbledore find evidence that cleared him? Snape gritted his teeth. All of this blind devotion to the headmaster was getting annoying. Is Dumbledore here? He demanded crossly. No, I'm here. I'm the one who's helping prove his innocence. Are you interested, or would you rather call the Aurors? If Sirius didn't do it, then, Lupin broke off. I'm interested. Tell me how I can help. Snape eyed him. Did he trust the werewolf? It was true that if they were caught, Black would be key, but Snape would likely end up in Azkaban himself. He too had a lot to lose if the werewolf betrayed them, but it was hard to imagine a werewolf, even one as nauseatingly law-abiding as Lupin, betraying a pack member, whether current or past. I'll take you to him and the two of you can sort things out. He'll need clothes, a new wand, and probably some assistance to recover from that much time in Azkaban. Once they figure out he's escaped, they'll probably come looking for you. Remus gave a rueful glance around his small bed sit. There's nothing here I'll miss. Take me to Sirius. Two can survive on the run as easily as one. Not when one is a werewolf who needs a steady supply of wolfsbane, Snape snarled. Idiot Gryffindor. I'll give you 3 days to come up with a plausible excuse that takes you out of the country. By that time they'll have figured out Black's escaped and interviewed you. After that, go ahead with your trip. Go to the continent and buy an extra wand. I'll know your whereabouts and I'll meet you there, then take you to Black. Do you have all that, or shall I repeat myself until your under-evolved brain can take it in? Remus smiled, as usual ignoring the insults. Thank you, Severus. You are very kind. Snape snorted in disgust and spun on his heel. Stupid werewolf. Safely back in his quarters with almost an hour before sunrise, Snape glumly reviewed his night as he climbed into bed. He leaned back against his pillow and mentally ticked off each task. Met up with Muggle criminals. Check. Arranged initial retribution for Dursleys. Check. Saw rest of evening descent into madness. Check. Yes, he had gotten an astonishingly coherent apology from Black. Of all people they must be ice skating in hell tonight, but that didn't erase the fact that he had not only smuggled that great Burke out of the most feared wizarding prison in the world, but he had also ensconced him in his own family home. What was next? Would he take another page from Molly Weasley's book and knit Black a jumper for Christmas? And then to do something nice for Lupin as well. He should have just let the stupid Gryffindor go straight to Black like he had wanted to. Then the two would doubtless have decided they needed to check on Harry, and they would have run right into the arms of the Aurors. Black would have been key, the werewolf would have been beheaded, and even better, if they claimed Snape had helped, no one would have believed them. They'd believe in a polyjuiced Malfoy rather than a genuine Snape. It would have been such a perfect, Slytherin plan, he mourned. But no, just because Black and Lupin could be strong allies for Harry in the upcoming years, he had to help them. The things he did for that little monster, and was it likely that the boy'd be grateful? Once Sirius' name was cleared and he got to meet Harry, he'd be nothing but an overgrown playmate. Harry would adore him, and Black doubtless prove an utterly useless guardian. Discipline. He couldn't even spell the word, let alone instill some in the boy. Snape rolled his eyes. Oh, yes, he'd like to see Black trying to get Harry to eat his vegetables. The man wouldn't know a Brussels sprout if he tripped over it. Well, if that idiot mutt or his tame werewolf thought that they were going to waltz in and take custody of Harry, they'd learn a thing or two. He had spent too much time and effort on that appalling brat just to let those two swoop in and take all the credit. He huffed to himself. Typical Gryffindors rushing around without a thought in their heads and expecting someone else to pick up the pieces. Well, he would instill some Slytherin traits in Harry if it killed him. Snape wasn't about to let the Dark Lord rise again and ends. Avenue the world just because Black wouldn't think to make sure the boy was sufficiently rested for his Dada lesson. No, indeed. Snape would not permit the savior of the wizarding world to be looked after by an idiot who, even in their 7th year, routinely forgot to tie his shoes. Black might have been a heartthrob, but he was also an unthinking git whose sense of responsibility probably went no farther than remembering not to drop baby Harry on his head. What were Lily and James thinking of to entrust their defenseless infant son to such an immature numbskull? Just look what he had done when they were killed. Did he immediately take custody of their orphaned child? No, he left the baby to Hagrid and Dumbledore and ran off to look for Pettigrew, without, mind you, bothering to tell anyone else that Pettigrew was the secret keeper and a rat animagus. Really, it made it hard to feel sympathy for his incarceration. Maybe idiocy should be a criminal offense. Anyway, regardless of the Elder Potter's wishes 10 years ago, Snape had absolutely no intention of relinquishing Harry to a reckless nitwit whose minimally adequate brain had been further addled by years in Azkaban. He grumbled to himself. It was just like a Gryffindor to assume that raising a child was all fun and games. A fragile child like Harry, with a history of abuse, would last about 30 seconds under Black's boisterous supervision. Snape grumbled again and rolled over on his side. That rotten brat, demanding ever more of his time and attention. As if he didn't have better things to do. As if he wanted to look after such an annoying little fiend. As if he might actually care for the creature. As if it mattered to him if he were happy, or had enough to eat, or liked his new room. Snape drifted off to sleep, his last thought the memory of Harry's expression as he lovingly touched his new broom. Harry hurried down the steps to the Great Hall. He had had no idea that doing magic could work up such an appetite, but after spending the past 2 hours with Professor Flitwick, working on his Accio, Harry was ravenous. When Harry had returned from his overnight visit with the Weasleys 4 days ago, Professor Snape had greeted him with a revised schedule. In addition to his regular classes and, of course, Quidditch, Harry now had individual study sessions with Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and of course Snape. He had blinked as Professor Snape had brandished the new schedule beneath his nose. "But how come I have to do extra?" he had asked, curious. "Foolish child," Snape scolded. "You have to work to overcome the inadequacies of your upbringing. Those disgusting creatures you lived with have ill-prepared you for a life in wizarding society. Just as you must take nutritive potions to overcome their physical neglect, you must similarly engage in remedial classes to overcome their inattention to the development of your magical abilities." Snape saw no reason to share with the brat that he had made it very clear to the other professors that, far from maintaining a focus on remedial material, they were in fact expected to advance Harry's knowledge as quickly as possible. Snape's visit to Azkaban, hearing Bellatrix's maniacal screaming and the howls and threats of some of his other former comrades, had brought home the reality of Harry's situation like a punch in the gut. The boy was practically a muggle for all intents and purposes, and yet some of the most evil and twisted witches and wizards in Britain wanted him dead. If the Dark Lord ever returned or Lucius Malfoy's never-ending efforts to solidify his political power were successful, Harry would need to be well prepared to defend himself. Having him sit around in class, surrounded by a bunch of little dunderheads trying to float a feather, was a ridiculous waste of his time. He should be advanced through the material as rapidly as his mind and magic would allow, not forced to wait patiently while idiots like Longbottom struggled to catch up. If he had thought Albus would let him get away with it, Snape would have pulled Harry out of school altogether, in preference for individualized tutoring at an unplottable location. Realizing that Dumbledore's rampaging sentimentality would never permit Harry to skip the alleged joys of youthful schooldays, not that Snape had ever found much to enjoy about his time as a student at Hogwarts, other than the indisputable fact that it took him away from home, and that McGonagall would never give up a talented seeker on her house team, Snape had decided it was better not to engage in a battle he knew he would lose. Instead, he ensured that Harry would begin to receive advanced training from those professors whom Snape trusted, as much as he trusted anyone, that is. Snape was more than ready to deal with the little monster if he wanted to whinge about his loss of free time and his inability to sit around doing nothing with the other empty-headed idiots. Perhaps a few hours spent staring into a corner or copying pages from his potions textbook would convince the brat that extra lessons were a lot more entertaining than the alternatives. "I will not tolerate any complaints about your lack of unscheduled leisure time, Potter," Snape continued, his voice rising. "You are here at school to learn, regardless of what your cretinous peers might think, and if you—" Harry frowned up at him in confusion. "I wasn't complaining, Professor," he protested. "I just don't know, that is, I can't." He looked down in embarrassment. This was mortifying. Harry knew perfectly well that he needed extra lessons. His visit to the burrow, where magic was used in such a casual, unthinking way to carry out everyday household chores, had taught him just what a new world he had entered. As much as he had enjoyed his time with the Weasleys, after that rather unfortunate beginning, it had made him realize just how much he didn't know about wizarding society. Hogwarts was where students learned to use their magic, so naturally there was magic around. But since most of the students were still relatively unskilled with their magic, it wasn't yet fully integrated into student life. Harry and his peers still did many of their daily tasks in ways that weren't all that different to Muggle life. But at the burrow, Harry had seen for the first time what it was like to live in a wizarding home, among powerful, mature wizards and witches. Molly, Arthur, Bill, and Charlie used magic as easily as breathing. They achieoed objects rather than walking to the next room to retrieve them. Housecleaning was done with magic, not elbow grease. The books, magazines, and games in the house were, despite Arthur's fascination with all things Muggle, completely foreign to Harry. So when he had flew back to Hogwarts and Professor Snape had informed him that he had, with typical thoughtfulness, arranged extra tutoring, Harry's first reaction was unmitigated relief. But then he had remembered how special lessons at Muggle school, whether extra prep for maths or training in a musical instrument or participation in a sports team, cost money. Although Harry was still getting accustomed to the wizarding world, he could think of no reason why wizard instructors would differ from their Muggle counterparts in eschew payment for extra time and effort. Harry knew he had a lot to learn about the economics of his new world beyond the basics of how many nuts in a galleon, but Hogwarts tuition must cost a lot, and while he hadn't had the chance to really look around his vault when Hagrid took him to Gringotts, he knew that whatever money was there needed to last him until he was old enough to have a job of his own. He was certain that in addition to school fees and uniforms and potion ingredients and textbooks and the odd chocolate frog, there would be other expenses as he grew up. Did wizards go to uni, and if so, how much did that cost? And so he was leery of spending any money he didn't absolutely have to spend. Maybe, instead of tutoring, he could just do extra reading. Granger would probably be thrilled to bits if he asked her for advice, and maybe Professor Snape could suggest some books. He hadn't actually spent much time in the Hogwarts library yet, but surely they had to have some books to help Muggle-borns and raiseds learn about the wizarding world. "Can't do what, you insolent brat?" Snape demanded. "Make time. Be bothered." Obviously the boy's paternal heritage was making itself felt. Harry stared at his feet, crimson. Now he knew how Ron felt when everyone else was buying sweets on the Hogwarts Express. It's just that my relatives won't, help me out with money, and I'm just not sure how much money's left in my parents' vault, and I want to be sure that I have enough for all 7 years at Hogwarts." "And," Snape demanded, what was the child babbling about? What difference did it make how much money was in the Potter account? "Well," Harry mumbled, "I know that I need tutoring, but you and the other professors must have really high fees since you're all so smart and busy and all. and I'm just not sure I see and pay for it." Snape's world reeled around him. The boy actually thought, "Potter." The snap in his voice brought the boy's head up, eyes wide with alarm. "Did your oaf of a cousin have to pay his own school fees?" "No, sir," Harry replied, thinking the professor must be really unfamiliar with the Muggle world to imagine such a thing. "My aunt and uncle pay for everything Dudley needs for school or anything else," he added a bit resentfully. "That's how it works with Muggles. Parents pay for their kids' stuff. But my relatives never would pay for anything for me, not back at my Muggle school and definitely not here. I mean, when Dudley wanted to." Snape pinched the bridge of his nose as the little nitwit rabbited on about how his dreadful relatives spoiled their fat son, completely missing the point of his question. "Potter, your aunt and uncle paid for your cousin, correct?" "Sir. Because he is their responsibility." "Sir." Harry thought he understood what Professor Snape meant. "But sir, they don't really think of me as their responsibility, where they owe me certain things. It's more like I'm a—" Snape cut him off before Harry could say something that would prove intensely depressing to hear. "Yes, your relatives have made their opinion quite plain. Which is why Black will have such a fun time with them. However, you have forgotten something." Harry frowned in thought. Like what, sir?" Snape glared at him. "Insolent, arrogant, thoughtless brat. You are now my responsibility. As such, I will be financially responsible for you while you are a minor." Harry's jaw dropped. It was one thing for the professor to buy him some gifts, positively brilliant gifts, mind you. But quite another for him to assume full financial responsibility for Harry. It had never crossed Harry's mind that Professor Snape was willing to do more than let Harry have a room in his quarters and provide paternal supervision and discipline. Surely that was enough of an encumbrance on the man. To say that in addition to all that, he was also willing to spend his own money on Harry, as if he really were his own flesh and blood, even Harry's real flesh and blood had balked at that. The Dursleys had always explained their niggardly treatment of Harry with loud complaints of how much it cost to house and feed an unwanted orphan. And now Professor Snape was assuming such a burden without even commenting upon it. But kids are expensive, Professor," Harry blurted out before he could get too used to the idea. Obviously the professor had no idea what he was offering to do. "I mean, I won't eat all that much when Hogwarts isn't in session, but just letting me live with you is going to cost you plenty. I figured you'd take the money from my vault and—" "Do I look like an innkeeper, Potter?" Snape snapped, feeling a sharp pain in his chest at the child's deep conviction that no one could ever want him as a member of their family but would only be willing to tolerate his presence in exchange for financial compensation. As usual, empathy made him grumpy. "I neither want nor need reimbursement for your care. I am now in a similar position to you as your uncle is to your cousin. I doubt that your cousin is presented with a weekly bill to cover his room and board." Harry snorted. "If he were, it'd be about 4 zillion pages long." But then he sobered. "But, sir, why would you do all this?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Did you not ask me to become your guardian?" Harry's jaw dropped again. Had Snape actually thought he'd expected him to take on such an enormous burden? And had Snape actually been willing to do it? Just because Harry had asked him to? "Why yes," he gulped, "but I never meant that you'd have to pay for all my stuff or—" Snape glared at him. "Foolish brat. You should never request things if you don't know what you're asking for, particularly in the magical world. It's a good thing I at least am fully aware of the responsibilities of a legal guardian. But you shouldn't have to pay." Again Snape overrode him. "Are you presuming to tell me how to live up to my obligations, Potter? Or worse, to imply that I have accepted a responsibility that I am unwilling to fulfill?" Harry might be in shock, but he wasn't stupid. "No, sir." "Then kindly keep your inane and ill-informed blathering to yourself, you impudent wretch. You are 11 years old. You are not to concern yourself with the details of your fiscal support. That is my responsibility, not yours. You are responsible for obeying me. If I determine that additional tutoring is necessary, you will not concern yourself with the financial details of that tutoring, but simply attend the sessions as required and perform to the best of your abilities. I will not tolerate laziness, Mr. Potter. If you fail to attend your classes, any of your classes, you can expect a very unpleasant outcome." And it happened again. Despite his best, most menacing glower, the contrary brat was beaming up at him with a soppy smile on his face. Snape nearly cursed in frustration. How was he supposed to instill fear in the little fiend if his threats went unnoticed? I'll study harder than anyone, even Hermione. Harry promised, his heart singing. Merlin, it was so nice to have someone looking after him. Now he wouldn't have to feel so dumb when the other kids started talking about different spells or wizard bands or any of the 1,000 other things that were second nature to those raised in the wizarding world. HMF. Well, at least the brat said the right things. Snape glared once more, just to be on the safe side, and dismissed him back to his dormitory. The first few lessons had gone very well, Harry reflected happily. Learning more than just what was on the class syllabus had given him a better grasp of the material by broadening the context. Now that he more clearly understood what you would use transfiguration or charms for, it was a lot easier to be interested in class exercises and to see the importance of floating a feather or changing a needle into a toothpick. And the fact that he was taught new stuff in these extra lessons, so that he felt like he even knew a little more than his classmates, well, that was just the best part. Already some of the other kids were beginning to notice and ask him for help, which was quite a change from his Muggle schooldays when he had always been considered stupid, thanks to the Dursleys. The only problem with the extra classes was that they tended to be so interesting that Harry stayed late, and that meant he was late to dinner. Since Professor Snape tended to get cranky if Harry was tardy, especially to meals, Harry tried hard to be punctual. He thought it was kind of strange that Professor Snape was so worried about his eating habits, what he ate, how much, when, whether he ate quickly or slowly, and so on, but he figured everyone had some little quirks, and if the professors was to fuss over Harry's eating enough vegetables, well, that was okay. But it meant that Harry needed to hurry if he was going to be at the Gryffindor table by the time the food was served. He'd had to run up to his dormitory to drop off his books after Professor Flitwick had finally shooed him out of his office, and despite running most of the way, it was still clear that he'd be among the last to arrive at the dining table. He could tell from the deserted corridors that most of the school was already in the Great Hall. "Hey, look who's there!" The shout from behind him didn't really register at first, but then the sound of running footsteps caught his attention. Harry turned just in time to see 4 large boys, probably 6th or 7th years, sprinting towards him. They were all in Ravensclaw robes, and Harry didn't think he knew any of them. "Hi," he offered, a bit uncertain. He didn't really like the way they had moved to ring him, and he retreated until he had the wall at his back. "Hi," the tallest boy replied, smiling. Harry wasn't sure why, but there was something about the smile that made him feel uncomfortable. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" Harry nodded. He really hoped they wouldn't ask to see the scar. The boy turned to the others. "See, I told you it was him. The boy who lived. The boy who doesn't go anywhere alone." Harry frowned. He had heard of the first title, but not the second. Another Ravenclaw grinned and stepped closer. Harry edged away. This was beginning to remind him of Harry hunting. "Yeah, you were right, Jeffries, though you can't blame the rest of us for doubting you. Potter here always has an entourage with him. Who would have expected him to be here, all by himself?" "I don't have an entourage," Harry objected. "I just have friends." "Of course you have friends," the first purred, draping a friendly arm around the younger boy's shoulders. "But it made it hard for us to talk with you, in private." Harry looked at the other boys. They were all tall and athletic, and they now ranged about him in a semicircle, effectively trapping him. "What do you want to talk about?" he asked, his nervousness increasing. What could a bunch of upper years from a different house want with him? Harry looked at the other boys. They were all tall and athletic, and they now ranged about him in a semicircle, effectively trapping him. "What do you want to talk about?" he asked, his nervousness increasing. What could a bunch of upper years from a different house want with him? Jeffries smiled wider and gave his shoulders a little squeeze. "What do you know about your father, Potter?" "My dad," Harry echoed blankly, wondering if they were talking about James Potter or Professor Snape. "Why?" "Because I'm curious as to whether you know what an utter wanker he was." Jeffries snarled, dropping the friendly mask and shoving Harry hard enough to knock him into one of the other boys. "He was not," Harry protested automatically, even as he fought to pull free of the older student. The Ravenclaw held him easily, his hands tightening painfully around Harry's biceps. "Lego." "Not just yet, Potter," Jeffries smirked. "You got him, Smythe. He's not going anywhere," the boy holding Harry assured him. "Lego," Harry said again, his voice getting louder. "Jareth me." Silencio. One of the other two boys waved his wand at Harry, and though Harry tried his hardest, no sound came from his throat. Thanks, O'Leary. We can't have someone overhearing and crashing our party, Jeffries said, pretending to pat Harry's head, then giving his hair a nasty yank. Harry's yelp was of course silenced, as was the imprecation he snarled at the other boy. Jeffers was apparently skilled enough to read lips at least for that word, and he slapped Harry across the face, hard enough to send his glasses flying. Hey, now wait. The last Ravenclaw burst out, sounding alarmed. I didn't think you were going to really hurt him. Shut up, Peterson, Jeffries snapped. This little toe-rags old man sent my father to Azkaban, and I intend to make him pay. Besides, we have him personally to thank for the Dark Lord's defeat, and without that, your uncle and Smythe's parents wouldn't have been chased out of the country by Aurors or killed like O'Leary's mum. Harry wasn't quite sure what Jeffries was talking about. He was slowly learning about Voldemort and Death Eaters and what exactly had happened a decade ago when his parents were killed. He understood that Jeffries held him responsible for something his father had done, and that the other boys' relatives appeared to have been Voldemort supporters who regretted the way the war had turned out. Why exactly that translated into a desire to beat the snot out of him, he didn't understand, but at this point he was past caring about their motivation. Professor Snape's words about defending himself came back to him, and he grabbed his wand. He couldn't do much with it yet, and Smythe still held him by the arms, but he felt better with it in his hand. Get off! He yelled again silently and threw himself to the side, hoping to wrench himself free. He got one arm, his wand arm, free and began to flail and kick. Jeffries cursed and reached for him, getting an elbow in the nose for his pains. Smythe hung onto his one arm like grim death, and O'Leary stepped forward, raising his wand again. Accio wand! Shouted Harry, unsure whether he had learned the new spell well enough for it to work, let alone whether it would be effective when he was under a silencing spell, but to his intense gratification O'Leary's wand jerked uncontrollably and the hex he had been aiming at Harry hit Peterson instead. Peterson went down with a yelp of surprise, both legs locked together, and banged his chin on the floor. Harry spun around and kicked Smythe hard in the shins, hoping to force him to turn loose, but the older boy punched him in the stomach, and Harry dropped to his knees, gasping for air. He barely managed to keep hold of his wand. Good work, Jeffries panted, wiping the blood off his face and staring at Harry with a murderous expression. Let's get him up and move someplace nice and quiet. Wait, Peterson bleated from the floor where O'Leary was trying to reverse his hex. What's the point of dragging him away? What do you think will happen to us when he gets back and tells one of the professors what we did to him? He's not going to get back, Jeffries retorted with such chilling certainty in his tone that Harry knew exactly what he meant, and despite the pain in his stomach, he fought like a wild thing. When Jeffries grabbed his collar. Stop that! A new voice rang out in the corridor, and for an instant, everyone froze. Fighting in the corridors is prohibited. Hogwarts. A history clearly says so. For the first time ever, Harry was delighted to see Hermione Granger, officious know-it-all though she might be. He struggled and waved his arms frantically even as he yelled, inaudibly, at her to run for help. Harry, is that you? What are you doing? You're going to lose as house points if a professor sees you fighting. Jeffries stared at the bushy-haired girl with disgust. Get rid of her, he snapped at Smythe, tightening his grip on Harry. My pleasure, the other replied with a roll of his eyes. Move it, ugly, he ordered, looming over the first year. Hermione stiffened, and she couldn't completely hide the hurt in her tone as she replied stoutly, I'm not going anywhere without Harry. What are you doing to him? Leave him alone. Smythe snarled an extremely rude word and, placing his hand over Hermione's face, shoved with all his strength. She tumbled backwards and yelped as her backside connected painfully with the stone floor. Smythe stood over her and let out an amused chuckle at the tears in her eyes. Not such a bossy little cow now, are you? He taunted. Seeing the girl hurt made Harry fight even more strongly, mouthing curses at their attackers. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of blonde hair, but the small form was that Malfoy. Wasted no time in quitting the vicinity. Harry more than half expected Hermione to flee before the older boy followed up his initial assault, but Hermione was made of sterner stuff than that. She rolled over onto her side, as if she were about to scramble away, but instead she abruptly shot out her foot and kicked Smythe squarely on the side of his kneecap. The large boy let out a howl of agony as his leg flew out from under him, the joint forced in a highly unnatural direction and he collapsed to the ground. Unfortunately, he fell directly on top of Hermione, who was knocked flat with a squeak of distress. Jeffries grabbed Harry by the front of his robes and all but threw him into the wall. The back of Harry's skull cracked against the stone, and the world disappeared for a moment in a blaze of white-hot agony. By the time he struggled back to awareness, O'Leary had gotten Peterson back on his feet, and Jeffries was struggling to pick Harry up bodily. "Get his legs," he ordered Peterson. "Let's get out of here." Peterson obeyed, snatching Harry's ankles and lifting so that the boy was suspended between the two Ravenclaws. "Hex him," Jeffries ordered O'Leary. "Something good and nasty so he quits fighting." Harry had lost his wand, but he was far from helpless. He squirmed madly, putting his Harry hunting experience to good use. He got one foot free and kicked Peterson in the jaw, throwing him backwards into O'Leary and causing both of them to fall. "Hey!" Ron had come out of the Great Hall to find Harry and caught sight of the melee. He took one look and darted into the hall, yelling for his brothers, then tore back to the fray to help his housemates. As he arrived, Ron saw that Harry had nearly fought free of Jeffrey's grip. Smythe, however, had managed to shake off the pain from his knee long enough to grab Hermione by the hair as she tried to wiggle out from underneath him. The girl let out a shriek of pain as the older student Utali yanked her back, then threw up her hands defensively as he raised his fist to punch her. Ron hurled himself on top of the larger boy, forcing him to release his grip on Hermione but also, once again, squashing the poor girl beneath the boy's struggling forms. Ron grabbed Smythe's wrist, preventing him from striking Hermione. While Hermione managed to drive her elbow into Smythe's solar plexus as she struggled to get away. Jeffries swore as he saw his allies fall. "You little bastard." He grabbed Harry by the throat and pinned him against the wall. Harry choked, clawing at the older boy's grip. He dimly saw Jeffries draw back his fist and knew that he had no hope of blocking the punch to his face. "Let the firstie go," a new voice ground out, very deep and very menacing. The pressure on Harry's throat abruptly eased, and as he desperately dragged in a much-needed lungful of air, he saw that the tip of a wand was digging into Jeffrey's neck, just below his ear. Attached to the other end of the wand was a very large and angry-looking Marcus Flint. Harry recognized him as a Slytherin prefect and Quidditch team member, because Oliver Wood had once pointed him out when the Gryffindors were turning the pitch over to the Slytherins. Wood's exact words had been, "He's a right mean bugger, so keep an eye out for him." And looking at Flint's malevolent expression, Harry had no reason to doubt Wood's assessment. Meanwhile, Ron's timely intervention had prevented Smythe from further harming Hermione, but the burly 7th year had managed to shrug off the smaller children's blows. He grabbed Ron by his shirt front while his other hand snatched out his wand. Ron's blood ran cold as Smythe leveled the wand between his eyes and snarled, "Cruck." Before Smythe could finish the spell, another body cannoned into him, knocking his wand from his grasp and aborting the unforgivable. Things deteriorated into a free-for-all at that point, and everything became a blur. Ron had no idea who had saved him, but he assumed it was one of his brothers, a suspicion which grew stronger when he heard Smythe grunt in satisfaction and a new, masculine voice wail in pain. Ron promptly sank his teeth into the wrist that he still held and had the pleasure of hearing Smythe yelp while the other person's pained cry cut off. A trousers-clad pair of legs squirmed past his vision, narrowly avoiding kicking him in the head and confirming that there was at least one other boy assisting him in the fight. Then Hermione managed to grab 2 handfuls of Smythe's hair and slammed the older boy's head against the floor. He groaned and went limp, and Ron seized the opportunity to pin both his wrists together and lie on top of them. Only then did he lift his head and look around. Hermione was kneeling by Smythe's head, rumpled and breathing hard, with a grim light of battle in her eyes. Smythe was groaning but not putting up much of a fight yet, and Ron looked around to see which of his brothers had come to his aid. His jaw dropped. There, sitting with both knees firmly planted in Smythe's midriff, was Draco Malfoy. For once the Slytherin's immaculate coiffure was disheveled, and he had a split lip. "Malfoy!" Ron yelped incredulously. "Was that you?" The instant the words were out of his mouth, he wished he could snatch them back. Of all the stupid things to say. But amazingly, for once Malfoy didn't sneer. "You didn't think we'd let you defend a Slytherin firstie without help, did you?" he asked, glaring at Smythe. "Hey, Granger, how about slamming his head into the floor again?" I think he might be waking up. Ron was too dazed to follow up Malfoy's inexplicable statement, so he turned to see what else had happened while he'd been distracted. He saw that a big Slytherin prefect held the one who'd been manhandling Harry at wand point, while Fred and George had a third in a headlock which Ron knew from painful experience was extremely effective. The last of Harry's assailants was cowering away from a tall dark-skinned girl with a Slytherin prefect's badge on her robe. Even as it became clear that the scuffle was over, more students came hurrying up, drawn from the Great Hall by the commotion. Ron saw Percy, Oliver Wood and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and even timid Neville Longbottom approaching at a dead run. Making matters even more interesting, a sizable number of Slytherins had already arrived and, with wands drawn, were reinforcing their prefects. Ron noticed that as the others drew up, Flint and the girl, Jonas, snapped out orders that had the Slytherins forming an efficient defensive perimeter. The Gryffindors were less organized, tending to mill about and demand answers rather than cede authority to any single individual. Since Percy was the only Gryffindor prefect present, Ron couldn't really blame the other Gryffindors for being unwilling to take orders from him. Oliver Wood, however, quickly appreciated the utility of the Slytherins' approach, and he immediately had the Quidditch team emulate the other houses' maneuvers. The rest of the Gryffindors followed suit, and soon there was not only a mixed group standing guard against further attacks, but each of the attackers was now covered by at least 2 people. You asterisk 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 little mudblood asterisk 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 asterisk. Smythe growled at Hermione as his head cleared and he realized that, thanks to her interference, their plan to attack Harry had failed. Hermione's lips tightened as she slowly stood up. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names can never hurt me, she retorted, though her voice trembled a bit. Then she took 2 steps to her left and brought her heel down sharply. Smythe's wand snapped in 2 beneath her foot, and the older boy let out a howl of anguish. "Oh, dear," Hermione said sweetly. "How clumsy of me. I suppose that as a mudblood, I keep forgetting how fragile wands are." The other students stared at Hermione with mingled awe and dread. Snapping someone's wand was the schoolyard equivalent of a nuclear strike. Smythe's whimpers of disbelief were the only sound for several seconds, then, "Good going, Firsty," Jones, the Slytherin prefect, said admiringly. That broke the silence. "Let go of me," Jeffries demanded, a not inconsiderable feat of bravado considering that Flint's wand was still digging painfully into his neck. "This has nothing to do with you or your snakes, Flint." Flint snorted. "You went after one of our firsties. That bloody well is our business." "That Malfoy brat had no business interfering with Smythe," Jeffries argued. "He deserved the pasting he got." Flint glanced over at Draco and grinned. "Looks like it was Smythe who got the pasting," he shot back. "And I was talking about Potter." Jeffries and the other Ravenclaws stared at Flint, as did the Gryffindors. "What? Potter's a lion, not a snake." Flint shrugged. "He belongs to our head, that makes him a snake. Touch him and die." "What the asterisk 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 are you on about?" Jeffries bellowed furiously. "He's the sodding boy who lived, you asterisk 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 moron. You Slytherins should be lining up to kill him." Harry trembled at the depth of hatred in the other boy's eyes, and Flint gave him a quick, assessing look. "Wood, come get your seeker away from this mad bugger, would you?" Oliver hurried over and pulled Harry away. He patted Harry's back reassuringly, and Katie Bell, another Quidditch teammate, came up on Harry's other side, enfolding him in a half-hug and handing him back his miraculously unbroken glasses. "It's okay, Harry," she whispered in his ear. "Everything's under control. You asterisk 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 asterisk." Jeffries continued to rant, and finally Jones had had enough. Jones snapped her finger and gestured commandingly at Percy. "Here, you." "Percy, stop standing around looking useless and keep this waste of space covered," she ordered, gesturing at Peterson. Well, yes. Yes, of course." Percy hastily obeyed, nonplussed by both the peremptory order and the fact that the beautiful 7th year knew his name. "Firsty, yes, you. Come over here." Jones beckoned Hermione to her side and stepped closer to where Jeffries was still raving at Flint. "Write this as a good spell to learn. Ready? Watch my wand." She raised her wand and pointed it at Jeffries. "Castrato X." "No." Every upper-level male in the vicinity yelled and hunched over, and Jeffries paled to the same shade as the stone wall. Jones sighed. "Oh, All right, I'll teach you later, she promised Hermione. As for you, you cowardly shite, pipe down, or I'll hex it right off you. Snip snip. No one had to ask what she meant by it, and Jeffries subsided, eyes wide and hands clutching himself protectively. Flint rolled his eyes at Wood. Witches. But he said it quietly. Snape glowered at the Gryffindor table, where a certain messy-haired child was most decidedly not sitting. Food would be served any moment now, and Potter, the disobedient little brat, was nowhere to be seen. Flitwick had taken his seat at the staff table several minutes ago, so the little monster was definitely finished with his tutoring session, and that meant he was deliberately ignoring Snape's explicit instructions to be on time for meals so that he wasn't stuck with the others' leavings. Potter had several years of poor nutrition to make up for, but being sandwiched between Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom at the Gryffindor table was hardly going to help his caloric intake. By the time those two were finished serving themselves, the house elves were lucky to get the platters back. If Harry wasn't there when the food was first served, there would never be anything left for him. Yet despite Snape's explaining this concept in clear, simple, Gryffindor-friendly words of less than 3 syllables, Potter's backside was not planted firmly in his seat in the Great Hall. No, the little fiend was obviously wandering the corridors, munching chocolate frogs, and wondering what new mischief he could dream up. Snape gritted his teeth. He would show that boy what it meant to ignore his instructions. He drummed his fingers on the tablecloth, wondering where he should position the brat so that the largest number of students would see him being spoon-fed by the house elves. Maybe if he set up a special table just in front of the staff table. He was distracted from composing appropriately punitive menus, plenty of liver and onions, broccoli by the crate, by the sight of one of his own first years belatedly sliding into the hall. Snape leveled a glare at Draco Malfoy. His snakes knew better than to be tardy. Apparently the Ollery detention hadn't taught young Mr. Malfoy to follow his head of house's instructions. Perhaps having 2 first years spoon-fed by house elves would bring the message home. But wait, Malfoy wasn't taking his seat, rather he was whispering urgently to Flint. Snape watched, bemused, as Flint signaled to another senior prefect, Davidella Jones, and the two of them hurried from the hall, followed by Malfoy. Well, how interesting. That particular pairing of prefects promised a healthy dose of pain for some poor miscreant. Snape half-heartedly considered going after them, but decided it was better to let his prefects handle the matter. Flint was big and not averse to clouting an impudent lower year, but Jones was the one that most of his snakes really feared. She was a lot like a saner version of Bellatrix, capable of incredible viciousness, but more discriminating in her choice of victims. Even Flint knew better than to get on her bad side. Between the two of them, Snape was confident that they could handle any mischief maker, not to mention administer an indelible lesson on why misbehavior was unwise. His intervention would merely hinder their ability to mete out summary judgment, and really, he had enough to do without supervising additional detentions. But the rest of his Slytherins were restive now, glancing over their shoulders after the prefects and Malfoy, and several had already followed them. Then the youngest Weasley, who had, surprise, been one of the first seated at the table, got up and left the room. Probably in search of Potter, Snape mused in grudging respect for Weasley loyalty. The red-headed clan had obviously embraced Potter as one of their own, and that might even mean that Ron wouldn't hog all of the food. Maybe. Now what? Weasley had just dashed back to the Gryffindor table, and the rest of his siblings, closely followed by the entire Quidditch team and a respectable sampling of the rest of the table, were now following him out the door. That broke the dam on his remaining Slytherins, and they too bolted for the exit. Snape glanced over at Minerva, only to find her looking at him with a similar expression of alarm. What calamity could drag such large numbers of ravenous teens away from the dinner table? Should we go see what's going on? Minerva asked him, her voice deliberately low. Doing so would indicate a lack of confidence in our prefects, he replied, but he couldn't wholly suppress the unease in his tone. Now even the Ravenclaws were looking around nervously, finally noticing something was amiss. Typical, snarled Snape to himself. They might be able to recite every known permutation of the 18th century Ignacio Compilere spell, but they needed their house elves to tell them their robes were on fire. A contingent of Ravenclaws made for the door, and finally even the placid Hufflepuffs began to look curious. As the last table in the Great Hall emptied, Snape and Minerva exchanged another look and simultaneously stood. I'll go, Minerva said, gesturing him to reseat himself. No, I will, Snape retorted. You know perfectly well that the little dunderheads will scatter at the mere sight of me. Yes, but you won't bother learning who's responsible, you'll simply exonerate your house and arbitrarily deduct points from all others, she shot back. Snape's eyes narrowed, but before he could reply, Dumbledore stood. Perhaps we should all go, as it appears all of the students are now involved in whatever is happening, whether as spectators or participants. A capital idea. Flitwick squeaked happily. Pomona Sprout sighed. It had been a long day in the greenhouses, but obligingly followed the others. Albus led the way through the hall, while Snape sulked and dragged his feet. Whatever might have happened, with the headmaster investigating, it was all but certain that his house would bear the blame while McGonagall's delinquents would be praised to the skies. Minerva fretted as she walked beside Snape. What on earth could have attracted the simultaneous attention of Slytherins, Weasleys, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team? She wondered aloud. The breath caught in Snape's throat. Weasleys, Quidditch, his house. Harry. He abruptly shouldered past Flitwick and Sprout, making for the door at speed. Minerva gasped as she figured it out a second later, and then she was right beside him, hurrying to see what was going on. It took all of Snape's control not to shove the headmaster aside as they reached the back of the milling crowd. Even as the headmaster's twinkling presence opened a path through the students, Snape's height allowed him to see over the heads of most. He caught sight of the tousled dark hair, being half-cuddled by one of the older Gryffindor girls, and his scowl intensified. He'd been right. Whatever it was that was going on, Potter had been in the thick of it, though at least he appeared relatively unharmed. He forced himself to take a deep breath and remained politely quiet, letting Dumbledore do the talking, though he itched to snatch Potter away from the other Gryffindor and check him over himself. Harry managed to grin as Flint and Wood rolled their eyes at whatever spell the other Slytherin prefect had been about to cast. For the first time since he'd heard the footsteps behind him, he felt safe. With the older kids from two houses looking out for him, not to mention Ron and his brothers and even Hermione, he realized he wouldn't be the favorite target of bullies at this school, as Dudley had ensured had been the case in the past. And Harry owed it all to Professor Snape. Hadn't Prefect Flint said as much? Harry belonged to Snape, so he was a snake. And the hat had made him a lion. And Auntie Molly and Uncle Arthur, as they now insisted he called them, had made him a Weasley. Harry grinned to himself. Suddenly, from having no one who cared about him, he had whole crowds of people lining up to help him. Oi, what are you doing? A wave of Ravenclaws emerged from the Great Hall, trailed by some curious Hufflepuffs who were reluctant to miss out on the excitement. Seeing several of their housemates sprawled on the floor or held against the wall, the Ravenclaws surged forward, only to halt in dismay as a phalanx of Gryffindor and Slytherin wands instantly targeted them. For a moment, it looked as if new hostilities might break out, but the famous Ravenclaw intellect allowed the new arrivals to rapidly calculate the odds and determine that an outright attack would be unlikely to end in their favor. Goodness gracious. Before anything else could happen, the headmaster's mild tones made everyone freeze. Ron sighed in relief. At last the faculty had realized something was amiss and quitted the staff table. The headmaster, clad in bright purple and yellow robes, led the way through the throng of students, the heads of houses close behind him. What seems to be the trouble this? Dumbledore's voice trailed off in shock as he realized that, contrary to his initial assumption that a full-fledged war had finally broken out between the Slytherins and Gryffindors, the two houses were, for once, actually united as they faced off against a gaggle of disconcerted Ravenclaws. He blinked several times but recovered quickly. As I was saying, what is going on here? Well, sir, Flint began, only to have Dumbledore raise a gentle hand. Perhaps, Mr. Flint, we could have all wands lowered before we proceed any further. Better not, Headmaster, Malfoy spoke up. No telling what they might try if you did that. That one there, he pointed, a malicious glint in his eye, tried to crucio Ron Weasley. There was an audible gasp. In the heat of the battle, few had actually heard Smythe's curse, and even Flint was stunned. What happened next was even more shocking. You bastard. A bolt of ruby energy blasted past the others and struck Smythe full in the face. He howled in pain as his skin was instantly covered in angry, festering boils. Don't you ever go near my little brother again, you King cowardly sack of. Whoa there, big man, Jones said soothingly, placing a restraining hand on Percy's outstretched arm before he could fire off yet another hex. Pas devant les domestiques, you know. Or les professeurs, in this case. Settle down, handsome. He's learned his lesson. For now. Breathing hard and still glaring daggers at the now weeping Smythe, Percy obeyed. Ron gaped at his older brother in astonishment, while the twins regarded Percy with newfound respect. Who would ever have imagined that their priggish, law-abiding prat of a brother could snap like that? His protectiveness rivaled Molly's. Dumbledore said thoughtfully. He flicked his wand, and abruptly the 4 boys who had been held under guard by the others were bound with ropes. All right. Then perhaps the rest of you can put away your wands and tell me what happened. Professor Sprout had already shooed her Hufflepuffs and most of the Ravenclaws back towards the Great Hall, while Flitwick, Snape, and McGonagall stood behind the headmaster, glaring sternly at their students. Well, Professor, that is, Jones and I came into it on the late side. I'm not exactly sure what happened to start it. Flint looked over at Draco, who looked at Ron, who looked at Hermione, who looked at Harry. Harry waved his arms in frustration and shouted, but he was still under the silencing spell. I do beg your pardon, Harry. How remiss of me. Another wave of the headmaster's wand, and suddenly Harry's voice returned. Take off this bloody spell. Oh. Sorry, Harry blushed, avoiding Snape's eye. Harry, can you please tell us what happened? So Harry explained how the bigger boys had waylaid him, and how Hermione had interceded on his behalf, only to be knocked down. And then she kicked his kneecap out and he went down like a ton of bricks, right on his ass. Harry said enthusiastically, then realized who his audience was. Sorry. I mean, he fell, and then they were fighting and then. I came by and saw what was happening, Draco interrupted, so I went into the hall and summoned our prefects. By the time I got back, I had come looking for Harry and saw them fighting, so I yelled for Percy and the twins and jumped on the one who was about to pull Hermione's hair out by the roots, Ron chimed in. Yes, and by the time I got there, he was about to crucio you, so I tackled them all, and it was just a bit of a blur for a while, until, Draco sighed, but fair was fair, Granger pounded Smythe's head into the floor and knocked him out. Now most people were eyeing Hermione with amazement, and she blushed under their scrutiny. As soon as Malfoy came and told Jones and me that some Ravenclaws were giving a kicking to one of our firsties, we came running. Flint had obviously decided that the first years had had the spotlight for long enough. So Jones and I came out here and got Jeffries and Peterson under control. Then One moment, Mr. Flint, Professor McGonagall interrupted. I'm a bit confused. You said that one of the Slytherin first years was being attacked. But I thought it was only Mr. Potter who was targeted. Flint just looked at her. Yes, Professor. McGonagall glanced from Snape to Dumbledore. When last I checked, Mr. Flint, the Sorting Hat had placed Mr. Potter in my house. Our head of house has placed Potter under Slytherin protection, Professor, Jones cut in coldly. That makes him ours too. McGonagall opened and shut her mouth, but no sound emerged. Snape smirked. Well put, Miss Jones, Mr. Flint, he commended smoothly. The headmaster beamed. I agree. It is wonderful to see such a fine example of inter-house cooperation, as well as so obvious a display of respect for your head of house. 50 points to both houses for working together and another 10 to Slytherin for rendering prompt assistance to a first year. Now then, Mr. Flint, I believe you were up to the point where you and Miss Jones came to the aid of Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. Those two, he jerked his head at the twins, had already tackled O'Leary, and it didn't look like they needed any help, and Smythe was practically buried under those three, so the fight was pretty much over, until the rest of the Ravens decided they wanted to get involved. Flint paused, then decided to be kind. To be fair, sir, I don't think they knew what these four'd been up to. They just thought their housemates were in trouble. Professor Flitwick had been looking progressively more distressed as the enormity of the crimes of 4 of his students came to light. Goodness gracious, Mr. Potter, are you all right? I'm shocked and appalled that any of my Ravenclaws could have planned such a thing. Harry smiled at the diminutive professor. I'm okay, sir. Another untruth, Mr. Potter. Snape demanded sternly, barely restraining himself from grabbing the boy and carrying him bodily to the infirmary. According to your own account, as well as the others, you were punched, choked, thrown against a wall, and... Professor. Harry exclaimed, scandalized. The last thing he wanted was for his professor to treat him like a baby in front of everyone. I'm okay. Really. Perhaps, Severus, you would be so kind as to take all 4 of our battling first years to see Madame Pomfrey. It sounds like all of them may be a bit the worse for wear. Albus, I must point out that my students, Mr. Smythe in particular, may also require medical attention, Phileas said. He might be appalled by their behavior, but he would still carry out his duty and attend to his students' welfare. Of course. Perhaps you would ask Madame Pomfrey to join us in my office as soon as she has taken care of these 4. Dumbledore turned to Snape expectantly. Oh, please, Professor, can't we eat first? I'm starving, Harry protested, looking at Snape beseechingly. Yeah, Ron echoed. I mean, me too, sir, he added quickly at Snape's glare. Snape scowled and would have scolded the boys for their cheek, but Dumbledore chuckled and nodded before he had the chance. Very well, Harry. That will let Madame Pomfrey see to these young men first, but as soon as the meal is over, Professor Snape will take all of you to the infirmary, and I expect there to be no arguments. Yes, sir, Harry promised. Flitwick, Dumbledore and the 4 Ravenclaw students went up to the headmaster's office, while McGonagall and Snape ushered the rest of the school back into the Great Hall. For the first time in student memory, seating by house went out the window, as those who had been involved in the great battle plunked themselves down at one table, and the rest of the students scrambled for nearby seats so they could listen in and hear what had happened. Cor, you're a real little squirmer, Flint commented, giving Harry a friendly nudge. When I was running up I saw you giving those wankers a right good fight. Harry blushed. Wait till you see his moves on a broomstick. Wood put in from across the table. He's practically not human the way he torques around. On the other end of the table, Ron and Draco had ended up sitting next to each other. Both studiously avoided the other's eye for a while, but Ron broke first. So, Malfoy Draco thanks. I mean, for before, Ron mumbled. You know, with that Ravenclaw. You're welcome, Weasley. Draco hesitated, then added, I suppose we're even. You made him let go before he broke my arm. He smirked. Didn't know your family had been driven to cannibalism. Huh. Ron's eyes narrowed. He suspected there was an insult in there, but he wasn't sure. Draco rolled his eyes. The way you were chewing on his wrist. Cannibalism. Get it? Oh. Ron colored. Well, I wanted to make him let you go. It sounded like he was really hurting you. Now it was Draco's turn to grow red. Well, yeah. There was an awkward pause. Your brother knows some nasty spells, Draco eventually commented. Has he taught them to you? Some, Ron admitted. You want me to show you? Draco shrugged, elaborately casual. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it might be amusing. Ron grinned. There's one my oldest brother learned from the goblins. Blimey, it's brilliant. Yeah. Draco dropped the facade of disinterest. What does it do? While the 2 boys talked animatedly, and Harry, Oliver, Katie, and Marcus discussed Quidditch, Jones turned to Hermione. They had to levitate that big gorilla up to the headmaster's office, first he couldn't even walk. What spell did you use? Hermione colored. It wasn't a spell. I just kicked him. My father made sure I know some self-defense moves. One of the other Slytherins, who hadn't participated in the fight, scoffed, your father taught you. A muggle. What kind of self-defense does a muggle know? And what good would it do anyway? Hermione flushed angrily. Are you insulting my father? Before the other Slytherin could reply, Jones said softly, she broke Smythe's wand, Sing. I'd watch my tongue if I were you. There was a distinct pause, then Sing said, in tones that were a great deal more respectful, no offense, Granger. Don't go all Gryffindor on me. I just meant that muggles, well, what can they know about fighting? That did it. Hermione knew perfectly well that her inability to keep her mouth shut in class caused her to be damned by her peers as an annoying know-it-all. She knew that her intimate knowledge of all the rules often made her act like a goody-goody tattletale. She also knew that she had no one but herself to blame for all of this. But for all her rule-abiding, question-answering, homework-obsessed behavior, Hermione Granger was no coward. She had her pride and, whatever wizarding society might think, she was fiercely loyal to her parents and the Muggle society in which she had been raised. She decided that if the children at this new school were going to despise her as much as the students at her old school had, then she might as well give them a reason to do so. To hell with being the good girl. For once, Hermione was going to fight fire with fire. She glanced at Davidella Jones, whose kick-ass attitude combined with her prefect's badge had won Hermione's admiration. Here was someone who obviously was a respected student and good girl, yet whom even imposing boys like Flint didn't cross. Hermione had found a role model. Jones raised her eyebrows in silent encouragement, and heartened, Hermione glared around at Sing and the other purebloods. Fighting. You think wizards are the only ones who can fight. You people don't have the slightest idea what fighting is really like. Hexing is for sissies. Muggles fight with their bare hands. And muggles are a lot tougher than wizards, too, she went on, scowling around the table. Here in the magical world, if you're injured in a fight, you're fixed up in no time by Madame Pomfrey or some other healer. When muggles fight and are hurt, we stay injured. You can't hope to fight if you can't stand pain, and muggles know more about pain and suffering than any wizard. Hold on, Granger. Malfoy called out. Weasley here nearly got crucioed. That's plenty of pain and suffering. Hermione rolled her eyes. No one is putting down Ron's bravery in saving me, Draco. Ron blushed to the tips of his ears. Or yours in saving him. Now it was Draco's turn to look awkward. Saving a Gryffindor. What had he been thinking? And what would his father say? But muggles know real, lasting pain, and that's what makes us good fighters. So you know pain, Granger. This time it was a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team who spoke, the skepticism clear in his tone. Try getting hit with a bludger. Hermione leaned forward. My parents are dentists, Bradley. Do you know what that means? Most of the purebloods shook their heads. Muggles get holes in their teeth, and dentists fix them. Do you know how they fix them? First, they take a big, long needle, she held up her hand to show how long the needle was, and they stick it into your gum, she demonstrated, and they slowly inject this medicine that stings like crazy. And then, they get out a machine that has a pointy bit that spins really fast and makes a whiny noise like this. Her impression was good enough that she had most of the table holding their ears in pain. And then they use that to drill holes in your teeth. Now all of the purebloods were green. Even Jones was breathing shallowly and clinging to Percy's arm. The other Muggleborns were enjoying this immensely, and the half-bloods were, depending on their background, either amused or revolted. And this can go on for hours, Hermione continued chillingly. And then they pack metal into the holes, and… Oh, come now. Percy broke out, a light sheen of perspiration over his face. You're making this up. No, she isn't. A Muggle-born Gryffindor fourth year was all too happy to support Hermione's story. Look, my folks didn't know I was a wizard until I was almost 10, and I'd gotten cavities fixed the Muggle way by then. See, Airs 1. He opened his mouth wide and pointed so that the fascinated and nauseated purebloods could see his fillings. That's disgusting, Flint said faintly. Hermione's smirk nearly outdid Snape's. And I'm not even talking about how Muggles straighten crooked teeth. They put metal bands in your mouth and make them tighter and tighter so that your teeth are dragged into position, and it takes years and years. Now several of the purebloods had shoved away their plates and were holding their napkins to their lips. And both my parents do this for a living. Day after day, month after month, year after year. And they come home and tell me all about it. So don't try anything with me, Sing. Inflicting pain is in my blood. Minerva, Severus frowned, studying the students. Does it appear to you that many of the students are regarding your Miss Granger with a sort of fascinated terror? McGonagall looked where he was. Good gracious. I don't normally see expressions like that unless newts or owls are being handed out. What on earth is going on over there? Before the meal was over, Hermione's reputation in the wizarding world was made. Oh, she was still known as a good student, if a bit of a know-it-all, but word spread like wildfire around the school, do not mess with Granger. Between having parents who were skilled torturers and her own demonstrated proclivity to break the wands of people who offended her, Granger was obviously not someone to irritate. Harry looked around the hall and beamed. There were so many people who cared about him. For the first time in his life, he had friends and not just Ron, though he would always have a special place as Harry's first friend. But Slytherins had come to his rescue as well as Gryffindors, which was sure to make Professor Snape happy, and even Draco and Ron seemed to be getting along for a change. He sneaked a glance up to the staff table. Both Snape and McGonagall were looked bemused, but Harry figured that was probably due to the unusual amount of chatter that was going on tonight. He rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, there was a lump there, and he was sure Professor Snape would make a big fuss. To be fair, Harry would be a little hurt if he didn't make a fuss, but it was worth every bruise to see how much people at his new school liked him. He remembered Uncle Vernon's parting words to him, about how none of the people at Hogwarts would like him any better than the Dursleys had, and he snorted. Professor Snape was right. Uncle Vernon was just a fat, stupid walrus. He didn't know anything. Harry had found friends and a new home, and even though he had to be careful not to say this too loudly lest he embarrass Professor Snape, a new dad who worried about him and made sure he ate all his vegetables and saw the Mediwitch when he was hurt. Harry sighed happily. He had to be the luckiest boy in the whole world. Even after Madame Pomfrey had healed the bumps and bruises that the 4 first years had suffered in the fight, Snape was unconvinced that Harry was all right. Obviously Weasley was fine. He was used to brawling with his brothers, and the fight had actually created an unprecedented closeness between himself and Percy. Similarly, Malfoy was reveling in his new popularity as the pet of Slytherin house. The boy's arrogant swaggering from his first moments at Hogwarts had been disastrously received by the upperclassmen. It was one thing to promote Slytherin's superiority among the other houses. It was quite another to promote Malfoy's superiority within Slytherin, and they had taken extreme pleasure in remorselessly cutting the younger boy down to size at every opportunity. By the time Draco realized how his behavior had alienated his entire house, it had been too late to make amends, and whinging about his treatment had only escalated the abuse. Snape knew all too well how expertly a houseful of Slytherins could torment one of their own. And although Draco at least had the mindless allegiance of Crabbe and Goyle, something Snape himself had never enjoyed, it had been clear that the boy was finding life as a Slytherin lonely and unpleasant. But his behavior today had been the epitome of Slytherin values: protecting a housemate, getting back up rather than rushing in alone like a Gryffindor would do, displaying physical courage when needed, and maliciously revealing a downed foe's previously undiscovered misdeeds, thereby further negating his future potential for harm. And all this had been sufficient to wipe the slate clean for his housemates. Draco was basking in Flint and Joan's obvious approval, though the prefects had quietly made it clear to him that if there were any return to his conceited maunderings, he could once again find his backside conscripted to serve as the target for any housemates who felt like practicing their stinging hexes. His 8th night at Hogwarts, Draco had made the mistake of assuming that his Malfoy heritage entitled him to push ahead of a 3rd year in the line to the showers. Flint had witnessed the event and, rather than permitting the furious 3rd year to shove Draco's head into a toilet, had instead bent Draco over the back of the common room sofa, stuck him in place, and called for a session of house target practice. The following 20 minutes had convincingly demonstrated to Draco that a towel around his waist, which he was only allowed to retain after much panicked begging, was wholly inadequate protection against stinging hexes, b tact and humility were critical survival skills, and c future smart-ass remarks about Malfoy's superiority would inevitably lead to his possessing an extremely sore and stinging ass. He was also left with absolutely no desire to repeat such an experience again. As a result, Draco was now extremely appreciative of his newfound standing in the house and was unlikely to do anything to jeopardize it. Hermione too was finding the reputation of a stone-cold kick-ass much more enjoyable than that of a goody-goody know-it-all, and having Joan's approval only made things sweeter. Obviously then, Snape decided, the other children had suffered no lasting harm from the encounter, quite the opposite, actually. Harry, by contrast, had once again had the illusory security of Hogwarts shattered. The boy had just begun to feel himself safe from the abuse of his piggish cousin when he was set upon in what had to feel like another round of that despicable, Harry hunting. Snape ground his teeth in fury. Those 4 Ravenclaws had doubtless caused enormous psychological harm to the fragile Potter brat, and it would once again be up to Snape to pick up the pieces. After escorting the other students back to their respective common rooms, Snape had marched Harry back to his own quarters. The boy had expressed surprise that he was not to return to his dormitory with Ron and Hermione, but Snape wasn't about to have the impending meltdown occur when the boy was alone, except for his idiotic peers. Like Longbottom or Weasley would know how to react to a post-traumatic flashback. Snape snorted in derision at the very idea. Harry glanced over his shoulder at his guardian. Just as he had expected, Snape had hovered over Madame Pomfrey the whole time she was examining Harry in the infirmary. The Mediwitch had even come close to hexing him when he insisted that she cast her diagnostic spells twice, in case she had inadvertently missed something. In the end, she had stuck the professor to a chair at Harry's bedside and threatened him with a silencing spell if he kept trying to tell her how to do her job. Harry had glared at the witch. How dare she speak to his professor like he was a little kid. But she had mistaken his anger for pain and given him an extra analgesic potion. Harry sighed. He needed to work harder on his scowl if he hoped to ever be as intimidating with it as his guardian was. Snape glanced down at the small boy beside him and frowned. Why was the little brat sighing and looking so glum? Was he fretting over his popularity as a target? Worrying about who would be the next to ambush him? Harry sneaked another look at Snape. Ooh, the professor looked grim. Was he still mad at the Medi-Witch, or was he going to scold Harry for his cheekiness in asking to eat dinner before going to the infirmary? Harry bit his lip. He hadn't meant to argue with his guardian in public like that, but he just hadn't wanted to look like a crybaby in front of the others, and he had been awfully hungry. He had just blurted it out without thinking, and then before he could take it back and apologize, Ron had sounded off, and then Professor Dumbledore had overruled Professor Snape right there in front of everybody. Harry squirmed. He hadn't exactly been disobedient, but he certainly hadn't been well behaved, either. If he'd ever talked back to the Dursleys like that, in public, no less, he'd have been given at least a week of double chores, as well as getting his uncle's belt across his bum. He was confident that Professor Snape wouldn't treat him like that, but it wasn't the threat of punishment that made him feel so awful. It was knowing that he had let the professor down and made him look bad in front of the other teachers. Snape's frown intensified as the brat's countenance grew ever more miserable. He'd been right, the boy was near a breakdown. No sooner had the door to their quarters closed behind them than Harry turned to Snape with a choked cry. "I'm sorry," he blurted out, tears already starting down his cheeks. "Please don't be very mad." Snape blinked, taken aback. "What on earth are you apologizing for, you foolish child?" he demanded, dragging Harry into the boy's bedroom and pulling out his pajamas. Harry sniffled and hung his head. "I'm sorry, I was bad." Snape gnashed his teeth and seated himself on the bed, pulling the sniveling boy to stand in front of him. Did the boy honestly think that he had brought the attack upon himself? Or that he had been wrong to fight back? At this rate, he'd never be able to withstand Voldemort. The Dark Lord would only have to fake a yelp in their first encounter, and Harry would rush over, awash in alarm and remorse. "I'm so sorry. Did that hurt? I knew I shouldn't have used such a mean spell. It's all my fault. You were not bad. It was those 4 Ravenclaws whose actions were reprehensible." Now it was Harry's turn to blink in confusion. What? Snape demanded. How could Harry have misunderstood that statement? Oh, maybe, reprehensible, was too big a word to use with a Gryffindor. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "You were not bad," he repeated slowly, hoping that 4 one-syllable words would be clear enough. If not, what else could he do? Draw pictures. "Yes, I was," Harry argued, frowning. "No, you weren't." Typical abused child, always thinking he deserved the treatment he received. "Yes, I was." Harry was getting a little tired of the professor always overlooking his behavior, especially when it reflected badly on him. Professor Snape needed to stop being so nice to everyone. He let the headmaster and Medi-Witch, and yes, even Harry, get away with treating him with too little respect. He needed to stand up for himself more. "Potter," Snape ground out, "it was not your fault that those boys attacked you." "Oh, I know that." Harry rolled his eyes. Then he brightened. "Did you see how I fought them? Just like you said, right? Even Marcus said I did really well. And I used that new spell and everything." Yes." Snape was now very confused. Were trauma survivors supposed to experience such dramatic mood swings? Heartened by his guardian's obvious approval, Harry climbed onto the man's lap. "You should have seen me," he said enthusiastically, preparing to relive the battle for his professor's benefit. "Jeffries went like this, and I went like pow. And you should have seen his nose bleed. And then I went all Accio. And the other boy's wand was, like, wiggling everywhere, and then the other one went thumpin'. Then when they tried to grab me, I was like this," and Harry began to squirm so much that Snape worried he was having a seizure. He grabbed the boy before he vibrated himself off his lap and onto the floor. "And they couldn't hold me. And then I went like hiya." Harry gave a very good impression of a karate yell and kick, driving himself against his guardian's chest. "And then, yes, Mr. Potter. I quite understand," Snape interrupted hastily. You obviously did as you were told. Well done. He managed to choke out the unaccustomed praise, and Harry glowed with pride. But then what are you apologizing for, you foolish child? He demanded. Oh. Harry's expression clouded. For when I was rude. Snape frowned, trying to deduce what the child was bleating about. Harry gulped at the scowl that came over his professor's countenance. He was right, the man was annoyed. I didn't mean to be cheeky, he pleaded. I was just hungry, and I didn't think. A common failing of yours, Potter. You must think before you act, Snape snapped automatically, even as he tried to figure out to what the boy was referring. Sir, Harry mumbled woefully, peering up at the man through his fringe. I won't argue with you in public ever again. I didn't mean to make you look bad. Please don't be too angry. Snape blinked. The boy was ambushed by upper years at 4-to-1 odds, several hundred kilos of weight advantage, and many years more magical experience. He escaped serious injury, if not death, by the skin of his teeth, and only because of a completely unexpected alliance between rival houses. He suffered enough lumps and bruises to make the average 11-year-old take to his bed in tears, and the only thing that troubled him was that he was a bit cheeky to his guardian in the post-fight adrenaline high. Snape frowned. Obviously the boy was in denial, repressing his true emotions, and transferring them to this nonsensical worry that he had made Snape look bad. As if a Potter would ever care about such a thing. Please, Professor. Harry's anxiety rose as he saw the professor's frown. Had he convinced the man to get rid of him? Harry could understand why the professor might not want such a disrespectful ward. I'm sorry. I'll apologize in front of everyone tomorrow if you want or. Hush, Potter, Snape scolded. Yes, the boy was obviously sublimating his feelings. Better to bundle him into bed and let him rest. He tugged off Harry's robe, grimacing at how dusty it had become in the fight. Do you want to whack me? Harry offered, surprised but not unwilling. If the professor was taking off his robes to swat him, maybe that meant he'd still keep him. Don't be ridiculous, Potter. Snape glared, furious at this further evidence that the boy thought that he deserved to be assaulted and beaten. You know my rules about corporal punishment perfectly well. You have done nothing to earn yourself a smacking. But I said. Harry's words were muffled as Snape tugged off his jumper. Ouch. He yipped as the collar tugged over a sore spot on his scalp. HMF. Snape felt with surprisingly gentle fingers the residual lump on the back of Harry's head. I'll have to get you another potion for that. Mr. Potter, you obviously suffered a head injury in the fight. As a result, you can hardly be held accountable for being a trifle impulsive in your speech afterwards. Harry blinked. Really? Yes. Now stop standing there like you've just seen a basilisk and get into your pajamas. But it's too early for bed. Harry complained automatically. I'm not tired. Of course you are, Snape informed him authoritatively, loosening the boy's tie. You have just been through an ordeal. Harry scratched his nose and thought about that while Professor Snape continued to change him into his pajamas as if he were a toddler. An ordeal. Really? It hadn't seemed all that unusual to Harry. He was long accustomed to being jumped at any moment, one of the side effects of having Dudley as a cousin. The only thing that was different about today was that not only had he been permitted to fight back, but he had also been aided in doing so by a whole host of allies. But maybe Professor Snape was worried that a lot of emotion, even good emotion, was draining. If that were true, then yes, Harry was going to be pretty tired, since he had never felt so safe and protected in his whole life as he did here at Hogwarts. And it was all because Professor Snape had figured out what the Dursleys were like and took him away from them. Snape gave a little snort of satisfaction as he dragged the pajama top over that unruly black mop of hair. Getting recalcitrant children into their nightclothes wasn't nearly as hard as the books said. Obviously you merely needed to take a firm approach with the little monsters. He reached for Harry's belt, and the boy squawked and jumped back, clutching his waistband. Professor, I can do it myself. He protested indignantly. Snape stood. Then do so immediately. I will return in a moment with the potion for your head, and if you are not fully changed, there will be, he paused dramatically, repercussions. He swept out of the room, robes billowing. Harry stared after him, impressed. Repercussions? Wow. He'd never been threatened with those before. He wasn't even sure what they were, but they sounded ominous enough that he scrambled into his pajama bottoms. Snape returned to the room to find a pajama-clad little boy surrounded by crumpled clothing. I got changed. Harry pointed out proudly, pleased that he had beaten the professor's return by a good 30 seconds. Congratulations, the potion's master said dourly. Drink this. Harry grumbled, knowing it would taste awful, but he was still a bit nervous about those repercussions, so he did as he was told. Ugh, how come no one else had to take extra potions? He whined, giving Snape a rather calculating sidelong glance. As he'd hoped, the professor fell for it. Because, brat, no one else is my ward, under my care and protection, Snape snapped at him. Harry felt a glow of happiness at the words. He loved it when the professor got all protective and showed how much he cared. Now march into your bathroom and get washed up. He turned Harry by the shoulders and gave him a little push. Hurry up, how do you expect to get rid of the taste of the potion if you don't clean your teeth, foolish boy? Harry cheerfully headed into the bathroom. That was just like his professor giving him a potion just before his teeth cleaning, so that the minty toothpaste would erase the nasty taste. Madame Pomfrey wasn't that thoughtful. She'd just given them all healing potions for their cuts and bruises without so much as a glass of water afterwards. Yes, she'd been very busy, but Professor Snape would never forget such a thing. Snape looked around the bedroom and grimaced in annoyance. The child had been in residence mere days and already it looked like a herd of hippogriffs had thundered through the place. He stooped to pick up the boy's clothing and put it away properly. What was it with adolescent boys and tossing clothing hither and yon? Someone should do a paper on the topic, the subconscious production of magical chaos fields by teenage males. As he turned away from the closet, having arranged Harry's shoes neatly on the floor, the brat himself emerged from the bathroom, scrubbed pink and smiling. He lost that smile as he looked at the bed. I don't want to go to sleep. He whined. It's too early. Get into bed. Harry glared at the floor, but slowly shuffled to the bed and again with insulting slowness climbed in. I won't go to sleep, he declared defiantly. I'll just sit here and stare at the ceiling and be bored. You can't make me go to sleep. Snape lifted an eyebrow at that, and Harry abruptly wondered if he'd gone too far. Just because he didn't want to go to sleep didn't mean that he should be so cheeky. Hadn't he just apologized for the same thing? And while this time it wasn't in public, maybe Professor Snape wouldn't be quite so lenient, head injury or no. Harry belatedly remembered that the last time he had been in the professor's quarters and complained about being bored, rather hoping the professor would take the hint and offer to play a game of exploding Snape or mini Quidditch with him. He had instead found himself escorted to a table, presented with quill and parchment, and had a copy of Ye Potion Master's Master Compendium of Potion Ingredients, ye 1500 magical ingredients thou canst not live without, placed in front of him. Spending the next 45 minutes copying out pages of the compendium had taught him that whining about boredom to a potion master was not the brightest thing in the world. On the other hand, he had subsequently convinced the man to let him use his new knowledge by helping Snape prepare ingredients. That had led to nearly 3 hours spent together in the potions lab, much to Harry's contentment. But since he doubted that the professor would let him into his potions lab tonight, Harry really didn't want to have to sit and copy pages and pages of information about ingredients. If that were his choice, he'd rather lie in his comfortable bed and relive the great battle in his mind. He looked nervously at the professor. Had he blown it? Was the man going to make him fetch the compendium? Snape narrowed his eyes at the boy's intransigence. Hardly. Surprising that the little fiend was buzzing like a Cornish pixie on stimulants. He surely had plenty of adrenaline still running through his system, and his rapid mood swings from tearful apologies to grumpy defiance were further proof of his overtired, overstressed, and emotionally confused state of mind. He could dose him with a calming draught, but the boy was already awash in medicinal potions. Better to deal with this the Muggle way, with a strong hand. Roll onto your stomach, he ordered, seating himself on the bed. Harry's eyes widened. Okay, technically he had been disobedient, or at least he'd threatened to be, but he hadn't really expected the professor to be so upset. Obviously though, the man had decided that he'd had enough of Harry's cheek. Stupid, Harry. So stupid. Is this how you repay him for taking care of you? By arguing some more. Harry gulped and did as he was told, grabbing onto his pillow and burying his face in it. He felt Professor Snape's hands drawing the covers down, and he braced himself for the coming swat. He knew it wouldn't hurt his bum much, but it made his chest ache to think that he had, once again, upset and disappointed the man. Oddly though, the professor didn't uncover his backside, leaving the covers bunched just above it. Is he making sure the SWAT doesn't hurt by having the blankets there as padding? Just as Harry was wondering what was going on, the professor's firm hand descended and started rubbing his back. Relax your muscles, you impossible brat, Snape ordered brusquely. He might be patting the little monster, but that didn't mean he was getting all gooey and sentimental. Clear your mind. Relax. Harry let out a muffled squeak of surprise as, instead of delivering a stinging rebuke, his professor's hand instead began kneading his back muscles, soothing away all the tensions of the day. Once again Harry marveled at how completely pants the man was at discipline, and he worried that the other students must surely take advantage of him. But then all coherent thought was quickly banished as the man's velvety voice and strong fingers eased away knots and stress. MMRGLPH, Harry mumbled in utter bliss as the professor reached up and gently massaged his scalp. He felt like he was floating on a cloud as his muscles unkinked and the stress oozed out of him. Clear your mind. Imagine you are surrounded by velvety darkness. You are surrounded by it, floating in the void. Nothing can harm you. Nothing can trouble you. Nothing can touch you. You are safe and protected, the professor's low voice purred hypnotically, and Harry relaxed even further, practically melting into his mattress as both mind and body let go of the day's excitements. You are floating in the deep black void. Flying, Harry muttered, the last spark of his consciousness making itself felt. What? Ent floatin'. Flyin', Harry slurred. I like flyin'. Snape rolled his eyes. Fine. Flying. You are flying in the void. Your mind is calm, your body is relaxed. Nothing can touch you. Nothing can see you. Beneath his fingers, he felt the boy's muscles unwind, his breathing slow and deepen. Ha! So much for Mr. I won't go to sleep and you can't make me, he thought smugly. That should show the brat who was in charge. He kept up the slow, gentle massage and the compelling murmuring until he was certain the boy was deeply asleep. Well, that had been disgustingly easy. And here he had been worried about teaching the boy occlumency. Obviously such a skill was imperative for the boy who lived, lest any dark legilimens try to tear his mind apart, but Snape had worried that with the boy's background it would be impossible for him to develop enough trust in another person to follow their instructions as to how to clear the mind. Clearly he needn't have worried. If this were any indication, Harry was almost too trusting, following Snape's instructions without demur. Snape decided that they would have to make this a regular routine, getting the boy in the habit of clearing his mind before sleep. It would teach him the basics of occlumency and simultaneously ease him into a deep, restful sleep. And avoid further juvenile posturing about not being tired. The fact that it would mean that he would have to engage in a regular bedtime ritual with the little monster was irritating, of course. He had many more important things he could be doing rather than sitting at the little brat's bedside, soothing him and lulling him to sleep with his words. Why, an uninformed observer might even think he was cuddling the brat. Snape glowered. He was not being affectionate or caring, the relaxing massage was merely an aid to the occlumency training. That was all. He looked down to where his hand was, inexplicably, brushing the hair back from the little horror's face. Sleeping like that, it was almost possible to forget what an impossible brat he was, always getting into difficulties and creating havoc wherever he went. Snape scowled, thinking of the evening's events. How dare those Ravenclaws imagine they could attack Potter? If Granger and the boys hadn't happened upon them, Snape shuddered, his hand becoming even more gentle as it absently stroked Harry's head. Obviously he had started the boy's tutelage none too soon. He heard the roar of the flow, then the headmaster's voice called to him. He rose hastily from the bed. It would not do to be found sitting here, petting the brat. Albus would be sure to misunderstand things and imagine that Snape was becoming sentimental, rather than merely applying necessary techniques for the instruction of occlumency. Snape shut the bedroom door behind him and went to meet the headmaster. I'm here, Albus, he called. Ah, there you are, my boy. Is Harry all right? Dumbledore tried to peer over his shoulder but was defeated by the closed door. He's sleeping. This was an interesting turn of events, wasn't it? If you consider the ambushing and assault of a first year by 4 upper-level students to be interesting. Dumbledore's twinkle faded a bit. Yes, I confess I had somewhat underestimated the risk to Harry from his classmates. I did not anticipate that some parents would have so corrupted their children's minds with hate. Snape raised an eyebrow. No, But in fact, Snape wasn't at all surprised. Dumbledore's greatest failing, in Snape's eyes at least, was his boundless capacity to believe the best of everyone. Giving people the benefit of the doubt, extending second, and third and fourth chances, all these were Dumbledore's stock in trade. Deep at heart, the headmaster was a romantic, endlessly believing that everyone would eventually do the right thing, if only they were given enough opportunities. By contrast, Snape's suspicious nature meant that he distrusted everyone on sight and, unfortunately, he had all too often been proven right. On the other hand, it meant that he was rarely surprised. Regardless of your astonishment, Headmaster, I trust that you now appreciate the threat to my ward and will support his accelerated learning of defensive spells. Dumbledore's expression was sad, but he nodded his acquiescence. And of course, you have expelled the 4 Ravenclaws, Snape continued, though he held little hope that Dumbledore had taken such an action. The headmaster loathed expelling anyone and would go to almost any length to avoid such an ultimate punishment, as Snape knew all too well. On the other hand, the potion master was almost looking forward to being able to exact his own revenge on the 4 boys, not to mention imagining what his house and the Lions of Gryffindor would do to them when no faculty were around. Knowing they'd have Snape's tacit approval, his students would be sure to make it indelibly clear to the rest of the school that picking on a Slytherin was an extremely bad idea. Snape's pleasant fantasies were rudely shattered when Albus sighed. Yes, I had little choice in the matter. Snape's jaw dropped. What? You mean it? You expelled them? All 4 of them? Albus regained a little of his twinkle at the potion master's gobsmacked expression. Well, Severus, I knew perfectly well that you would never permit me to do otherwise. Even if the boy's assault hadn't been so clearly murderous in intent, you have made it clear that you take Harry's safety extremely seriously. I knew you would not permit him to stay at Hogwarts if his attackers remained at large, and given that circumstance, it was of course only fair that his attackers be the ones to leave. Albus gave him a sharp look. Not that the boys argued with my decision. They were all too apprehensive of what might have happened to them if they stayed on campus. I believe they felt their own safety might be in jeopardy. Dear, Severus raised an eyebrow. Why would they think that? Albus didn't deign to reply. Instead, he continued, as a result of this belief, the 4 were all too willing to make a complete confession. I had no choice. The Aurors were summoned and took the boys away. I suspect that Messrs. Peterson and O'Leary will be released to their parents after questioning, but Jeffreys and Smythe are likely to face imprisonment. Good, Snape snapped, unsympathetic. Dumbledore sighed wearily. No, Severus. It is not good. It is very sad to see such youth and potential squandered on bitterness and old grudges. They made their choices, Headmaster, and they are now being held accountable for their actions. Is that not what you should be instilling in these children? Albus gave a slight twitch of his shoulders. I suppose so. And what message would you have sent to the other students, not to mention Har, the Potter brat, if you had not removed them from school? Dumbledore patted his shoulder. Thank you for trying to cheer me up, my boy. Snape scowled. That had not been his intention at all. But I must admit I did not come here solely for your comfort. I have some bad news. Snape stiffened. What? When the Aurors arrived to collect the boys, they informed me that Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Dumbledore paused, watching the younger man with deep concern. Snape kept his features a frozen mask. Did they know how Black managed such a feat? He asked, his voice devoid of all emotion. The Ministry has been trying to keep the matter a secret, which is why we had not been previously informed, but one of the Aurors told me that they discovered a simulacrum in Black's cell a few days ago. They have been unable to discover how Black gained access to a wand. The best they can tell is that someone slipped him one, under the guise of visiting another prisoner. They have already interviewed all visitors to the prison for the past few months but have not made any arrests. Surely the answer is obvious, Snape sneered, glad Albus, ethical code prevented him from using his legilimens skills. The werewolf must have been involved. Albus sighed. Oh, my boy, if only you could look past old insults. The Aurors have already interviewed Remus twice under Veritaserum the second time, and he knew nothing about Black's current location, nor had he been to Azkaban, nor had he been involved in the escape. Snape managed to avoid gasping in relief. He hadn't expected them to use Veritaserum, though given Remus' condition, he shouldn't have been surprised. It was easy to get permission to use Veritaserum on werewolves. He squelched a reluctant feeling of admiration for Lupin. Obviously his status as a marauder had been well earned if he were able to mislead the Aurors even under the truth serum. Not that he had ever had to lie, but Remus had obviously answered very carefully. Good thing Snape hadn't told the wolf anything more about the escape nor where he had stashed Black. What is more, Remus has taken a job on the continent. Italy is more tolerant of lycanthropy, and he was able to show that his discussions with his new employer commenced before Sirius escaped. There is no way that he was involved, though I imagine you will be pleased to learn that he will soon be living overseas. Snape smirked. I fear the Ministry is completely at a loss to find Sirius, and the news of his escape is beginning to leak out. That's why the Auror felt he could tell me. I am sure this information is upsetting to you, Severus, but I cannot believe that Sirius would be so foolish as to come after Harry or you. Unlike you, Albus, I am convinced that Black's idiocy is limitless. I will make appropriate arrangements to ensure no harm comes to either the brat or myself. Dumbledore nodded and turned to go. At the flow, he paused and turned back. The Auror mentioned something odd, Severus. At the potion master's raised eyebrow, Dumbledore continued, under Veritaserum, Remus stated that he was certain Sirius was innocent. Amelia Bones, who was present, was very interested as to why anyone would harbor doubts about what has so long been considered an open and shut case, and conscientious which that she is reopening the initial investigation into Peter's death and the deaths of the Muggles. Albus looked awkward. I'm afraid that there may be some resurrecting of old and painful memories, my boy. I will do my best to prevent them from doing so, of course, but... No. Snape glared at Albus. You will not do anything to hinder Bones' investigation, Headmaster. Great, I go to all the trouble of breaking the mud out of Azkaban, and Albus promptly impedes all my work. The old wizard stared at him in surprise. But I thought that remembering those dreadful days, the murders of Lily and James, would be acutely painful for you and Harry. Snape gritted his teeth. It is better for the boy to come to terms now with Black's perfidy and his parents' deaths than to remain coddled in some fiction such as the notion that his parents were drunks who died in a car accident, he sneered, glaring at the headmaster. Dumbledore reddened at this reminder of the Dursleys' unfitness. I see your point, Severus. Perhaps it is better for Harry to know the truth, painful though it may be. He looked more closely at Snape. And you, my boy. How will you be, having to hear once again about how Lily was betrayed? Snape forced a sneer. Hearing about Black's despicable, cowardly actions is hardly painful to me, Albus. It is Minerva whom you should be worrying about. Dumbledore sighed at this further proof of Snape's persistent bitterness. Yes, I suppose you are right. Well, I shall leave you to look after Harry, then. He turned back one last time. You had reason to be very proud of your house today, my boy, as did the rest of the school. Snape tried not to look too smug. Yes, they were quite impressive, weren't they? Dumbledore twinkled at him. Quite. Snape only relaxed after the headmaster had flew away. Well, he had done it or appeared to have done so. There would be the inevitable uproar when the news of Black's escape broke, but it would be quickly supplanted by the latest celebrity scandal or Quidditch victory. He expected Lupin to contact him any day now, and he would bring the werewolf to Black and let him continue nursing the idiot back to health. Another week or two, and the hunt for Black should have died down, and soon after that, Black could get started on his work with the Muggles. Snape fought down a grin. He had managed to get 2 marauders for the price of 1. The Dursleys were going to be very unhappy indeed. Harry woke up the next day feeling surprisingly well for someone who'd been ambushed a mere 12 hours previous. The potions, not to mention Professor Snape's back rub, had done their work well, and he practically bounced down the hall as he accompanied his professor to breakfast. Of course, waking up in his brilliant room, with the professor gently patting his shoulder, was enough to put him in a good mood, accustomed as he was to the Dursleys shouting angrily at him through the cupboard door. Snape regarded the cheerful urchin at his side with disfavor. He hated morning people. Not that he was particularly fond of anyone else, either, but he felt that people who woke up with a smile on their face and a song in their heart should be drowned in their morning porridge. And what did the little monster have to be so happy about? He'd practically shaken the snot out of the brat to wake him, and he'd only avoided using augmenti because he didn't want to have to spend time on the inevitable drying spells afterwards. Potter, he ground out between clenched teeth as Harry took a running jump at one of the hanging tapestries to see if he could touch its lower border. If you do not comport yourself with appropriate dignity, I will lead you through the halls by the ear. Harry gave him a long, considering look, and for a horrible moment, Snape feared the brat would call his bluff, but in the end the boy grinned and shrugged. Professor, he said agreeably. See, and I have pancakes for breakfast. He asked a moment later. Snape eyed him assessingly. That timing was almost Slytherin. Please, Harry said, doing his best, puppy dog eyes. Only after you have had some fruit and a small bowl of oatmeal, Snape said sternly. I will not have you load up on sugar and syrup and then buzz around the castle for the rest of the day. Harry rolled his eyes. I wouldn't. HMF, Snape gave him a skeptical look, but said no more on the subject. Professor, Harry ventured a moment later. Yes, he replied forbiddingly. Are you going to be brewing tonight? Harry asked over casually. Snape sternly suppressed the twitching in his lips. So that's what the brat was after. Perhaps, he said noncommittally. Harry trailed one finger against the wall as they walked. So maybe you'll need some help getting ingredients ready, he offered, in the same noncommittal tone. Snape rolled his eyes at the boy's transparency. And worse yet, the brat actually felt that preparing potion ingredients was fun. He liked spending time in the dungeons, and he had gotten into the appalling habit of bringing various Gryffindors down with him. What was Snape supposed to use as punishment if the new first years all wanted to spend time squishing bubo tubers and pickling nude eyes? He had been appalled the first time Harry had squealed in delighted horror and awarded the previously onerous task the ultimate pre-teen accolade of gross. Now he and Weasley, and even the previously petrified Longbottom, had taken to dropping by his lab in the hopes of being able to gut, skin, squish, or mince something. Snape knew gloomily that it was only a question of time before the little know-it-all got wind of it, and once she started insisting on coming, the Ravenclaws would be close behind. Then his snakes would start complaining that he was leaving them out, and the Hufflepuffs would look sad and mope around at their exclusion, and then what was he supposed to do to make his detentions the most hated and feared punishment at Hogwarts? He would lose his evil bat of the dungeon reputation, and it was all this brat's fault. He glared at the little monster. I'm not sure yet, he snapped. Oh. Harry looked disappointed, but he wasn't squelched for long. Well, maybe we'll come by just to check. I will not write you excuses if you miss curfew, Snape threatened, and if Filch catches you, you'll be scrubbing toilets with a toothbrush. Harry shrugged dismissively. Like I haven't done that before. At my relatives, Dudley used to try to make me use the toothbrush afterwards, he remembered, shuddering, and Snape silently vowed that when Harry did get a detention with Filch, he would give the squib very clear instructions on exactly how Harry was to be treated and what he was not to be expected to do. You may come by this evening, after you have completed all your homework. I expect you to show me your essays if you appear, so do not waste my time by turning up without them. Harry sighed. Professor Snape had made good on his threat to tutor him, and he insisted on reviewing Harry's homework at least 3 days a week. Harry had to admit that the professor had been invaluable in helping him learn how to structure and research an essay, not to mention present his ideas clearly, but he wasn't all that happy having to rewrite his homework several times when Ron and the other kids seemed able to turn in any old thing. He glanced at the professor, wondering if he could risk lodging a protest, but a glance at the stern visage vetoed that idea. He understood that the extra work now would pay off in the long run, and he had been delighted to learn that the professor considered him clever and had high expectations of him, but he was practically spending as much time with his nose in his books as Granger. Only his classmates' knowledge that Snape was double-checking all his assignments ensured that he had their sympathy, rather than being scorned as a bookworm. Harry had made one muted protest when Snape had insisted he rewrite a Transfiguration essay for the 3rd time, and his professor had given him such an evil look that Harry half expected to have earned 500 lines of, I will not try to be a dunderhead, which he'd overheard Snape assigning to one of his Slytherins whose potions essay had apparently shown signs of insufficient effort. Instead, Snape had done something much, much worse. He had gotten up, opened the door, and gestured that Harry should leave. Out, Potter, he had snapped when the boy had merely sat and stared. If you have the ingratitude to resent the investment of my time, then you are more than welcome to be responsible for your own scholastic endeavors. But Merlin help you if you do not achieve the grades I expect from my ward. But, Harry had protested incoherently. A wave of panic surged over him. How could the professor think about kicking him out like this? Snape's face had softened somewhat at Harry's obvious terror. I am not evicting you from these quarters, you foolish brat, but I have better ways of spending my time than trying to pound first-year concepts into a stubborn skull. If you are uninterested in my help, you may leave my sight. Go study by yourself or with your little friends. Harry had started to sniffle. But you said you'd help me, he argued, ignoring the fact that he had, bare moments ago, been longing to escape Snape's study. Snape had hidden his smirk. Gryffindor's easier to play than a tambourine. And did you not just indicate you no longer desired my help? He demanded. I didn't mean it, Harry mumbled. I want to stay. Snape exhaled gustily. And here I was looking forward to working on my research. Harry peered up at him pleadingly. Oh, all right then. Get to work on that essay, Snape grudgingly consented, finding it hard not to snicker as Harry's doleful face was instantly transformed into a beaming smile. After Harry had finally finished the essay again, Professor Snape had reluctantly approved it, and then he'd spent nearly an hour showing Harry a totally cool protection spell, since you have demonstrated that you do after all have the necessary maturity to concentrate on such studies. Harry might be a Gryffindor, but even he could identify a reward when one was handed to him, and he had relaxed, knowing that his professor wasn't angry with him any longer. He also had to admit that the thrice-revised essay had gotten an excellent grade and won Harry a rare compliment from Professor McGonagall. Harry frowned as he thought of that encounter. It hadn't turned out nearly the way he'd expected, but that was how a lot of things went with his professor. Something he thought was going to be awful turned out to be good for him. He sighed. The professor was probably even right about stuff like vegetables and sweets, as annoying as that might be. Professor? He asked, a thought striking him. Snape was distracted from thoughts of the day's lesson plan. What? Are those boys Jeffries and the others going to be at breakfast? No. They have been expelled from the school for their actions and were collected by Aurors last night. Aurors are wizard policemen, he explained, at Harry's blank look. Harry's eyes grew big. What? Why? He asked incredulously. After having each and every school year blighted by the attacks of his cousin and his goons, Harry had never imagined that the 4 Ravenclaws would be held accountable for their actions. They were all too eager to leave, rather than face my wrath, Snape replied dryly. And I had already made it clear to the headmaster that I will not tolerate any threats to your safety. If he had not expelled those boys, I would have transferred you to another school, rather than give your attackers another chance at you. Harry stared at him. He'd never in his life had anyone stand up for him like that. His aunt and uncle naturally assumed that Harry had been the instigator in any conflict with Dudley, and even the teachers quickly came around to their point of view, since Dudley always loudly and tearfully protested his innocence while Harry knew better than to say a word in his own defense. Harry had been rather surprised that the older boys had been whisked away by the headmaster, but in the post-battle excitement, he hadn't paid that much attention. But he had never, ever assumed that they would be expelled and on his account. You mean it? You would have transferred me. Snape stopped and looked down at him. Mr. Potter, what are my 2 most important rules? I will give you a hint, their violation results in a sore backside for you. And not putting myself in danger and not disobeying, Harry gulped. Exactly. Keeping you safe and healthy, and Snape grimaced, but he said it happy is my responsibility as your guardian. I will not tolerate any threats to your well-being, whether they are your own doing or those of someone else. Do you understand, you silly child? Wide-eyed, Harry nodded. Wow, Snape really took this seriously. He must like Harry, at least a little, to want to keep him safe. Though right now he looked like he had bitten into a lemo. Harry knew that Snape didn't like having to come out and admit to all the mushy stuff, but that was okay with Harry, because Snape showed how he felt all the time, whether it was by making sure he got good grades or giving him a back rub when he was too excited to go to sleep, or making the headmaster get rid of the boys who attacked him. Professor? Harry asked in a very small voice. What is it now, Potter? The man demanded grumpily. Harry broke off. He couldn't say it. He'd feel like such a wally and the professor would be just as mortified. Thanks. Snape fidgeted awkwardly. You're welcome, he said gruffly, dropping one hand onto the boy's shoulder and giving him a little squeeze. There. More positive reinforcement for the little fiend. By then they were at the Great Hall, and Harry headed for the student tables while Severus made his way to the staff table. How is Harry this morning? McGonagall asked anxiously before he had even had the chance to seat himself. As annoying as ever, he replied, ignoring her scowl. Really, Severus, she huffed. He has just been through a terrifying experience. I should think even you could summon up some compassion. Snape merely looked over to where Harry was now amusing himself and his table mates by using slices of melon to give himself a mustache. McGonagall followed his gaze and blinked. Yes, he's quite the fragile flower, he commented acidly. He wasn't about to spread rumors that his ward was a delicate, emotionally unstable child. Of course he was, but having such weakness made public would hardly be in the boy's best interests. Why did McGonagall think he had insisted the boy return to his quarters last night? He shook his head. Old or young, Gryffindors had the subtlety of a brick. Oh, great Merlin. Now Malfoy was following the lead of the youngest Weasley and seeing how many grapes he could stuff in his mouth at one time. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. He had known that permitting the old house-by-house seating arrangements to lapse last night had been a dangerous precedent, and sure enough now the entire school was mingling, with appalling results. Dear Lord Voldemort, Snape wrote in his mind, when you branded the Weasleys as blood traitors, was it due to their opposition to your rule or their truly appalling table manners? Further, can you please advise why if pureblood heritage is by far the superior, children of said background appear infinitely easier to corrupt than half-bloods or muggleborns? Having speedily abandoned 11 years of rigid etiquette training, Malfoy, aped as always by Crabbe and Goyle, was now demonstrating how toast soldiers could be used as vampire fangs while Weasley tried to stick one in each nostril for some incoherent reason. Now Granger was scolding all of them for playing with their food and the boys were taking it much more respectfully than Snape would have anticipated. Perhaps Joan's nearby proximity had been noted. And of course, his prefect was seated next to Percy Weasley, who appeared alternately delighted beyond measure and terrified beyond words. Even as Snape watched, Jones scooted a little closer and whispered something in his ear that made the boy blush to the tips of his ears. The rest of his snakes were scattered around the Great Hall, and he overheard Teddy Knott and Millicent Bulstrode, both scions of proud pureblood families, begging a Hufflepuff half-blood to show them some Muggle artifact called a Game Boy. Apparently the Hufflepuff's older cousin, an unspeakable, had managed to charm the object into working at Hogwarts, and his snakes were agog to play it. Of course, the Hufflepuff was agreeing to it, so now he would doubtless have badgers wandering through his tower's common rooms. Marvelous. Oh, and now Malfoy, Potter, and Weasley were in a shouting match with Granger and Longbottom about the high social value of Quidditch. Of course, the know-it-all was carrying most of the argument, but Longbottom was showing an unexpected tenacity in suggesting that maybe, just maybe, coursework was slightly more important than Quidditch standings. The other three boys were hooting him down, showing alarming amounts of half-masticated food in the process, while Crabbe and Goyle stolidly ate everything that remained in their vicinity, regardless of whose plate it was on. Snape's mood plummeted at the realization that he was going to have to side with the know-it-all and Longbottom when it seemed inevitable he had to intervene in the rapidly escalating argument. Now some of the upper years were beginning to pay attention as well. I'm afraid Miss Granger isn't learning to fit in well, Minerva commented disapprovingly. Snape scowled at her. Because she hasn't become a Quidditch-obsessed lunatic like her head of house? He asked nastily. McGonagall scowled right back. Quidditch is the most noble of sports. Its unique heritage is irrelevant at an institution of higher learning. Snape snapped. Why you and the headmaster insist upon permitting such a distraction? McGonagall smirked. You're simply jealous because you were never a very good player. While Snape choked in fury, Pomfrey sailed into battle. Severus' point is well taken, and you know it. The number of injuries that your stupid game causes every year. Stupid game. Hooch screeched. Now, the headmaster tried, belatedly, to intervene. The students' arguments halted and all eyes turned to the staff table to see if the brewing riot there would come to pass. As a result, it was several moments before anyone realized that the doors to the Great Hall had been thrown open. The students' arguments halted and all eyes turned to the staff table to see if the brewing riot there would come to pass. As a result, it was several moments before anyone realized that the doors to the Great Hall had been thrown open. Enough. Dumbledore at last pronounced in tones of finality, his magic reinforcing the order. Hooch sulkily put down the bowl of porridge she had been about to throw at Pomfrey, while the rest of the faculty rather guiltily composed themselves. Snape and McGonagall exchanged a final glare, but then a shout from the end of the hall made all Quidditch-related hostility evaporate. Headmaster, is this the kind of behavior our children are expected to emulate? Harry, along with the other students, craned his neck to see who had spoken. A tall, aristocratic man with white blonde hair strode down the aisle, a silver-headed cane gripped in one hand. At Harry's side, Draco gasped and hastily straightened his robes. "Hey, he looks like you," Harry whispered. "Is that my father?" Draco agreed tersely. He swallowed hard and watched apprehensively as Lucius marched up to the staff table. "Good morning, Lucius," Albus said pleasantly, twinkling at the elder Malfoy. "I find that a brisk debate is an excellent way to start the morning. Would you care to join us for breakfast?" Headmaster. A second man, this one in a funny little bowler hat, angrily waddled in Lucius' wake. "I demand to know what is going on here." "The public demand to know," a skinny, bespectacled woman interjected smoothly, keeping pace at the small man's shoulder. "Do you have a comment, Headmaster?" Dumbledore twinkled at them all. "Perhaps if you were to explain what brings you here at such an early hour, Cornelius, I would be able to answer your questions and provide Miss Skeeter's comments." Lucius wrestled back control of the group. "We are here, Headmaster," he announced, "because of yesterday's alarming events at the school." "Could you be more specific, please?" Albus twinkled some more. "Are you referring to the house elves running out of pudding, the alarming rise in missing socks, or—" Imagine my shock and alarm, Malfoy continued, ignoring the headmaster, when I returned from a business trip abroad this morning and stopped by Minister Fudge's office to brief him on it, only to learn that Aurors had been summoned to the school last night. Several senior boys were expelled and arrested. Why was I not informed of these events, both as a member of the Board of Governors and a concerned parent? Perhaps because you were on a business trip abroad. Dumbledore suggested gently. There I was, Lucius proclaimed, speaking directly to the woman who was, Harry could now see, watching a busily scribbling quill, peacefully seated in the minister's office, when an Auror came by and dropped off a report that made my blood run cold. Unforgivables had been used at Hogwarts. My own son was a target. How could such violence have been permitted within these hallowed halls? You poor man, the reporter cooed. What did you do next, as a concerned parent and a member of the Board of Governors? Naturally, I suggested that we travel to Hogwarts immediately to obtain a full report from the headmaster. I demanded that the minister initiate a full inquiry into, and I naturally agreed that we needed to learn exactly what had happened. The little man in the ridiculous hat had finally had enough of being ignored. He took the reporter by the elbow and turned her to face him. As Minister of Magic, naturally my first priority is the youth of our great nation. Learning that they had faced such a threat at what should be one of the safest sites in Britain was of course alarming, and so I set off at once, stopping only long enough to collect a ministry employee whose children were also reported to have been involved. He waved one hand back to the doorway. Dad, Ron, on Harry's other side, squeaked in surprise as the last member of the minister's party moved forward. Harry looked on interestedly as Ron and his brothers jumped up and ran to the red-headed man who appeared ill at ease. How did you feel upon hearing the news of unforgivables being used at the school, Mr. Weasley? The woman pounced. I'm still waiting to have that rumor confirmed, Miss Skeeter, Ron's dad said firmly, looking up at the head table. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. I hope you will forgive our intrusion. We have nothing to apologize for, Malfoy snapped dismissively. We are here as concerned parents, though perhaps given your children's reputations. Oi! One of the twins yelped indignantly, coming up behind their father. We didn't do anything, and it's not true that there were unforgivables flying around either. It was just Harry. The reporter, Miss Skeeter, swooped upon the last twin. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was he involved in this? Did he use an unforgivable? Snape stiffened and shot a sharp look at Dumbledore. This needed to be controlled. Now, don't you say that about Harry. Ron yelled furiously, hurrying up. He was just enough. Once again the headmaster's magic surged through the air, and all conversation halted as a silencing spell rippled through the hall. McGonagall settled back, looking smug, and Snape gave her a grudging nod of respect. Thank you, Minerva, Dumbledore smiled at the elderly witch. Now, as it appears that most of the students are through with breakfast, I suggest that you all head to classes. He ignored the inaudible groans and disappointed glances as the children stood up to leave. I would, however, like those directly involved in last night's occurrence to remain behind. In short order, shepherded by the rest of the staff, the student body had reluctantly departed the Great Hall, leaving behind Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall, along with Harry, Draco, Hermione, Jones, Flint, Wood, Bell, and all of the Weasleys. Thank you, Dumbledore smiled, ignoring both the rapidly purpling Minister of Magic and Lucius Malfoy's pale-lipped fury. Now, Minerva, before you cancel your silencing spell, perhaps you would be so kind as to remind Ms. Skeeter and our guests of the school's policy of media relations. While McGonagall sternly lectured the others, Dumbledore walked over to Arthur Weasley. Hello, Arthur, he greeted the younger man cheerfully. How are you? An encouraging nod indicated that the silencing spell had been lifted at least in this corner of the room. I'm fine, thank you, Albus, Arthur replied, looked over his sons worriedly. Are any of you hurt? Harry, are you all right? Harry felt a warm glow at having Mr. Weasley include him like that. I'm okay, he promised, joining in the chorus of the other boys. You have reason to be proud of your sons, Dumbledore smiled. They were quick to assist Harry, as were several other students. Arthur blinked in surprise, his gaze falling on the twins. That's good to hear, Headmaster. The twins squirmed, knowing that their father was much more accustomed to having to come to the school to hear about their misdeeds. It was a lot nicer to have the headmaster praising their actions rather than presenting a bill for damages and explaining their latest detention. I'm afraid I did have to admonish one of the boys, who got a little, carried away by the excitement and used both inappropriate language and a particularly nasty hex in plain view of several faculty members, Dumbledore said apologetically, though his eyes were twinkling like mad. Arthur sighed. Ronald, he began, knowing his youngest son's temper. No. Dumbledore shook his head. Fred, George. Arthur turned to them. It was extremely unusual for only one of the twins to get into trouble, but it was, he supposed, possible. No. Arthur stared at the headmaster. Not. Yes, it was me, Percy admitted awkwardly. Arthur's jaw dropped. Percy. Percy was the one who swore and hexed someone. In front of teachers. I'm afraid so, Dumbledore said. I was forced to speak very sternly to him and explain that such behavior cannot be tolerated in a prefect. If it happens again, I shall have no choice but to ask that he relinquish his badge. Now his brothers were staring at Percy as well. They hadn't realized that he'd been threatened with the loss of his treasured prefect standing. You'd do that for me. Ron gulped. But being a prefect, that's like something you've wanted for your whole life. Percy colored and shrugged, mumbling something incoherent. Dumbledore twinkled at Arthur. As I say, Percy was quite strongly provoked. The boy he attacked had just tried to crucio young Ronald. Now Arthur paled. Reaching out an arm, he pulled Ron close, while Dumbledore smiled and withdrew. Are you all right? He asked again, running his eyes over his youngest son. It was Ron's turn to blush. I'm fine, Dad. He pulled on his ear, looking awkward. It was Draco Malfoy who saved me. I mean, he was there before Percy and the twins arrived. He was the one who stopped the curse. Arthur turned and looked at where Draco Malfoy now stood by his father. A Malfoy saved you. Did he know who you are? Ron grinned. Yeah, but see, I was helping Hermione, who was helping Harry, and since Harry's Snape's kid, that makes him a snake, so since I was helping a snake, Malfoy helped me. Arthur blinked, trying to process all that. He looked over to Harry. So you were hurt too? Harry squirmed awkwardly. He still wasn't used to people caring about his well-being. Not much. I mean, yeah, they tried to grab me, but you should have seen it, Mr. Weasley. I mean Uncle Arthur. Everyone came, running and jumped on those guys, and then when it was over, and Draco told on Smythe, Percy went all mental and protective, and it was only when that Slytherin prefect grabbed him that he stopped. That pretty, and shapely, Slytherin prefect, the twins put in slyly. Arthur stared at Percy again. Which prefect might that be, son? He asked, a bit unsteadily. Davidella Jones, Percy admitted, very low and fast, staring at his shoes. She's standing over there with Hermione. Arthur glanced over to where the small Gryffindor was standing next to a tall, willowy black girl. Arthur's eyes widened. She's great. Harry enthused. She was even scarier than Flint, Uncle Arthur. And she nearly well, did something really mean to the one who had hurt me. Really? Arthur's eyebrows were at his hairline. Well, now we know that Molly will like her. He eyed Percy thoughtfully, noting the half-embarrassed, half-proud expression. Boys, let me speak with your brother for a moment. Percy's eyes flew to meet his father's, then dropped. He hunched his shoulders as if expecting a blow and shuffled a few yards over to the side. Harry and the other boys watched him anxiously. Uncle Arthur, you won't be very cross with him, will you? Harry asked nervously, remembering the man's words about swats that sometimes lasted longer than a few seconds. Yeah, Dad, Ron chimed in, looking worried. He was only protecting me. Please don't really punish him. Come on, Dad, the twins chimed in. It's not like it was one of our pranks. Percy the Pratt was actually protecting Ickle Ronnikins. You can't be mad at him for that. Arthur gently extricated himself and stepped over to Percy. Before he could speak, the prefect blurted, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have, but when I heard what he had tried to do to Ronnie, I just lost it. I know the headmaster is furious and Professor McGonagall told me that if she heard me use language like that again, she'd use a mouth-soaping spell, but Son, calm down. Take a breath. Percy obeyed, then gave his father a sheepish look. Sorry. It's been so long since I've been in big trouble, I kind of panicked. Arthur grinned. I know thanks to the twins, I've gotten out of the habit of scolding one child at a time. Now then, are your professors very upset with you? Percy gave him a sidelong look. Well, the headmaster did threaten to take my prefect badge if it happens again. But he was twinkling the whole time and he must have given me about a dozen lemo drops, so it didn't seem like he was very upset. And, Professor McGonagall only yelled about the language, not about the boils or anything, so I didn't think she was all that angry either. I mean, you know how she is, when she's really upset, she doesn't bother to yell, she just assigns punishments, so the fact that she just scolded me for a few moments suggests she's not very angry, Arthur finished. Yes, well, you know that your mother and I are very proud of your record here at Hogwarts and your being a prefect means a lot to us. Percy winced. Here it came. But family is more important, and I'm delighted to see that you have your priorities straight. Percy's jaw dropped. Now, tell me about this Miss Jones. While his son goggled at him, Arthur dug in his pocket. Here, you must need a few galleons so you can take her to Hogsmeade. While Arthur was speaking with Percy, Snape caught Harry's eye and gestured commandingly. So long as rabid journalists were around, he wasn't taking any chances of the boy's artless prattle being unsupervised. Harry obediently trotted over. Stand by me unless I tell you otherwise, his guardian ordered sternly. Having Harry safely corralled, Snape looked over at the other students. The Weasleys were with their father. The older students Wood, Bell, Flint, and Jones stood in a knot, and Jones had taken the Gryffindor know-it-all under her wing. That left Draco. Draco stood near his father, waiting for him to break away from the deputy headmistress. Only the boy's pallor revealed his anxiety, but Snape knew Lucius Malfoy's explosive temper all too well. It was too much to hope that the boy hadn't experienced it firsthand, and judging from his expression, Draco had indeed learned to fear his father's displeasure. Come along, he snapped at Harry. Potter wasn't the only child with Udall relatives. He stepped over to where Draco stood at attention and placed one hand on the boy's shoulder. Draco flinched, then visibly relaxed when he saw it was his head of house. Harry grinned and as oblivious as always nudged the other boy. Draco managed a weak smile before turning back to await his father. Finally McGonagall turned away from the visitors with a satisfied, cat-like smirk, and all three exploded into sound. How dare you treat me like an unruly child? The minister fumed. Hogwarts gags guest silencing spell mutes minister, Skeeter muttered to her quill, ignoring Fudge's gasp of dismay. Now, wait, you don't want to write it like that. He argued, tugging her to one side. Draco, Lucius began silkily, the knuckles white on his cane. His son swallowed convulsively and Snape could feel him tremble. Lucius, Snape interrupted. Malfoy's eyes snapped up from his son, then narrowed as he saw who had addressed him. Severus, he acknowledged. Hi. Harry, feeling happily secure in his proximity to his guardian, stuck his hand out. I'm Harry Potter, Mr. Malfoy. I'm one of your son's friends. Lucius blinked. You are. He shook Harry's hand rather absently. Draco bit his lip, suddenly hopeful. His father had given him orders to befriend Potter, and Lucius had been irate when Draco had confessed their unpromising encounter on the Hogwarts Express. Maybe this turnabout would please his father. "Excuse me." A new voice from behind them made them all turn, and Draco saw how his father's expression darkened when he saw who it was. "What do you want, Weasley?" As always, he pronounced the name with contempt. "I wanted to thank your son, Malfoy. He saved my youngest boy from a Cruciatus." Arthur stepped forward and held out his hand to Draco. "I'm Ron's father, Draco, and what you did was very brave and honorable. My family and I thank you for helping Ron." Draco glanced nervously at his father, but purebred manners won out. "You're very welcome, sir," he said, hoping his father wouldn't erupt over his shaking hands with a blood traitor. Arthur smiled at him. "Maybe you'd like to come visit us at the Burrow over the halls. Ron tells me you like Quidditch. We usually have enough players to field 2 teams. Thank you, sir." Arthur turned back to Lucius. "Your son is a credit to your family, Malfoy." He held his hand out. "You must be very proud of him." Lucius stared at the outstretched hand, then glanced around the room. Virtually every eye was upon him. He swallowed hard. Weasley was a low-level ministry employee, a blood traitor who opposed the Dark Lord, and someone of absolutely no social ranking. But he was also a pureblood of impeccable if impoverished lineage, and someone who was both well-liked and well-respected within the wizarding world. Publicly insulting him would do Lucius little good and might alienate other, more powerful, wizards. Thank you," he said, choking the words out as he gingerly accepted the man's hand. A bright flash nearly made him groan aloud. Of course that bloody reporter would take a picture of this. 2 ancient families reconciled thanks to the heroism of the Malfoy scion. Skeeter hissed at her quill, then focused on the dark-haired child in front of her. "Harry Potter, do you think Hogwarts is too dangerous for you? Do you go in fear of your life? Is the boy who lived living in fear?" Harry blinked. The child is happy to be here. His only fear is for his upcoming exams," Snape put in coolly, draping one hand over the boy's shoulder and pulling him backwards to stand against him. Skeeter's eyes widened, and the magical camera flashed. "Why is the boy who lived being protected by Slytherin's head of house and students?" she demanded. "I'm sort." Harry's explanation that he was sort of an honorary Slytherin broke off as Snape's hand tightened on his shoulder. "He was sorted into Gryffindor but has ties to Slytherin as well," Snape said shortly, though he doubted that the witch would let it go at that. Skeeter frowned. "What ties?" "No, Potter has been sorted into Slytherin for 6 generations, and even his godfather was Gryffindor, no matter what the rest of the Blacks were." "Godfather?" Harry's ears perked up. "Are you terrified at the thought of your godfather coming after you?" Skeeter asked, swiftly stooping to Harry's eye level. "What are your thoughts about his escape? His betrayal? Do you think he's coming here to eke?" Her interrogation of the child ended abruptly as Snape grabbed her by the elbow and bodily dragged her to the side of the room. "You will not mention the boy's godfather to him, or I will terminate this interview and flow to the Quibbler's office with Potter. Do you understand?" Snape hissed, nose to nose with the reporter. Her eyes blinked rapidly behind her spectacles. "Does that mean that if I don't mention the Azkaban break I can interview him?" She pressed. "Very well." He released her arm and stepped back. Skeeter gulped down a breath and straightened her robes. "What business is it of yours anyway?" she demanded shrilly, regaining her composure rapidly once Snape was no longer looming menacingly over her. "He's my guardian," Harry piped up helpfully. Skeeter, Malfoy, and Fudge all froze, staring at Snape, who sneered back, hoping the sudden hammering of his heart wasn't audible. "What?" Fudge exploded. "On whose authority? Death Eater given custody of boy who lived." Skeeter sounded positively orgiastic at the proposed headline. Malfoy started for his son, blood in his eye, and Draco threw up his hands in supplication. "I alled you, father. I told you all about it." Lucius halted, his son's sincerity was too patent to doubt. "Obviously your dear mother didn't see fit to pass the message on," he ground out from between clenched teeth. He shot a calculating glance at Snape. "You have been busy, Severus. I demand to know who is responsible for this." Fudge ranted. "That boy is supposed to be with Muggle relatives. Who decided?" "I did," Dumbledore said quietly, but the power in the calm words halted all other conversations. But I'm the minister," Fudge said, almost plaintively. Yes, and you are much too busy and important to be involved in such minutiae as individual child placements. Dumbledore agreed pleasantly, speaking slowly and distinctly for the reporter's frantically scribbling quill. Furthermore, as the person who was responsible for the boy's placement a decade ago, it was only logical that I took charge when new arrangements were needed. Headmaster, why were new arrangements needed? Skeeter called out. Are you confirming that the boy was with Muggles this whole time? Were they unfit? Dumbledore exchanged a look with Snape. Ms. Skeeter, I can confirm that for several years Harry lived with relatives who happened to be Muggles. However, circumstances change, and it recently became clear that Harry was not going to be able to stay with them any longer. New arrangements had to be made, and it was with great pleasure that I learned that Professor Snape was willing to take up Harry's guardianship. A Death Eater entrusted with the boy who lived. Dumbledore lost his twinkle. Professor Snape was a spy among the Death Eaters, Ms. Skeeter. His wartime service record is distinguished and has been confirmed by several others besides myself. His gaze was like blue steel. I am certain you are not suggesting that either Minister Fudge or myself would permit known Death Eaters to teach at Hogwarts. Of course not. Perish the thought. How can you even suggest such a thing? Fudge squawked, outraged. Snape felt Lucius' sardonic eyes on him but refused to glance his way. Professor, what? Harry's confused voice reached him, and he stooped to speak softly into the boy's ear. We will discuss this later. No questions now. Harry bit his lip, then nodded obediently. Skeeter quickly changed her strategy. My apologies for jumping to conclusions, she offered nonchalantly. But why Professor Snape? He is a bachelor, isn't he? What qualifies him to be Harry Potter's guardian? Snape hoisted one eyebrow and gazed at the headmaster challengingly. Good question. Dumbledore smiled. Severus Snape was a contemporary of Harry's parents. They were all classmates here at Hogwarts together, and Professor Snape was a childhood friend of Harry's mother. Who better than an old friend to raise her orphaned child? Harry and both Malfoys were now looking at Snape in surprise, and he was ready to strangle the headmaster with the man's own beard. How dare he share such private information with the entire wizarding world? Lucius' eyes narrowed. I don't exactly remember James Potter and Severus Snape being close friends, headmaster, and I too was at Hogwarts for part of their schooling. Dumbledore waved a negligent hand. Severus and Lily were always closer than Severus and James, Lucius. But you know how schoolboy rivalries flare up and die down. Snape barely managed to control his snort of rage. His persecution by the Marauders, casually dismissed as a schoolboy rivalry. But when times were grim towards the end of the war, that is when people's true natures were revealed. No one did more than Severus Snape to try to safeguard the Potters while they were in hiding, and I am sure they are deeply grateful to Severus for the care and affection he is showing their son. Now Lucius was regarding him with beady suspicion, and Snape was practically incandescent with rage at the headmaster's blatant manipulation of the truth. Yes, he had done his best to safeguard the Potters, after realizing whom he had betrayed to Voldemort by sharing that bloody prophecy. Yes, he had, technically, been a member of the Order along with the Potters, but they had never seen each other, since his true allegiances couldn't be known by anyone but Dumbledore. But worst of all, how could Albus just blurt out that he was showing care and affection to the brat as if he actually liked the wretch? No wonder the little monster's eyes were shining like stars. And it was all because of the headmaster's creative massaging of the facts. What was he supposed to do with the boy when the actual truth came to light? So I take it that Professor Snape has your full confidence, headmaster? Skeeter asked, her quill writing busily. At Dumbledore's nod, she turned to the minister. And you, minister, how do you feel about this? Fudge swallowed, feeling trapped. Of course he didn't want some hook-nosed, unphotogenic nobody to have control or custody of the boy who lived, let alone someone whose wartime record was, at best, open to interpretation. On the other hand, it appeared to be a fait accompli, and to overturn it would mean taking on Albus Dumbledore. He rubbed his hands together nervously. Better to chuck the whole thing onto the old coot's shoulders that way. If there were a problem, he had plausible deniability. His decision made, he moved smoothly into press mode. Well, Rita, he said, smiling widely, as you have heard, as Minister of Magic, I am unable to give personal attention to every child custody case in Wizarding Society, even for such a child as the boy who lived. I place my trust in our agencies to ensure that our children's welfare is carefully supervised, and of course, with Headmaster Albus Dumbledore taking personal charge of this case, I will accept his word that he has found an appropriate guardian for little Harry." Skeeter stooped to where Harry was frowning in indignation over that. "Little Harry, crack. And you, Harry, what do you think of your guardian? Did the headmaster choose wisely?" Harry glared up at the reporter. "It wasn't the headmaster's choice," he snapped, sounding remarkably like the potion master. "It was mine. I asked Professor Snape to be my guardian." Skeeter blinked. "You did? Well, Professor, this is unexpected, but it appears you have the support of the Minister of Magic as well as the head of the Wizengamot and the boy who lived." "He also has the support of our family," Arthur Weasley put in. "We were friends with Harry's parents and have long had an interest in the boy's welfare. We have missed him these 10 years and have been delighted to renew our acquaintance with him since he began at Hogwarts. And we have seen him with his guardian and consider Professor Snape an excellent choice for the role." Another testimonial, Skeeter said, though the speculation in her eye failed to match her bright, cheerful tones. My, Professor, you must be a truly remarkable man to receive such accolades." "He is," Harry answered, not liking the witch's sickly sweet comments. "He's brilliant. And he's got everyone in Slytherin and Gryffindor looking out for me. And when those 4 boys tried to jump me, everyone helped out. Hermione stopped them when there was no one else around, and then Draco and Ron went and got help, and then Draco saved Ron from the crunchy thing." "Not crunchy, Crucio," Draco hissed. Right, Crucio thing, while everyone else stopped the others. "And Professor Snape's got me a room and clothes and a broom," and Harry finally stopped as Snape's grip on his shoulder tightened painfully. "That's enough," Snape said quietly, though internally he was fuming. Little monster. After all Albus did to try and gloss over his muggle relatives' neglect, the little idiot starts spouting off about being given clothing and a room, revealing how much he appreciates such basic necessities. Happily, Skeeter appeared to be sidetracked. A Malfoy and a Weasley working together. My, what is your reaction to all this, Mr. Malfoy? Haven't you known Professor Snape very well for many years?" Lucius regarded Snape steadily. "Have I known Professor Snape? That's an excellent question, Ms. Skeeter. It is certainly true that we were both at Hogwarts for a few years." Harry beamed. "And they were friends then, and now Draco and me are friends now." He slung an arm around Draco's neck, and Skeeter instantly took a picture. "Come on," Harry urged, pulling Draco towards the other students. "Come meet the others who helped in the fight." Skeeter, scenting a front-page story, followed. "So these are the brave students who helped foil your attackers, hem." Fudge trotted after the reporter, unwilling to have her attention move away from him. Dumbledore followed to provide introductions, leaving Snape and Malfoy alone, staring at each other. Well, Severus. So you really were a traitor," Lucius said, his voice quiet but full of deadly malice. "I should have known better than to trust a dirty little half-blood like you. And if you were such a loyal servant, Lucius, shouldn't you be rotting away in Azkaban as a martyr to the cause of pureblood superiority rather than pleading Imperius and disavowing your lord?" Lucius' glare should have incinerated him on the spot. "What kind of game are you playing, Severus? How much longer do you expect to be able to cower behind that old fool Dumbledore? When the Dark Lord returns, his wrath will." Severus yawned. "Oh, Lucius, you sound like a teenager. I had expected more from you." Malfoy blinked in confusion. What? How could Snape be so immune to his most threatening manner? Didn't he fear Voldemort's vengeance? Look at the headmaster, Lucius. He is, as you say, a very old wizard. Powerful, yes, but time is more powerful than anything else, and how many more years do you imagine he has left? But then what are you doing? When the Dark Lord returns. Lucius, the Dark Lord is hardly in his first blush of youth. Yes, he's younger than Dumbledore, but so is most of the wizarding world. I'm disappointed in you. We were both little more than children during the First War, but now I had hoped you'd grown up. What is that supposed to mean? Lucius demanded. As children, of course we must follow another. But times change. People grow up and come into their own power. Lucius snorted in derision. You really imagine you're powerful enough to stand against either Dumbledore or the Dark Lord? Snape sighed. You have so little vision, Lucius. Does Narcissa have to explain the Daily Prophet to you every morning? Ignoring the other man's rising fury, Snape continued, Dumbledore's power is waning as the years march on. The Dark Lord was already defeated once by a mere baby. What do you think will happen as that child ages? Malfoy shook his head. What are you talking about? Lucius, the Dark Lord has already been defeated once. When he returns, don't you think he stands a good chance of being defeated again? But that was just a fluke. A random chance. Think like a Slytherin, Lucius, Snape said, his voice dripping with contempt. Do you truly believe that a Dark Lord at the height of his powers can be defeated by a fluke? And if he can, was he ever really as powerful as you believed him to be? So you prefer to ally yourself with the old man. Why? The old man is here, the Dark Lord is not. And the old man will not be here forever. When he dies, there will be a power vacuum regardless of where the Dark Lord may be. Who do you think will take Albus' place as the defender of the light? Lucius followed his eyes to the messy-haired child eagerly assisting the headmaster with introductions. You can't believe. Don't be naive, Lucius. Would you ever have been able to drag a reporter of Skeeter's stature out here if the boy who lived hadn't been involved in last night's fracas? The wizarding world has already accepted him as Dumbledore's de facto successor. The Dark Lord will have no choice but to defeat or suborn him upon his return. That child will be at the nexus of dark and light powers for the foreseeable future. Lucius sneered. And by being a good little lapdog to that old coot, you hope for. Haven't you realized by now that I'm not a particularly good little lapdog for anyone? Snape demanded silkily. You mean you're grooming the Potter brat in order to present him to the Dark Lord? Lucius struggled to understand. Lucius, be a man. You are a wizard in your own right, not a teenager who has to join an older child's gang. Dumbledore's power is on the wane. The Dark Lord is missing and will have to rebuild his forces after he returns. Why would I ally with either group? You're setting the boy up as a third power. Malfoy breathed, his eyes widening. Merlin, but you have a pair on you. Snape allowed the trace of a smile to flicker on his lips. Let us just say that when the Dark Lord returns, he may find that his biggest challenge is neither Dumbledore nor the Ministry. And the boy, he shrugged dismissively. As a boy, he requires guidance and a firm hand. I provide that. And the headmaster, he tries to provide his own guidance. As I expect the Dark Lord to do when he makes his reappearance. We shall see who will win control. Snape looked sharply at Malfoy. And you, Lucius, what is it you wish for? Will you remain linked to a losing team or ally with the side that has already won once before? Malfoy gave a superior little smirk. Well, now that I understand that you're not speaking of that twinkling idiot, let's just say that I am newly intrigued. You are playing a very dangerous game, Severus. If Dumbledore knew you were setting yourself up against him, what makes you think he doesn't? Snape purred. He is old, not senile. Tired, not weak. He has his views of how to prepare the boy. I have mine. If I do not prevail in this, then I do not deserve to prevail in the battle either, do I? What do you want from me? Snape shrugged. Tomorrow's paper will demonstrate that your heir is within Potter's inner circle. When the Dark Lord returns, that may be good, or it may be bad, depending on his mood. The instant I refuse to hand over the boy, I will be targeted, but your position is not likely to be so clear-cut so quickly. It would be interesting to learn about the Dark Lord's plans. You want me to turn spy? No, Lucius, I want you to continue doing what is best for the House of Malfoy. Would you not agree that keeping all your options and potential alliances open is in the best interests of your house, and your heir? Both men turned to gaze over to where the students had been assembled for a group picture, one that would grace the front cover of the next day's Daily Prophet. Harry, Ron, and Draco stood at the front, laughing, with their arms slung around each other's necks. Hermione was next to them, a little apart, until a smiling Harry reached out and grabbed her hand. Then she beamed, moving closer. Directly behind the first years stood the three stern-faced prefects, arms crossed, while the grinning Weasley twins flanked them on one side and Oliver and Katie mugged for the camera on the other. Hermione glanced backwards once, and Jones reached out a reassuring hand to pat her shoulder, then nudged Percy and gave him a slow wink. Percy's brilliant blush was immortalized forever by the camera. I never imagined you to have this kind of ambition, Severus, Lucius said slowly, turning to regard him closely. That in itself is impressive. Consider me cautiously interested for now. Snape inclined his head in acknowledgement, his eyes still on the children, laughing and grinning for the reporter's camera. It's not ambition, you pure-blooded simpleton, he thought to himself. It's desperation and protectiveness. Wait until some psychotic puts a target on your child's head and we'll see what lengths you'll go to in order for him to grow up safe and well. I'll make a pact with Merlin himself or a demon from hell if that's what it takes to protect that brat. By comparison, cobbling you, Dumbledore, Black, and Fudge into an unwitting alliance and getting Skeeter to print the tale that I want is child's play. After the visitors left, the headmaster genially shooed everyone off to their respective classes, much to Snape's irritation. He knew the brat would have questions about the comments that had been thrown about in the Great Hall, and he wanted to be the one to set the record straight, or at least to get his version in first. Accordingly, Snape made sure to waylay the little monster en route to lunch, and he dragged him off to their quarters where, over a meal provided by the house elves, he explained a few things. I am certain you have some questions from the minister's little tantrum this morning, Potter, so you may ask them. Harry chewed his sandwich thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. So is that who the weird man in the stupid hat was? A minister. Not a minister, Potter. The minister. The Minister of Magic, to be precise, akin to the Muggle Prime Minister. Harry's eyes widened. You mean people actually voted for him? Snape sighed. I confess to a similar astonishment. So why was he here? Mr. Malfoy has a great deal of influence over the minister. In addition, he and the headmaster are often at odds as to the direction Hogwarts should take. When he learned of the difficulty you had last night, Mr. Malfoy hoped to use the event to embarrass the headmaster. To that end, he coerced the minister, and the press is embodied by Ms. Skeeter, to come to Hogwarts. Let's see what your Gryffindor brain will make of that, Snape thought, deliberately not providing much commentary or interpretation to the brat. Harry frowned. So they were trying to make the headmaster look bad. He asked slowly. Do you think they did? Snape fought back a smile of pure pride. That's right. We'll make a Slytherin out of you yet. I suspect that Ms. Skeeter will find it more politic to write a heartwarming story about you than a sensational piece maligning the headmaster. Harry grinned in relief. That's all right then. I don't want anyone to get into trouble. Do you have other questions? Snape forced himself to ask, dreading the answer. Yes, she said I had a godfather. Do I? Yes. Harry waited, but no further information was forthcoming. Where is he? Why don't I know him? Who is he? When? Potter. You will hyperventilate if you go on like this. Ask a different question if you can't speak coherently. Harry sulked, but his curiosity wouldn't let him stay quiet. What's a Death Eater? Snape wished he'd had a chance to down a calming draft before intercepting the brat. You are aware of how your parents died, the real story, not the nonsense those disgusting muggles pretended. Harry nodded soberly. There was an evil wizard named Volauvent, who... Don't say that. Snape broke off, an odd look on his face. What did you say? Harry obligingly started over. There was an evil wizard named Volauvent. Snape resisted the almost overpowering urge to throw himself to the ground, laughing hysterically. No, Potter, he said, only the slightest tremble in his voice revealing the effort it was costing him to maintain his normal, severe visage. A volume ovent is a light pastry shell containing a savory filling. The Dark Lord's name is. He conjured quill and parchment and wrote, Voldemort, in large letters. Oh. Harry looked over the word, even as Snape happily fantasized about Voldemort's reaction if he were ever addressed as Lord Volume Ovent. Maybe Snape could come up with a hex that forced everyone to pronounce Voldemort that way. I guess that makes more sense. Aunt Petunia used to have me make volume ovents for her club meetings. I wondered why the evil wizard would call himself that. Voldemort sounds a little scarier. Don't say that name aloud in front of me, Snape snapped, one hand flying to his forearm even as he registered with well-disguised glee Harry's disdainful tone. Obviously, Voldemort was, to an 11-year-old, an undistinguished choice. You are to refer to him as, you know who. Harry wrinkled his nose. That's stupid, he argued. I mean, it sounds like something a girl would say. If we can't say his name, can't we at least use a cool code name? Snape blinked. The power of 11-year-old boys to focus on the most ridiculous issues at the expense of truly important ones never ceased to amaze him. Did Harry truly imagine Voldemort chose his name hoping to instill awe and wonder in pre-adolescence? Boys and girls, Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor presents a Name the Dark Lord contest. Try to come up with the best evil and scary title. First prize is a seat by the Dark Lord's throne. Second prize is a free troll-sized sundae. Only one entry per person, cheaters will be crucioed. I mean, Darth Vader is a really good name for a bad guy. Or even, Skeletor, or enough, Potter. I doubt the Dark Lord would be troubled by your disapproval. Well, I mean, was that his real name, or was he just trying to sound all wicked and tough? Harry pressed. There was this girl in my school and, her real name was Janice, but when she was 9 she decided she wanted to be called Angelique, and she refused to answer if you used her real name. Is that what he did? You know, the bad wizard. Just came up with a new name. Snape couldn't believe that, with all of the revelations that had swirled about the boy's head that morning, the brat was focusing on the Dark Lord's choice of title. He was born, Tom Marvolo Riddle. He assumed the title. He tapped the parchment, in an effort to distance himself from his less than ideal parentage. Did he have a rotten childhood then? Harry asked. In school they said that a lot of criminals had bad childhoods and that's why they behave that way. Or they're not really criminals, they're actually crazy but they aren't getting the medication they need. Was that his problem? Again, Snape was forced to fight back unmanly giggles at the innocent question. The idea that the Dark Lord's activity could be attributed to a lack of what did the Muggles call it? Mood-altering medication, was quite appealing. Perhaps if they had laced Voldemort's pumpkin juice with a few potions, he would have been happy to work in the Ministry alongside Arthur Weasley. No, he managed to say, quite firmly. The Dark Lord was not the innocent victim of mental illness, nor can any childhood, no matter how appalling, excuse his actions. He was an evil person who wished to rule the world by destroying all dissent and terrorizing the populace into following his dictates. He embraced a hateful and inaccurate philosophy that implied that certain people were better than others due to their bloodlines. He despised Muggles and anyone with ties to them. If he was such a bad guy, why would anybody join him? Snape nearly flinched. The questions were beginning to get uncomfortably close to home. He was an extremely powerful wizard. That in itself is attractive to many, the idea of being associated with someone whose magical strength is so great. Many find power intoxicating, particularly those who have traditionally been in positions of weakness. Harry frowned, but nodded. Others, while not attracted to his strength, nevertheless feared to oppose him because of it. Some embraced his philosophy as it enabled them to feel superior to others, even or perhaps especially when they were significantly less impressive and accomplished than those whom they damned as lesser creatures. And many, perhaps most wizards and witches, were content to ignore the whole thing and let others fight the battle for them. Like my mum and dad fought him? Harry asked quietly. Snape felt a heaviness settle in his chest. Yes, they were fighting him, and he tried to kill them because some witch said something about a baby and he thought it was me. Yes, it was prophesied that a child would be born who could defeat him. The Dark Lord sought to find and destroy the baby. You were identified as a potential candidate and your parents took you into hiding. They were eventually betrayed and the Dark Lord found you. Harry's eyes were bright with tears. And he killed them and tried to kill me and I killed him and got this scar, he finished. Hermione showed me a book about it. Snape hated what he had to say next, but he knew in the long run it was better to make the boy aware of what he would have to face. It is not clear that you killed the Dark Lord, Potter, he said as dispassionately as he could. You clearly vanquished him, but it is possible that he is merely missing. Harry's eyes were wide. You mean he could come back? It is possible. Some of his followers still believe that he will, and they remain loyal to him. But the book said the war was over. Books say many things which are inaccurate. Don't tell that to Hermione. Harry exclaimed. Then a shadow passed over his face. So there are people out there who still support him. They probably don't like me. That is correct. It is also why it is important for you to study hard to be able to protect yourself and others whom you care about, he added swiftly, realizing that Harry's sense of self-preservation was underdeveloped. So that's why those boys went after me. Snape nodded. They held you responsible for their family's misfortunes, ignoring the fact that their families brought the events upon themselves through their actions. Are there other kids here at school who won't like me because of what happened with Volauvent? Harry was so concerned with his question, he didn't realize he was still using the wrong name. Snape decided to ignore it as well. If Harry made that mistake in public, it would likely be mistaken for Gryffindor bravado, and that might not be a bad thing. If the Dark Lord did come back, finding out he was being called a flaky pastry might so infuriate him that he would miss with his first few unforgivables. There are those at Hogwarts and the rest of the wizarding world who will despise you for those events, just as there are many more who will unjustifiably laud you for the same. At Harry's blank look, he rephrased things. Some people will like you for it, and some will hate you for it. But that's just stupid. I don't even remember it, not really. I'm just Harry. Why can't people just see me and not this scar? Harry pushed back his fringe angrily. Many people are foolish sheep who cannot be troubled to think for themselves. But you do. You don't just see the scar. You see me, Harry said. Why can't others? Snape colored. It hadn't been the scar that had blinded him to the boy at first, it had been Harry's resemblance to James. Was he in fact any better than those who either fawned all over the brat or wished him dead, all on the basis of that lightning-shaped scar? As I say, Mr. Potter, the majority of people are too stupid or lazy to draw their own conclusions. This is what makes people like Ms. Skeeter so powerful and allows idiots like Cornelius Fudge to be elected minister. You need to be aware of this and be careful not to begin believing the nonsense that others spout. Harry played absently with his crisps for a few minutes. Finally he looked up and asked, "Professor, why'd that lady reporter call you a Death Eater?" Snape swallowed hard, forcing his expression to remain unchanged. "A Death Eater," he began, "is a follower of the Dark Lord." Harry's head came up fast, eyes huge. "A Voldemort. But you're not." "I was." To his surprise, Harry neither recoiled nor ran screaming from the room. Instead, the boy stared intensely at him, as if trying to read his soul. "But the headmaster said you were a spy," he said finally. "I heard him. I was." Snape took a sip of water. "I joined the Dark Lord when I was very young and very foolish. When I came to realize the enormity of my mistake, I went to the headmaster and asked him for help. With his assistance, I became a spy in the hopes of helping to hasten the Dark Lord's downfall." "So you don't still support Voldemort?" Harry pressed cautiously. "No, though many still believe I do, as you observed from Ms. Skeeter's questions." Harry huffed. "Well, she's just stupid." Snape coolly raised an eyebrow, though the boy's declaration had caused a warm feeling to blossom in his chest. "Well, she is," Harry insisted. "And so is anyone who believes her. It's just as dumb as all those people who think they know me because of my scar. They just think they know you because of what that reporter says." Snape wasn't sure he trusted himself to say anything else. The brat's unqualified trust both delighted and terrified him. Harry thought of another question. Why did that lady ask about my godfather? She made it sound like I should be scared of him." Snape internally gnashed his teeth. That idiot Skeeter woman had a lot to answer for. Your godfather was one of your father's closest friends. During his Hogwarts days, your father had 3 best friends. Unfortunately, they turned out to be an idiot, a werewolf, and a coward. Snape smirked as Harry's eyes widened. Your father made his closest friend your godfather. It is widely believed he also entrusted this same man, Sirius Black, with the secret of your location when your family went into hiding. When the Dark Lord found you, it was assumed that this man betrayed you to him. There was subsequently a battle between your godfather and another of their little gang, resulting in several deaths and the disappearance of the other wizard. Your godfather was captured and imprisoned in Azkaban, a dreadful place. Harry was trying to keep up. Why would my dad have such awful friends? He demanded, then he gasped. These were the ones who picked on you. Snape merely inclined his head. At Harry's horrified countenance, though, he softened. Your father did eventually develop a more mature outlook, Potter. He demonstrated a latent intelligence when he fell in love with your mother and successfully courted her. He displayed great courage when the prophecy was made known, and he died bravely, defending you and your mother. Perhaps his friends did not grow up as he did, and that caused the rift which led to their betrayal, I don't know. While they were all in school, however, they delighted in swaggering around campus, picking on those whom they could get away with tormenting. I was, unluckily, their favorite target, perhaps because I was often able to defend myself. So my godfather helped kill my parents and he was sent to jail and now he's locked up, Harry said bleakly. Not exactly, Snape admitted. First of all, your godfather has recently escaped, and there is speculation that he will seek to harm you for your role in defeating the Dark Lord. That is why the reporter asked if you were frightened of him. Harry gulped. You won't let him hurt me, he said, a little shakily. Again, warmth blossomed. I will not let anyone hurt you, especially Sirius Black, he spat, imbuing Black's name with all the vitriol of 20 years of hatred. Harry relaxed. Then that's okay. How would he get here, anyway? Precisely, Snape agreed. However, there is another misperception I should correct. As I said, your godfather was imprisoned in Azkaban. There was never a trial, however, and it appears some in the ministry now seek to reopen the case. Harry gaped at him, scandalized. How could he not have a trial? People can't just be sent to jail without a trial, can they? He asked, realizing anew that he was no longer living in the Muggle world. Snape shifted in his chair. Not usually, but at the time everyone was convinced of his guilt, and it appears that certain formalities were overlooked. But that's wrong. So he's just been locked up this whole time. What if he didn't do it? That is distinctly a minority opinion, Mr. Potter, Snape sniffed. It wouldn't do to have the brat appear too convinced of Black's innocence when the rest of the world expected him to be terrified. Yeah, but, and it now appears that there will be an investigation and presumably a trial, so the matter is moot, Snape continued in tones that brooked no argument. It just isn't fair, Harry muttered. Then he looked up again, his brow creased. If you were a spy and people thought you were a Death Eater, then how come when Voldemort Snape had given up trying to correct the brat disappeared, you didn't get sent to Azkaban like my godfather did? Azkaban. And I was spared imprisonment because the headmaster spoke up on my behalf and revealed my role as a spy. The facts were not well publicized, but the truth was made known to the ministry, and they accepted the headmaster's word. Harry's frown deepened. So how come the headmaster didn't speak up for my godfather or make the ministry give him a trial? 2 points for thinking like a snake and not a lion, Snape thought, smirking. Well reasoned, Mr. Potter, he replied. Such perspicacity has earned a chocolate frog. He achioed the treat from the stash he had hidden in his quarters, knowing that those blasted books insisted that he have some way of rewarding the little brat. Harry stated in astonishment as the frog landed in front of him, but his paralysis was quickly overcome by his greed for chocolate. Thanks, he said, munching away at the frog. But what's perspicacity? Snape rolled his eyes. He would have to get the brat a wizarding word of the day, calendar. Perspicacity is another word for cleverness. It indicates that you are able to perceive subtleties and make fine distinctions. In this case, you correctly identified similarities between two unrelated cases and inquired about them. That was clever and shows that you possess the ability to think critically. Harry beamed proudly. To answer your question, you will have to consult the headmaster, as only he can share his motives with you. Snape had no intention of opening that Pandora's box. Oh, he had his suspicions, but he wasn't going to share them with the brat. Even if Dumbledore had believed in Black's guilt, he still should have pressed for a trial, unless he had another reason for wanting the entire matter to vanish quickly and quietly. A reason like his extremely unorthodox handling of Harry's placement with the Dursleys. Sirius Black's trial would certainly have involved plenty of questions about the boy who lived, and considering how closed-mouthed Dumbledore was being at the time about everything related to Harry, Snape could well imagine that he would not welcome anything that kept the spotlight on the Potters and their orphaned child. He didn't want to contemplate whether Dumbledore truly believed Black was guilty and the trial a mere formality that could, if held, have placed Harry at risk from the remaining Death Eaters. If he didn't think him guilty, yet cold-bloodedly allowed Black to languish in Azkaban in order to have Harry grow up in the environment he had chosen, no, that thought was almost too horrible to contemplate. Still, even if Dumbledore wasn't that chillingly manipulative, he had at the very least not intervened when he bloody well knew he should have, and Snape had a horrible feeling that as a result an innocent man, well, Black anyway, had endured years of undeserved torment. That alone was enough to convince Snape not to place his own or Harry's life in the man's hands. Dumbledore was, at best, fallible, and that meant that he wasn't going to be trusted with Harry's safety. Not anymore. So, do you think he did it? My godfather, I mean, Harry asked tentatively. The vast majority of the wizarding world is convinced he did, Potter, assisted by inane articles by Rita Skeeter and others. The alternative that the ministry could allow a miscarriage of justice this enormous is simply too much for most to tolerate. He tossed his head back. I, however, have no faith in the ministry, so while I have every reason to know how spiteful and reckless your godfather is, I am unwilling to condemn him on the sole evidence that, everyone knows it's true," he sneered. Harry looked mournful. "I wish life worked out and was fair and do not prattle on like a naive nitwit, Potter. If that were the case, you would not have spent 10 years of your life in those muggles' cupboard, treated like a house elf and thrashed mercilessly." Harry squirmed. "It wasn't that bad," he argued unconvincingly. "I mean, mostly it was just a slap or two, like if they thought I was cheeky." Snape glared at him. "Do you need another set of lines?" "No, sir," Harry assured him quickly. Snape eyed him thoughtfully. "If I were to treat your friend Mr. Weasley as the Dursleys treated you, giving him just a slap or two, when I find him to be impertinent, would you say I was justified in my behavior?" "You wouldn't do that," Harry protested. Snape shrugged. "Why not, if it's not that bad?" he taunted. "After all, Weasley can be extremely annoying." "All right," Harry snapped, feeling embarrassed and angry though he was unsure why. "All right, I understand." His professor didn't have to be so snarky about it. It was just that Harry didn't like to think that he'd been treated so badly. It made his head hurt. Better to pretend it hadn't been so awful, except that Professor Snape wouldn't let him get away with doing that. "Good," Snape replied sternly. "Do not let me hear you exonerating those disgusting creatures for their actions, or mitigating their crimes in any way. You did not deserve that treatment. You are a very special child whose self-esteem is sorely lacking." Snape glared at the brat awfully as he said that. He didn't want the little fiend to think he was getting soft. Harry squirmed, his irritation slowly being replaced by a tingling of pleasure at his professor's words. Very special child. He really liked it when his professor said stuff like that, especially since he didn't use a drippy, squishy sweet voice that would have horribly embarrassed Harry. When Auntie Molly called him love or dear, it was okay, because that was what mums were supposed to say. But if his professor had gotten all mushy on him, Harry would have wanted to sink through the floor. This way, it wasn't that Harry was a babyish idiot who desperately longed for a mummy and daddy, it was that he now had a guardian who was strong and strict and forced him to accept affection. That was much better for Harry's ego. "All right, Potter, now that you have satisfied your appetite and I have satisfied your insatiable curiosity, you may rejoin your class," Snape ordered. "Okay," Harry said agreeably, standing and gathering his things. "And I can still help with potion ingredients tonight, right? If your homework has been done to my satisfaction," Snape warned. Harry rolled his eyes. "Oh, and Hermione's going to come too," he called out as he slipped through the door, oblivious to his professor's horrified expression. It was now 2 months since Harry's life had changed completely, and he was finally beginning to feel like he belonged at Hogwarts. It had been weird to realize that an entire magical world existed alongside everything he'd always known, but that was an easy adjustment compared to getting used to having people care about him. The novelty still hadn't worn off having people smile at him and greet him pleasantly as he went about his day, so when Halloween approached, and all the teachers and students were excitedly talking about the great feast, Harry knew it would be both ungrateful and rude to tell people he didn't want to go. He didn't want to spoil the night for Professor Snape and the rest of the Slytherins, nor for his friends in Gryffindor, so he decided the best thing to do was to keep his problems to himself. Of course, that was easier said than done when you have not one but two best friends. Ever since the Great Battle, Harry had considered Hermione Granger a close friend. At first, Ron had been a little uncertain about her. After all, she was both a girl and a bookworm. But after the revelations about her family, he was too scared to tell her to shove off, and within a week her willingness to help with homework as well as her clever ideas for pranking back the twins had cemented her place in Ron's heart as well as Harry's. "What's the matter, Harry?" she asked over lunch. "You seem distracted." "Yeah, mate," Ron echoed, pausing from where he was shoveling in more food. "Aren't you looking forward to the feast tonight?" "No," Harry admitted. "I don't really want to go." Ron stared at him as if he had grown another head. "What? Why not?" Harry looked away. "I just don't." "Have you told Professor Snape or Professor McGonagall?" Hermione asked, ever practical. "Maybe you could be excused." Harry wrinkled his nose. "I don't want to have to explain everything. I mean, what difference does it make if I'm not there? Just more for the rest of us." Ron agreed happily, then sobered at Hermione's expression. I mean, if you don't want to go, mate, I don't see why it'd be such a bad thing. It's not like you're skipping class or something. Exactly. Harry agreed. So you think I can just skive off? Hermione frowned. I think you should ask permission. What's so hard about that? Ron rolled his eyes. Blimey, Hermione. I think you'd get permission if you went to the lab to pee and then decided you needed to ow. Don't you be beep, Ronald Weasley. Hermione said fiercely. And just because I don't try to get into trouble is no reason to make fun of me. Okay, Ron said hurriedly. Calm down. I think I'll just go to the library instead of the feast, Harry told them. No one else will be there, and it's easy to hide in the stacks so Madame Pants doesn't see you. I'll go with you, Harry, Hermione offered. I wasn't really looking forward to the feast either, to tell you the truth. After all, it will all be sweets and lollies and my folks would kill me if they knew I was eating all that sugar. Ron paled. Like the other purebloods, he now was terrified by the thought of dentists in general and Hermione's parents in particular. Don't get them mad at you. He urged, panicked. Go to the library like Harry wants. He paused. I guess I could come too, he added unhappily, poking at his food. Harry exchanged a hidden grin with Hermione. They both knew how much their friend, the bottomless pit, had been looking forward to the feast. Gee, mate, I was kind of counting on you to go to the feast and cover for us, Harry said in disappointed tones. I mean, I know it's not really fair of us to expect you to go by yourself. No, Ron said hastily. It's okay. I'll go. You're right. It would look suspicious if we were all missing, but this way, I can make it look like you're there too. And so, that evening, Harry and Hermione were ensconced in a hidden corner of the library, working on their homework and making extra notes for Ron while their friend merrily stuffed himself with their fellow Gryffindors. Snape frowned as he looked around the packed hall. It was even more insane than usual, with many of the children in fancy dress and everyone continuing to sit willy-nilly around the hall rather than in neat tables by house. He was trying to ensure that his first-year snakes didn't eat themselves into food comas which usually ended with midnight stomach aches and tearful visits to the infirmary and that the Potter brat didn't take advantage of the holiday to ingest an entire colony of chocolate frogs. Where was the little bugger? Surely that messy mop of hair should be easy to spot in any crowd. Where well, at least there was a Weasley, and the right one, no less. Snape swooped down upon Ron and regarded the sticky-faced brat with disapproval. Have you lost your napkin, Mr. Weasley? He demanded. Sorry, Professor, Ron swallowed hastily and scrubbed at his face, removing most of the smeared icing. We will have to address your atrocious table manners soon, Snape promised awfully, then glanced around the table. Where is Mr. Potter? I think he just went to the loo, Ron said helpfully. That's his plate right there, he said, pointing to a plate with half a sticky bun and several lollies on it. Snape sighed and fought back a desire to confiscate the sweets. Tell him that he can have the remainder of what is on the plate, but nothing more. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Finish the plate. Nothing more. Thank you. He forced himself to be civil to the urchin, and swept away. The children would all be bouncing off the wall like pixies before the evening was through, and Albus the big idiot was the worst of the lot. Do you like ice mice, Severus? The headmaster offered as Snape resumed his seat. Snape gazed down his nose at the proffered dainties and said in as chilling a voice as he could manage. No, thank you. It's a pity his disposition didn't improve with his looks, Hooch muttered from 2 seats down. Snape politely picked up the plate in front of him and offered it to her. Care for a caramel apple? He invited. Ooh, my favorite. Hooch snatched the nearest one. Ain't that what nearly pulled out all her teeth last year? Hagrid asked around a mouthful of sticky toffee pudding. MMMMFFFFFMMM. She wailed, her teeth firmly embedded in the apple. Dear, Snape mourned. How could I have forgotten? Hooch gave him a furious glare but was too intent upon extricating herself from the apple to do much else. She whimpered, turning to Pomfrey and McGonagall for aid. That was not very nice, my boy, Dumbledore said reprovingly, making Severus feel like a naughty 11-year-old. She wasn't nice either, he muttered rebelliously, thereby sealing his likeness to one of his first years. The headmaster twinkled at him, and he just knew that the ancient wizard was going to say something nauseatingly wholesome. Troll in the dungeon. Quirrell's panicked screams happily prevented Dumbledore's little homily, and in the ensuing chaos, the caramel apple issue was quickly forgotten. Dumbledore quickly ordered the heads of house to escort the students to their respective towers, where enhanced wards would keep out a troll or other dangerous creature. Then the staff would regroup and search the castle until the troll was captured. "I am going to escort Madame Pomfrey back to the infirmary," Dumbledore told Snape, "then I will meet you and the other heads back here." He paused. "If the troll is in the dungeons, perhaps your Slytherins should take refuge elsewhere. I'll take Hagrid with me. Between the two of us and my prefects, I believe we'll be able to make it to the entrance safely, but if not, we'll detour and I'll board my students with Phileas. What about the item? Surely this is a distraction to permit someone to make an attempt at it." "I'll go check," Minerva said quietly, coming up behind the men. "With the troll in the dungeons, my students are unlikely to encounter it." Albus nodded, then went to take the Mediwitch to her well-guarded quarters. Snape gave Hagrid and his prefects orders to gather the snakes in concentric rings by year, with the firsties in the well-protected center, before hurrying off to check on Harry. He couldn't find either Harry or Ron, but did catch Percy by the sleeve. "Have you seen Potter?" "No, sir, but the first group of students have already headed up to the tower with half the Quidditch team. Once I get the rest up there, I'll do a head count and make sure he and Ron are safe." Snape nodded once and hurried back to his students. He knew better than to challenge Percy's protective streak. The boy would make certain his charges were accounted for. With Hagrid, Flint, and Jones protecting the rear of the group, and himself in the lead, Snape led the way to the Slytherin dormitory. They encountered nothing, not even a ghost, en route, but Snape didn't relax until the last student, Flint, was climbing through the portrait. "All present and accounted for, sir," the prefect reported. "We counted noses before we left and no one left formation." "Good. You and Jones go around and reassure everyone, especially the lower years. Encourage them to continue the feast. I'll return as soon as the troll is captured and the castle is secure." The portrait closed behind Flint, and Snape added an extra layer of security to the wards. "Come," he told the half-giant. "I want to check on Harry, and then we'll rejoin the other staff members." He hurried to the Gryffindor tower, only to find that the fat lady rattling in her frame. "No," she was shouting furiously. "I'm not to open until there's an all clear. Open up, you bloody stupid portrait. Let me out," came the muffled tones from inside the dormitory. "I swear I will hex the paint right off you if you don't open this King door." "Well," she exclaimed, affronted. Then, catching sight of Snape, she gave a very unpleasant grin and opened. Percy Weasley tumbled out, falling directly into Snape's arms. The potion master set the boy back on his feet with a thump. "I thought your head of house spoke with you about your language, Mr. Weasley," Snape began forbiddingly. "They're gone, Professor," Percy interrupted, frantic. "Ron and Harry and Hermione. They're all missing. They're not in the tower, and no one knows where they are." Snape let loose with a blistering series of oaths that made the fat lady cower, covering her ears, while Hagrid and Percy stared in astonished admiration. "Get back in your tower, Mr. Weasley. I will find those little idiots and Merlin help them when I do." Percy nodded and turned to re-enter the portrait. "Oh, and Mr. Weasley. 5 points from Gryffindor for your atrocious language." Percy choked. "But, Professor, you said. 5 points are a flow call to your mother, Mr. Weasley." "Your choice." The prefect swallowed. 5 points sounds very reasonable, sir." He fled into the portrait before his honorary uncle could change his mind. Snape glared at the closed portrait, cast an extra layer of warding, and then muttered, "And 10 points to Gryffindor for excellence in looking after your house." Then he collected a grinning Hagrid with a look and rushed back to the Great Hall and the other professors. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.